Sign in for 100,000 years. Please hurry up. Chapter 396 to Chapter 474. Myriad Dao Snake Emperor. Hearing the name bestowed by the senior, Myriad Dao Dragon Emperor almost spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was on the verge of collapse, his mind was shaken, and he couldn't control himself. He was the dignified Myriad Dao Dragon Emperor, with a noble status, above tens of thousands of people, and his prestige shook the entire Great Luo region. If he were to change his name to Myriad Dao Snake Emperor, wouldn't he be ridiculed by all the cultivators in the Great Luo region? Wasn't that the same as killing him? Myriad Dao Dragon Emperor's pale face was ashen. He wanted to refuse, but he didn't know how to say it. He was also afraid that if he were to speak rudely and offend the senior, he would also follow in the footsteps of the Demon Lord. Just as he was feeling uneasy, Yi Yin suddenly laughed. Although there was nothing wrong with Myriad Dao Snake Emperor, this title was probably worse for Yi Yin than killing Myriad Dao Dragon Emperor. How about this? Remove the word dragon. As for what you call it in the middle, it's up to you. Yi Yin smiled indifferently. He absolutely could not allow a name like Myriad Dao Dragon Emperor to appear in the Divine Land. The reason why he left Myriad Dao Dragon Emperor alive was because his name was widely spread in the Divine Land and was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. If he wanted to break this inherent impression, then let Myriad Dao Dragon Emperor live and personally announce to the entire Great Luo region that he had changed his title. In this way, the old title of Myriad Dao Dragon Emperor would slowly disappear from people's hearts. Many people's views would also be changed. Senior, perhaps you are a person who loves dragons. My name may have offended you. As for what title to change, why don't you decide? Myriad Dao Dragon Emperor said modestly. He was also afraid that his new title would anger this senior and kill him with a raise of his hand. That would be too unjust. Moreover, this senior had given him a chance just now and did not let him call him Myriad Dao Snake Emperor. It could be seen that this senior did not really want to kill him. Since you are the emperor of the Myriad Dao Divine Dynasty, why don't you call yourself Myriad Dao Divine Emperor? Yi Yin said after thinking for a while. Thank you, senior. Myriad Dao Dragon Emperor hurriedly bowed with a look of joy on his face. No, he should be called Myriad Dao Divine Emperor now. This name was not bad. If it was announced to the world, it would not cause any criticism. The Myriad Dao Divine Emperor calmed down. You can go back. I will supervise the matter of announcing to the world. Yi Yin waved his hand and smiled faintly. Senior, please rest assured. Once I return, I will announce this to the world. The Myriad Dao Divine Emperor cupped his fists and bowed, then turned and left. Let's go too. Yi Yin whispered to the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon. The Netherblood Greenwood Dragon nodded and continued flying in the direction of Cloud Sky City. Just now, Master used some kind of great divine ability and easily killed several Divine Lord Realm Great Cultivators. This greatly shocked the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon. Old Master was just too strong. This kind of incorporeal killing ability was abnormally terrifying and impossible to guard against. Fortunately, it was the Blood Chief Demon Dragon that had subdued him that day. If it had been his master, the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon felt that he would have been reduced to particles long ago. Their journey was surprisingly smooth and they didn't encounter any more blind cultivators. Just as they were about to reach Cloud Sky City, Yi Yin had the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon return to its human form. The two of them flew to the gate of Cloud Sky City. Although there were guards standing guard, no one dared to stop Yi Yin. The two of them easily entered Cloud Sky City. Yi Yin glanced around and found the location of the gold and jade auction house. Then he walked over with the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon. This Cloud Sky City was huge and had a lot of people coming and going. They were all cultivators. Even the weakest cultivator was in the Eternal Realm. Master, I'm afraid I'm the weakest cultivator in this city. The green-robed youth's self-esteem was greatly damaged. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. You can't compare. Don't forget, you are from the Tsangnan continent. Yi Yin smiled and patted the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon's shoulder. Don't belittle yourself in the future. The path of cultivation lies in yourself. Only by having a strong heart can you truly become powerful. I understand, Master. The Netherblood Greenwood Dragon suddenly felt a sense of enlightenment. He looked solemn and quickly nodded. Yi Yin didn't say anything and continued to walk towards the gold and jade auction house. He didn't walk fast. As he walked, he looked at the bustling streets around him and silently felt the local customs. If it weren't for the auction being about to start, Yi Yin would have liked to find a restaurant and order a few dishes to taste. They soon arrived at the gold and jade auction house. The two of them walked in. Yi Yin explained the purpose of his visit. Immediately, a waiter led them to a large auction hall on the top floor. Yi Yin entered a private room and waited quietly. In front of him, there was a small mirror with spirit stones inlaid behind it, showing the scene at the front desk of the auction hall. A live broadcast. Seeing the image on the small mirror, Yi Yin couldn't help but think of some things before he transmigrated. He smiled with emotion. After waiting for 2 hours, the auction finally began. A sexy and enchanting beauty at the 7th level of the true immortal realm walked up to the auction stage and said a few opening words. Then, the auction began. At the beginning of the auction, there were some magic treasures and elixirs. Yi Yin had no interest in these and just regarded himself as a bystander. He tried to scan the entire gold and jade auction house with his divine sense and found that there were many restrictions in this place. His divine sense couldn't pass through. If he used brute force to break it, Yi Yin could easily do it. However, that would cause too much movement and easily alert the enemy. Yi Yin also wanted to see if the dragon breeder would appear in the finale of the auction of the young dragon, so he didn't continue to scan with his divine sense and waited quietly. Distinguished guests, this auction has entered the finale of the auction. An eternal realm young dragon will be auctioned. The beautiful host's clear and melodious voice resounded throughout the hall. These words immediately ignited the flames in the hearts of the cultivators waiting in the surrounding private rooms. This time, the Heaven Domination sect is determined to win. Fellow Taoists, please give us some face. I will be very grateful. A vigorous voice, like the morning bell and evening drum, resounded throughout the entire auction hall and the surrounding private rooms. The Heaven Domination sect is really here. It seems that we have no chance this time. I heard that the sect leader, Wang Teng, is a great cultivator at the 7th level of the Divine Lord realm. He is very powerful. Even if an ordinary person can win the bid, once they leave Cloud Sky City, they may not be able to keep the young dragon. Let's not compete with him. As for the sword venerable, let's send some other gifts. Different discussions could be heard in each of the private rooms. Most people chose to bear with the Heaven Domination sect's actions. Yi Yin looked at the mirror and his expression suddenly changed. A black-cloaked man slowly walked over. His entire body was wrapped in black cloth, and he wore a mask on his face. He even wore black gloves on his hands. It was impossible to see his true face. The man in black held a crystal-clear bead in his left hand. Within the bead, there was a mini golden dragon that was swimming around. Dragon breeder? Yi Yin raised his eyebrows and an imperceptible cold light flashed in his eyes. Hee, what a cunning dragon breeder. This man in black is just a puppet. Yi Yin's eyes flickered with divine light. In an instant, he saw through the black-robed man's true face. This puppet looked a little different from the one in the Moonlight Star Dragon Temple. The biggest difference between the two was that the dragon breeder puppet in the Golden Jade auction house had clear facial features and was no different from a human. The two puppets in the Moonlight Star Dragon Temple did not have faces. The dragon breeder puppet in today's auction house did not have a high cultivation level. It was only at the 1st level of the Divine Lord realm. Yi Yin's eyes flashed. An almost undetectable mark was instantly planted on the black-cloaked man's body. The man in black did not notice it. Yi Yin wanted to find the dragon breeder's lair through this man. Distinguished guests, this auction is a 5-clawed golden dragon. The starting price is 5 billion spiritual stones. The beautiful MC's voice sounded. I bid 6 billion. Don't compete with me. Beautiful, this price should be good, right? In a private room, Wang Ting of the Heaven Domination sect said with a sneer. The beautiful MC was expressionless. She naturally wanted the price to be as high as possible. However, the Heaven Domination sect was strong and the Golden Jade auction house did not want to provoke them. 6 billion spiritual stones, this is a terrifying number. The Netherblood Greenwood dragon was shocked. The spiritual stones of the divine land contain divinity. They are far from comparable to the spiritual stones of the Sunnan continent. Yi Yan said with a smile as he looked at the mirror. He had already scanned the spiritual stones in the storage rings. There was a total of 7 billion. 7 billion. Yi Yan shouted. Anyway, there were some other elixirs and magic treasures in the storage rings. If converted, it would be worth 10 billion. These were all unexpected gains. He would not feel the pain of spending them. What? Someone dares to compete with me? In a certain private room, Wan Teng, who was dressed in green robes, revealed an angry expression. 8 billion. Without holding back, he shouted out another shocking number. 9 billion. Yi Yan followed. No matter what price he had to pay, he was going to get this 5-clawed golden dragon. Wan Ting's face turned green when he saw another bid from the private room. He waved his hand. 9 billion and a half. 10 billion. Yi Yan followed without any hesitation. The continuous bids suppressed Wan Ting of the Heaven Domination sect, and caused the cultivators in the other private rooms to speculate. Who is this person? He actually dares to challenge the Heaven Domination sect? How arrogant. The Heaven Domination sect has always been domineering. The cultivators from different forces all had different expressions on their faces. They all felt respect for the mysterious figure who had suddenly appeared. They couldn't wait for the Heaven Domination sect to lose. Just as Wan Ting was about to follow them, an elder beside him tugged at his sleeve hurriedly. And Heaven Domination sect. You're right. Wan Ting laughed. A sinister expression appeared on his face, but he didn't continue bidding. The beautiful MC shouted 3 times. Seeing that no one was bidding, she slammed the gavel and announced the ownership of the baby dragon. An old man from the auction house walked into Yi Yan's private room. Yi Yan threw the 8 storage rings to the old man. These should be worth 10 billion. If it's not enough, I'll fill it up, Yi Yan said calmly. Yes, sir. I'll go and verify it now. Please wait a moment. The old man held the 8 rings and left. Respectfully. After a while, the old man entered the private room again. Beside him stood the beautiful MC with the transparent ball in her hands. Sir, your rings are worth a total of 10,500 million. The remaining 500 million spiritual stones are all in this ring. As for the baby dragon, please keep it well. The old man said politely as he placed a storage ring on the table. Yi Yan nodded. He didn't expect that there would be an extra 500 million spiritual stones. It seemed that this auction house was very particular in doing business. It left a good impression on him. Yi Yan put away the storage ring and took the crystal bead from the beautiful MC. Seeing the golden baby dragon swimming in it, Yi Yan's gaze softened. It was a pitiful baby dragon. Although it was sold by the dragon breeder, there was still some kind of restriction in its body. No matter how much it cultivated in the future, the dragon breeder could take its life at any time. Yi Yan's eyes flashed. He found that the dragon breeder had left Cloud Sky City quickly after getting the spiritual stones. Yi Yan didn't care. He had already left a mark on the puppet. It couldn't escape from his control. Yi Yan put away the crystal bead and walked out of the gold and jade auction house with the Netherblood Greenwood dragon. As soon as he walked to the door, he saw 2 people standing outside, staring at him coldly. I thought it was some kind of superhuman. So it was you who bought the 5-clawed golden dragon. Wan Ting's face was cold, and his eyes were full of mockery. What? You're still not convinced? Yi Yan smiled faintly and shot a cold look back at him unceremoniously. He had already noticed Wan Ting's actions, so he let out the aura of a 5th-level divine monarch. Naturally, he also wanted to set a trap for Wan Ting so that this arrogant guy would attack him sooner. Just you wait. A hideous smile flashed across Wan Ting's face. He turned around and left with the old man. Yi Yan smiled. His eyes were full of expectation. Wan Ting came for the baby dragon. There were at least 10 billion spiritual stones in his storage ring. Kill this guy. He would make a small fortune again. That was great. Although Yi Yan had no use for it, he could take it back and give it to the juniors and monsters of the Shenlong sect. After all, the spiritual stones here contained divinity. The quality was much higher than the spiritual stones of the Sungnan continent. Sir, do you need protection? We have a 7th level divine monarch in the gold and jade auction house. He can help you. The beautiful hostess of the auction house walked over slowly. She looked at Yi Yun's handsome face and said with a smile. No need. Yi Yun smiled faintly. He immediately left the gold and jade auction house and walked toward the city gate of Cloud Sky City. What a pity. The beautiful hostess looked at Yi Yun's back. A trace of regret flashed across her eyes. Yi Yun left the city. He had only flown about 10 miles when 2 rays of light fell from the sky. One on the left and one on the right, they blocked his way. Boy, hand over the baby dragon and I can spare your life. Wang Ting put his hands behind his back. His aura was vigorous like a burning mountain. He looked at Yi Yun and laughed arrogantly. The old man beside him was also a great cultivator at the 6th level of the Divine Lord realm. A powerful aura swept over like a tidal wave. Yi Yun was indifferent. His eyes were calm. He curled his lips and smiled brightly. Hand over your storage ring and maybe I can spare your life. What? Spare my life? Looking at the arrogant young man in white, Wang Ting laughed. This strange young man in white was really arrogant. What? He was so fast. The next moment, Wang Ting, who was laughing, changed his expression. He was shocked to find that a slap suddenly appeared in front of him without warning. Slap, there was a crisp sound. Half of Wang Ting's face was slapped by Yi Yun. It was red and swollen. Slap, this clear slap made Wang Ting see stars. Half of his face was swollen. Before he could react, his vision turned blurry, and the white figure disappeared abruptly. Wang Ting was not the only one who didn't react in time. Even the elder beside him was the same. Hiss, so fast, the elder looked at the white-robed youth in horror. His forehead was covered in sweat and his heart was pounding wildly. At such a close distance, if the white-robed youth had a sword in his hand, he would have cut the sect leader's neck. When the elder thought of this, he immediately summoned a yellow pagoda and placed it above his head. Rays of light shone down from the pagoda, protecting him and Wang Ting. This pagoda was an emperor-level defensive treasure. Seeing that the light had covered his entire body, the old man relaxed slightly. Sect leader, are you okay? The elder asked in a low voice. The elder's voice echoed in Wang Ting's ears. At this moment, Wang Ting finally woke up. How dare you sneak attack me? This despicable guy, watch how I kill him. Wang Ting touched the red and swollen half of his face. He secretly used his Dharma power, and the swelling on his face disappeared instantly. He waved one hand and 2 big hammers appeared in his hands. These 2 hammers were like 2 huge black pumpkins. They were completely black and flowed with a dark luster. Their surface was densely covered with many fine lines. They looked extremely hard. The hammers were huge, 3 to 5 times bigger than a human head. Wang Ting held the hammers with both hands and his aura surged. He was like an unparalleled demon king descending into the world. Oh, another hammer user. It's a pity that the Blood Chief Demon Dragon isn't here. Yi Yun licked his lips and smiled faintly. But even if the Blood Chief Demon Dragon was here, it wouldn't be a match for Wang Ting, a 7th level Divine Lord. This guy was called the sect leader of the Overlord sect. Using 2 hammers as weapons, he should have some brute strength. Outside Cloud Sky City, many cultivators came and went. Many people knew Wang Ting of the Heaven Domination sect, so they hid in the void far away to watch. Because Yi Yun's speed was too fast, none of the cultivators realized that Wang Ting had been slapped. After all, among these people, there was only 1 3rd-level Divine Lord realm cultivator. Most of them were in the True God realm. The Heaven Domination sect's Wang Ting is going to make a move. That white-robed young man is at the 5th level of the Divine Sovereign realm. There's a difference of 2 levels between them. Does Wang Ting still need to use his Overlord hammer? A middle-aged cultivator hiding in the sky whispered. Beside him was an old man. He stroked his long beard and said with a frown, I don't understand. Logically speaking, Wang Ting has the Kueok's mighty body, so his strength is boundless and as tough as diamond. He should be able to make a 5th-level Divine Monarch realm cultivator vomit blood with just 1 punch. Senior brother is right. I'm also very confused. The middle-aged man nodded. The two of them both belonged to small factions, and their cultivations were merely true god realm. Therefore, it was hard for them to see the situation clearly regarding the battle that was about to occur. It wasn't just the two of them. There were hundreds of cultivators in the air, and they were all whispering to each other. Many of them admired the white-robed young man very much. Facing Wang Ting of the Overlord sect, he didn't run away immediately after taking out his Overlord hammer. His courage was admirable. Perhaps that 5th-level Divine Monarch realm white-robed young man has some powerful tricks up his sleeve. A 1st-level Divine Monarch realm old man sighed softly. After all, anyone who could cultivate to the Divine Monarch realm was not to be trifled with. They all had some life-saving skills. Some had powerful Dharma treasures, while others had unfathomable escape techniques. These could increase one's chances of survival in a situation where one's enemy was stronger than oneself. In the air outside Cloud Sky City, several young cultivators floated in the air, their cultivation levels ranging from the 7th to 10th levels of the true god realm. One of the young men crossed his arms and looked into the distance. Suddenly, he laughed loudly. Haha, is that kid scared out of his wits? What an idiot. Who is Wang Ting? He's the leader of the Heaven Domination sect, and he has the Kuei-Ox mighty body. He's invincible among those of the same level. That kid is dead for sure. I heard that he stole the prize at the Golden Jade auction house and didn't give face to sect leader Wang Ting. He deserves this. Another young man sneered. Dying early and reincarnating early might not be a bad thing. Another young man smiled faintly. Haha, everyone looked at each other and burst into laughter. Yi Yun heard all the voices around him. Only the words of these few young men aroused a wisp of anger in his heart. Yi Yun looked at them indifferently and flicked his finger. Chi, a ray of sword light shot out. The young man who said he would die early and reincarnate did not even have time to react before he was struck by the sword light. He turned into a cloud of blood mist, his body and soul destroyed. So strong. Everyone, run. These few true god realm youths were immediately scared witless. However, after the sword light killed the first young man, it split into 4 and hit the remaining few young men. Puff puff, a series of muffled groans rang out. These young men didn't even have time to scream before they were instantly turned into clouds of blood mist. Even their primordial spirits did not escape. When Wang Ting saw this, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His chi and blood were surging. He suddenly shouted, "Kill!" After he activated the Kuei-Ox mighty body, his voice was filled with a strong sense of power. It was like rolling thunder, reverberating in all directions in the void. Some of the weaker true divinity cultivators were instantly shaken to the point where they spat out blood and hurriedly fled. It could be seen that once the Kuei-Ox mighty body was activated, a roar alone would have such a strong power. How strong would Wang Ting's physical body be? The elder beside Wang Ting also drew out a sword, ready to help at any time. It seems that this slap did not wake you up. Looking at Wang Ting descending from the sky aggressively with the 2 black sledgehammers in his hands smashing the void into pieces, Yi Yun could not help but smile. To be honest, he could kill Wang Ting with a glance. He could also crush the so-called Kuei-Ox mighty body with a poke of his finger. He had countless ways to kill Wang Ting. But Yi Yun slowly drew out a silver sword. This silver sword was very ordinary. It was placed in Yi Yun's warehouse. It was a very trashy imperial lower-class sword. At this moment, Yi Yun's white clothes were whiter than snow. His eyes were indifferent. When he slashed out with the sword, a flash of light flashed through the void. This flash of light was unimaginably fast. It seemed to have broken through the extreme speed of this world. This? At this moment, Wang Ting was only 10 meters away from Yi Yun. Then, he abruptly widened his eyes and stared fixedly at the thin sword light that landed between his eyebrows. Puff, although the sword light was thin, it contained unimaginable divine power. After activating the Kuei-Ox mighty body, Wang Ting's body was harder than King Kong. But even so, the sword light easily entered between his eyebrows. It was accompanied by a low and painful sound. Wang Ting's burly body suddenly stopped in midair. Whoosh, a small blood line suddenly appeared between his eyebrows. The bloodline expanded, and a stream of blood mixed with white brain matter violently spurted out. Today's 4 chapters. Chapter 1, You. How can you be so powerful? Wang Ting's eyes were unfocused and he forced a bitter smile. He took a deep breath and looked at Yi Yun as he spoke. After he finished speaking, the crack on his forehead expanded rapidly. His entire head was split into 2. As the crack continued to expand, Wang Ting's entire body was also split into 2. The moment the 2 halves of his body were separated, blood splattered all over the void. Even though he was dead. However, he still didn't loosen his grip on the 2 black hammers in his left and right hands. Instead, he fell heavily from the sky. Boom, boom. The 2 halves of his body left 2 deep holes in the ground. It was a shocking sight. Yi Yun killed Wang Ting, the leader of the Overlord sect, with a simple stroke of his sword. The elder from the Overlord sect was scared out of his wits when he saw this. This young man in white sword technique was way too powerful. It was extremely rare. In his impression, only the sword venerable could use such a powerful killing sword technique. Senior, please spare my life. The elder was so scared that he fell to his knees with a thud in the air. He knew that his life was as fragile as a piece of paper in front of the young man in white's unparalleled sword technique. He could not withstand a single blow. You wanted to kill me just now. Do you think I'm that kind of person? Yi Yun smiled faintly. With a flash of silver sword light, it disappeared from the void in an instant. This ray of sword light contained unimaginable power. It easily cut through the golden light of the dark yellow pagoda. Poof, the old man let out a blood-curdling scream as he was also split into 2 by Yi Yun. His body and soul were completely destroyed. He killed a person with 1 stroke of his sword. It was done easily and cleanly. Hiss, countless cultivators who witnessed this scene were so scared that their bodies turned cold. They kept gasping. It's too terrifying. There are very few people in the world who can withstand such a powerful killing sword technique. A 3rd-level Sir God General was shocked as he muttered to himself. At this moment, his back was already covered in a layer of cold sweat. Even though he was very far away, he could still feel the pressure of death. In my great Haven Law domain, I'm afraid that only the Sword Exalt can fight with this white-clothed youth. Another Divine Lord Powerhouse said in a low voice, finding it hard to conceal the shock in his heart. During the heaven-worshipping ceremony, there was a mysterious expert who challenged the Sword Sovereign. Could it be him? Suddenly, a Divine Lord Realm man's eyes brightened. His voice immediately resonated with everyone. The white-robed youth's swordsmanship was unparalleled, and he slaughtered Kuei Ox's tyrant body as if he was slaughtering a dog. In the end, the old man from the Heaven Domination sect was cut by the sword even though he had the protection of an emperor weapon. From this, one could see how terrifying the sword technique was. It can't be wrong. The mysterious expert who challenged the Sword Sovereign must be this person. That's right. The surrounding cultivators were all excited as they looked at the white-robed figure in the distance. Their eyes were filled with fanaticism. To be able to challenge the Sword Venerable, how strong must his swordsmanship be? Haha. A true God Realm cultivator laughed. Poor Wang Ting from the Overlord sect. He actually wanted to snatch the baby dragon that someone else obtained from the gold and jade auction house. What a joke. This Wang Ting is used to being arrogant and despotic. He's full of evil. Now, he's getting his just desserts. The other cultivator also laughed. Many cultivators laughed as well. It seemed that many of them had been bullied by the Heaven Domination sect and didn't dare to speak out. Now that this mysterious white-robed youth had killed Wang Ting, it was really satisfying. Killing 2 insignificant ants didn't make Yi Yun particularly excited. He stretched out his hand and Wang Ting's 2 black hammers and a storage ring fell into Yi Yun's hand. The 2 hammers weren't low in quality. They were already upper emperor grade. He could keep them for now. In the future, if there were any sect disciples or demon beasts who liked to use hammers, he could give them to them. This guy is quite rich. Yi Yun looked at the storage ring with a hint of surprise in his eyes. There were 15 billion spiritual stones in the ring, as well as some Dharma treasures and elixirs. There were also many jade slips for cultivation techniques. Yi Yun waved his hand again, taking the small yellow pagoda and the old man's storage ring. There were about 4 to 5 billion spiritual stones in the ring. After killing Wan Ting and the old man, Yi Yun had gained a lot. Whoosh, the Netherblood Greenwood dragon, who had been silent all this time, finally let out a sigh of relief and woke up from his shocked state. Just now, he witnessed with his own eyes the Lord's magnificent display of invincible might, easily killing 2 divine Lord Realm powerhouses with 2 swords. It seriously made him incomparably shocked. The old master has Zhu Long's bloodline and hasn't used it yet. I'm afraid that's the old master's true trump card, the Netherblood Greenwood dragon thought to himself. Disperse. Yi Yun looked at the cultivators around him and smiled faintly. Immediately, the surrounding cultivators cupped their fists and bowed. Then, they scattered like birds and beasts. In front of this invincible and mysterious sword cultivator, no one dared to stay a minute longer. They were afraid that if they angered Yi Yun, they would be killed on the spot. Soon, peace was restored. On top of a tall building in Cloud Sky City, there were 2 figures. One of them was the beautiful host of the gold and jade auction. Next to her stood a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was a divine lord at the 7th level. He was the most powerful consecrator of the gold and jade auction. Senior, I was wrong. I didn't expect this white-robed youth's swordsmanship to be so superb. He's really too powerful. This sexy beauty's beautiful face was filled with an indescribable frustration. Before he attacked, I didn't see his strength. You don't have to blame yourself. The middle-aged man smiled and looked into the distance. He whispered to himself, he should be the mysterious expert who challenged the sword sovereign. The sexy beauty took a deep breath and her expression returned to normal. She smiled and said, Senior, the heaven-worshipping ceremony this time around will be held in the Sword Cloud sect 3 days later. Should our auction house go over to deliver a gift and join in the fun? Go ahead. The Sword Sovereign's talent is unparalleled in the world. He'll enter the ultimate god realm sooner or later. Such a heavenly figure naturally needs to be treated well. The middle-aged man said with a smile. When he thought of the peerless Sword Sovereign, a fanatical look appeared in the middle-aged man's eyes. Outside Cloud Sky City, Yi Yun and the Netherblood Greenwood dragon had only flown for 100 miles. Suddenly, his heart moved. He discovered that the Dragon Keeper's puppet was constantly jumping in the endless territory of the Daluo territory. It was as if it was constantly tearing the void. That's strange. A puppet can also tear the void? Yi Yun raised his eyebrows and immediately tore the void and left. In the next moment, Yi Yun appeared in a large city. At this moment, there was a teleportation formation in front of him. Around the teleportation formation, there were 4 peak 10th level True God Realm guards. Yi Yun immediately understood. That guy was continuously jumping in the void. He was using the teleportation formation. The teleportation formation in front of him was the teleportation formation used by the Dragon Keeper's puppet for the first time. Who's there? Seeing the void crack open and 2 figures suddenly walk out, the 4 guards immediately became very nervous, and one after another, they made a defensive posture. Haha. Yi Yun smiled indifferently as he looked at the 4 guards who looked like they were facing a great enemy. He turned around, tore through the void, and disappeared. What's the senior's cultivation? He can actually tear through the void. A guard stared blankly in the direction where Yi Yun disappeared with a look of shock on his face. Only half-step hierarch realm experts can tear through the void. Another guard said. How terrifying. Such a senior actually came to our Purple Cloud City. The 3rd guard muttered to himself. Fortunately, this senior only appeared to take a look and did not make a move. Otherwise, no one in the entire Purple Cloud City would be his opponent. The 4th guard sighed. Take a guess. Why did the senior take a look at the teleportation formation? The 1st guard asked. Could it be that black-robed man? The 2nd guard thought for a moment, and naturally, the mysterious black-clothed man appeared in his mind, so he guessed. He's the only one who used this teleportation formation today. It must be related to him. The 1st guard nodded. They did not know anything about the black-robed man. However, since the other party was willing to pay the spiritual stones, they naturally would not reject this business. Strange, the puppet stopped before we even left the Great Luo region. Yi Yun, who was tearing through the void, suddenly stopped as well. A look of surprise appeared on his face. He originally thought that the dragon breeder puppet would definitely leave the Daluo territory. However, he did not expect it to start flying at an extremely fast speed after jumping through 13 cities. The distance between these 13 cities was less than 30 million miles. For Yi Yun, he could quickly reach that place by tearing through the void. There was no need for him to take the teleportation formation. It was troublesome to go around in circles. Yi Yun once again tore through the void and arrived at the territory where the dragon breeder puppet was. There was a fluctuation in the void. Yi Yun and the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon walked out from it. The Netherblood Greenwood Dragon had already gotten used to the old master's actions of tearing through the void. After all, the distance from the Tsungnan continent to the Daluo territory was unimaginable. Old Master was able to tear open the void from so far away. Now, such a small distance was a piece of cake for the master. Thus, the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon became even more accustomed to this. Master, what are you tracking? The Netherblood Greenwood Dragon looked around and asked in surprise. He didn't know the whereabouts of the old master, nor did he know what was going on. After all, Yi Yun did not tell him about raising draconians. Do you still remember that dragon breeder? I'm looking for him, Yi Yun said with a smile. At this moment, his expression changed slightly. After the dragon-raising puppet flew to a certain place, it suddenly jumped again. It seemed to be using a teleportation formation to cross a short distance. After reaching a certain place, the puppet actually stopped moving at that place. Could it be their lair? Yi Yun's interest was immediately piqued. If he could find the nest of the dragon breeders and wipe them all out, the harvest would be unimaginable. Perhaps, he might even be able to find more clues about the mastermind. Let's go. Yi Yun tore open the void again and easily crossed a distance to the teleportation location where the dragon-raising puppet made its last jump. It was surrounded by a valley. Yi Yun sensed the aura around and found that in the center of the valley, there was a teleportation formation hidden in a forest. However, this teleportation formation had been added with an invisible restriction, so ordinary people would not be able to discover it. They're really careful. After teleporting to their last lair, they actually used a directional teleportation formation. Yi Yun smiled. He came to the forest, and small star-like runes flashed in his eyes. He easily opened the invisible restriction that protected the teleportation formation. A small teleportation formation directly entered his sight. The Netherblood Greenwood Dragon looked surprised. Master, this dragon breeder is really careful. He's so careful that he's afraid of being discovered. Actually, it's not hard to understand. A baby dragon is worth 10 billion spirit stones. There are many baby dragons in their lair. That's an unimaginable amount of wealth, Yi Yun said with a smile. He didn't say anything about the mastermind. The Netherblood Greenwood Dragon's intelligence was still shallow and it was not suitable for him to participate. Moreover, Yi Yun didn't plan to let these juniors enter the Divine Land in the future. It was better for them to stay in the Tsungnan continent where the Dragon clan originated and cultivate seriously. As for this vast Divine Land, Yi Yun alone was enough to explore it. Of course, now was not the time. The 3 juniors of the Shunlong sect hadn't grown up yet, and the Shunlong sect hadn't been rebuilt. Everything still needed time. He had signed in for 100,000 years. Yi Yun didn't need this little bit of time. It had been less than a year since he was resurrected from the ancient tomb, so Yi Yun wasn't in a hurry at all. As he continued to break through the situation in the Tsungnan continent, Yi Yun's means became more and more skillful. At the same time, he also found more clues and became more familiar with the style and means of the mastermind. A ray of light rose. Yi Yun activated the fixed-point teleportation array, and the two instantly disappeared into the void. In the depths of the underground, there was a huge bronze palace, like a giant beast, crawling in the soil. At the entrance of the palace, there was an ancient teleportation array. With the fluctuation of the void, a ray of light fell, and 2 figures appeared. Yi Yun looked around and found that there wasn't even a guard at the entrance of the palace. He couldn't help but reveal a sneer on his face. It seemed that the dragon breeder was also very confident that no one could find this place. Yi Yan walked towards the bronze palace. This palace was extremely ancient and exuded an aura of vicissitudes. At the entrance of the ancient bronze palace, there were two huge stone pillars. On each stone pillar, there were two bronze dragons coiled around it. The bronze dragons were lifelike, their heads looking at the void with a ferocious expression, giving people a strange feeling. Walking to the door, Yi Yan looked inside through the crack of the bronze door. Inside the palace, there was a huge silver pool, and 7 huge golden dragon nests floated on the surface of the pool. Each of the dragon nests gave off a faint golden glow, mysterious and beautiful. There were 4 or 5 huge dragon eggs in the nests, as if they were in the process of being incubated. The 7 golden dragon nests were arranged in the shape of the Big Dipper. Another 7-star array. A cold look flashed across Yi Yan's face. It was hard to imagine that the dragon breeder would use a 7-star array to incubate the dragon eggs. Master, there are so many dragon eggs in this palace. The Netherblood Greenwood dragon's face was filled with shock as it quietly transmitted a message. Eh? Yi Yan's expression suddenly changed. He discovered that the dragon breeder puppet had walked to a divine altar beside the pond. It lit an incense stick, bowed 3 times, and inserted it into the incense burner. There stood a statue of a god on the altar, its limbs coiled with divine dragons. In front of the statue was a divine tablet with 2 words written on it. Dragon candle. Dragon candle, what's this? Yi Yan's eyes revealed a trace of confusion. These 2 words seemed to have a profound meaning that was hard to decipher. Because Yi Yan had deliberately concealed himself and added a layer of restriction around his body, the Netherblood Greenwood dragon would not be discovered by the dragon breeder puppet even if its cultivation was extremely low. At this moment, the Netherblood Greenwood dragon was also dumbfounded when it saw the statue and spirit tablet. The various strange scenes in the main hall had completely exceeded its scope of understanding. After burning an incense stick, the puppet walked to the edge of the pool and seemed to be monitoring the incubation process of the dragon eggs in the 7 huge golden dragon nests. After a while, it found nothing unusual and walked to the side. It sat cross-legged on the ground. It took out a number of spirit stones and stacked them in front of it and began to rapidly absorb the energy in the spirit stones. Yi Yan observed silently for a while and found that the dragon breeder puppet had been absorbing the energy in the spirit stones since it came back and did not do anything unusual. After thinking for a while, Yi Yan pushed open the bronze door and walked in. The puppet seemed to have sensed something and suddenly opened its eyes. It saw a white-clothed young man and a green-clothed young man walking over as if there was no one around. The youth in green actually exuded the aura of a divine dragon. Yi Yan tapped lightly with his hand. A huge force instantly acted on the dragon breeder puppet and rendered it immobile. Yi Yan first walked to the side of a statue. He found that this statue was not a puppet, but a statue. The spirit tablet below the statue attracted Yi Yan's attention. This spirit tablet was extremely ancient and exuded a sense of vicissitudes. What is dragon candle? Yi Yan turned his head and looked at the dragon breeder puppet in the distance. The dragon breeder puppet did not make a sound. The eyes in the 2 holes in the black mask were constantly flickering with light, as if they were sizing up Yi Yan's background. The youth in white opposite him seemed to be only at the 5th level of the Divine Lord realm. His cultivation was not high. However, he had found this bronze palace with great precision. What kind of power was it? Sir, you actually dare to tail me? Could it be that you want to steal the dragon egg? The dragon-raising puppet suddenly said in a sinister voice. That's right. There are so many dragon eggs here. If we steal all of them, we can hatch many divine dragons. Yi Yan nodded and smiled. He admitted it without hesitation. In this way, Yi Yan was naturally just making a feint to give the other party a false impression of him. Humph. Our dragon-rearing people clan is spread throughout the entire divine earth. Our faction is incomparably powerful. You, a mere divine lord realm, dares to steal dragon eggs. I think that you're also tired of living. The dragon-raising puppet sneered. It won't be easy for you to find me. Since I dared to steal it, I naturally have other means to save my life. Yi Yan said with a nonchalant smile. The dragon keeper puppet was at a loss for words. Who would have thought that the white-clothed young man would be so daring as to provoke their dragon breeders? Although there were many factions in the divine earth, there were indeed some daring people. However, he had never heard of a divine lord realm cultivator being so daring. What's this dragon candle? Is it a big shot of your dragon breeders clan? Yiyan asked again. If you don't even know about dragon candle, wouldn't you know even less about the coffin bearers that I mentioned? The dragon-raising puppet laughed. Coffin bearers? Yiyan blinked and an idea flashed through his mind. He seemed to have understood. Dragon candle and the coffin bearers of Luna planet should be the inheritances of the dragon breeders. The coffin bearers were responsible for carrying coffins and burying the dying in the dragon's den. They stole the luck of the Xianxia continent and formed the so-called container of unknown use. The dragon candle lineage should have used the 7-star array to hatch the dragon eggs. At this moment, Yiyan also understood why there was a strange restriction in the Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon's body. It was infected by the mysterious 7-star array during the hatching process of the dragon eggs. It had to be said. Yiyan was quick-witted and grasped many key points in an instant. As for the pool water, it was at the bottom of the golden dragon nest. There were small silver dots of light. There were a total of 7 dots of light, corresponding to the 7 dragon nests. I really don't know what you mean by coffin bearers. However, I'm definitely going to steal the dragon eggs. Haha. Yiyan suddenly laughed and turned to walk towards the dragon-raising puppet. The coffin bearers clan. Yiyan guessed that it could only be found in the Xianxia continent, so he rejected it immediately. The dragon-raising puppet was a little nervous when it saw the mysterious young man in white walking over. It gritted its teeth and said, "You'll regret it if you dare to kill me." There's nothing to regret. Yiyan sneered and activated the heavenly illusory eye. A force of life and death instantly descended on the dragon-raising puppet. He wanted to try to read the dragon-raising puppet's memory. He wanted to see if there were any restrictions placed on it. As a force was injected into the dragon-raising puppet's mind, an even more powerful force suddenly exploded. Boom! The head of the dragon cultivator puppet exploded into pieces with a loud explosion. The fragments shot out in all directions with ferocious power. It was comparable to a first-level hierarch realm expert's full-strength attack. What a good move! Yiyan sneered. With a wave of his hand, he froze the fragments in midair. The heavenly illusory eye was activated again and the fragments turned into particles and dissipated. The headless puppet fell to the ground with a loud thud. Yiyan walked forward and gently kicked the puppet's body with his foot, making a hard sound. If one's cultivation base had not reached the ultimate god realm, they would have been killed instantly by the restriction formation in his head. Even a first-level hierarch realm cultivator would be seriously injured by the impact of such an explosion. The dragon-raising puppet had such a powerful restriction hidden in it. It had to be said that the dragon-raising puppet was very skilled. It also meant that the dragon-raising puppet's combat strength was at least at the divine king realm. Yiyan released his divine sense and carefully scanned the puppet's body. He found that there was a small 7-star array on its back. This 7-star array was different from all the previous 7-star arrays. For a moment, Yiyan didn't know what function it had, so he reached out and put the puppet's body away. The Longzhu clan's puppet was completely different from the coffin-carrying clan's puppet. The coffin-carrying clan's puppet had a life coffin with strong defensive capabilities. The Longzhu clan's puppet didn't have one, only the powerful restriction in its mind. However, the dragon-raising puppet was well known in the divine land. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to have any ideas about them. Therefore, it was understandable that the dragon-raising puppet didn't have a life treasure. Yiyan walked to the edge of the pool and looked at the 7 golden dragon nests with a gentle gaze. Inside each huge golden dragon nest, there were several dragon eggs. If all of them were hatched, there would be dozens of divine dragons. He just didn't know what kind of divine dragons would be in these eggs. Yiyan reached out and grabbed at the 7 golden dragon nests. Gurgle, the pool water suddenly churned violently. The 7 stars formation at the bottom of the pool seemed to have been stimulated and released beams of dazzling light that shot into the sky and into the clouds. End of 4th update. Please support me. You want to leave? Not so fast. Yiyan sneered. In the depths of his demonic eyes, countless tiny star-like runes changed rapidly. Suddenly, 7 purple runes jumped out and flew out. 7 purple runes, as small as grains of rice, turned into 7 beams of purple light and landed on top of the golden dragon nests. Wang, the 7 purple runes trembled slightly and emitted rings of purple light, instantly cutting off the silver pillars of light that shot into the sky. The purple rings of light continued to descend, forcibly pushing the pillars of light back into the pool. Gurgle, the pool water continued to churn and spew, as if the 7 stars formation at the bottom of the pool was unwilling to be suppressed. The Netherblood Greenwood dragon stared at all of this, dumbfounded. The purple runes that flew out of the old master's eyes were incomparably mysterious. As soon as they appeared, they suppressed the pillars of light. Old master, these pillars of light, could it be that they want to teleport the dragon eggs out? As if thinking of something, the Netherblood Greenwood dragon asked doubtfully. That's right. Yi Yin nodded. He now somewhat understood the 7 stars formation behind the dragon puppets. It seemed that the 7 stars formation was a key. Without the key, if one wanted to directly steal the dragon eggs, the 7 stars formation at the bottom of the pool would activate and teleport the dragon eggs from the 7 golden dragon nests to another place. Yi Yin discovered this in time and dealt with it decisively, directly cutting off the teleportation pillars of light. At the same time, he suppressed the 7 stars formation. Whoosh, Yi Yin waved a large hand, and the 7 enormous golden dragon lairs were all put away by him. The 7 purple runes in the air continued to descend into the churning pool water. In the end, they were forcefully pressed into the pool water and landed on top of the 7 spots of light. Thus, the 7 stars formation no longer struggled, and the pool water returned to its original calm. The 7 stars formation was completely suppressed. Yi Yin stretched out his hand again and grabbed the 7 stars array formation. He saw that there was a small purple rune on each of the 7 spots of light. The purple runes emitted a purple light, firmly suppressing the 7 spots of light. At this moment, Yi Yin's pupils contracted slightly, and he withdrew the 7 tiny purple runes. The 7 stars formation also quieted down. Yi Yin nodded slightly. With the disappearance of the dragon nest and dragon egg, the 7 stars formation entered a dormant state after leaving the pool of water. Yi Yin glanced around and found no valuable clues. He nodded and said, "Let's go." "Yes, master." The Netherblood Greenwood dragon nodded in agreement, then followed Yi Yin out of the bronze palace. Outside the bronze palace, Yi Yin turned around and took out a green bead. He grabbed at the air, and with a rumble, he lifted the bronze palace and tossed it into the world of the green bead. Chi, Yi Yin flicked his finger. The teleportation formation next to it also collapsed. He glanced at the surroundings again and activated the heavenly illusionary eyes, erasing all the auras in this place. Then, he tore the void and appeared in the forest of the valley. After destroying the teleportation formation, he took the Netherblood Greenwood dragon and left. 10 million miles away. The void fluctuated, and 2 figures walked out. "Master, where are we going next?" asked the Netherblood Greenwood dragon. Yi Yin waved his hand. And a peachwood sword appeared in his right hand. He gently touched it and fell into deep thought. "Master, isn't there a heavenly worship ceremony in the Sword Cloud sect? At that time, all the big and small forces in the Deluo region will come. Why don't we go there and join in the fun?" said the Netherblood Greenwood dragon with a silly smile. "You've reminded me." Yi Yin's eyes lit up, and a trace of praise could be seen in his eyes. Just now, when he was holding the peachwood sword, he fell into the past of 100,000 years ago. For a moment, he also became confused. After all, in his impression, Nangongyu was a little girl who usually acted strangely. If he wanted to find her now, he would have to spend a lot of effort. Yi Yin had always thought that if Nangongyu didn't take the initiative to show herself, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens for him to find her. Moreover, Nangongyu had the support of a powerful force in the Divine Land. After 100,000 years, her current cultivation should be at least at the hierarch realm. With such cultivation and status, if she wanted to hide, it would be very difficult for Yi Yin to find her. Due to Yi Yin's preconceived notions, he didn't think too much about the matter of finding Nangongyu. On the other hand, the Netherblood Greenwood dragon's words had given Yi Yin a sudden flash of insight. "Let's go to the heavenly worship ceremony in the Sword Cloud sect," Since it was a grand event in the Daluo region, Yiyan also wanted to see the means of the sword sovereign. He wanted to see what kind of shocking attainments this powerful sword sovereign had in terms of swordsmanship. If Nangongyu was really in the Daluo region, she would definitely not miss the Sword Cloud sect's heaven-worshipping ceremony. However, it was hard to say. After all, 100,000 years had passed. If Nangongyu had really broken through to the hierarch realm, it was highly possible that she was no longer in the Daluo region. If that was the case, finding Nangongyu would be like finding a needle in a haystack. Yiyan threw away the distracting thoughts in his mind and flew for a while with the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon. After encountering a true God Realm cultivator and asking about the location of the Sword Cloud sect, they changed their direction and flew towards the Sword Cloud sect. They were currently 300,000 miles away from the Sword Cloud sect. It wasn't too far. Yiyan did not tear the void. Instead, he brought the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon to tour the mountains and rivers. He enjoyed the local customs of the divine land and slowly flew towards the Sword Cloud sect. They only needed to reach within a day. Therefore, they had 2 days to make arrangements on the way. At the back mountain of the Sword Cloud sect, there was a pavilion built with green bamboo. At this moment, there was a beautiful young lady in red sitting quietly in front of the window. She was holding a small silver sword in her hand and was constantly carving on a piece of peach wood. The lady's skin was whiter than snow and she was extremely beautiful. Her face was so beautiful that one could not look straight at her. Her pair of jade-like hands were constantly moving. As the wood shavings fell, the peach wood in her hand gradually turned into a lifelike figure. Looking at the figure, it looked like a man. Another one has been carved. Looking at the figure in her hand, her beautiful eyebrows faintly knitted together. A faint sadness appeared on her delicate face. Her slender jade-like hand held the silver sword and hesitated on the figure's face. In the end, she did not cut it. This peachwood figure did not have a face. The lady in red took a deep breath and her expression became much calmer. She stood up and walked towards a row of shelves behind her. Then, she placed the peachwood figure in her hand on the shelf. The shelf was filled with rows of peachwood figures. All of the peachwood figures had the same style and shape. There were so many peachwood figures, but not a single one had a face. "Master, can I come in?" A graceful figure in white stood outside the pavilion and asked softly. "Come in." The lady in red nodded slightly and turned around. She walked to the window and stared at the blue sky. The bamboo door was pushed open. A lady in white walked in. When she saw that there were many more peachwood figures on the shelf, she was extremely shocked. It had been tens of thousands of years. When her master had nothing to do, she would constantly carve peachwood figures in the bamboo house in the back mountain. All of the figures she carved were the images of men. It seemed that there was always a man in her master's heart that she could not forget. This is the first chapter of today's update. Master, all the arrangements for the grand sacrificial ceremony have been made. The lady in white retracted her gaze from the peachwood dolls and bowed slightly as she said respectfully. "Okay." The lady in red nodded slightly. Although she looked like she was in her early 20s and her aura was extremely restrained, one could not see her cultivation level. But in reality, she was the honorable sword who was famous in the entire Daluo region. She was famous for her sword skills. The honorable sword's killing sword skills were the best in the entire Daluo region. For thousands of years, no one dared to challenge the honorable sword's sword skills. In the hearts of all the cultivators in the Daluo region, the honorable sword's sword skills were unparalleled and she would step into the ultimate god realm sooner or later. "Master, there's news from the Cloud Sky City recently." The lady in white glanced at the honorable sword and said hesitantly. The honorable sword looked at her. "Master, yesterday outside the Cloud Sky City, there was a white-clothed sword cultivator who was at the 5th level of the Divine Lord realm. He unleashed his powerful sword skills and easily killed the sect master of the Heaven Domination sect." The lady in white said softly. "Yes, his sword skills are not bad." The honorable sword raised her eyebrows slightly with a peerless expression in her eyes. This white-clothed sword cultivator was able to kill Wang Ting of the Heaven Domination sect when he was 2 levels lower than him. It showed that he had supreme sword skills. The honorable sword had always cherished this kind of sword genius. Which sect is that white-clothed sword cultivator from? The Honorable Sword suddenly asked. Master, that white-clothed sword cultivator doesn't seem to be from the Daluo region. The lady in white said. If such a sword genius joins the Sword Cloud sect, he will be the second Honorable Sword in the future. The Honorable Sword smiled and looked out of the window with a leisurely expression. Master, I understand. The lady in white quickly nodded. If she saw the white-clothed sword cultivator in the future, she would definitely think of ways to make him join the Sword Cloud sect. That way, she would be able to fulfill her master's wish. Master, there are many people saying that the white-clothed sword cultivator is the one who challenged you. The lady in white suddenly said as if she thought of something. It's not him. Sword Venerable shook his head. Between his picturesque eyebrows, there was an indescribable anger. The woman in white was slightly taken aback. She seemed to have heard the anger in her master's voice. So, she quickly turned around and retreated. After his beloved disciple left, the Sword Venerable turned around and looked in a certain direction. He said coldly, "Why are you hiding?" The void rippled. An indistinct black figure appeared beside the row of wooden cabinets. The shadow placed a peachwood doll on the wooden cabinet and suddenly laughed, Sword Venerable, it's been tens of thousands of years. You still haven't forgotten a stinky man? What does that have to do with you?" The Sword Venerable's face was as cold as ice, like an ice sculpture that had not melted for 10,000 years. Don't you understand my feelings for you? The black figure said indifferently. The Sword Venerable shook his head coldly. Back then, if it wasn't for my love for you, how could I have lost to you in that battle? If it wasn't for the fact that I intentionally gave you the position of the sect leader of the Sword Cloud sect, how could you have such a stable position? The black figure let out a mocking laugh. His body was surrounded by a thin layer of black fluctuation, causing others to be unable to see his true appearance. Since you're not convinced, let's have another battle during the grand sacrificial ceremony. The Sword Venerable said calmly. Her beautiful eyes suddenly turned sharp and a layer of sword chi rose from her body. It was as though there were countless tiny and shocking sword essences jumping and changing in her body. I'm looking forward to it. If you lose, the position of the sect leader of the Sword Cloud sect will be mine. Haha. The black figure suddenly laughed out loud. His laughter was extremely violent and the sound waves shook the entire pavilion. Countless peachwood dolls were also shattered at this moment. How dare you destroy my peachwood dolls? The Sword Venerable's face changed drastically and a gush of anger spurted out from her chest. Swoosh, a sharp sword light broke through the void in front of his eyes and pierced towards the black figure. However, the black figure disappeared instantly. It was as though he had already prepared a backup plan when he appeared in such a strange manner previously. The Sword Venerable's body suddenly disappeared from the pavilion. In the next moment, she flew high up in the void and scanned the surroundings with her powerful divine senses. However, she still couldn't find the black figure. The Sword Venerable's face was cold and the sword chi around her was extremely dense. There were constantly popping sounds in the void. Master, what's going on? Immediately, a few figures flew over from all directions and gathered beside the Sword Venerable. Nothing much. It's just a defeated opponent. He has already escaped. The Sword Venerable said coldly. After speaking, she flew back into the pavilion. Looking at the peachwood dolls that had turned into powder, the Sword Venerable's emotions surged and two streams of crystal clear tears flowed down from the corner of her eyes. Brother Yun, I've let you down, the Sword Venerable muttered to herself and stood rooted to the ground like a stone statue. She didn't move for a long time. There was still one more day before the grand sacrificial ceremony of the Sword Cloud sect started. Various forces of the Daluo region rushed to the Sword Cloud sect and presented their gifts. Some of the weaker sects were arranged to stay at the foot of the mountain. Some of the stronger ones were invited to the mountain where the Sword Cloud sect arranged their accommodations. At this moment, 300 miles away from the Sword Cloud sect, two figures slowly flew over. Master, we're almost at the Sword Cloud sect. The Netherblood Greenwood Dragon looked into the distance and revealed a surprised expression. On a majestic mountain range, there were many people and it was very lively. Countless cultivators from various forces had arrived. Yian smiled and nodded. I heard that the sword venerable likes to rear divine dragons. Why don't I send you out so that you can cultivate here in peace? Yi Yun said half-jokingly. No. Master, if you want to send me out, you have to send the 5-clawed golden dragon. I'm willing to stay by your side and cultivate. The Netherblood Greenwood dragon said with a panicked expression. If I can't find your master in the Daluo region, I'll return to the Tsangnan continent. Do you still like to cultivate in that place with thin spiritual qi? Yi Yun looked at the Netherblood Greenwood dragon and said with a serious expression. Master, I'm willing to cultivate with you. Although the Divine Land is a good place, I don't really like it. The Netherblood Greenwood dragon scratched its head and said with a smile. All right. Then I'll send that little 5-clawed golden dragon up. Yi Yun said with a smile. As they chatted, the two of them soon arrived at the foot of the mountain of the Sword Cloud sect. The place was already overcrowded. There was a long line of people who wanted to send gifts. Yi Yun landed and lined up at the back of the line. Master, I knew you'd come too. At this moment, a familiar woman's gentle voice came from the side. Yi Yun turned around and saw that it was the beautiful MC of the Golden Jade Auction House. Beside her was a middle-aged man who was at the 7th level of the Divine Lord realm. The scale of the Sword Cloud sect's grand sacrificial ceremony is so grand. I naturally wouldn't miss it. Yi Yun put his hands behind his back and said with a smile. This is a group of people from some ordinary forces who are sending gifts. They belong to forces below the Divine Lord realm. Why don't we go over there? They specialize in receiving Divine Lord realm forces. The sexy beauty rolled her eyes and pointed in another direction with a charming smile. All right. Yi Yun smiled and nodded. The queue in front of him was too long. If they waited for him, they would have to wait for a few hours. Since there was a place to receive Divine Lords, he was naturally happy to save some time. Young master, please follow me. The sexy beauty smiled and led the way like a butterfly. The middle-aged man at the 7th level of the Divine Lord realm followed beside her. Yi Yun and the Netherblood Greenwood dragon followed behind her. I remember the background of that young man in white. A middle-aged man in the queue suddenly slapped his head and said loudly. What did you remember? Someone looked at him from the corner of his eyes. Do you remember the day before yesterday outside Cloud Sky City? The sect leader of Heaven Domination sect, Wang Ting, was killed? It was this young man in white. The middle-aged man said loudly. Speaking of this, there was a hint of fanaticism in his eyes. He still remembered the battle that day. The young man in white used his supreme sword skills to kill 2 Divine Lord realm cultivators in 2 moves. Moreover, the cultivation of these 2 Divine Lord realm cultivators was higher than the young man in white. This showed how terrifying his sword skills were. So it's him. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. During this period of time, the news of a mysterious young man in white killing Wang Ting of Heaven Domination sect had spread throughout the entire Daluo region. Everyone guessed that this young man in white might be the mysterious person who challenged the Honorable Sword. They didn't expect him to line up to give gifts to the Sword Cloud sect. What was going on? Wasn't this young man in white supposed to appear and challenge the Honorable Sword during the grand sacrificial ceremony? Why was he still giving gifts? Maybe he's not the mysterious person who challenged the Honorable Sword. A true God Realm level 9 old man furrowed his brows and analyzed. That makes sense. If he's really comparable to the Honorable Sword, would he still line up behind us? Another man chimed in. For a moment, everyone agreed. They started to think that the young man in white was definitely not the mysterious person who challenged the Honorable Sword. These people are really gossipy. Yi Yun naturally heard the discussion of the cultivators behind him. However, he didn't care and just smiled calmly. Naturally, he wasn't here to challenge the Sword Sovereign. He was looking for Nangong Yu. Young master, it looks like the news of you killing Wang Ting of the Heaven Domination sect has spread throughout the entire Great Luo region. Many people are discussing this matter when they have nothing to do. The sexy beauty smiled enchantingly. It's just a small matter. It's not worth mentioning. Yi Yun smiled faintly. Young master, may I know your name? The middle-aged man at the 7th level Divine Lord realm cupped his fists and said politely. Yi Tian. Yi Yun blurted out without hesitation. He didn't feel guilty about making up a name on the spot. In any case, his appearance had already changed, so it didn't matter if he added a fake name. Who would have thought that young master and I are actually from the same family? The sexy beauty smiled charmingly. Young master, my name is Yi Wei. What a coincidence. Yi Yun felt helpless and could only nod with a bitter smile. It's right in front. That large courtyard is specifically responsible for receiving divine lord-level forces. Yi Wei pointed to a spacious courtyard with a red brick house 100 feet away and said with a smile. Yi Yun nodded. The crowd stopped talking and quickly walked into the large courtyard. At the same time, on the peak of the sword cloud sect stood a lady in white. Her gaze was fixed on the young sword cultivator in white at the foot of the mountain. Who would have thought? This mysterious young man actually brought a gift for the sword honorable. Looks like he's faded with the sword cloud sect. The lady in white laughed. The young sword cultivator in white didn't belong to the Great Luo region, but he actually brought a gift for the sword honorable. Looks like he wasn't an arrogant and condescending person. Her figure flashed and immediately disappeared from the peak of the mountain. In the next moment, she appeared in the large courtyard that was responsible for registering gifts. Rogue cultivator Yi Tian brings a 5-clawed golden dragon to the sword honorable. Yi Yun was standing in front of a table, took out the transparent bead, and placed it on the table. Since the sword honorable liked to raise divine dragons, why not put the 5-clawed golden dragon here first? Anyway, there wouldn't be any problems. This little dragon could also be taken care of properly. As for his warehouse, he had obtained quite a number of dragon eggs from the underground bronze palace. In the future, there would be many more divine dragons that could be hatched. Wow, a divine dragon. The two disciples in charge of registering suddenly saw the 5-clawed golden dragon in the bead and revealed a shocked expression. To be able to give out a young dragon, it would be a top-notch force. They didn't expect this rogue cultivator to be so generous as to give a young dragon to the sword honorable. It could be seen that his strength was not weaker than those top-notch forces. One of them hurriedly went up to register. Just then, a lady in white floated over and stopped beside Yi Yun. Mr. Yi, the guest room has been prepared for you. Please follow me. The lady in white smiled. Yi Yun took a glance at the lady. She was very young and had a beautiful face. She could be considered an outstanding beauty. Her cultivation wasn't low either. She had already reached the first level of the Divine Lord realm. Yi Yun nodded. He followed the lady in white and walked to the front. The two disciples in charge of registering looked at the back view of the lady in white and revealed a shocked expression in their eyes. Even eldest senior sister has personally stepped forward to deliver a baby dragon? One of the disciples said in surprise. Yeah. Senior sister has a very high status and we rarely see her. I didn't expect this rogue cultivator to receive such great treatment. The other disciple revealed an envious look. Seeing that Yi Yun had left, Yi Wei was a little anxious. She hurriedly handed over the gift and ran over. On the way, however, she was stopped by two disciples of the Sword Cloud sect. After that, they led her to another direction. Why is there such a huge difference between a young dragon and a young dragon? Yi Wei sighed helplessly. The Sword Honorable likes to rear divine dragons. This is something that everyone knows. However, a young dragon is too rare. It's really something that can only be chanced upon. The middle-aged man beside her shook his head and said. Yeah, I remember that the last time a dragon breeder sold a young dragon was 500 years ago. Yi Wei sighed again. The reason why a young dragon was extremely rare in the Holy Land was that the dragon breeder rarely sold them. As a result, there was a price but no supply. Only those who were extremely lucky could get a young dragon. Yi Yun followed the lady in white to a secluded courtyard. He took a look and realized that it was actually a private courtyard. He couldn't help but smile secretly. He didn't expect to be treated so well by presenting a young dragon. Mister, you'll rest here today. The heaven worshipping ceremony will be held tomorrow. By then, please move to the peak. The lady in white turned to look at Yi Yun and said with a smile. All right, I understand. Yi Yun nodded. Mister, you're actually a rogue cultivator. I wonder, have you ever thought of joining the Sword Cloud sect? Looking at Yi Yun, the lady in white had a strange look in her eyes. She suddenly spoke out her inner thoughts. Join the Sword Cloud sect? Yi Yun was slightly stunned as he did not expect the white-clothed lady to make such an abrupt invitation. Thank you for your kind intentions. Although I'm a rogue cultivator, I already have a goal in sword principles. It's not suitable for me to join any sect. Yi Yun bluntly rejected her. Apart from the Shenlong sect, there was no other sect in the world that could attract him. Even if it was a godly king-level sect, he would not be interested in them. I'm sorry for my rudeness. The white-clothed lady revealed an apologetic smile. Her cherry lips parted slightly as she exhaled softly. It seemed that this mysterious sword cultivator from another region would not join the Sword Cloud sect, nor would he join any other sect. He was a transcendent figure who was like a carefree wild crane. The white-clothed lady greatly admired such a figure. Therefore, she did not continue to persuade him. Instead, she found an excuse and quickly left. Let's go back and rest. Yi Yun turned around and said faintly. He and the Netherblood Greenwood dragon each entered a different room. Then, they both began to cultivate. For Yi Yun, he was about to break through to the ultimate god realm and did not need to cultivate. Therefore, he only cultivated other divine abilities and cultivation techniques. The Netherblood Greenwood dragon was greatly stimulated after entering the divine land. Instead, it cultivated very hard and crazily absorbed the spiritual energy in the divine land. At the bamboo house in the back mountain, the white-clothed lady suddenly appeared here. Master, that mysterious young sword cultivator is also here. He even brought a young dragon with him. I've asked his opinion. He has no intention of joining any sect. It's a pity. The white-clothed lady said with a regretful expression on her face. Her master had high praise for this mysterious sword cultivator. If he could join the Sword Cloud sect, he would definitely be the second outstanding figure like her master in the future. It's all right. This kind of sword cultivator has a strong mind and perseverance. Ordinary people can't compare to him. Everything depends on opportunity. Don't force it. The sword sovereign's faint voice came from the depths of the pavilion. Although she felt that it was a pity that this sword cultivator did not join the Sword Cloud sect, she did not mind. She only came up with this idea because she cherished such a talent. Other than the past in his heart, the Sword Venerable was devoted to the cultivation of the Sword Tao. Sword Venerable was extremely confident in his own sword principle. Within 100 years, she would definitely step into the half-step hierarch realm. Within 1,000 years, she was confident that she could break through to the hierarch realm. Phew, the woman in white heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing her master's words, and then she turned around and left. At this moment, there was still a long queue at the foot of the Sword Cloud sect's mountain. Countless disciples of the Sword Cloud sect were busy receiving the cultivators from the various forces of the Great Havenlaw region. There was also a row of houses dozens of li southeast of the small courtyard where Yi Yun lived. At this moment, there were two old men sitting in a pavilion in the courtyard, drinking wine in large mouthfuls. One of them had a gloomy expression and was constantly drinking, while the other was constantly consoling him. Right at this moment, a figure flew over from afar at a high speed. Patriarch, that person is here. This was a true God Realm level 10 middle-aged man. When he landed nearby, he suddenly knelt down in front of a green-robed elder. What nonsense are you spouting? What kind of person would make such a fuss? The green-robed elder took a sip of wine and narrowed his eyes as he looked at the man kneeling at his feet and asked sternly. Patriarch, the mysterious young man in white who killed the sect master is now living near us in the Heaven Courtyard number 9. The middle-aged man said in a trembling voice. At this moment, he was extremely agitated and his face was flushed red. When he heard the news, he immediately rushed over to report it to the Patriarch. The Patriarch of the Empyrean sect was furious when he heard the news of the sect master's death and immediately went out to search for him. However, he did not expect that the young man in white seemed to have vanished into thin air and could not be found anymore. Thinking that the Sword Cloud sect's heaven-worshipping ceremony was about to begin, the Patriarch of the Empyrean sect came to the Sword Cloud sect to try his luck and see if he could meet the young man in white. After all, the young man in white had bought a 5-clawed golden dragon at the Golden Jade auction house. He was most likely here to deliver a gift to the Sword Cloud sect. In the end, he really met him. The patriarch of the Empyrean sect stood up abruptly with a ferocious expression and a towering aura around him. He turned around and was ready to fly to the Heaven Courtyard number 9. Brother Empyrean sect, this is the Sword Cloud sect. If you take action, won't you incur the wrath of the Sword Master? A red-robed elder on the opposite side said hurriedly. This man killed the sect master of the Empyrean sect and has an irreconcilable enmity with our sect. Now that the enemy is right beside me, how can I not take revenge? The patriarch of the Empyrean sect said angrily. Brother, I once owed you a favor. This time, I'll help you. This way, the commotion will be minimized. The red-robed elder sighed and stood up as well. That's great. Thank you, brother. The patriarch of the Empyrean sect was overjoyed. He had invited this brother whose strength was similar to his to come here with the intention of finding a helper. Both of them were at the 9th level of the Divine Lord Realm. If they could not even take down a puny 5th-level Divine Lord Realm expert, they would be too ashamed to continue living. The two Divine Lord Realm experts hit it off and immediately flew toward the 9th Heaven Courtyard. When they arrived at the entrance of the courtyard, the red-robed elder suddenly stretched out his hand. A dozen formation flags immediately flew out and surrounded the entire courtyard. In an instant, a large formation rose up and surrounded the entire courtyard, preventing any aura from leaking out. Brother, you're indeed more considerate than I am. The patriarch of the Empyrean sect cupped his fists and smiled gratefully. The red-robed elder smiled and shook his head. The two figures flashed and entered the courtyard. Get out of here. Due to the protection of the large formation, the patriarch of the Empyrean sect immediately roared when he entered. Who's so blind to take the initiative to court death? Yi Yun, who was in the middle of cultivation, suddenly smiled and opened his eyes. He pushed open the door and walked out. In the courtyard stood two elders, one in green and one in red. Both of them were at the 9th level of the Divine Lord Realm. There aren't many people who have a grudge against me in the Daluo domain. Old man, you must be from the Empyrean sect, right? Yi Yun asked with a faint smile, looking at the green-robed elder with his hands behind his back. Good boy, you're still so arrogant even when you're about to die. It seems that you really don't take the cultivators of the Daluo domain seriously. The patriarch of the Empyrean sect roared. His chi and blood surged and a powerful aura as vast as the ocean immediately pressed down on Yi Yun. At the same time, he shook his hands and two black sledgehammers appeared in his hands. This made the patriarch of the Empyrean sect even more frightening. You've killed the Kuei-Ox overlord body and now another one has come. Are you all tired of living? Yi Yun smiled faintly and drew out his silver longsword. In the void. Suddenly, a thin silver sword light appeared without any warning. The sword light was unimaginably fast. In an instant, it fell between the patriarch of the Empyrean sect's eyebrows. The patriarch of the Empyrean sect's eyes widened as if they were about to pop out. He watched helplessly as the thin sword light cut between his eyebrows without any reaction. The red line between his eyebrows suddenly widened. Puff! A gush of blood mixed with white brain matter spurted out. Then, the patriarch of the Empyrean sect's body split into two from the middle. A large amount of blood spurted out and dyed the void red. The patriarch of the Empyrean sect had fallen with one strike. When the red-robed elder saw this scene, all the hair on his body stood on end. A great sense of horror instantly descended upon him. What kind of terrifying swordsmanship is this? Patriarch of Empyrean Glory, who was at level 9 of the Divine Lord Realm, was killed by his opponent with a single stroke after activating Kuei-Ox's mighty body. Even his primordial spirit did not escape. It's really terrifying. The red-clothed elder's heart was beating wildly as if it was going to jump out of his chest. His whole body was extremely cold, as if death had already befallen him. He had never met such a terrifying opponent in his life. A level 5 of the Divine Lord Realm could kill a level 9 of the Divine Lord Realm as easily as killing a dog. This terrifying swordsmanship was extraordinary and had reached the peak of perfection. The moment his body was split open, his primordial spirit was also killed at the same time. patriarch of Empyrean glory, who had awed the entire Daluo domain, died just like that. The red-clothed elder's legs kept trembling. At this moment, he wanted to escape, but he knew it was absolutely impossible. Yi Yin withdrew his sword and glanced at the red-clothed elder indifferently. "I've never shown mercy to anyone who dares to provoke me." A ray of shocking sword light suddenly appeared in the void. The red-clothed elder widened his eyes and watched as a tiny ray of sword light fell between his eyebrows. Then, his whole body was suddenly split into two halves. Puff! Blood spurted out and dyed the void in front of him red. The two halves of his body stood straight on the ground and did not fall down. Yi Yin was even more delighted to kill the red-clothed elder, because the red-clothed elder had no chance to resist at all. At this moment, the two halves of the red-clothed elder's body fell to the ground after staring at Yi Yin for a few seconds. Yi Yin killed him faster than Patriarch of Empyrean glory. Therefore, the red-clothed elder forced himself to take a breath and let the two halves of his body stand on the ground for a few more seconds. At the moment of his death, the red-clothed elder was extremely regretful. He should not have agreed to go to the Sword Cloud sect with Patriarch of Empyrean glory. As a result, just as he arrived, they met this terrifying sword cultivator and lost 2 lives in the Sword Cloud sect just like that. What was even more laughable was that the aura concealing formation he had set up was actually prepared for himself. Even if he died in the 9th courtyard, no one would be able to discover it. Yi Yin gently grabbed the 2 storage rings and Patriarch of Empyrean glory's 2 black hammers and put them away. In the 2 storage rings, there were over 100 billion spirit stones in total. Yi Yin was pleasantly surprised. 2 great Divine Lord realm powerhouses in the Divine Lands were indeed quite valuable. These spiritual stones were enough for the juniors of the Shenlong sect to cultivate for a long time. Activating the heavenly illusionary eye, the 2 bodies and the blood on the ground all turned into particles and dissipated into the air. Yi Yin waved his hand again, and the ground returned to normal. Everything in the courtyard was as new as if nothing had happened. Finally, Yi Yin put away the aura concealing array outside and put it in the warehouse. After doing all this, Yi Yin returned to the house and began to cultivate. No one had expected that 2 dignified great cultivators at the 9th level of the Divine Monarch realm would actually perish in the Sword Cloud sect without any sign. Even Sword Venerable, who had the highest cultivation in the Sword Cloud sect, did not notice this. Who could have thought that 2 great Divine Lord realm 9th level cultivators did not even last a single move and died? Master is really too strong. After using his divine consciousness to see what happened outside, the shock in the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon's heart was indescribable. Along the way, his master had constantly used his powerful strength to refresh his understanding of his master. First, he was at the 7th level of the Divine Lord realm. Now that he was at the 9th level of the Divine Lord realm, he could not even dodge a single move from his master. His master's unimaginable divine abilities and swordsmanship had really broadened his horizons. After a while, the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon recovered from the shock. Then, he smiled bitterly and returned to the bed. He sat cross-legged and continued to cultivate. A day passed quickly. On the 2nd day, the Sword Cloud sect's grand sacrificial ceremony was about to begin. Early in the morning, Yi Yin brought the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon to the Sword Cloud sect's main peak. On the main peak's main peak, there was a large platform. It was already filled with cultivators from different forces in the Daluo region. Basically, most of them were at the Divine Lord realm. There were also a few peak 10th True God realm cultivators. As for those True God realm cultivators, they were arranged to stand halfway up the mountain. There was no other choice. There were too many cultivators that came this time. It was overcrowded and had already exceeded the Sword Cloud sect's capacity. The various forces in the Daluo region wanted to express their goodwill to Sword Venerable. On the other hand, they also wanted to see the battle between Sword Venerable and that mysterious cultivator. This kind of battle between half-step hierarch experts was extremely rare in the entire Daluo region. Watching such a battle between experts was extremely beneficial to one's own cultivation and comprehension of the Sword Dao. Yi Yin stood in an inconspicuous corner of the square with his hands behind his back as he waited quietly. Many cultivators in the square were extremely excited at this moment. They were unable to suppress the excitement in their hearts. Even though Yi Yun was very low-key, there were still many people who recognized Yi Yun. After all, the sect master of the Heaven Domination sect, Wan Teng, was famous in the Daluo region. However, he was killed by a single sword. It could be seen how terrifying this white-clothed youth's sword Dao was. Greetings, Daoist brother. I am also obsessed with the sword Dao. I hope to have more exchanges with you in the future. At this moment, a black-clothed middle-aged man walked to Yi Yun's side. He cupped his fists and said with a smile, I'm very busy. I don't have the time to exchange pointers with you all. Please return. Yi Yun smiled indifferently and shook his head. How could he have the leisure to exchange pointers with others? It was purely a waste of time. When the middle-aged man heard Yi Yun's words, his face instantly turned ashen. It was as if a persimmon was choked in his throat. It was extremely uncomfortable. He did not expect this white-clothed youth to be so aloof and not give him any face. One had to know that he was an 8th-level Divine Lord Realm Sword Cultivator. He was also famous in the Daluo region. Seeing the middle-aged man's embarrassed expression, Yi Yun smiled and said again, I'm not from the Daluo region. After the heavenly worship ceremony, I will leave this place. Since that's the case, then I'll have to bother you. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment. He cupped his fists and turned around to leave. With the middle-aged man's actions, no one came to bother them. Yi Yun also had peace. Young Master Yi, I didn't expect you to be here. A familiar female voice sounded. Yi Yun turned around and saw Yi Wei and a 7th-level Divine Lord Realm middle-aged man walking over. Yi Yun felt a headache coming on. This Yi Wei was really like a lingering spirit. However, Yi Yun still praised the good reputation of the Golden Jade Auction House and did not chase the two of them away. Fortunately, Yi Wei was tactful. After she came to Yi Yun's side, she stood there obediently and did not say anything. Yi Yun looked around and searched for Nangong traces in the crowd in the square. He glanced at all the Divine Lord Realm cultivators in the square but did not find Nangong. She wouldn't be among the true God Realm cultivators, right? Yi Yun's heart skipped a beat. He immediately released his divine sense and scanned towards the middle of the mountain. After scanning, Yi Yun was even more disappointed. He still did not see Nangong. Just then. Dang dang dang, suddenly, there was a faint and loud sound of a bell ringing. Then, a woman's voice reverberated in the entire Sword Cloud sect. Heavenly worship ceremony officially begins. Author's note, I'm busy today. The grand sacrificial ceremony has begun. Someone in the crowd shouted, causing the atmosphere in the entire square to boil. Not only that. The entire Sword Cloud sect was in a state of excitement. The atmosphere was like an underground fire erupting violently, burning fiercely in the crowd. Sigh. Yi Yun did not find Nangong in the crowd. He was a little disappointed and could not help but sigh softly. Perhaps Nangong was no longer in the Daluo region. He reckoned that she had broken through to the ultimate God realm and left for other places in the divine land. Yi Yun was in low spirits. He lowered his head and was not in the mood to watch the grand sacrificial ceremony. At this moment. Welcome, Sword Honorable. A woman's clear voice once again resounded in the entire Sword Cloud sect. Yi Yun raised his head. He was a little curious about this Sword Honorable and wanted to see what kind of person she was. In the void. Suddenly, an awe-inspiring sword light shot over from afar. After the sword light flashed, it turned into a peerlessly beautiful red-clothed woman. The red-clothed woman had bright eyes and white teeth. Her skin was whiter than snow. She was fairy-like and her exquisite facial features were breathtakingly beautiful. Her temperament was cold and elegant, and her entire body was emitting an indescribably powerful charm. At this moment, she was standing in the sky with her hands behind her back, releasing the powerful aura of a 10th-level divine monarch. The Sword Honorable is here. The entire square suddenly boiled. The Sword Honorable was well known in the entire Daluo Jade and was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. She could be said to be the strongest person in the Daluo region. Within 10,000 years, no one dared to challenge her. The Sword Honorable's killing sword technique was extremely terrifying. This was something that all the cultivators in the Daluo region were well aware of. At this moment. Yi Yan stared at the void. At this moment, he suspected that his eyes were playing tricks on him. He quickly rubbed his eyes with his hands. He looked at the sword honorable in the void again. That's right, it was still that familiar face, familiar beautiful eyes, familiar red lips, familiar white jade-like skin. Yi Yan would never have dreamt of it. The sword honorable was actually Lui, who had long died in his heart. How could it be her? Yi Yan muttered to himself. His expression was a little out of control, and his body was trembling slightly. His purpose in coming to the Great Luo region was to find Nangongyu. He didn't expect that instead of finding Nangongyu, he would find Lui, who had come back from the dead. The reason why she was resurrected was because Yi Yan had seen Lui's descendant in Sungnan mainland. Therefore, in his heart, Lui had long fallen. However, Yi Yan never expected that Lui would appear in the Divine Land's Daluo region and become the Sword Reverend of the Sword Cloud sect. It was too unbelievable. At this moment, Yi Yan's heart was in turmoil. 100,000 years ago, Lui's cultivation was only in the eternal realm. So how did she manage to walk out of the ancient path to heaven? The ancient road to heaven was extremely difficult for a true God stage level 1 cultivator to pass through. How did Lui, who was in the eternal realm, break through? Yi Yan had too many questions in his heart. However, he held himself back in the end. It was the Sword Cloud sect's heaven-worshipping ceremony. It was Lui's moment of glory, so he definitely couldn't interrupt her. After the heaven-worshipping ceremony ended, Yi Yan would look for Lui and ask her about it. Master, what's wrong with you? The Netherblood Greenwood dragon saw that something was wrong with Yi Yan, so it quietly sent a voice transmission. Nothing. Yi Yan said softly. When he said that, Yi Yan set up a barrier so that Yi Wei and the middle-aged man at the Divine Monarch stage level 7 could not hear him. The Sword Reverend is too beautiful. As a woman, I feel that I've fallen in love with her. Yi Wei looked up at the beautiful figure in red in the void with a fanatical expression in her eyes as she muttered to herself. Don't think too much about it. For so many years, the Sword Reverend has never had any thoughts about the opposite sex. In her heart, there is only the sword. The middle-aged man at the Divine Monarch stage level 7 said with a smile. That's not necessarily true. Maybe the Sword Reverend hasn't met the man she likes. Yi Wei pouted and snorted. I think that if there's someone who surpasses the Sword Reverend in swordsmanship, he might be able to attract the Sword Reverend's heart. For example, the mysterious person who will appear later. You do have a point. The middle-aged man at the side nodded and surprisingly did not refute. He was also very interested in the mysterious person who would challenge the Sword Reverend. After all, no one had dared to challenge the Sword Reverend for tens of thousands of years. After listening to the conversation between the two people, Yi Yan was expressionless, but he raised his eyebrows slightly. If this mysterious person dared to appear, Yi Yan would definitely pull his head off and kick it like a ball. Damn it, how dare he seduce his woman? Wasn't he courting death, at this moment? The number one bully of the Sungnan continent 100,000 years ago, Yi Yan, seemed to have returned. Just because of a woman. After the Sword Reverend appeared, her powerful aura suppressed all the cultivators in the entire Sword Cloud sect. She looked around coldly and said calmly, today, the Green Luo Sword sect will officially change its name to the Sword Cloud sect. As soon as she finished speaking, a wave of applause sounded from the mountaintop below. All the cultivators who came to watch the ceremony were clapping and congratulating her with all their might. At the same time, all the disciples of the Sword Cloud sect rose into the air and stood around the Sword Reverend. A golden incense burner floated in front of the Sword Reverend. The Sword Reverend lit up 3 incense sticks and bowed to the sky 3 times with a solemn expression. All the disciples behind her followed suit and bowed to the sky 3 times. The Sword Reverend inserted the 3 incense sticks into the incense burner and a few wisps of green smoke immediately rose into the sky. She stood in the void silently and waited for the appearance of that person. All the disciples of the Sword Cloud sect returned to the mountain at this moment. This heaven-worshipping ceremony is simple. In the square, Yi Yan nodded silently. Lui loved swords all her life and was a simple and straightforward person. Therefore, the heaven-worshipping ceremony was extremely simple. After burning 3 incense sticks to the sky, the sword cloud sect's name was announced and the heaven-worshipping ceremony was considered to have ended. Sword cloud sect? Yi Yan's eyes suddenly lit up as he seemed to have guessed the meaning of this sect. A shocking battle is about to begin. At this moment, a Divine Lord 10th level cultivator in the square said excitedly. The Sword Reverend will definitely win this battle and pave the way for her to become a supreme ultimate god in the future. Another cultivator said solemnly. Stop talking and keep quiet. An elder of the Sword Cloud sect looked in the direction of the two people and gave a warning. The two of them quickly shut their mouths and the other cultivators beside them were also silent. The entire square was silent at this moment. Tens of thousands of cultivators looked up in the direction of the Sword Reverend and waited. They knew that the real highlight was about to begin. The mysterious person was about to appear. There was a fluctuation in the void and a black figure appeared. It turned from blurry to clear and a black-clothed young man appeared. The black-clothed young man had a jade-like face and deep facial features. He was handsome. As soon as he appeared, a powerful aura of a half-step ultimate god rolled down from the sky like a river. Sword Reverend, I want to challenge you today. The black-clothed young man appeared with his hands behind his back and a trace of arrogance flashed across his face as he issued a challenge to the Sword Reverend. His voice was like a clap of thunder that rumbled down. Many true God Realm cultivators who were standing at the mountainside of the Sword Cloud sect heard the voice and their faces flushed red. Their bodies shook and they could not control themselves. A half-step hierarch expert was really terrifying, countless people were shocked. Some true God realms with weaker cultivations could not withstand the attack of this sound wave in the end. They staggered and fell down, their entire being falling unconscious. Only a few high-level true God realm cultivators were able to withstand this wave of attacks. As for the divine monarchs, they were not affected at all. Where is this person from? Why does he feel so unfamiliar? Is he from the Daluo region? A divine monarch cultivator said with a frown. No, I have some impression of this person. He seems to be the Honorable Sword's senior brother. Another divine monarch 7th level old man said. The Honorable Sword's senior brother? Many people were surprised. The Sword Honorable's eldest senior brother was once defeated by the Sword Honorable 20,000 years ago. Out of anger, he left the Green Luo Sword sect and disappeared. I never expected that after so many years, he would return during the heaven-worshipping ceremony of the Sword Cloud sect. The old man sighed and said. I've heard of this first senior brother of the Sword sect as well. It's said that he's a supreme genius in the way of the sword. Before the Sword Sovereign joined the Azure Civ Sword sect, he was supposed to be the next sect master. However, the Sword Sovereign overshadowed his supreme brilliance once he appeared. Another old man said slowly. After listening to the two old men's narration, many people had a more comprehensive understanding of the black-clothed young man. He was also a disciple of the Sword Cloud sect. If the black-clothed young man defeated the Honorable Sword Cloud sect's new sect master position would fall to the black-clothed young man. Hearing the whispers around him, Yi Yan immediately understood what was going on. Although it sounded like Sword Venerable's eldest senior brother was quite powerful, Yi Yan was full of confidence in Lu Yi. Lu Yi was able to defeat the black-clothed young man 20,000 years ago and it would still be the same 20,000 years later. Therefore, Yi Yan would not take part in such a glorious moment and let Lu Yi handle it alone. After the battle ended, Yi Yan would then capture the black-clothed young man and get rid of Lu Yi forever. Sword Venerable looked at the black-clothed young man with a cold expression. She pulled out a sword and pointed it at him. You destroyed my doll. Today, I will kill you. Honorable Sword said coldly. Hearing Sword Master's words, the black-clothed youth showed a pained expression. He gritted his teeth and said, it's just some worthless dolls. So what if I destroy them? What can you do to me? You. Go. Die. The Sword Master shouted coldly. In an instant, he turned into an extremely sharp sword light and slashed towards the black-clothed youth. The power of this sword strike was astonishing. The Divine Lord Realm cultivators in the square below, even though they were extremely far away, could still feel a powerful sword intent that scraped against their skin. Everyone was shocked. If they were to face the sword sovereign head-on, they would have been injured long ago. I will defeat you and take back the green sieve sword sect. The black-cloaked youth roared angrily and turned into a sword light to meet the attack. Boom, the two shocking sword glows clashed in mid-air, resulting in a deafening explosion. The radiance retreated at the same time, revealing two figures. The two of them were evenly matched in their first exchange of blows. Honorable Sword is a divine lord realm level 10 after all. Compared to that guy, he is still a small realm lower. He will definitely be at a disadvantage in this battle, although Honorable Sword's realm is slightly lower, he is already comparable to a half-step hierarch expert. Therefore, Honorable Sword will definitely win. On the square, some Divine Lord realm cultivators could not help but discuss. As soon as the voices faded away, Honorable Sword and the black-cloaked youth clashed again. Their sword techniques were too fast. The sword light and shadow intertwined with each other, causing no one to be able to see their figures clearly. They could only see two balls of sword light clashing in mid-air, resulting in a series of earth-shattering noises. At first, there were two balls of sword light. Slowly, the entire void was filled with sword light. The powerful sword chi was like a Milky Way that constantly fell from mid-air. Buzz, a large formation was suddenly activated. A light shield appeared and shrouded the entire Sword Cloud sect. The Sword Cloud sect is thoughtful enough to activate the mountain protection formation. Otherwise, I'm afraid the Divine Lord realm cultivators like us would be affected by the battle. A cultivator said with lingering fear. He could not help but extend his hand and gave a thumbs up. He was very grateful for the Sword Cloud sect's action. All the cultivators who came to participate in the heaven-worshipping ceremony felt the same gratitude at this moment. As the strongest sect in Daluo region, the Sword Cloud sect had always been fair and just under the leadership of Honorable Sword. They had a good reputation in Daluo region. Good, good. Yi Yan looked at the intense battle in midair and could not help but nod his head. After 100,000 years, Lu Yi was much stronger than before. Honorable Sword was indeed worthy. His breakthrough in sword principle had already reached a terrifying level. However, the black-cloaked youth opposite her, who was Lu Yi's senior brother, was also extremely talented in sword principle. In addition, his realm was slightly higher than Lu Yi. Therefore, it was hard to determine the winner in a short period of time. However, Yi Yan's foresight was more experienced. Through some small clues, he could roughly deduce that the final winner would definitely be Lu Yi. Sigh, it's really hard to imagine that I can still see a woman from 100,000 years ago. Yi Yan, who had lived 2 lives, looked in the direction of the void with a complicated expression and was filled with emotions. Although he met Xianxia in the mortal world immortal land, Xianxia did not have a physical body and was just an obsession. Later on, Yi Yan met a wisp of Yun Zhao's will in Divine Tiger Mountain that was worshipped by the later generations of the demon race. These were all illusory and did not have any substance. However, Lu Yi in front of him was a real living person. Yi Yan had signed in for 100,000 years, which created an eternal and unperturbed Tao heart. At this moment, there was also a wisp of vitality. At this moment, Yi Yan even thought of a sentence from his previous life. It's great to be alive. This sentence was too well said and it really suited the situation. After 100,000 years, the two lovers reunited again and it was not easy for a world-destroying heavenly lightning and earthly fire. In midair, the battle was unusually intense. The aftermath of the battle continuously blasted towards the mountain protection array outside the Sword Cloud sect. The mountain guarding Grand Array also began to shake. This made many cultivators and disciples of the Sword Cloud sect a little frightened. Yi Yan took a look and found that there were many disciples of the Sword Cloud sect deep underground, trying their best to maintain this array formation. Yi Yan gently pointed with his hand and a ray of light immediately penetrated into the depths of the ground, then turned into thousands of light spots and entered the mountain protection array. The entire mountain protection array suddenly stopped shaking. Those disciples who were operating the array formation couldn't help but let out a long breath. They didn't know what was going on and thought that the aftermath of the battle was not so strong. Half an hour passed. Lu Yi gradually gained the upper hand and suddenly stabbed the shoulder of the young man in black without any warning. A stream of blood spurted out. The young man in black was in pain and immediately retreated. Lu Yi, Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? The young man in black roared, and suddenly, a dark green light instantly enveloped his entire body. Bang bang, at the same time, the sword venerable, who followed closely, waved his sword and landed on his body. The tens of thousands of sword lights landed on that layer of dark green light, but they were all repelled. The young man in black laughed arrogantly. As the light dissipated, an armor that flowed with green light suddenly appeared on his body. Azura armor? Seeing the Azura armor that he had given to Xianxia suddenly appear on the body of the young man in black, Yi Yan frowned. Xianxia was only a true immortal. Once she wore the Azura armor, her battle prowess would rise to the half-step Divine Lord realm. However, she was not on the same level as the peak 10th level Divine Lord realm young man in black. Therefore, it would be a piece of cake for him to steal Xianxia's Azura armor. Yi Yan did not expect. The 9th Sea region was located in a remote area where even Divine Lord realm cultivators were rarely seen. The half-step Divine Lord realm young man in black actually went to the 9th Sea region's Tongtian Island to steal the Azura armor. This person was truly shameless. This also meant that the Tongtian Island was not strong enough to stop such a powerful cultivator. Yi Yan was prepared to set up a defensive formation the next time he came to the Tongtian Island. Why is there an armor on Honorable Sword's senior brother? What kind of armor is that? Its aura is so strong. Oh my god. His cultivation level has risen to the hierarch realm. That's a divine armor, isn't it? It actually allowed him to go from the half-step Divine Lord realm to the hierarch realm. This armor is too terrifying. I'm afraid Honorable Sword is in danger now. Sigh, the various Divine Lord realm cultivators on the platform were all visibly shaken, unable to conceal the shock in their hearts. Just now, when Sword Venerable had used his killing sword technique, such a powerful attack had landed on the green armor, but it had no effect at all. It had all been bounced away. In other words, the green armor had unimaginable defensive power. In the void, Honorable Sword suddenly stopped attacking. She looked coldly at the young man in black who was wrapped in the green armor. Her aura grew stronger. At this moment, Honorable Sword was finally ready to use his life's greatest skill without holding back. Lu Yi. You're no match for me. This Azura armor can allow me to reach the hierarch realm. Since we're from the same sect, if you beg for mercy, we can still be senior brother and junior sister of the same sect. How about it? The young man in black said in a deep voice. His eyes were full of pride and arrogance. For almost 1,000 years, this body of his had been hiding in the depths of the 9th Sea, far away from the Divine Land. He hadn't expected that on Ingress Island, he'd accidentally discovered a divine armor on the body of a mere true immortal cultivator. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. If he also had such a god-tier armor, wouldn't his battle prowess increase by several times? As a peak 10th level Divine Monarch realm cultivator, he naturally knew that this kind of divine-grade armor was extremely rare in the Divine Land. Even a hierarch realm cultivator might not have a divine-level armor. At that moment, he was tempted. So he snatched the armor from Divine Lord Sword's hand. After obtaining the Azura armor, it took him a long time to completely refine it. Divine armor's divine armor, a Divine Lord realm cultivator realm's divine armor. He was Sword Divine Lord Divine was young cultivator's Sword Divine Martial. In the mind square. Yi Yan's eyes flashed, and wisps of divine light flashed past his eyes. Under such circumstances, he naturally could not watch Lu Yi get injured in front of him. No matter how strong Lu Yi was, she was only a 10th level Divine Lord realm cultivator. There was still a long way to go before she reached the hierarch realm. Yi Yan's body swayed and appeared in midair. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yi Yan did not acknowledge Lu Yi. He placed his hands behind his back and looked at the young man in black. His eyes were extremely cold. Yi Yan's sudden appearance caused all the cultivators in the Sword Cloud sect to be greatly shocked. Isn't he the sword cultivator in white who killed Wan Ting from the Heaven Domination sect? Why did he suddenly appear? I thought he was going to challenge Sword Divine Lord. I didn't expect Sword Divine Lord's eldest senior brother to challenge him. We made a mistake at that time. Now it seems like he's going to challenge Sword Divine Lord's eldest senior brother. This is going to be a good show. I heard that this young man in white is at the 5th level of the Divine Lord realm. Can he be a match for that guy who's at the Hierarch realm? The Hierarch realm cultivators on the square were in an uproar. Their eyes were fixed on the sky as they voiced their suspicions. Looking at the elegant figure in white, the sword venerable was in a trance for a moment. His originally cold and emotionless eyes were filled with warmth at this moment. Similar. It was too similar. The back of the young man in white was 90% similar to the brother Yun in her heart. Sword Reverend naturally heard the discussions of the Divine Lord cultivators in the square. Only then did she know that the white-robed youth standing between her and the black-robed youth was the mysterious sword cultivator who had killed Wang Ting of the Heaven Domination sect. So similar. So similar. Sword Divine Lord's heart was in turmoil as she was on the verge of losing control of her emotions. She had been thinking about him for 100,000 years. Suddenly, someone who looked like Yin appeared. Sword Divine Lord could no longer control her emotions. Who are you? The young man in black suddenly saw a young man in white appear in front of him. His heart skipped a beat as he shouted. This Azura armor is not bad, but it's a pity? It's not yours. Yin smiled slowly as he took out a long silver sword and said indifferently, Today, I'm going to take back this Azura armor. How do you know? The young man in black stared at Yin. His heart was in turmoil. The Ninth Sea region was extremely far away from the Daluo region. That place was so remote that the cultivators of the Daluo region almost never went there. How did this white-clothed sword cultivator in front of him know that his Azura armor was stolen? The young man in white looked like he was only at the 5th level of the Divine Lord realm, but he wasn't nervous at all. He even said that he wanted to fight with him to take back the Azura armor. This person must be hiding his cultivation level. His true cultivation level was at least at the half-step Hierarch realm. At worst, he should be a Hierarch realm cultivator. Thinking of this, the young man in black looked like he was facing a great enemy. Although he had the Azura armor, he was still nervous when facing a real Hierarch realm cultivator. Yi Yun's heart skipped a beat as he heard rapid breathing behind him. It was Lu Yi's voice. Although Yi Yun had changed his appearance, his figure remained the same. His back view in white easily attracted Lu Yi's attention. Yi Yun turned his head. Looking at that beautiful face that could topple cities and countries, it was incomparably familiar. He smiled faintly. Sword Divine Lord Lu Yi's eyes widened. Although the young man in white in front of her was quite good-looking, he wasn't Yi Yun. It seems like I was dreaming. Big Brother Yun has been dead for 100,000 years. How could he appear in the Divine Land? Lu Yi sighed in her heart. At this moment, the raging flames in her chest extinguished, and her heart froze again. The Azura armor on your senior brother was stolen from a friend of mine. Wait for me to take back the armor, then you can continue fighting. Yi Yun smiled gently. His smile was warm, like a spring breeze. This smile, looking at Yi Yun, Lu Yi's heart suddenly started thumping uncontrollably. Although the young man in white looked different from Big Brother Yun, the smile on his face was 80 to 90% similar to Big Brother Yun's. 3 chapters for today, go to hell. When Yi Yun turned his head, the black-clothed youth seized the opportunity. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he launched a fierce attack. Swoosh, 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 rays of shocking sword light pierced through the void and fell towards Yi Yun like lightning. Facing a powerful attack that was close to the Hierarch realm level 1, Yi Yun remained calm and only held the silver sword in his hand horizontally in front of his chest. In an instant, there was a subtle change in heaven and earth. At that moment, the power of heaven and earth seemed to have gathered on the sword in front of Yi Yun's chest. This silver sword seemed to be able to support the heavens and the earth. It was extremely heavy, but in Yi Yun's hand, it appeared to be very light and light. At that moment, his body and the sword had become one. He had become one with heaven and earth. Swoosh, swoosh. Countless shocking sword light attacked from all directions. But for some reason, once they got close, they were all absorbed by the silver sword in front of his chest. At that moment, the silver sword seemed to have some kind of magical power. All the sword light attacks disappeared like stones sinking into the sea once they got close to the sword. Yi Yun slowly turned his head and looked at the black-clothed young man opposite him. As a sword principle genius, do you only know how to launch sneak attacks? Come. Come. I'll give you a chance. Let's see if you can break my sword technique. Yi Yun laughed mockingly. His hand was still very steady as he held the silver sword horizontally in front of his chest. He had the aura of a man who could hold back 10,000 men. Yi Yun's sword technique came from the binary sword technique that he had recently comprehended. It was a divine-level sword technique. It was called binary sword technique and there were only 2 moves in it. First, life. Second, death. It was extremely simple. Life realm sword. When the sword was held horizontally in front of one's chest, there was no attack in the world that could break it. Death realm sword. When the sword was slashed, there was no defense in the world that could block it. He was now using the life realm sword. When the sword was held horizontally, no matter how many enemies there were, they would not be able to pass. What kind of sword technique is this? The black-clothed youth's pupils shrank as he stared at the sword in Yi Yun's hand. After all, he was the supreme sword genius of the Green Civ sword sect. Later on, he traveled the divine land and had a broad vision. Just now, all his attacks on Yi Yun had mysteriously disappeared. This made him realize that his opponent's sword Dao mystique was unimaginably powerful. Just by holding his sword horizontally in front of his chest and not moving at all, he was actually able to block such a powerful attack. It was truly inconceivable. The sword Dao divine ability presented by this kind of swordsmanship was already beyond the scope of his knowledge. Master swordsmanship, the Netherblood Greenwood dragon stood alone in the square, its face filled with shock and disbelief. This was the first time he saw his master display such a powerful sword technique. This kind of swordsmanship was not only simple and direct, but also extremely powerful. Just by holding his sword across his chest, he was able to eliminate all the sword lights. It was truly terrifying. Young Master Yi is too strong. Beside him, Yi Wei stood not too far away, her face flushed red and her body trembling with excitement. Although her attainments in the sword Dao weren't high, she could see that the mystique contained in that sword technique was simply unimaginable. Too strong. Young Master Yi's swordsmanship is something I've rarely seen in my life. The middle-aged man at the 7th level of the Divine Sovereign Realm sighed. All the Divine Sovereign Realm cultivators in the square, as well as those at the peak of the 10th level of the True God Realm, fell into a state of great shock. After a few seconds, only then did some people wake up from their shock one after another. The crowd began to discuss spiritedly, their opinions varied. All of them were full of praise for Yi Yun's swordsmanship that he displayed just now. There's a sword pavilion in the depths of the Divine Land. It's said that there are as many sword Dao experts as there are clouds. Could it be that this white-clothed youth sword cultivator is from there? An old man said with a frown. That's hard to say. Our Daluo region is close to the sea and can be considered the outermost region of the Divine Land. Who knows what kind of experts are in the depths of the Divine Land? Another cultivator quickly followed up. A force like the Sword Pavilion would probably have a Divine King expert. Why would such a terrifying force be interested in coming to our Daluo region? Another cultivator sneered. Then where could it be? The crowd began to guess. They were curious about the mysterious white-clothed youth, but at the same time, they felt terrified. As for Louis, who was in midair. As the #1 sword master of the Great Havenlaw region, he was dumbfounded when he saw the white-clothed youth executing such a miraculous sword technique. In this lifetime, she had immersed herself in the sword Dao for nearly 100,000 years, but she had never seen such a terrifying and brilliant sword technique. Such a simple sword technique was filled with endless mysteries in Louis's eyes. At this moment, she couldn't wait to rush over and ask the white-clothed youth for guidance. Why? You don't dare to attack anymore? Yi Yun looked at the black-clothed youth opposite him, shrugged, and smiled indifferently. Go to hell. The black-clothed youth went through a difficult mental struggle before he finally launched another attack. This time, he activated the Azura armor without holding back and unleashed the most powerful combat strength he had in his life. Boundless sword light shot out from his hand and covered the entire void. Every sword light contained unimaginable power. If it were to fall, the entire sword cloud sect would probably be buried together with it. Lu Yi's face instantly changed when she saw the situation. Even if she could withstand such an attack, she would be severely injured. Moreover, she might not be able to withstand all of those sword lights. After all, her cultivation wasn't enough. The attack of an ultimate god is just too terrifying. Countless people in the square looked at the sky in fear. If the white-clothed youth couldn't withstand it, the sword cloud sex formation wouldn't be able to withstand it. At that time, they would have to face so many terrifying sword lights directly. Only a few of them would be able to survive in the end. It's so terrifying. I wonder if young Master Yi can withstand it. Yi Wei's face changed drastically. Even though they were separated by the formation, she could feel how terrifying the black-clothed youth's attack was when he was enraged. Don't worry. My master can naturally withstand such an attack. The Netherblood Greenwood Dragon was extremely calm as he said with a relaxed smile. Is it that strong? The middle-aged man at the 7th level of the Divine Monarch realm next to him stared intently at the void. He was surprised to find that young Master Yi was still holding the silver longsword in front of his chest. He didn't even move in the face of the terrifying sword rain. Seeing this, his heart suddenly tightened. He actually used this move to withstand such a powerful sword light attack. Not only him, but even the sword honorable in the air had the same question in his heart. That's more like it. Yi Yan smiled faintly. His expression remained the same. His hand was still firmly holding the sword in front of his chest. How could the black-clothed youth's sword technique break through the wonders of the binary sword technique? The sword lights that filled the sky poured down like a tide. In an instant, there seemed to be an invisible force that forcibly grabbed the silver longsword in front of his chest. However, when it got close to the silver longsword, all the sword lights mysteriously disappeared. How is this possible? The black-clothed youth looked at all of this angrily and suddenly roared. This time, he directly turned into a meteor and rushed over, using the tip of his sword to pierce Shi Yun's forehead. The sword cultivator in white is really strong. He actually managed to block the opponent's ferocious attack again with just a miraculous swordsmanship. Yes. He forced the youth in black to attack at close range. If he still can't break the mysterious defensive sword technique of the youth in white, then he will be completely defeated. This sword technique is really unique. It's really too strong. The people in the square were discussing. Facing Yi Yan's binary sword technique, they all felt that it was an eye-opener. This sword technique was really too mysterious. Not bad. Finally, you're not a coward. Seeing that the youth in black wanted to attack him at close range, Yi Yan could not help but sneer. He still held the sword in front of his chest steadily and did not move. The life-state sword could defend against all attacks in the world. The youth in black was like a cannonball and suddenly stabbed in front of Yi Yan. However, when he was 30 feet away from him, the youth in black found that the tip of the sword that was originally going to stab between his eyebrows had inexplicably moved to his chest. His originally ferocious speed, at this moment, seemed to have entered a muddy swamp and rapidly slowed down. He only moved forward 20 feet. The youth in black could no longer pass the sword in his hand to Yi Yan. He was surprised to find that the sword in front of his chest seemed to connect the entire world. The power of heaven and earth fell on the silver sword. This powerful force made it impossible for any attack to break through. So strong, the youth in black was shocked. He quickly pulled out his sword and retreated. The first time he pulled out the sword, he did not succeed. The entire sword seemed to be stuck in mud and could not be pulled out at all. The second time he pulled out the sword, he used all the dermic power in his body and poured it into the Azura armor. He pulled out the sword in an instant. This person is so strong. I'm not his match. I have to leave this place quickly. The youth in black took a deep breath and immediately prepared to tear open the void and escape. Want to leave? Yi Yan tapped lightly with his hand. At this moment, he used the fixed body technique. The youth in black who was tearing open the void suddenly stopped and was fixed in midair like a clay statue. Yi Yan grabbed out with his hand, and an unimaginably vast power descended upon his body. The Azura armor on his body was forcibly pulled off and landed in Yi Yan's hands. Sword Sovereign, I've already taken back the Azura armor. Let's continue our battle. Yi Yan chuckled softly. He put away the azure armor and flew to the square, landing beside the Netherblood Greenwood dragon. The surrounding Divine Lord realm cultivators all took several steps back. Then, they looked at Yi Yun with eyes of worship and fanaticism. The mysterious white-robed swordsman was too powerful. His various divine abilities and methods were simply inconceivable. A first-level hierarch realm expert couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. He took the azure armor back so easily? In midair, Lui was dumbfounded. Her originally ice-cold and beautiful face also became extremely strange. In the void opposite her, the black-robed young man was still in the same posture of tearing the void, like a clay statue. Yi Yun lightly tapped the air with his hand. The fixed body technique on the youth in black immediately disappeared. The youth in black regained his freedom of movement in an instant. However, the great fear in his heart had already caused his body to stiffen. Just now, he was forcibly fixed in midair. Although his body couldn't move, his mind and consciousness could still move. What kind of divine ability is this? It made me unable to move all of a sudden. If a sword were to strike me, would I still be alive? The youth in black thought to himself in horror. Now that he had lost the azure armor, he no longer had the courage to fight against the imposing sword sovereign. Lui's delicate figure flashed and appeared in front of him in an instant, pointing her sword at his chest. Despair rose in the youth in black. He closed his eyes and prepared to abandon this body. Lui was agitated. She said coldly, "You destroyed my puppet. You deserve to die." Pfft. The sword in Lui's hand suddenly stabbed the youth in black's chest, piercing his heart on the spot. A ray of light suddenly rose from between the youth's eyebrows. It turned into an illusory figure in midair. "Lui, how dare you attack me?" The illusory primordial spirit in midair waved his arm and said angrily. Lui's expression was cold. She said indifferently, "If you didn't destroy those puppets, I would have taken into account our friendship." Haha, the illusory primordial spirit suddenly laughed. "Lui, I know that the man you like is already dead. You will never see him again in this lifetime. Compared to me losing a clone, you are much more miserable." Haha. Clone? Lui was stunned. The youth in black in front of her was just a clone. If his clone had already reached the half-step ultimate god realm, wouldn't his real body have already reached the ultimate god realm? How could this guy's cultivation speed be so fast? Lui, to tell you the truth, my real body has already broken through to the ultimate god realm. Sooner or later, I will find you for revenge. The illusory primordial spirit laughed twice. He looked at the youth in white on the square and said mockingly, "You are just an outsider. You can't stay in the Sword Cloud sect forever, right? As long as you leave, Lui won't be my opponent anymore." "What you said makes sense." Yi Yun smiled faintly. His expression was still very relaxed. So what if he had broken through to the ultimate god realm? He had plenty of ways to make Lui stronger. The illusory primordial spirit was about to speak when he suddenly fell into a trance. What happened just now?" The illusory primordial spirit shook his head. He could not believe the trance he felt just now. The corner of Yi Yun's mouth lifted, revealing a faint smile. At this moment, he activated the heavenly illusory eye and read the primordial spirit's memory. Through the memory, he found out that Jiang Hingyue of Tongtian Island was still alive. The guy in front of him thought highly of himself. After snatching the azure armor, he left on his own accord. He didn't take care of those puny true god realm cultivators along the way. His low cultivation base became Jiang Hingyue's trump card to save his life. The guy's real body was currently in a hidden grotto heaven far away from the Daluo region. He would not be able to come out in a short period of time. Sword Sovereign, it's not your style to cut the grass without removing the roots. As Yi Yun thought of this, he suddenly looked at Lui and revealed a smile on his face. Lui was stunned. Why did this sentence sound so familiar? 100,000 years ago, the man she loved the most also told her the same thing. Swoosh, Lui raised her sword without hesitation and killed the illusory primordial spirit with a slash. Lui, just you wait. I will be back sooner or later. The primordial spirit was split into two. Before it disappeared, it suddenly roared ferociously. The voice rumbled and spread throughout the entire Sword Cloud sect. Then, the primordial spirit that was split into two completely disappeared from heaven and earth. I'll be waiting. Lu Yi sheathed her sword and stood in the void like a peerless god-tier sword that emitted endless light. At this moment, the confident and cold sword sovereign stunned all the cultivators below. As expected of the honorable sword. Without the Azura armor, her senior brother is no match for the honorable sword even if he's at the half-step hierarch realm. The honorable sword is very strong, as expected of the number one sword Dao expert in the Daluo region. Many of the cultivators below looked at the graceful figure with a fanatical expression in their eyes. But there were also some who had a trace of worry in their eyes. After all, the black-clothed young man had said before he died that it was only a clone of him. And his real body had already cultivated to the hierarch realm. Such a cultivation base. If he came to the Daluo region to challenge the honorable sword might not be his match. The grand sacrificial ceremony has come to an end. Thank you all for coming. The honorable sword's cold voice suddenly spread in the air and announced the end of the grand ceremony. Many cultivators stared blankly at the beautiful honorable sword in the air, as if they were unwilling to leave. The honorable sword turned around. Before she left, she stared deeply at the white-clothed man standing in the square. As if she had thought of something, her eyes suddenly revealed a trace of pain. In the next moment, the honorable sword disappeared into thin air. Wait for me here. Looking at the pain in Lu Yi's beautiful eyes, Yi Yun's heartstrings were suddenly pulled. He sighed, patted the netherblood greenwood dragon's shoulder and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yi Yun naturally knew Lu Yi's feelings. His white clothes, the familiar back view, and the familiar last sentence all evoked all kinds of memories in Lu Yi's heart from 100,000 years ago. According to Yi Yun's guess, Lu Yi would have to find a secluded place to cry again. It couldn't be helped. The stronger a woman looked, the softer and weaker her heart was. At this moment, Yi Yun silently appeared in front of a green bamboo house in the back mountain of the Sword Cloud sect. At this moment, he saw Lu Yi in the bamboo house. Yi Yun's eyes flickered. The honorable sword, whose name shook the entire Daluo region, was powerlessly lying on the ground. She was holding a piece of peach wood in her left hand and a silver knife in her right hand. She was constantly carving on the peachwood. While she was carving, she kept crying. Her beautiful little face was like a pear blossom in the rain as she cried her heart out. Seeing Lu Yi's crying appearance, Yi Yun didn't know why he suddenly wanted to laugh. However, he took a deep breath and held it back. Yi Yun walked closer to the bamboo house. His steps were very light, without any aura. Sword Venerable, who had his head lowered in grief, did not sense that someone had walked in. The door was gently pushed. Yi Yun walked in and stood behind Lu Yi like a ghost. Sob, Lu Yi cried as she carved. At this moment, she cried even more sadly. Her tears slid down her robe and soaked the peachwood in her hand. Yi Yunli. This little girl was crying so sadly. However, after thinking about it, he could understand. A white light enveloped Yi Yun's face, and his appearance changed. He returned to his original appearance. Yi Yunli stood quietly behind Lu Yi. He looked at the familiar back view and remained silent. He allowed Lu Yi to vent her sadness. Brother Yun, you've been dead for 100,000 years, but I'm still alive. This feeling is too torturous. Every time I think of you, I will carve a puppet. As Lu Yi cried, she kept spinning the silver knife. Wood shavings fell, and the peachwood quickly turned into a lifelike puppet. Yi Yunli looked at the puppet and smiled. Lu Yi was a master of the sword Dao. Her carving skills were superb. Other than the fact that it didn't have a face, the puppet's temperament and appearance were almost identical to him. This girl, it's been hard on her, Yi Yunli sighed in his heart, and his gaze turned gentle. He gently extended his hand and was about to touch Lu Yi's head. Suddenly, his hand stopped in midair. That was because Lu Yi spoke again. Brother Yun, that annoying eldest senior brother of mine destroyed all the puppets here yesterday. This is my 100,000 years of hard work. Now, there's nothing left. I hate it so much. Lu Yi raised the peachwood puppet in her left hand and looked at it as she cried bitterly. At this moment, suddenly, a warm and familiar voice rang out from behind her. Although the peachwood puppet is gone, I, a living person, am here. How is it? Isn't this a surprise? Lu Yili was stunned when she heard this voice. Why did this voice sound so much like her brother Yan's? Why was he speaking beside her ear? His tone, intonation, and speed were exactly the same. Just as she was in shock, a gentle hand suddenly landed on Lu Yi's head. Aya. Who is it? Lu Yili shuddered and jumped up like a monkey. She turned around abruptly, and with a flash of silver light, a sword appeared in her hand. Why? Are you thinking of murdering your husband? Yi Yan retracted his hand and smiled faintly as he looked at the flustered Lu Yi. Lu Yi pointed her sword at Yi Yan, her eyes wide open as though they were about to pop out of their sockets. She looked at him in extreme shock. At that moment, Lu Yi's heart was in turmoil. The white-robed figure in front of her was actually Yi Yun, whom she had yearned for 100,000 years. Her beloved brother Yun. However, hadn't Yi Yun been dead for 100,000 years, why did he suddenly appear in front of her? Could it be that all of this was an illusion? Did someone take advantage of her weak state of mind and cast an illusion spell on her? Who exactly are you? Lu Yi suppressed her agitated emotions and gritted her teeth as she asked in a trembling voice. I'm Yi Yun. I'm here for you. Yi Yun said with a smile. At that moment, he seemed to recall the scene when he came out of the coffin and scared Luo Li half to death. It was exactly the same as now. Don't lie to me. Brother Yun has been dead for 100,000 years. Quick, tell me, who are you? Lu Yi asked warily. You little girl, why don't you believe me? Yi Yun smiled, took out a sword, and casually practiced the Nine Heavens Lotus technique. This sword technique was created by him and Lu Yi together. 9 Heavens Lotus technique. Are you really Brother Yun? Looking at the white-robed figure in front of her as he slowly used the 9 Heavens Lotus technique, Lu Yi was so agitated that she was on the verge of a breakdown. It's me. Silly girl, I'm really not dead. I came from the Tsangnan continent and entered the divine land to find you. Yi Yun put away his sword and welcomed Lu Yi with open arms. Brother Yun. Lu Yi shouted agitatedly. At that moment, she finally confirmed that the person in front of her was Yi Yun. She threw away the sword in her hand and charged over like a beam of light. Yi Yun hugged Lu Yi tightly in his arms. Yi Yun raised his eyebrows as he hugged the warm and smooth Lu Yi and felt her voluptuous figure. He said with a smile, Silly girl, I haven't seen you for 100,000 years, but your figure is still so good. Brother Yun, you're making fun of me again. Lu Yi, who was crying agitatedly, suddenly stopped crying and smiled. 2 red clouds rose on her beautiful face. I'm not joking. Haha, Yi Yun laughed as one of his hands slipped down and landed on Lu Yi's perky butt. It's been 100,000 years, but your figure hasn't changed at all. You're still so silly and so cute. Yi Yun retracted his hand and used his index finger to gently tickle Lu Yi's fair nose. Lu Yi blushed as her favorite lover caressed her buttocks and then her nose was scraped. She was so happy that she was about to die. At that moment, the invincible sword venerate whose name shook the great Luo region was as red as a ripe apple. She lowered her head shyly like a young lady who was about to get married. Today's 3 chapters, this is the first chapter, Big Brother Yun, you've been missing for 100,000 years. Where have you been all these years? After calming down, Lu Yi lifted her head and looked at Yi Yun with her beautiful, pitch-black eyes. My essence soul accidentally entered a mysterious cultivation space and cultivated for 100,000 years before being resurrected. Yi Yun sighed and casually brushed over the matter of signing in. Big Brother Yun, that mysterious sword cultivator from before was you, right? Lu Yi blinked her beautiful eyes and asked. That's right. I almost caused a disaster this time, Yi Yun sighed. Big Brother Yun, what do you mean? Lu Yi scratched her head and asked in confusion. Yi Yun touched his wrist lightly and took out the Shura armor. He sighed and said, I went to the 9th sea some time ago and gave this Shura armor to a junior. I didn't expect that black-robed youth to snatch this divine armor and almost cause you great harm. At this point, Yi Yun also sighed endlessly. Fortunately, he had gone to the Netherworld Immortal Cave. If he hadn't gone to the Netherworld Immortal Cave, he wouldn't have met the Netherblood Azurewood Dragon, and he wouldn't have gone to the Divine Land to find Nangong Yu again. He didn't expect that, instead of finding Nangongyu, he would find Lui. This was a huge surprise for Yi Yun. After 100,000 years, a beautiful girlfriend from 100,000 years ago suddenly appeared in front of him. How could he not be excited? Big brother Yun, you don't have to blame yourself. If it weren't for you this time, I'm afraid I would have been seriously injured by that guy. Lui stretched out her slender, jade-like hands and gently caressed Yi Yun's handsome face as she spoke gently. You're still so beautiful. Yi Yun was a little moved. He cupped Lui's beautiful face with both hands and gently kissed her. Lui closed her eyes and opened her sexy red lips slightly, waiting for the storm to come. Two mouths, after 100,000 years, collided once again. An indescribable electric current immediately spread through the two people's bodies. Yi Yun's invincible and lonely Dao heart became more lively at this moment. The number one bully of the Sunnan continent from 100,000 years ago seemed to have been resurrected at this moment. While kissing Lui, Yi Yun reached out without hesitation. The entire bamboo building had a powerful defensive restriction laid down by Yi Yun. Then, inside the bamboo building, the sound of birds chirping could be heard. The scenery of spring was boundless. For the second time in 100,000 years, a world-destroying heavenly thunder and earthly fire was quietly taking place in the bamboo building. Rumble, accompanied by a loud bang, the bamboo building was actually shattered. Fortunately, there was a powerful restriction blocking it, so no one was able to see clearly what was happening inside. Ha ha ha, Yi Yun's clear voice reverberated within the restriction. At this moment, he was standing in the smoke and dust, laughing heartily. On the other hand, Lui was hanging on him like a koala bear. Her face was red as she hid her head on his shoulder. Big brother Yun, the bamboo building collapsed. Aren't you a little too strong? Lui said coquettishly. It can't be helped. I haven't done this for 100,000 years. I'm a little rusty. I didn't control my physical strength well, Yi Yun smiled faintly. He didn't mind at all. His physical body was the Zulong body, the strongest physical body in the world. He had just started, and the bamboo building couldn't withstand it and collapsed. Of course, this bamboo building wasn't an ordinary one, but it still couldn't withstand the powerful strength of Yi Yun's physical body. After hearing Yi Yun's words, Lui's face became even more tender and red. However, the two of them were clearly not newbies. They were already familiar with each other 100,000 years ago. Lui raised her head and looked at Yi Yun. She was a little dazed. Just as she was about to continue, Yi Yun suddenly waved his hand. A beam of light flashed, and an immortal palace appeared where the bamboo building was originally destroyed. Big brother Yun, what treasure is this? Lui asked in surprise. This is the Bronze Immortal Palace. It's considered a superior grade divine spatial treasure. Yi Yun laughed. After explaining, he carried Lui and disappeared on the spot. The two of them entered the Bronze Immortal Palace and continued the heaven lightning and earth fire from 100,000 years ago. 3 days later, a woman in white suddenly floated down from afar. What's going on? Why is there an additional restriction outside Master's bamboo building? The woman in white was extremely shocked. She used her divine consciousness to try to break through but realized that she couldn't break through at all. Due to the restriction, she couldn't see anything inside. I think Master is cultivating. I'll come back in a few days, the woman in white thought for a while and floated away. Meanwhile, on the plaza of the Sword Cloud Sect's main peak, the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon sat cross-legged in the center of the plaza, motionless. Master had already been gone for 3 days. There was still no movement, so he could only wait here. In these 3 days, there were Sword Cloud Sect disciples who invited him to rest elsewhere, but they were all rejected by the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon. Master wanted him to wait here, so he would continue to wait. Therefore, only his lonely figure was left in the huge plaza. Those Sword Cloud Sect disciples naturally knew that this demon youth with a pitifully low cultivation was the mysterious white-robed sword cultivator's mount. Thus, they didn't dare to disturb him. In a flash, another 7 days passed. The woman in white descended to the back mountain again and realized that the restriction was still there. She shouted twice outside but didn't receive any response. She could only return resentfully. On the 10th day, A delicate and soft voice begged for mercy came from within the bronze immortal palace. Big Brother Yun, please spare me? All right. Seeing Lu Yi's pitiful appearance, Yi Yan smiled and finally stopped. Bang, Lu Yi's sexy body suddenly trembled like lightning. She was pleasantly surprised to find that she had actually broken through from the 10th level of the Divine Lord Realm to the peak of the 10th level of the Divine Lord Realm. I broke through, Big Brother Yun. I actually broke through. Lu Yi shouted excitedly as she danced with joy like a child. Yes, Yi Yan smiled happily. He had the Zulong body, so his physical body was unimaginably strong. The life essence he released flowed into Lu Yi's body and naturally allowed her to break through. This was also considered a kind of dual cultivation method. However, this kind of cultivation method could only be used once in a while. If it was used for a long time, the cultivation foundation wouldn't be deep enough and stable enough. Yi Yan also saw that Lu Yi was stuck at the 10th level of the Divine Lord Realm and wanted to lend her a hand. In the future, Yi Yan wouldn't do that. He would let Lu Yi consume a divine elixir to quickly break through to the Divine Lord Realm. Big Brother Yun, after 100,000 years, you're really getting stronger and stronger. I can't see through you anymore. Your current cultivation must have reached the Divine Lord Realm, right? Lu Yi looked at Yi Yan with her charming eyes and asked. Not yet. I'm at the same realm as you, the peak of the 10th level of the Divine Lord Realm. Yi Yan said with a smile. What? Brother Yun. You're only at the peak of the 10th level of the Divine Monarch Realm? Lu Yi's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Relying on his peak level 10 Divine Monarch Realm cultivation, Yi Yan easily defeated his first level Hierarch Realm senior brother without wearing any armor. As for her eldest senior brother, he used all his strength to attack, but he was still unable to break through his mystical sword move. Such combat strength, such divine power, it could be said that he was truly a peerless talent that was unparalleled throughout the ages. Brother Yun, he was indeed the strongest Eternal Realm expert in the Cangnan continent. Now that he was in the Divine Land, he could easily defeat cultivators of the same level and even fight those of a higher level. For a moment, Lu Yi's beautiful eyes were filled with countless colorful stars. She was like a little fangirl as she buried her head in Yi Yan's chest. I'm about to break through and need to go out. Come with me. Yi Yan said with a smile as he looked in the direction of the 9th Sea region. He still had to return the Shura armor to Jianghingyue. Tongtian Island was the first stop of the Shenlong sect. He still had to add some defensive formations and set up some backup attacks. He had to prevent any rascals from coming to snatch the Shura armor. After dealing with this matter, Yi Yan was ready to find a place in the 9th Sea region to break through to the Divine Monarch Realm. Then, Yi Yan would bring Lu Yi back to the Sword Cloud sect and accompany her for a while. Yi Yan did not have the intention to let Lu Yi return to the Cangnan continent for the time being. After all, there was no divinity in the spiritual energy of that place. It was meaningless for Lu Yi to go back. As for the descendant of the Sword Monarch Palace, he was many generations away from Lu Yi. There was no need to see him. Big Brother Yun, what kind of sword technique is that? It's really amazing. Can you teach it to me? Lu Yi recalled the shocking battle in the past and was instantly interested in Yi Yan's sword technique. She was a sword fanatic to begin with. Other than her lover, the most important thing in her heart was the sword Dao. Now that she saw the man she loved had such an unfathomable swordsmanship, she naturally wanted to learn it. This dual primordial sword art is not a powerful sword art, so I can teach it to you. Yi Yan smiled and tapped Lu Yi's forehead with his finger. An inheritance was imprinted on her forehead. Lu Yi seemed to have been enlightened in an instant, and her entire expression became solemn. What a powerful sword technique. One attack and one defense, exquisite beyond compare. Big Brother Yun, is this your self-created sword technique? Lu Yi said solemnly. You could say that. I've been bored for the past 100,000 years, so I created some sword techniques and divine abilities. Yi Yan said with a smile. He definitely couldn't tell anyone about signing in. Now, he could only take the blame himself. Fortunately, Lu Yi trusted him and did not think too deeply about it. Let's go. Follow me to the 9th Sea. Yi Yin stood up, and with a thought, the white robe appeared on his body. Lui also stood up with a red face. However, after putting on the robe, she took a moment to tidy up her makeup. Looking at the beautiful face in the mirror, Yi Yin couldn't help but think of his other female confidants. How great would it be if the other girls were also alive? After seeing Lui tidy up, Yi Yin pointed at the bronze immortal palace and said with a smile, "I'll give you this treasure as well. Refine it for the time being." "Thank you, big brother Yun." Lui was overjoyed. Then, she followed Yi Yun's instructions and began to refine the bronze immortal palace. This bronze immortal palace could not only be used as a daily residence. It could also be used as a powerful defensive Dharma treasure. Once inside, one would be safe. One could even use the entire bronze immortal palace as a powerful offensive Dharma treasure. It had many uses, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Its offensive and defensive power was extremely great. After refining the bronze immortal palace, Lui put it away. Yi Yin removed the restriction at the side. At this moment, a white-clothed woman, who was waiting beside the restriction, was dumbfounded as she looked at the 2 figures inside. The white-clothed youth before her was actually somewhat similar to the mysterious white-clothed sword cultivator. "Master," the white-clothed woman was flustered as she looked at her master helplessly. At this moment, the sword venerate, whose name shook the entire Daluo region, was blushing as she stood beside the white-clothed youth. Her entire body was exuding an indescribable moving aura. As the disciple of the sword venerate, the white-clothed woman had never seen her master so happy in all these years. That kind of joy came from the bottom of her heart. It wasn't fake in the slightest. Could it be, this mysterious white-clothed youth was the man that her master had been thinking about for so many years? What's the matter?" Lui coughed and quickly adjusted her body and mind to make herself look more dignified. With her hands behind her back, she looked at the white-clothed woman opposite her. This was her eldest disciple, Bai Yu'er. "Master, many factions have sent quite a lot of 10,000-year-old peach wood for this grand sacrificial ceremony. I brought them all for you." Bai Yu'er's expression was slightly flustered. She hurriedly took out a storage ring and handed it over respectfully with both hands. "There's no need." Lui smiled and looked at Yi Yun with tender eyes. She said softly, "Master's Dao heart has already been perfected. Now, there's no need for me to carve peachwood puppets." "Congratulations, Master." Bai Yu'er had a flash of inspiration. In an instant, she realized something and revealed a look of joy. She hurriedly knelt on the ground. "Get up. You have to take care of the sect for the next few days." "I'm going out." Lui waved her sleeves, and a wave of dermic power swept out and helped Bai Yu'er up. "Yes, Master." Bai Yu'er hurriedly agreed. "Brother Yun, let's go." Lui looked at Yi Yun and said tenderly. "Okay." Yi Yun nodded and looked at Bai Yu'er meaningfully. After tampering with her memories, he tore open the void and disappeared with Lui. Yi Yun naturally couldn't let anyone in the Divine Land see his true face. Therefore, he tampered with Bai Yu'er's memories in time. As he had to return to the Sword Cloud sect to accompany Lui for a period of time, Yi Yin didn't bring the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon with him. As for the Tsungnan continent, Yi Yin wasn't worried for the time being. After all, with the Azure Heavenly Dragon, a Divine Lord Divine Dragon, overseeing the Shenlong sect, there shouldn't be any problems with the 3 juniors. Yi Yin constantly tore open the void and rushed from the Daluo territory to the 9th ocean. "Brother Yun, we're both at the peak of the Divine Lord Divine Realm, but I can only tear open the void for tens of thousands of miles. I can't tear open the void for billions of miles like you," Lui said in shock as she watched Yi Yin tear open the void with ease. "When you master the dual sword technique and break through to the ultimate god realm, you'll be very strong too." Yi Yin didn't take it to heart and said with a smile. After continuously tearing open the void, Yi Yin quickly arrived in the vicinity of Tongtian Island in the 9th ocean. There was a fluctuation in the void. 2 people walked out from it. Outside, the sounds of battle shook the heavens and whistling could be heard incessantly. He glanced around. To Yi Yin's surprise, Tongtian Island was being besieged by thousands of cultivators. The Jiang family's troops were barely able to maintain their undefeated position by relying on the original formation on Tongtian Island. The surrounding cultivators took out all kinds of magic treasures and threw out colorful lights at the protective formation. Boom, after a series of wild bombardments, the grand formation of Heavenspan Island finally shattered. I've let the old master down. On Clear Sky Island, Xianxia smiled bitterly as he watched the formation shatter and a large number of cultivators swarm in like locusts. The azure armor that the old master had bestowed upon him was snatched away by a mysterious expert. Later on, the news spread out for some reason. Clear Sky Island, the largest island in the 10th Sea region, had the intention of encroaching on the 9th Sea region and was prepared to attack Clear Sky Island, the largest island in the 9th Sea region, to use it as a springboard for their expansion. The 10th Sea region was the most remote among the 10 sea regions and was also the weakest. Therefore, thousands of cultivators attacked the formation madly for dozens of days before finally shattering it. Clear Sky Island will belong to Clear Sky Island once we kill the Jiang family. A peak level 10 true god old man stood in midair and waved his hand, a maniacal smile appearing on his skinny face. Kill. The surrounding cultivators of Clear Sky Island swarmed over like a tidal wave. A large-scale massacre was about to unfold. Swoosh, suddenly, a powerful aura descended from the void. Instantly, all the cultivators from both sides were immobilized, feeling as though a huge mountain was pressing down on them, making it difficult for them to even breathe. The cultivators from both sides were shocked. To be able to create such an earth-shattering aura, there was no doubt that a Divine Lord expert had arrived. Why is there a Divine Lord expert here? The old man from Clear Sky Island was also frightened out of his wits. Could it be, did a small Clear Sky Island have a Divine Lord expert backing them? If there really was a Divine Lord expert backing them, Clear Sky Island Master Xianxia's divine-grade armor should not have been snatched away. Could it be, the old master is here? Xianxia looked at the void in surprise and joy, but he did not see the old master's figure. Other than the old master, which Divine Lord expert would come to save Clear Sky Island at this time? Lin Yanran, who was standing beside Xianxia, said with a smile, feeling calm. Xianxia nodded silently. However, he searched the void but did not see any trace of the old master's arrival. Swoosh! At this moment, a beautiful figure in red suddenly descended from the void without any warning. The beautiful lady in red was covered with countless tiny sword lights. The sword lights were bright and dazzling. The surrounding True God Realm cultivators couldn't see the lady's face clearly. What a powerful sword cultivator, and a Divine Lord cultivator at that. This, Xianxia stared dumbfoundedly at the red figure in the air and swallowed hard. This scene was different from what he had imagined. Wasn't it supposed to be Master's arrival? When he thought of the old master, the image of a young man in white fluttering clothes appeared in his mind. His charm was unparalleled, and his handsomeness was otherworldly. A casual glance from him was enough to look down on the entire world. Lin Yanran was also dumbfounded as she stared blankly at the woman in red who had suddenly appeared. Although she couldn't see her face clearly, her intuition told her that the lady was extremely beautiful. Compared to her, she was like a firefly compared to the moon. They couldn't be compared. Lu floated in the void and looked at the weak True God Realm cultivators around her. Finally, she looked at the group of cultivators who had attacked Clear Sky Island, and the one with the highest cultivation was an old man at the peak of level 10 True God Realm. Are you the leader? Lu asked indifferently. She had descended because of Yi Yun's request. Yi Yun didn't want to expose himself. It was enough to let the Sword Venerate of the Daluo region deal with such a small matter. At this moment, Yi Yun was hiding in the void and looking at Lu showing the domineering side of the Sword Venerate. He couldn't help but recall the passion in the Bronze Immortal Palace and smiled. What two extremes, cold as ice to the enemy, passionate as fire to the lover. This was Lu. A sword fanatic who had been obsessed with the sword Dao for 100,000 years. Senior, I am the Island Master of Clear Sky Island from the 10th Ocean region. May I know what advice you have for me? The old man panicked and immediately knelt in the air. Do you recognize this token? Lu shouted and flicked her finger. A red sword-shaped token appeared in front of the old man. This? Looking at the simple and exquisite sword-shaped token, the old man's face changed drastically. This was the Sword Venerate token of the Daluo region. Seeing this token was like seeing the Sword Venerate himself. As the island master of Clear Sky Island, the strongest force in the 10th Ocean region, this old man had naturally been to the Daluo region before. He knew that the strongest force in the Daluo region was the Sword Cloud sect. The reason why the Sword Cloud sect was the strongest was because of the powerful Sword Venerate. In the entire Daluo region, no one dared to be disrespectful to the Sword Venerate. Not to mention that he was only a small island master in the 10th Ocean region. Greetings, Sword Venerate. The old man immediately kowtowed 3 times to the sword-shaped token. After kowtowing, he prostrated himself on the ground and didn't dare to get up. When the cultivators of Clear Sky Island saw their island master being so respectful, they were all shocked. Most of them hadn't even gone out of the 10th Ocean region, so they didn't know the name of the Daluo region's Sword Venerate. Who's the Sword Venerate? How did he scare that fellow to such an extent? Jiang Hingyue's gaze was blank as he turned his head to look at Lin Yanran. Looking at the sword-shaped token, Lin Yanran's expression changed drastically and her delicate body trembled. Husband, this is the Sword Venerate token of the Daluo region's Sword Cloud sect. Could this be the famous Sword Venerate? Lin Yanran said with a trembling voice. Daluo region. Sword Cloud sect, Jiang Hingyue muttered to himself and suddenly shivered as he recalled. The Daluo region was adjacent to the First Ocean region and was an extremely powerful territory. There were countless divine monarchs there and they were many times stronger than the strength of the 10th Ocean region. Among the many forces in the Daluo region, the strongest was the Sword Cloud sect. The strongest in the Sword Cloud sect was the Sword Venerate. He could be said to be the #1 swordsman in the Daluo region. At this moment, Lin Yanran looked at the red figure with a fanatical gaze and muttered to herself, Senior Sword Venerate, why would you come to such a remote place like the 9th Ocean region? Could it be that the Sword Venerate is here to ask about the divine armor? Jiang Hingyue suddenly had such a thought in his mind and he suddenly became anxious. A god-grade Azura armor brought him unparalleled glory and an unimaginable boost to his battle prowess. However, it had also brought about a disaster. Fortunately, the divine monarchs didn't kill him at that time. That was why he was still alive. Now that a divine monarch Sword Venerate had come, could it be that he wanted to inquire about the origin of the divine armor? Jiang Hingyue clenched his teeth. At this moment, he decided that even if he had to die, he would never reveal any information about his master. He took out a poison pill and placed it under the tip of his tongue. He was prepared to die at any time if there was any abnormal situation. Lin Yanran's attention had always been on the Sword Venerate in the void and didn't notice his small action. However, Yi Yun, who was in the void, noticed Jiang Hingyue's action. He glanced at it and saw that the pill was highly poisonous. Once he bit it and swallowed it, Jiang Hingyue would die instantly. This little guy really didn't let me down. Yi Yun smiled gently and there was a tinge of approval in his eyes. Today's 3 chapters, the first chapter. A ray of light flashed and the Sword Supreme token returned to Lui's hand. I'll give you 2 choices. First, your Clear Island will surrender to Clear Sky Island. Second, all of you will reunite in Hell. A cold light flashed in Lui's eyes as she spoke indifferently. The old man shuddered as he was almost frightened to death by the Sword Supreme's words. He could clearly hear the meaning behind the Sword Supreme's words. He never imagined that Clear Sky Island was actually under the protection of the Sword Supreme of the Daluo region's Sword Cloud sect. If he knew, he wouldn't dare to attack Clear Sky Island even if he was given 10,000 guts. Not to mention him, even if all the forces of the other 9 seas were united, they wouldn't dare to challenge the Sword Cloud sect of the Daluo region. The Sword Supreme alone could annihilate everyone in the 10 seas. The strength of both sides were not on the same level. Reporting to the Sword Supreme, my Clear Island is willing to surrender to Clear Sky Island. The old man pondered for a few seconds before he quickly made up his mind. He kowtowed again and chose the first option. Okay. Lui nodded lightly before she turned around and landed in front of Jiang Hingyue and Lin Yanran. Go take over Clear Sky Island. Now, they are one of the powers under Clear Sky Island. In the future, with my Sword Cloud sect protecting all of you, there won't be any power in the 10 great seas that would dare to have any ill intentions towards you. Lui looked at Jiang Hingyue as her cold expression disappeared and she spoke with a smile. Thank you, Senior. Lin Yanran was overjoyed as she knelt down in front of Lui. Jiang Hingyue was still in a daze. This happiness came too suddenly and he couldn't react as he stood there in a daze. Suddenly, a white figure flashed and he saw the familiar old master. Yi Yin suddenly appeared. However, he added a layer of restriction around Jiang Hingyue so no one could see him. Go and deal with the matters of Clear Island before coming to the backyard to see me. Yi Yin smiled and instructed. Yes, old master. Jiang Hingyue's emotions surged as he unintentionally bit the poison pill hidden under his tongue. What was even more shocking was that after the excited Jiang Hingyue bit the poison pill, he swallowed it without realizing it. Plop, in the next moment, Jiang Hingyue fell to the ground. Fortunately, there were restrictions all around, so no one saw Jiang Hingyue's embarrassment. Lin Yanran was shocked. Husband, what's wrong? Lin Yanran squatted down and picked up Jiang Hingyue. At this time, Jiang Hingyue's entire body was pitch black, as if a layer of black paint had been painted on his body. Lui was also stunned. Who would have thought that Jiang Hingyue would suddenly take poison and commit suicide? Could it be that this fella had done something wrong to Big Brother Yun? This Jiang Hingyue really makes people worry sometimes. Yi Yin shook his head and smiled bitterly. He flicked his finger and a drop of triple brilliance holy water flew into Jiang Hingyue's mouth. After Jiang Hingyue drank the triple light sacred water, the black color on his body immediately disappeared. Then, he suddenly opened his eyes. There's no need to explain. Let's deal with those people from Bright Connection Island first. Yi Yin waved his sleeves and pushed Lin Yanran and Jiang Hingyue out. He and Lui went to the backyard. After an hour, Jiang Hingyue hurriedly entered a courtyard in the backyard. In order to keep it a secret, he didn't even bring his wife, Lin Yanran, in. At this moment, Yi Yin was sitting in a pavilion with Linny, looking at a few golden fish in the lake below, talking and laughing softly. Jiang Hingyue hurried over. When he saw Yi Yin, he knelt down suddenly. Master, I couldn't keep the Shura armor you gave me. It was snatched away. Jiang Hingyue was frustrated, and tears fell from his eyes. I already know the details of this matter. You don't have to blame yourself. Yi Yin smiled indifferently. He couldn't blame Jiang Hingyue for this matter. Facing the black-clothed young man at the peak of the 10th level of the Divine Lord realm, few people in the entire Daluo region were his opponents. Not to mention this remote 9th Sea region. Master, I'm sorry for your careful cultivation. Jiang Hingyue was still kneeling on the ground, crying and getting sadder. That was a god-level armor that could accompany him for a lifetime, forever allowing his combat power to far surpass his peers. But the Shura armor had long been snatched away. He, the island master of Tongtian Island, was so weak. Even with the protection of the Daluo Jade Sword Cloud sect, he didn't live up to his name. Brother Yun, this little guy is crying so sadly. Lui's eyelids narrowed into a crescent shape, and she sent a voice transmission with a smile. After all, it's a god-level armor. Even if it's a Divine Lord Realm cultivator, they will be heartbroken if they lose it. Yi Yin touched his nose, looked at Lui gently, and said with a smile. Lui nodded. Even if she was strong, she still wanted to get a god-level armor. In this case, her combat power could be comparable to a great cultivator in the Divine Lord Realm. Unfortunately, a god-level armor could only be found by chance. As for the Shura armor, Big Brother Yun probably only had one. He gave it to this true god realm little guy in front of him. After getting it back, he would probably give it to him again. Lui's thoughts. Yi Yun naturally didn't know. If he knew, Yi Yun would definitely be very embarrassed. There were so many god-tier armors in his storage that he couldn't even count them all. How could there only be one? That would be looking down on him too much. Not only were there god-level armors, but there were also super god-level armors and even higher quality armors. They were all piled up in the warehouse. He signed in for 100,000 years. All the good things in the universe seemed to have been sent to his warehouse. To Yi Yun, resources were not a problem at all. But Yi Yun wouldn't use his resources recklessly. He knew his limits. Yi Yun took out the Shura armor and said to Jiang Hingyue with a smile, I've already killed that Divine Lord Realm guy. I've already snatched the Shura armor back for you. Now that I've returned it to its owner, you can take it. Hearing these words, Jiang Hingyue suddenly raised his head and immediately saw the Xianxia armor in Yi Yun's hand. Jiang Hingyue was excited and his breathing quickened. This was the Shura armor that he had yearned for day and night. He didn't expect to see it again one day. Master, my cultivation is too low. Even if I get the Shura armor, I won't be able to protect it. After hesitating for a while and experiencing an intense mental struggle, Jiang Hingyue gritted his teeth and shook his head, rejecting Yi Yun's good intentions. If I ask you to accept it, then accept it. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Not to mention that Tongtian Island will be protected by the Sword Cloud sect of the Great Luo region in the future. I will also strengthen the arrangements on Tongtian Island and not let others attack, so, you can rest assured and be the island master of Tongtian Island. And this place will also be the #1 door of our Shenlong sect in the future. Yi Yun berated. These words made Jiang Hingyue feel so ashamed that she lowered her head. He didn't expect that his master would continue to put him in an important position. This moved him too much. Jiang Hingyue moved his knees continuously and almost crawled in front of Yi Yun. He respectfully received the Shura armor with both hands. Yi Yun stood up and took out a divine formation. Pulling out a divine class formation from the storehouse, he tossed it out. The formation transformed into a streak of light that shot into the sea around Heavenspan Island. This is the formation's control token. Yi Yun handed a token to Jiang Hingyue and said with a smile, this is the Vajra demon subduing formation. Even several divine venerables can't break through it easily. So strong. Hearing his master's words, Jiang Hingyue's breathing quickened and he was so shocked that he almost fainted. Above a remote part of the 10th ocean, the void rippled. Two silhouettes walked out from inside. It was Yi Yun and Lu Yi. After setting up the god-level formation on Tongtian Island and instructing Jiang Hingyue, Yi Yun and Lu Yi left Tongtian Island and came to the 10th ocean. The 10th ocean was even more remote and had fewer islands. Yi Yun was prepared to break through to the ultimate god realm here. Big Brother Yun, it's extremely difficult to break through from the Divine Lord realm to the ultimate god realm. There's only one chance. Many people fail and can't break through again for the rest of their lives. Lu Yi held Yi Yun's hand and said softly, Big Brother Yun, do you want to prepare for a while more? That way, you'll have a better chance of breaking through to the ultimate god realm. What you said is for the cultivators of the divine land. It's useless for a native of the Sungnan continent like me. Yi Yun looked at Lu Yi with a half-smile. He suddenly reached out and scratched her fair nose. Lu Yi blushed immediately. She was originally talking to Yi Yun seriously, but she did not expect to be teased instead. However, the two of them often did this 100,000 years ago. Lu Yi was used to it. Looking at Lu Yi, who was as shy as a red apple, Yi Yun seemed to be in a trance. He seemed to recall many things from 100,000 years ago. The first time he saw Lu Yi, she was a cold sword goddess. Back then, he was the #1 bully in the Sungnan continent. He racked his brains to get close to this cold goddess. He used all kinds of methods and finally captured her heart. It was very difficult. Yi Yun suddenly recalled that Lu Yi had a fiancé 100,000 years ago, who was beaten half to death by him. That brat was scared by Yi Yun's beating, so he hurriedly went to the Lu family's door and quickly cancelled the marriage. Lu Yi's parents were furious at that time, thinking of the past. Yi Yun now felt that it was quite interesting. Perhaps when he was young and frivolous, he lived a little like Wei Xiaobao and the deer and the cauldron. Regardless, I hope that Brother Yun will be more careful. Many people are injured by the heavenly tribulation when breaking through to this realm. They need to recuperate for a period of time to recover. Lu Yi took a deep breath and said tenderly, Don't worry, my beautiful Yi. Yi Yun laughed loudly and turned to leave Lu Yi. In the next moment, he appeared tens of thousands of miles away. They were surrounded by vast seawater, and there were no islands in sight. It was very suitable for a breakthrough. Whoosh, Yi Yun's body suddenly grew taller as he stood at a height of several 100,000 feet. He circulated the enormous magic power in his body and began to break through to the hierarch realm. Yi Yun was only one step away from the divine venerable realm. He only needed to poke it lightly to break it. Boom, Yi Yun's body trembled as his aura soared rapidly. At this moment, Yi Yin had broken through to the hierarch realm. Next, he would be baptized by the heavenly tribulation. Lu Yi looked at this scene from afar and couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes in shock. He broke through so quickly, Brother Yun seemed to have just broken through. How did he break through to the hierarch realm so quickly? Since when did the hierarch realm become as easy as drinking water and eating? This was too unbelievable. Lu Yi recalled the ancient records in the sect. Any divine lord realm cultivator who wanted to break through to the hierarch realm had to make all kinds of preparations in order to have a chance of breaking through. Who would have thought that Yi Yin would break through so easily? Boom! A large area of thick dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky. Bolts of blood-red lightning shuttled through the clouds like giant dragons. Although the lightning hadn't struck yet, it was already emitting a terrifying aura. All the creatures at the bottom of the sea had already fled far away. Lu Yi, who was hiding in the distance, was shocked when she felt the aura of the blood-red lightning. It was too terrifying. Every bolt of the hierarch realm lightning tribulation was so terrifying. With her current strength, she might not be able to withstand even one bolt. There was a sudden change in the weather in the 10th Sea region. Although it was only concentrated in a small area, the terrifying aura still affected the entire 10th Sea region. Even many islands in the 9th Sea region felt the terrifying aura. Many cultivators fled the island in fear. Come on! Yi Yin looked at the blood-red lightning in the sky and raised his eyebrows. He laughed contemptuously. He had the Zulong physique, the indestructible physique. Any lightning tribulation in front of him was like a tickle to him. Crack! Dozens of bolts of blood-red lightning fell from the sky like blood dragons. Under normal circumstances, ordinary cultivators would have to use their physical bodies to withstand the lightning tribulation because the baptism of the lightning tribulation would change their physical bodies. However, Yi Yin didn't need to do that. He abruptly threw out a punch into the air. Boom! The dozens of bolts of blood-red lightning were instantly shattered. Rumble! A muffled roar came from the clouds. It seemed that the will of heaven and earth had been angered by the puny human below. The clouds churned rapidly, and thicker bolts of blood-red lightning continuously drilled out. Each bolt of blood-red lightning was like a blood-red dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it fell from the sky. Why is it a dragon? Yi Yin frowned slightly. Could this heavenly tribulation be related to the dragon clan? Just as he thought of that, the dozens of bolts of blood-red lightning that were dozens of feet thick descended above his head. Big Brother Yun will be fine. But why did he suddenly stop moving? In a faraway place, Lu Yi clenched her fists tightly, her palms sweating. Her heart was pounding as she looked at the huge blood-red lightning in the distance. Her divine soul was shaken, and her delicate body trembled slightly. Yi Yin didn't care about the blood-red lightning at all. As he neared, he threw another punch at it. Rumble! The surrounding void shattered with a loud bang, and the countless dragons that were accompanied by the blood-red lightning were all shattered. The shattered electric currents fell into the surrounding sea. The turbulent sea continued to set off monstrous waves. Wow, Big Brother Yun dealt with such a powerful heavenly tribulation so easily. No wonder he was once the #1 Eternal Realm expert in the Tsungnan continent. Lu Yi couldn't care less about being reserved and shouted excitedly. She seemed to recall the magnificent scene of Big Brother Yun slaughtering everyone 100,000 years ago. At that time, there were many evil forces in the Tsungnan continent. At least half of them were killed by Yi Yun. Her Big Brother Yun was the most grateful person that the Tsungnan continent was able to enjoy such a peaceful atmosphere. If that's all you've got, you're no match for me. I think you should pack up and go back to your hometown. Yi Yin looked at the dark clouds in the sky and said indifferently. Rumble! The powerful will within the dark clouds seemed to have been enraged. It began to churn violently, and a huge blood-red eye emerged from the rolling dark clouds. Still want to try? Yi Yin sneered. Whoosh! He suddenly soared into the sky and went deep into the clouds. He drew his sword and stabbed at the blood-red eye in the sky. Duality sword technique. The sword of death. Nothing in the world could stop it once it was swung. An unimaginable sword light rose into the sky. It seemed to be slow, but it was unbelievably fast. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of the thick cloud. Whoosh! The thick dark clouds were cut open by the piercing sword chi. The blood-red lightning inside were also cut open. The blood-red eye looked at the sword light below in shock. It realized that even it couldn't stop the human sword. Whoosh, the sword light flashed. The sword of death pierced the blood-red eye. Rumble, with a deafening boom, the blood-red eyeball suddenly exploded. As the blood-red eyeball exploded, countless black clouds suddenly fled in all directions, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The entire sky turned from dark to bright and returned to its azure state. Yi Yun executed the duality sword technique and used the sword of death to destroy the will of the lightning tribulation between heaven and earth. Is this the sword of death? Lu Yi looked at the shocking sword from afar. She was so shocked that her delicate body stiffened and she was speechless. Lu Yi was a peerless sword Dao prodigy. Even though she had received Yi Yun's binary sword art legacy, how much could she comprehend in such a short time? She didn't have a particularly deep impression of the two simple moves of the binary sword art. The only thing that left a deep impression was when Yi Yun held his sword horizontally in front of his chest in the Sword Cloud sect and easily blocked the Hierarch expert's sword rain attack. It was as if he had the pearl of wisdom in his hands. As for the sword of death in the binary sword art, Lu Yi hadn't even grasped the basics. However, when she saw Yi Yun soar into the sky and slash apart the blood-colored eyeball formed by the will of heaven and earth, only then did Lu Yi realize, the sword of death was terrifying. The sword of death was truly unstoppable. It was too powerful. Lu Yi trembled with excitement at the thought of that. If she could also comprehend the binary sword art, she would have an unimaginable leap in her sword Dao. It seems like, it won't come again. Yi Yun waited in the void for a while. He saw that the sky was still blue and clear without a single cloud. The will of heaven and earth didn't show any signs of counterattack. He couldn't help but shake his head. In a flash, he flew to Lu Yi's side. "Yi, are you all right?" Yi Yun saw Lu Yi's agitated expression. Her beautiful face was flushed red, and her sexy body was trembling slightly. He couldn't help but reach out and touch her forehead with concern. "Brother Yun, the sword of death in the binary sword art is just too powerful," Lu Yi murmured softly. "It's all right." Yi Yun smiled. There were countless powerful divine abilities and supreme sword techniques in the myriad of worlds, and the dual sword technique could only be ranked in the top few. Yi Yun liked the simplicity and straightforwardness of the binary sword art. That was why he chose the binary sword art out of all the divine powers. "Brother Yun, this binary sword art was created by you, right?" Lu Yi looked at Yi Yun, her beautiful eyes filled with worship and passion. A trace of embarrassment flashed through Yi Yun's eyes. He smiled and said, "Yes. I was too bored for the past 100,000 years, so I studied a few sword techniques and divine abilities." "Big Brother Yun, your talent is amazing. To be able to create such a profound swordsmanship, you are truly a supreme genius," Lu Yi said emotionally. After saying that, she circled behind Yi Yun and hugged him tightly from behind. She was so infatuated that she pressed her face against his back. "Big Brother Yun, can you teach me the Duanyuan sword technique properly after we return to the Sword Cloud sect?" Lu Yi said softly. Yi Yun's heart skipped a beat as he felt the waves pressing down on his back. The charming feeling in his heart rose again. However, he quickly suppressed it. If it was 100,000 years ago, he definitely wouldn't miss out on such a good thing in the open. Now that his identity, status, and mentality had all changed, Yi Yun no longer pursued all kinds of excitement like before. After signing in the mysterious space for 100,000 years, his Dao heart had collapsed several times. It made Yi Yun's mentality mature a lot. After we return to the Sword Cloud sect, I will explain this sword technique to you properly," Yi Yun said with a chuckle. "Thank you, Big Brother Yun." Lu Yi was overjoyed. She gently rubbed her face against Yi Yun's back. Even with Zhu Long's body, Yi Yun felt a numbing and itchy heat flow from his back. It was as if there were electric currents drilling into his body. The blood in his body was boiling. Is this a sword fanatic or a little fairy? Yi Yun smiled bitterly in his heart. He suddenly turned around and hugged Lu Yi in his arms with one hand. He tore through the void and left this place. From the 10th ocean to the Sword Cloud sect in the Daluo region, Yi Yun's return speed was at least 10 times faster. After all, he was now at the first level of the ultimate god realm. After reaching the ultimate god realm, his ability to tear through the void was stronger than before. Big Brother Yun has become stronger. Looking at Yi Yun's terrifying speed of tearing through the void, Lu Yi was extremely shocked. She took a deep breath. At the same time, she secretly encouraged herself to break through to the ultimate god realm as soon as possible and catch up with Big Brother Yun. Back at the Sword Cloud sect. Seeing that there were no changes in the Sword Cloud sect, Yi Yun's eyes flickered. The black-cloaked young man did not appear again. It seemed like he was cultivating in seclusion in that grotto heaven. Yi Yun planned to accompany Lu Yi in the Sword Cloud sect for a period of time and strive to help her break through to the ultimate god realm. Even if she couldn't break through, Yi Yun would also give Lu Yi a divine armor so that her true combat strength could directly soar to the ultimate god realm. If Lu Yi learned the dual sword technique, she could easily win against a first-level ultimate god realm opponent. In this way, if that guy's original body came, Lu Yi could easily kill him without Yi Yun's help. Back at the mountain. At this moment, Lu Yi was surprised to see that a new emerald green bamboo building was built at the place where the bamboo building was originally destroyed. Her disciple, Baiyu, was standing in front of the bamboo building. You're so considerate. Lu Yi and Yi Yun landed. Lu Yi looked at Baiyu and praised her. Master, this is what I should do, Baiyu said with a smile. At this moment, Yi Yun was also standing beside Lu Yi, but he was in an invisible state. Big Brother Yun, I'll go back to the sect's main hall to settle some matters. Wait for me in the bamboo building for a while. Lu Yi sent a voice transmission to Yi Yun. She knew that Yi Yun was in an invisible state and her disciple, Baiyu, could not see him. Yi Yun had already told her this when the two of them landed from midair. Yi Yun's true appearance and whereabouts would not be known by any of the Sword Cloud sect disciples. There's still a little dragon in the square. I'll go and settle it down first. Yi Yun blinked his eyes and suddenly recalled the Netherblood Greenwood dragon that he had forgotten about for a few days. With a flash of his body, he immediately disappeared. Lu Yi smiled, and then she tore through the air with Baiyu and returned to the hall. Yi Yun walked out of midair and returned to his original appearance when he first entered the Divine Land. He immediately saw the Netherblood Greenwood dragon sitting in the square under the scorching sun with its eyes closed. It was desperately absorbing the surrounding spirit chi. Get up. It's been hard on you these few days. I've made you wait here for so long, Yi Yun said with a smile. So it's old master. The Netherblood Greenwood dragon stood up hurriedly and patted the dirt off its clothes. Then, it said with a smile, it's not hard at all. Old master, it's only been a few days. Why are you back so soon? Follow me. Yi Yun smiled. He was very impressed with the Netherblood Greenwood dragon's hard work. He waved his hand and brought the Netherblood Greenwood dragon back to the 9th courtyard. We'll cultivate here during this period, Yi Yun suddenly said. Old master, aren't we going to find my master? The Netherblood Greenwood dragon asked foolishly. There's no need. Yi Yun smiled and didn't explain. Then, he walked into his original room. The Netherblood Greenwood dragon scratched its head. It didn't understand, but it didn't dare to say anything. It quickly walked into the next room. After all, the Sword Cloud sect was the #1 force in the Daluo region. The spiritual chi here was extremely dense. It couldn't wait to have a quiet environment where it could cultivate. After Yi Yun saw the Netherblood Greenwood dragon enter the room, he smiled mysteriously. Then, he tore through the void and quietly left. Before he left, he also sent a voice transmission to Lu Yi. He asked the Sword Revered of the Sword Cloud sect to pass down an order. Don't let anyone disturb the guests in the 9th courtyard. Today's 3 chapters. Chapter 1, he left the 9th courtyard. Yi Yun did not return to the back mountain directly. Instead, he descended into a huge valley 2,000 kilometers away from the back mountain. This valley occupied an extremely vast area. There was also a powerful array formation set up around it, surrounding the entire valley. In the middle of the valley, there was a large lake that shone like a sapphire. Surrounding the lake was a dense green forest. Whether it was in the lake, in the forest, or on the ridges of the mountains, divine dragons of different colors could be seen everywhere. Some of them were sleeping with their eyes closed, some were swimming on the surface of the lake, and some were soaring in the air. Wow! Yi actually reared a total of 50 divine dragons. Yiyan stood in the air and scanned the valley. His face was filled with shock. 50 divine dragons. He did not know how much she had paid. Of course, there were also cultivators from many forces who specially sent divine dragons or dragon eggs to curry favor with this famous sword venerable. As for why Lui wanted to raise so many mystical dragons, Yiyan naturally knew the reason. It was nothing more than thinking of him when she saw them. 100,000 years ago, Yiyan, as the sect leader of the Xianxia sect, had raised many divine dragons in the sect. As for Lui, she kept the divine dragon because she missed Yiyan. When she saw these divine dragons, she would think of the Xianxia sect and herself in the Xianxia sect. This was almost the same psychological state as carving peachwood puppets. Yiyan scanned the nearly 50 divine dragons and found that the 5-clawed golden dragon accounted for 1/3 of them. There were also azure dragons, yellow dragons, earth dragons. They were all ordinary mixed-blood dragons. Compared to the netherblood greenwood dragon, their bloodlines were much worse. In a place like the Divine Land, there were generally 2 reasons for such a situation. Firstly, perhaps the dragon raisers did not want to leave the more precious young dragons in this world. Secondly, perhaps the dragon raisers did not have many precious dragons in their hands. If they did not even have them, how could they leave such young dragons in the Divine Land? Of course, this was only Yiyan's guess. After all, it had been 8 to 9 million years since the fall of the dragon clan. It was really too long ago. There were many things that could not be recalled or investigated. As for how long the dragon breeders had been around, how strong they were now, and how many types of divine dragons they had, these were all unknown. Yiyan prepared to descend and go to the valley to take a look at these little dragons. Yiyan narrowed his eyes, and an opening appeared in the array. Then, Yiyan walked in leisurely. Then, the hole closed up again. Eh? Why is there a strange human here? A certain 5-clawed golden dragon that had been lying on the ridge suddenly opened its eyes, releasing rays of divine light, and suddenly looked in a certain direction. Not good. It's not someone from the Sword Cloud sect. It's a human cultivator from the outside. An azure dragon said in a deep voice. Soon after, all the divine dragons in the valley noticed the intrusion of a strange human. Originally, only the Sword Honorable could enter the valley. As for the other disciples of the Sword Cloud sect, they could only control the array and often throw some blood food for the divine dragons to eat. Therefore, these divine dragons were very familiar with everything in the Sword Cloud sect. Among them, the lowest cultivation level was at the 10th level of the Eternal Realm. Most of them were at the True God Realm. There were 4 or 5 divine dragons that had reached the Divine Lord Realm. They should be the first batch of divine dragons that entered the valley and were reared by the Sword Honorable. As Yiyan had concealed his aura, he did not scare these little divine dragons when he entered the valley. Or else. Once his ultimate God Realm aura was released, all the divine dragons in the valley would be scared half to death. Whoosh, all the divine dragons in the valley rose into the sky and flew towards Yiyan. They surrounded Yiyan, bared their fangs and brandished their claws, and constantly roared. Human, you dare to enter the dragon-rearing valley of the Sword Cloud sect. What is your purpose? A true God Realm yellow dragon stared at Yiyan and asked. After it asked the question, the other divine dragons roared in unison, as if cheering for it. Fortunately, the array was extremely powerful, so the sound did not spread out. Yiyan suddenly smiled as he looked at the spirited mystical dragons around him. These little guys were all very nervous, acting like a fox pretending to be a tiger. Did they think that he was here to steal the divine dragons? At the thought of this, Yiyan wanted to laugh out loud. But he still held it in. The divine dragons here were all raised as young dragons. Only the Sword Honorable could communicate with them, so their thinking was simple. That's right, I'm here to steal the divine dragons. Yiyan suddenly nodded and said with a smile. As expected. How dare you steal the divine dragons? We won't let you get what you want. The surrounding mystical dragons were enraged and roared again. They had lived in the Sword Cloud sect for so many years and were carefully taken care of by the Sword Honorable. They had long regarded themselves as disciples of the Sword Cloud sect. Now that they saw someone trying to steal the divine dragons, they were naturally angry. Swoosh, a few true God Realm divine dragons pounced towards Yi Yan with bared fangs and brandished claws. Yi Yan waved his hand gently and the few divine dragons were immediately swept away. Plop, plop, they fell into the blue lake in the valley and splashed up water pillars that were several feet high. True God Realm divine dragons, don't come up. Divine Lord Realm divine dragons can still attack. Yi Yan said with a smile. He looked at the strongest 5-clawed golden dragon. 3rd level Divine Lord Realm Divine Dragon. His cultivation was higher than the Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon. Yi Yan also wanted to see how powerful the 5-clawed golden dragon was. All of you, don't attack. This human must be a Divine Lord Realm Divine Dragon. The 3rd level Divine Lord Realm 5-clawed golden dragon roared and immediately made all the divine dragons retreat. Big brother, I'll leave this human to you. A 1st level Divine Lord Realm 5-clawed golden dragon said in a deep voice. Don't worry. He's just a human. He won't be able to cause any trouble in our Sword Cloud sect. The 3rd level Divine Lord Realm 5-clawed golden dragon sneered and pounced towards Yi Yan. Its huge body descended like a dark cloud. In the valley, all the divine dragons' true bodies were restricted to a certain extent. Otherwise, it would be difficult for the valley to contain so many divine dragons. However, even so, the divine dragons were still abnormally huge after shrinking. Big brother, kill that arrogant human. Big brother, we're counting on you. The divine dragons around were extremely excited and roared. Without batting an eyelid, Yi Yan lightly threw out a punch. This time, he didn't use any strength at all. He wanted to see how strong the 5-clawed golden dragon's physical body was. Boom! Yi Yan's fist collided with the 5-clawed golden dragon's claw and made a loud bang. Although he didn't use any strength, the 5-clawed golden dragon's claw collided with Yi Yan's fist and was repelled by its own strength. This human's physical body is so strong. Quickly informed the Sword Sovereign. The 5-clawed golden dragon stopped in midair. Its dragon eyes were filled with fear and it quickly warned. It knew. Even if it fought to its death, it wouldn't be able to defeat the human. In the southwest of the valley, there was an eternal realm yellow dragon lying on a huge rock. Previously, all the divine dragons had surrounded the human. Only he had stayed behind to guard the place. At this moment, the 5-clawed golden dragon at the 3rd level of the divine monarch realm suddenly let out a warning. The eternal realm yellow dragon shuddered and slapped the rock with its claws without hesitation. The rock suddenly lit up with a ray of light and disappeared from the sky. Yi Yan glanced at it and knew what was going on. Lui was probably worried that someone would come to steal the divine dragons. Therefore, she set up a small sound transmission formation in this place. Once there was a problem, they could ask Sword Venerable for help. Sword Venerable was only 2,000 miles away from here. If he wanted to rush over, it would take him almost a breath's time. Looking at the light of the sound transmission formation disappearing into the sky, the 5-clawed golden dragon at the 3rd level of the divine monarch realm floated in the air and suddenly became arrogant. It laughed coldly and said, Sword Venerable will be here soon. You're courting death. Yi Yan touched his nose and grinned. He didn't know whether to scold the little dragon for being a fool or a lunatic. If he scolded it, it would make him look very low-class. Yi Yan didn't say anything and waited for Lui to come over so that he could listen to it properly. The 5-clawed golden dragon saw that Yi Yan didn't say anything and became even more proud. It snorted coldly and said, unless you're at the divine venerable realm, you won't be able to leave this valley alive today. Is that so? Do you think Sword Venerable is my opponent? Yi Yan said with a smile. You're not Sword Venerable's opponent. If Sword Venerable appears, you won't even be able to take one move. The 5-clawed golden dragon looked arrogant and snorted coldly. Little dragon, don't talk nonsense. A woman's anxious voice suddenly came from afar. Then, a red figure flashed and landed in the valley. It was Lui. That 5-clawed golden dragon instantly looked as though he had seen his savior and his face was filled with joy. He cried out for help, Sword Venerable, you came at the right time. This human wants to steal dragons from Dragon-Rearing Valley, I'm not his match. Upon hearing the five-clawed golden dragon's words, Lui's expression froze as she looked at Yi Yun helplessly. Hi. Sword Lord, how are you? Long time no see. Yi Yun looked at Lui, who had rushed over, and waved his hand with a smile. Lui did not know whether to laugh or cry. She didn't expect Big Brother Yun to come to her dragon-rearing valley instead of staying in the bamboo building at the back of the mountain. He started to tease these little mystical dragons when he had nothing better to do. Lui was naturally very clear about the mystical dragons she had reared. These divine dragons had lived in the valley from a young age and had never ventured out into the outside world. They lacked social experience and were simple-minded. Therefore, they were easily frightened by Brother Yun. Big Brother Yun, stop fooling around. They are just kids. Lui said coquettishly. After saying that, a red shadow flashed past and Lui came to Yi Yun's side. She extended a jade coin and grabbed his arm. Big Brother Yun, let's go back to the back of the mountain. I'm still waiting for you to impart your sword skills to me. Lui said with a grin. All right. With Lui grabbing his arm tightly, Yi Yun had no choice but to give up. However, those voluptuous curves still gave Yi Yun a psychological pressure. He couldn't help but feel energized. It was as though he had recalled the ecstatic scene in the Bronze Immortal Hall. The five-clawed golden dragon was dumbfounded as he looked at Sword Venerable and that unfamiliar human. He didn't know what the relationship between the two of them was, that they were so intimate. In his impression, Sword Venerable had always been a cold and emotionless goddess. Even to these mystical dragons, her smile was rarely seen. He didn't expect. Sword Venerable was like a blissful little girl beside this young man in white. They were chatting and laughing with affection. This had completely overturned his understanding. The other mystical dragons were also dumbfounded when they saw this scene. They looked at each other and were speechless. Was this still the Sword Venerable in their impression? Don't be surprised. This is my husband. Lui saw the expressions in the mystical dragon's eyes and blushed. She straightened her body and explained loudly. What? This is Sword Venerable, your husband? At this moment, all the mystical dragons were stunned. This news was like a bolt of lightning that struck their heads. They were so shocked that their heads were buzzing. They couldn't react for a while. You're all still young, so there are many things you don't know. To tell you the truth, my husband is very powerful. I wasn't his match 100,000 years ago, and I'm still not his match 100,000 years later. Do you understand now? Lui took a deep breath and said without hiding anything. When she said this, her face was slightly red and there was a fanatical look in her eyes. In her heart, Yi Yun was not only her lover, but also her idol. The surroundings were suddenly silent. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. All the mystical dragons looked at each other and were in great shock. It's not enough to reason with them. Watch how I deal with them. Yi Yun gently rubbed Lui's little hand and said with a smile. At this moment, his body shook slightly and a wisp of Zhu Long's bloodline aura was released. Zhu Long's aura had suppressed the ages. No dragon in the world would dare to disobey it, even though the divine dragons hatched by the dragon breeders were no longer pure-blooded dragons, they were still considered to be of the same bloodline. Deep in their bloodlines, they still retained the memories of ancient times. However, these memories were usually asleep in their bloodlines. Once they encountered Zhu Long's bloodline aura, these memories would awaken in their bloodlines. All the mystical dragons fell from the sky. Their bodies shrunk as they lay on the ground. Greetings. Greetings to Lord Zhu Long. All the mystical dragons said fearfully. Although their voices were filled with fear, their hearts were brimming with immense excitement. To be able to sense Zhu Long's aura was a supreme honor. This honor was hidden deep in their bloodlines. In ancient times, how could ordinary dragons have the opportunity to sense Zhu Long's aura? Only the 10 super mystical dragons had the opportunity to meet Lord Zhu Long. Lui's mouth was agape, and her eyes were wide open. Her heart was in turmoil. Brother Yun, when did he become Lord Zhu Long? However, Lui was very obedient at this moment. She remained silent. After all, she had known Yi Yun for 100,000 years. She did not ask him at this moment. she believed in Brother Yun. If he felt the need, he would definitely tell her the truth. Get up. Yi Yun's gaze was imposing as he said lightly. Yes, Lord Zhu Long. The five-clawed golden dragon replied. All the mystical dragons slowly got up from the ground. However, they did not dare to rise into the sky. They merely stood on the ground. Yi Yun retracted that wisp of Zhu Long's aura. Only then did all the mystical dragons feel relieved. Let's go. Yi Yun did not say much to these mystical dragons. Instead, he looked at Lu Yi and smiled. Lu Yi nodded. Yi Yun tore open the void and left the valley with Lu Yi. Seeing the two of them disappear, all the mystical dragons in the valley heaved a sigh of relief. Who would have thought? We actually got to meet Lord Zhu Long. The five-clawed golden dragon, who was the leader, mumbled to himself as he looked in the direction the two of them had disappeared. There was a fluctuation in the void. A black coffin suddenly emerged from the void. Yi Yun, who had just left the valley, was already in the sky above the back mountain of the Sword Cloud sect. He suddenly felt something strange in the dragon-rearing valley. He frowned and immediately stopped his descent. Yi Yun felt a familiar aura. That was the god that the coffin-bearers worshipped, Dragon Razor. Buzz, a black coffin suddenly emerged from the void and floated in the air above the valley, releasing a powerful pressure. All the divine dragons in the valley instantly prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling. The inconspicuous black coffin exuded the aura of a godly venerable. Whoosh, the lid of the coffin opened and a black figure floated out. It was a man wrapped in black cloth. His face could not be seen clearly and he was extremely mysterious. Only a pair of eerie and gloomy eyes could be seen. After the mysterious man appeared, he kept looking down as if he was looking for something. Countless divine dragons lowered their heads and looked at each other. They did not even dare to breathe too loudly. Even the Eternal Realm divine dragon guarding the sound transmitting array did not activate the sound transmitting array out of instinctive fear at this moment. They are all ordinary divine dragons. The mysterious man frowned and muttered to himself. He had vaguely sensed a powerful divine dragon's aura just now. At that moment, he felt like he was facing a super divine dragon. In his eagerness to find out, he broke through the void and rushed over. There was a large array in the valley that isolated everything. Logically, he should not have sensed any aura. But in reality, as a dragon raiser, even though he was only from the coffin bearers and not the Dragon Torch clan, he could still sense some unusual auras from the special restrictions in the divine dragons. Every divine dragon or dragon egg on the divine land had an ancient restrictive spell set up by the dragon breeders. These restrictions were hidden in the depths of the bloodline. There was a magnetic connection between them and the dragon raisers. This connection would be clearer if there was no large array blocking it. Maybe I sensed wrongly? The 10 super divine dragons of the primordial era have already fallen. How could they reappear in the divine land? The mysterious man muttered to himself. His voice was soft but a little eerie. In the sky above the valley, Yi Yun looked coldly at the mysterious dragon raiser in the spatial rift. Beside him stood Lu Yi, who looked a little nervous. Brother Yun, the man who walked out of the coffin gave me an indescribably eerie feeling. Lu Yi said softly. You have been in the divine land for so many years. Haven't you heard of the dragon raisers? Yi Yun asked indifferently. Of course I have, but the dragon raisers I know don't live in coffins. Lu Yi said in surprise. At this point, she suddenly realized something and exclaimed, Big Brother Yun, are you saying that this mysterious man is the dragon raiser? That's right. He's a dragon breeder, but he belongs to the coffin bearer's lineage. The dragon breeder you know should belong to the Longzhu lineage. Yi Yun said with a nod. Through Lu Yi's words, he also knew that the dragon raisers of the coffin bearers didn't seem to have secretly shown their faces in the godland. Even though Lu Yi had been in the divine land for so long, she had never heard of it. It seemed that this kind of dragon breeder's main purpose was to control the pallbearers on the moon, and their target was the Songnan continent. It was mainly for the cultivation vessel. Yi Yun didn't release his divine consciousness to scan the dragon raiser as he was afraid of alerting the enemy. Therefore, he didn't know if this divine venerable realm dragon raiser was a puppet. It would be best if he wasn't. That way, he could capture a dragon raiser alive. Just as this thought arose, Yi Yin suddenly had an even bolder idea. Could there be a dragon raiser's lair in the Daluo region? If he could follow the clues to the dragon raiser's lair, wouldn't he be able to get more clues? Yi Yin was ready to make a move. He was afraid of alerting the enemy before, but now, he wanted to punish this dragon raiser and see where he could escape to. Brother Yun, is this dragon raiser going to the Dragon Raiser Valley to steal the divine dragons? Lu Yi asked nervously. Yi Yin shook his head. They have no interest in the dragons you are raising. Yi Yin smiled indifferently and did not explain the reason. In an instant, he disappeared from Lu Yi's side. Lu Yi was nervous. Then, she saw Yi Yin suddenly appear in the valley. She didn't act rashly. That was because the dragon raiser gave off an extremely strange feeling. Perhaps only Big Brother Yun could deal with. That fellow. Yi Yin appeared behind the black coffin silently. The dragon raiser who had his back facing Yi Yin didn't notice anything. Although they were both divine venerables, the difference between them was too great. You thief, how dare you come to my sword cloud sect to steal divine dragons? See how I'll deal with you. Yi Yin pulled out a silver long sword and suddenly roared, launching an attack from behind. Someone's here. A sudden roar came from behind, giving the dragon breeder a fright. He turned around abruptly and saw a snow-white sword light fiercely falling in front of him. He turned pale with fright. He was only in the hierarch realm, yet he was unknowingly ambushed by someone. Whoosh, a black coffin blocked in front of him and blocked all the sword light. After the sneak attack, Yi Yin didn't continue to attack. He just stared coldly at the dragon breeder and asked indifferently, I don't kill nameless ghosts with my sword. You, the guy hiding in the coffin, which sect are you from? You don't have the right to know my background. The dragon raiser sneered. Rays of light shot out from his eyes as he sized up the young man in white. Since when did the Sword Cloud sect have a divine venerables cultivator? Yi Yin couldn't help but laugh when he heard the dragon raiser's arrogant tone. That guy was extremely cautious in the first test and didn't want to reveal anything. This meant that the dragon raiser of the coffin bearers was also a shady force in the divine land. Yi Yin raised his sword and blew gently. He said indifferently, You're quite arrogant. I wonder if your head is harder than my sword. Ah. At this moment, the dragon raiser slapped his forehead and said in realization, I know now. So you're the mysterious sword cultivator from the foreign realm. I didn't expect you to be with the sword venerables. Were you bewitched by her beauty? You're right. The sword venerables is too beautiful. I've already joined the Sword Cloud sect. Yi Yin laughed. He didn't expect the dragon raiser of the coffin bearers to know about the sword venerables. He immediately felt a sense of pride. In the air, hearing the conversation between the two people below, Lu Yi blushed. However, she was no longer the shy girl from 100,000 years ago. Her expression quickly returned to normal. She also wanted to see how her big brother Yun would display his might and eliminate this mysterious dragon breeder. Sir, I'm not interested in the divine dragon of the Sword Cloud sect, and I don't want to fight with you. Why don't we shake hands and make peace? The dragon raiser suddenly said. Make peace? Yi Yin was stunned. He didn't expect this guy to suddenly not want to fight with him. How could that be? If he didn't teach this guy a lesson, how could he find the dragon raiser's lair? How can we shake hands and make peace? It's not easy to meet a hierarch realm cultivator in Daluo territory. I won't let you go until we have a fight. Yi Yin smiled faintly. He stared at the dragon breeder with a burning gaze as his aura grew stronger. The dragon breeder frowned. He did not expect the mysterious sword cultivator from the extraterritorial region to be so difficult to deal with. Both of them were first-level divine sovereign realm cultivators. Once they fought, it was inevitable that both of them would be injured. He did not want to fight. He would not have appeared in this world if he did not sense the mysterious and powerful super-divine dragon's aura. Sir, I'm no match for you. I admit defeat. Goodbye. The dragon breeder suddenly raised his head and said. The black coffin next to him shrouded him without any warning. Buzz, the black coffin broke through the void and went in. Seeing the dragon breeder admit defeat so shamelessly, he suddenly went into the black hidden dragon coffin and tried to escape. Yi Yan sneered and chased after him. A sharp swordlight struck the black coffin fiercely. Boom! With a loud bang, the black hidden dragon coffin that was halfway into the void trembled and flew towards the sky. This sword cultivator is so strong. The dragon breeder lying in the black hidden dragon coffin was shocked when he felt the violent tremors in the coffin. Although he rarely fought with others, his strength was extremely strong. Especially the life-hidden dragon coffin that he refined, it had an unimaginably strong defensive power. Although the hidden dragon coffin had protected him, he could still feel the strong tremors from the inside. Fortunately, he was not injured. Yi Yan's figure flashed and instantly appeared in midair. A swordlight swept out. Boom! It struck the black hidden dragon coffin again. The black coffin buzzed and vibrated, followed by the shattering of the void around it. It showed how terrifying the power contained in Yi Yan's sword was. Of course, Yi Yan only added a little bit more strength to the foundation he had just used. If he had used all his strength, the coffin would have shattered. He just wanted to injure this guy. At the same time, he secretly injected his mark into the coffin. To be on the safe side, he naturally injected it into the dragon breeder's body. All of this had to be done after he had injured him. It wasn't easy for Yi Yan to meet a dragon breeder who wasn't a puppet. Naturally, he wanted to find the dragon breeder's lair and figure out some facts. For example, why did the dragon breeder instruct the coffin bearers to cultivate so many containers on the Tsangnan continent? Boom boom, he struck the hidden dragon coffin 3 times in a row, with each strike increasing in strength. The dragon breeder hiding in the black coffin finally couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, he realized that the sword cultivator's speed was very fast and his strength was too strong. If he passively defended, he would become more and more passive. Although he had suffered some minor injuries. Fortunately, it was not a hindrance. He decided to go out and have a great battle with this person. With a thought, he left the black hidden dragon coffin and floated in the air. Wang, the dragon breeder, put his hands in front of his chest and formed a strange hand seal. All of a sudden, 6 black rays of light floated out from the hand seal. They turned into 6 black hidden dragon coffins in the air. Together with the hidden dragon coffin from before, there were a total of 7 of them. The 7 coffins floated above his head, forming the shape of a 7 stars. When Yi Yan saw this scene, his pupils involuntarily shrank. As expected, the real dragon breeder had 7 hidden dragon coffins and could form the 7 stars formation. Sir, I didn't want to fight with you, but you just had to be so aggressive. Today, once my 7 stars coffin formation is activated, even if you don't die, you'll be seriously injured by me. The dragon breeder's eyes shone like 2 sharp swords and landed on the sword cultivator in white opposite him. Is that so? Show me what you've got. Let me see how powerful your 7 stars coffin formation is. Yi Yan laughed and made a simple move. He slowly raised his right hand and gently placed the silver longsword horizontally in front of his chest. Duality sword technique, life state sword. Big brother Yun is going to use this move again. Lui, who was hiding in the void far away, clenched her fists when she saw this. She was so excited that she blushed slightly. If not for the fact that her cultivation was too low, she really wanted to rush over and help Yi Yun. However, Lui knew her limits. 100,000 years ago, Yi Yun had never needed a woman's help when he was fighting. Whether it was her or Big Brother Yun's other women. Lui was jealous when she thought of those other women. Lui was a little jealous and could not help but snort coldly. Then, she smiled. 100,000 years had passed. Apart from Nangong. Those women were probably all dead. Nangong Yu had done her a favor, so Lui wouldn't be jealous. The dragon breeder looked at Yi Yun's strange sword technique and carefully observed it for a few seconds. He smiled faintly and said, "Is this move very powerful? Try it and you'll know." Yi Yun smiled lightly. The reason why he used this sword technique was that he wanted to demonstrate it to Lui. It was a good opportunity for Lui to observe the exchange of blows between 2 ultimate gods. It would be very helpful for Lui's growth in sword Dao. Seeing that Yi Yun was still unwilling to give up, the dragon breeder was finally angry. After a few exchanges, he had to admit that this mysterious white-robed sword cultivator was very powerful. He didn't want to fight to the death, but looking at the current situation, it wouldn't end well today. He changed his hand seals in front of his chest. As dermic power surged in, the 7 black hidden dragon coffins above his head suddenly flowed with a layer of black light. Buzz buzz buzz, the 7 black hidden dragon coffins made a strange sound with each other as if they were resonating with each other. Then, each of the black hidden dragon coffins suddenly shot out a beam of black light. The appearance of the black light immediately caused a drastic change in heaven and earth. Dark clouds rolled in the sky and covered the sun. The entire world fell into darkness. Louise's expression changed when she saw such a shocking scene. The dragon breeder was too powerful. This kind of attack was far beyond the divine ability of an ordinary ultimate god expert. Yi Yun's lips curled into a smile. His expression was indifferent as he watched everything unfold in front of him. Whoosh, 7 rays of black light, mixed with a destructive aura, instantly descended in front of Yi Yun. However, a strange scene happened at this moment. These 7 terrifying black lights were actually guided by a powerful force and fell towards the silver sword. When they were 10 meters away from the silver sword, the black lights disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was as if there was an endless void in that place. It was able to devour all the attacks. What kind of sword technique is this? How can it be so powerful? The dragon breeder's expression changed drastically when he saw the 7-star coffin formation he was so proud of was ineffective. His heart pounded wildly. The dragon breeders had a long history and were very familiar with the major forces in the divine land. Especially the powerful forces that used swords, they knew the characteristics and power of the famous swordsmanship. Among these sword principal forces, the sword pavilion was one of the most powerful forces. Although the sword pavilion was powerful, it was not invincible. There were also other sword principal forces that could match it. However, the mysterious young sword cultivator in front of him had such superb swordsmanship. It was amazing. The magical swordsmanship was beyond his knowledge. Once the 7-star coffin formation of the coffin bearers was activated, its power was endless. Cultivators of the same level could not match it. Unexpectedly, everything changed when he met this mysterious sword cultivator. Roar, however, the dragon breeder was not willing to give up. He roared and changed his hand gesture again. Dermic power surged out and he began to activate the 7-star formation. Buzz buzz buzz, the 7 black hidden dragon coffins began to tremble in the void, as if they were making some sort of adjustment. The small 7 stars formation inside the coffins suddenly appeared on the surface of the hidden dragon coffins. Silver light appeared on the surface of each of the black hidden dragon coffins. It was extremely eye-catching in the dark world. I have a sword that can move mountains and overturn seas. It can subdue demons and suppress demons. It can resist all attacks in the world. Come and fight me if you are not convinced. Yi Yun whispered to himself, still holding the sword firmly in his right hand. Although the sky was dim and the earth was dark, he was standing with the heavens and the earth. Heaven, man, and sword as one. The power of the world was on his sword. All attacks would not affect him in the slightest. The life-state sword was that powerful. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been ranked among the top sword techniques in the All Heavens universe. You forced me to do this. If I don't kill you today, I swear I am not human. The dragon breeder stared at Yi Yun and roared again. Buzz, the 7 hidden dragon coffins in the air all let out a ray of light. This ray of light was no longer black. Instead, there were strands of silver mixed in with the black. The aura of the black light mixed with silver was even more terrifying. Louis, who was hiding in the distance, felt her hair stand on end and her entire body trembled. The entire sword cloud sect, including all the living beings within a radius of 1,000,000 miles, felt that powerful and terrifying aura at this moment. Many people fainted. Those who were not unconscious also fell to the ground, unable to stand properly. Apart from Divine Lord Realm, only then could one barely resist it. Dragon breeders have always been elusive in the Divine Land. I didn't expect the coffin bearers to be so powerful, Louis thought in fear. Although she was very confident in Yi Yun, she was still a little worried. She didn't want her beloved big brother Yun to get hurt in this battle. Interesting. Yi Yun narrowed his eyes and looked at the silver light in the black light. It seemed that the real Seven Stars formation had begun to support the Seven Stars coffin formation of the dragon cultivators. The seven-star coffin formation from before was merely an empty shell. It wasn't very powerful. However, after the seven stars array appeared on each of the hidden dragon coffins, everything changed. Yi Yun looked up and realized that the Big Dipper had appeared in the depths of the void. Streaks of starlight fell from the deep sky and injected into the seven stars formation, bringing endless energy to the seven stars coffin formation. This seven stars coffin formation can communicate with the power of the stars. It's really something. Yi Yun nodded slightly. Whoosh, 7 beams of black and silver light whizzed over and attacked Yi Yun again. However, there was no exception. The 7 black and silver light pillars were still pulled to the front of the silver longsword by a mysterious force. Then, they suddenly disappeared. How is this possible? The dragon breeders saw this and roared in anger. How could the sword technique divine ability be so powerful? Kill! The dragon breeder let out a furious roar, as if he was going to fight to the death. His magic power surged into his hand incantation gesture. Buzz, the 7 stars formation on each of the black hidden dragon coffins released a dazzling light, and the Big Dipper in the sky became even more dazzling than before. Waves of violent energy poured down from the sky and injected into each of the 7 stars formation. The 7 stars formation then fed back to the black hidden dragon coffins. Beams of black and silver light that were thicker than before shot toward Yi Yun from all directions. The diameter of each pillar of light was over 100 zhang wide. They looked like swords capable of destroying the world. There were a total of 7 swords that could destroy the world, and they came from 7 different directions. The dragon breeders seemed to have noticed the weakness of this sword technique and tried to attack Yi Yun from different angles at the same time. Yi Yun just smiled faintly. How could he have imagined the power of the binary sword technique? The life realm sword could block all attacks in the world. Not only the front. This, Lu Yi raised her head and looked into the depths of the sky. She saw the Big Dipper hanging high in the night sky and rays of starlight falling onto the 7 black coffins. She took a closer look and saw that the surface of each black coffin was inlaid with 7 silver stars as if forming a small 7 stars formation. Even as the number 1 sword principal person in Daluo region, it was Lu Yi's first time seeing such a technique. She was extremely shocked when she saw the huge black and silver light beams shooting toward Yi Yun. Her beautiful face turned pale instantly. Could Big Brother Yun's life realm sword withstand such a powerful attack? After all, Lu Yi had cultivated to the half-step ultimate god realm and was extremely knowledgeable. She knew that the so-called ultimate defense was only within a certain range. When the power of the attack far exceeded the range of the defense, even the life realm sword might not be able to withstand it. 7 huge light pillars tore through the void and fell down fiercely. From afar, it looked like 7 swords of destruction were destroying a small figure. The dragon breeder's hands were still in a mudra position as he stared at the 7 light beams with a pair of gloomy eyes. This was his strongest attack. If it still didn't work, then he could only run. What? Why is it still like this? The dragon breeder's eyes widened as he let out a violent cry. The 7 destructive light beams fell toward the sword cultivator in white from all directions. However, for some reason, the sword cultivator seemed to have a clone in every direction. All the attacks fell in front of the silver sword and disappeared without any warning. The dragon breeder felt cold as if he had fallen into an ice cellar in the face of such a strange and powerful sword technique that transcended everything in the world. He knew very well that if he couldn't suppress the mysterious sword cultivator in terms of cultivation, he wouldn't be able to defeat him. Take my sword. Yi Yun suddenly let out a low shout, and the sword in his hand moved. A sword light streaked across the void. It was extremely fast and pierced toward the dragon breeder, who was still in shock. This sword technique, the dragon breeder watched as a bright sword light pierced through the air from afar. It was so terrifying that he couldn't even think of stopping it. This swordsmanship was simply too sharp. It treated space as nothing. It was as if nothing in the world could stop it. Although the dragon breeder was a little out of his mind, the 7 hidden dragon coffins were his natal items. At this moment of life and death, they automatically protected their master and blocked in front of him one after another. Boom! Yi Yun's sword light pierced through the clouds and mist and directly pierced through the first hidden dragon coffin. It didn't stop there. It broke through 7 hidden dragon coffins in a row amidst a series of explosions. Every hidden dragon coffin had a big hole pierced through it. The last sword light seemed to have weakened and slowed down by half a beat. Only then did the dragon breeder realize that he had been targeted by Lin Yun's sword technique and had almost lost his life just now. He suddenly changed his hand's seals and his dermic power surged. He spat out a mouthful of essence blood and it landed on the hand seals. His body suddenly became illusory and seemed to be about to fade away. At this moment, a cold light flashed in Yi Yun's eyes. How could he let the dragon breeder escape with a secret technique so easily? How could he let him go without paying a price? Although Yi Yun had just performed the powerful sword of death, he had only used a small part of its power. After all, he only wanted to injure the dragon breeder, not kill him. Yi Yun slightly increased the power of the sword technique and instantly pierced the body that was about to fade away. Then, his body faded away and completely disappeared. The 7 hidden dragon coffins that had been pierced by Yi Yun turned around at the same time and entered the void. It was as if someone was controlling them and they disappeared as well. Yi Yun stood in the void with a calm expression and gently lowered the sword in his hand. He had planted a total of 2 marks in the sword technique just now. One was planted in one of the hidden dragon coffins, and the other was planted in the dragon breeder's body. At this moment, there was black and red blood dripping from the tip of Yi Yun's sword. He had managed to stab the dragon razor with his sword and successfully imprint his mark. As the dragon breeder fled, the dark clouds in the sky dispersed and the sky became clear again. Yi Yun carefully sensed the astonishing spatial fluctuations that were constantly pulsing in the entire Great Haven Law domain as a confident smile appeared on his face. Now, it was time to cast a long line to catch a big fish. He also wanted to see where the dragon breeder would run to in the end. A red shadow flashed and Lui, who had been watching the battle from the void, flew to Yi Yun's side. "Big brother Yun, why did the dragon keeper run away?" Lui asked anxiously. Yi Yun nodded and told Lui about the imprint. "Oh, I see." Lui immediately laughed. It had to be said that Big Brother Yun was truly impressive. His sword was so fast, but he was still able to leave 2 marks at the same time. Come with me. Let's go and see where the dragon breeder's lair is." Yi Yun smiled as he held Lui's jade-like hand. Then, he tore through the void and chased after the dragon breeder unhurriedly. He couldn't be too fast. Otherwise, with Yi Yun's current strength, he could tear through the void and instantly reach the dragon breeder's side. Did you gain anything from watching the battle between me and the dragon breeder?" Yi Yun casually tore through the void and asked with a smile. "Big brother Yun, I gained a lot. I have a new understanding of the various transformations of the dual sword technique," Lui said with a smile. Watching the battle between 2 Hierarch realm experts would bring unimaginable benefits to her sword principle. Yi Yun nodded. Lui's talent in the sword Dao was not bad. If she could learn the basics of the dual sword technique, it should be very fast. But to reach his level, it would take a long time of bitter cultivation. After all, not everyone had Yi Yun's heaven-defying talent. Back to the dragon breeder. He was stabbed in the back by Yi Yun's sword. His body was drenched in blood. As he fled, blood kept falling from the void. He didn't dare to stop at all as he was afraid that the terrifying sword cultivator behind him would suddenly catch up. Therefore, along the way, he desperately consumed his essence blood and tore through the void to escape in a certain direction at high speed. At the same time, his 7 hidden dragon coffins quickly flew back and circled around him, guarding against everything around him. "I'm really unlucky. I thought I would find a super divine dragon, but instead of a super divine dragon, I met a crazy sword cultivator." The dragon breeder was complaining in his heart. Constantly consuming his essence blood to escape would be a huge hindrance to his future cultivation base. It was equivalent to consuming nearly 1,000 years of his cultivation base. However, there was no other way. He had to hurry back to save his life. The dragon breeder tore through the void and headed west. After crossing hundreds of millions of miles, he was pleasantly surprised when he saw a thick black mist crawling on the ground in front of him. Finally, he was home. At this place, he was no longer afraid of the terrifying sword cultivator. Because there were 6 other clansmen of his clan here. The other 6 clansmen were all stronger than him. The combined combat power of the 7 clansmen was extremely terrifying. Moreover, the 7 of them could form a 7-star formation, which was unbelievably powerful. When he got close to the black mist, he didn't tear through the void anymore. Instead, he suddenly summoned the hidden dragon coffin, locked himself in it, and went in. The black hidden dragon coffin was like a black dragon. It constantly moved left and right in the mist and quickly flew in a certain direction. Boom, boom, a series of tsunami-like loud sounds could be faintly heard from the depths of the mist. Then, there was the loud sound of chains clanging. The entire area shrouded in the mist looked extremely strange. In the deepest part of the black mist, there was a huge circular abyss. The huge crashing sound and the sound of iron chains came from this circular abyss. At this moment, there was a black hidden dragon coffin floating at each of the 6 positions above the abyss. Every hidden dragon coffin was constantly floating and all of them were emitting a powerful hierarch aura. The dragon keeper's coffin suddenly broke through the black mist and flew to a certain position in the abyss before it stopped moving. Old 7, you came and went in a hurry. Did you get anything? An old voice suddenly came out from one of the black hidden dragon coffins. Boss, I didn't find the so-called super divine dragon in the Sword Cloud sect, but I met a sword cultivator from the Outland. He's too powerful, I'm no match for him. The dragon keeper who was called Old 7 covered the wound on his back with his hand and said while gritting his teeth. What? Old 7, you're injured? How could anyone hurt you in the Daluo territory? Damn it. How dare someone attack us, the dragon keeper? Is he tired of living? Old 7, is that sword cultivator still in the Daluo territory? I'm going to kill him now. The other 6 black hidden dragon coffins shook one after another. All of them were filled with rage. Brothers, that mysterious sword cultivator from the extraterritorial region is extremely powerful. I've never seen such a powerful and terrifying sword technique in my life. Lying in the coffin, the dragon breeder called Old 7 had a look of horror in his eyes. Until now, he could not help but tremble whenever he thought of Yi Yun. At that time, he was almost killed by that guy's sword. Such a powerful sword cultivator, could he be from Sword Pavilion? A dull voice said at that moment. It can't be Sword Pavilion. Sword Pavilion wouldn't do anything to us dragon breeders unless they're out of their minds. Another old voice said. Boss, no matter what, Old 7 is injured this time. We have to find a way to avenge him. Another voice interrupted and said angrily. We can't leave this place for the time being. In another hidden dragon coffin, a black-clothed old man said in a deep voice with a serious expression, We 7 ultimate gods are guarding the abyss here. We can't leave this place at the same time. Boss, what's wrong with leaving once? That guy in the abyss couldn't escape after being suppressed for so many years. How can it be so easy to break free from the seal set by the 3 divine kings? Another voice said indifferently. Yes. Boss, in addition to guarding the abyss, we also need to use the container to collect that guy's physical energy in the abyss. The last container is almost done now. Another voice said. After saying that, he seemed to feel a little unsatisfied. The black hidden dragon coffin shook slightly and a black light fell into the abyss. A coffin rose from the black mist and floated above the abyss. It was a black hidden dragon coffin, just like their hidden dragon coffin, but its aura was much weaker. Well, after this container is done, we'll seek revenge from that sword cultivator. The old man thought for a moment and nodded. Haha, boss, you finally agreed. It's really not easy. We've been guarding here for nearly 100,000 years. It's really too long, the dragon breeders in the other hidden dragon coffins began to complain. Alright, let's not talk about it anymore. Everyone, hurry up and heal Old 7. In the 7 hidden dragon coffins, the dragon breeder called Boss frowned and said quickly. Alright. The other dragon breeders agreed, and the 6 black hidden dragon coffins emitted beams of light at the same time, pouring into the 7th hidden dragon coffin. After receiving the surge of energy, the 7th dragon keeper's injuries quickly healed. The black hidden dragon coffin above the abyss slowly sank down again. He disappeared into the endless black fog. Clang, clang, another loud sound of chains came from the depths of the abyss, as if some monster was walking inside. However, the 7 black hidden dragon coffins turned a blind eye to this. The black mist surged, and a huge black claw flashed in the mist, as if it wanted to claw its way out. But then, countless runes flickered on the walls above the abyss. They lit up with a layer of silver light and fell down, forcibly suppressing the black scaly claws. Boom, boom. Furious crashing sounds came from the depths of the abyss, shaking the whole earth. However, the 7 hidden dragon coffins still floated quietly in the black mist without any movement. They seemed to be used to it. This time, we should be able to find the nest, right? Yiyan felt that the dragon breeder had stopped somewhere for a while, and an excited smile appeared on his face. This time, he wanted to kill his way into the nest of the dragon breeder to understand the mystery of the vessel. Yiyan held Lui's hand, tore the void, and disappeared. The next moment, the two of them suddenly walked out of the void near a land shrouded in black fog. What is this place? Yiyan scanned the front and found that his divine sense couldn't reach too far. The black mist was full of strange energy, which had a great hindrance and devouring effect on divine sense. Yiyan sized it up and found that the black mist covered the vast earth. It was boundless, and he didn't know where it extended to. Big brother Yun, I didn't expect it to be the black sky burial ground. The dragon breeder's nest is actually hidden here. Lui looked at the boundless black fog in front of her with a shocked expression and blurted out. What's the black sky burial ground? Yiyan raised his eyebrows and asked softly. Lui looked at the black mist with fear in her eyes. She whispered, Big brother Yun, the black sky burial ground is the most mysterious place in the Daluo region. It's famous in the divine land, and it's known as the God Spirit Forbidden Zone. All God Spirit cultivators can't enter. Once they enter, they will all die. It's that terrifying? Yiyan's eyes twitched as he looked at the black sky burial ground again. The dragon breeder was indeed scheming. Their nest was actually here. It was no wonder that no one could enter. It probably wasn't just the black mist that killed people. The real culprits were the dragon breeder. Come, let's go in and take a look. Yiyan smiled as he held Lui's hand and flew into the black mist. Yiyan's body emitted a divine light that enveloped Lui. When the black mist came into contact with the divine light, it hid far away. Yiyan reached out and grabbed a handful of the black mist. He silently sensed it and was shocked to discover that the mist was actually a deathly aura that leaned towards the dark element. If an ordinary true God realm cultivator was disturbed by the deathly aura, they wouldn't be able to survive for more than a few minutes. Only Divine Lord realm cultivators would be able to stay here for half a day. Hierarch realm cultivators would stay for a longer period of time. You've been in the Daluo region for so long. Haven't you been to the Black Sky Burial Ground? Yiyan asked with a smile as he strolled around leisurely. Lui blushed and said softly, Big brother Yun, I only took a look from the periphery. After sensing the terror of the black mist, I didn't enter again. After hearing Lui's explanation, Yiyan nodded. Lui continued, Big brother Yun, I don't know what strange thing is sealed in the Black Sky Burial Ground. People often hear loud noises from afar. There's actually something sealed? Yiyan was taken aback. It could be an ancient ferocious beast or an evil fiend celestial. You can often hear the sound of metal chains swaying. Lui looked around and seemed to be searching for that sound as she explained softly. At this moment, in the depths of the mist, there was the loud sound of metal chains being pulled. Yiyan's expression changed slightly. The sound was a little weak, but he could still distinguish it clearly. There was a huge creature that was chained up. Could it be a dragon? Yiyan immediately had such a guess in his heart. Dragon breeders loved to interact with the dragon race. It made sense if a divine dragon was sealed. However, this thought was a little lacking in thought. Dragon breeders were extremely powerful. It was said that there were godly king realm experts. Why would they seal a divine dragon instead of subduing it? With their strange methods, it wouldn't be difficult to subdue a godly king realm divine dragon. Rumble, rumble, the sound of the chains disappeared, followed by a loud crash. This sound was even more violent than the sound of the chains. When it reached Yiyan's ears, it was like an explosion. Yi Yun's face was filled with interest. It seemed that this trip to the Black Sky Burial Ground would not disappoint him. Big Brother Yun, are we still going in? Lu Yi asked with a trembling voice. Her face was pale as she listened to the terrifying sound that was like a thunderclap. She was famous in the entire Daluo region and was given the title of Sword Supremacy. But in the vast divine land, it was nothing. Sword Supremacy was just a title. Lu Yi was also afraid. Therefore, she was extremely flustered when she heard the mysterious and terrifying sounds coming from the Black Sky Burial Ground, which was known as the Forbidden Area of the Gods. After all, the unknown was often more terrifying. Don't worry, Yi. I'm here. Don't worry. Yi Yun smiled and gently rubbed Lu Yi's soft hands before continuing to fly forward. The dragon razor was still in that position, which meant that that place was the dragon razor's real nest. After flying for a while, Yi Yun was surprised to find that the dragon razor's nest was in the same place as the source of the sound. How interesting. There must be some shocking secret in the dragon razor's nest. Yi Yun's interest was piqued. He pulled Lu Yi's hand and flew quickly into the black fog. Near the abyss. While the other 6 dragon breeders were treating the 7th brother, their leader, the black-robed old man, suddenly frowned as if he had sensed something unusual. Did you notice that there seems to be something in the dragon razor's body? The leader asked with a frown. There seems to be something. Let me take a closer look, one of the voices said. After the voice finished speaking, a 7 stars array suddenly appeared in the hidden dragon coffin he was in. The 7 stars flashed slightly and converged into a silver light, which suddenly fell into the hidden dragon coffin where the 7th brother was. After scanning for a while. How terrifying. There's actually a mark on 7th brother's wound. It's extremely well hidden. Could it have been left by that sword cultivator? A voice suddenly said. Although that sword cultivator is also a hierarch, he's still not qualified to enter the Black Sky Burial Ground. Boss's face darkened and he suddenly said, let's destroy this mark first. Yes. A bright silver light fell into the hidden dragon coffin, and the mark in the depths of Old Seven's wound was quickly erased. Boss, why don't you leave this mark to lure that sword cultivator over? Old Seven said. Our mission is more important. Let's not increase the risk for now. Big Boss said cautiously. In the other coffins, every dragon keeper nodded silently. Their mission was to guard the abyss and drive the vessel to absorb the energy of the guy in the abyss. Both missions were very important, but they hadn't been completed yet, so it was better not to have any accidents. What? Big Boss's face suddenly changed. At this moment, he sensed the aura of a human. He immediately released his divine consciousness to scan the surroundings and immediately found a white light. A young man in white with an extraordinary temperament was holding the hand of a beautiful woman in red. They had arrived 100 miles away from the abyss. Old Seven, quickly take a look in the southwest direction. Is that the sword cultivator coming? Big Boss quickly said. Old Seven couldn't be bothered to heal his wound. He quickly released his divine consciousness to scan the area and was immediately shocked. Boss, it's that mysterious sword cultivator. The woman in red next to him is the Sword Cloud Sect's honorable sword. He quickly said in a deep voice. That honorable sword is only a half-step hierarch. There's nothing to worry about. Instead, it's this mysterious hierarch sword cultivator that's unfathomable. Boss stared into the distance with a ferocious glint in his eyes. Since that sword cultivator dared to come to the Black Sky Burial Ground, then he shouldn't blame them for being merciless. There was a shocking secret hidden here. In the past, anyone who came close would be killed by them. Therefore, no one dared to come to the Black Sky Burial Ground anymore. Low cultivation true gods would die upon entering. Even divine emperors would not last long. As for hierarch realm cultivators, they would be killed as soon as they entered. In the Daluo region, there were rarely any hierarch realm cultivators. Therefore, they had been living peacefully for so many years. Therefore, the second task was completed smoothly. They had successfully completed a few containers. Boss, since that sword cultivator is so arrogant, let's kill him here. A cold and arrogant voice said. That's right. I have the same intention. Big Boss nodded with a gloomy face. He increased the output of his magical power and shouted, "Let's help old Seven again. Let's see how much he can recover." "Yes." Everyone replied in unison. The light coming from the 7 black hidden dragon coffins suddenly intensified. The injuries on old Seven's body healed quickly. Just when the dragon breeder's big boss noticed Yi Yun also noticed them. 100 miles away. To Yi Yun, it was a piece of cake. He held Lui's hand and floated in the black mist. He looked around and carefully sized up his surroundings. There was a huge black abyss in front of him. The entrance of the abyss was round and filled with black mist. It was difficult to see what was going on. The black mist's blocking effect on divine senses was stronger than the black mist outside. In 7 different directions of the abyss, there were 7 familiar black hidden dragon coffins floating. 6 of the hidden dragon coffins were releasing a black energy to one of the hidden dragon coffins. Yi Yun understood in his heart that this was to heal that injured fellow. "Big brother Yun, I didn't expect there to be 7 dragon breeders here. They are guarding the surroundings of the abyss. Could they be guardians?" Lui whispered after observing for a while. "Perhaps. Those fellows who hide their heads and show their tails have never done anything good." Yi Yun snorted. Splash, splash, in the depths of the abyss, there was a loud noise. It seemed like there was a huge object dragging a huge chain. Yi Yun ignored the 7 black hidden dragon coffins. Instead, he cast his gaze into the depths of the abyss. He strengthened his divine senses as much as possible and looked down. A black hidden dragon coffin floated in the black mist. "There's another dragon breeder?" Yi Yun frowned when he saw the hidden dragon coffin. As if he had thought of something, he immediately condensed the senses of his soul into a needle and pierced through the restrictions on the surface of the hidden dragon coffin viciously. His soul penetrated the coffin as well. When he saw the appearance of a middle-aged man inside, he was shocked. Yi Yun sucked in a cold breath. This person wasn't a dragon breeder but a vessel from the Xianxia continent. The middle-aged man in the hidden dragon coffin had his eyes closed, as if he was in a deep sleep. His cultivation was in the life and death realm. This cultivation was considered high in the Xianxia continent. But in the divine land, it was pitifully low. However, the middle-aged man's body was extremely strong. Even though Yi Yun only caught a glimpse of it, he could not help but be shocked. Because his body had surpassed that of an ordinary divine dragon. It was comparable to a high-level divine dragon's body. Yi Yun's eyes flickered. In an instant, he saw waves of energy penetrating from the bottom of the coffin and being absorbed by the middle-aged man's body. These waves of energy were pitch black, almost the same color as the fog in the abyss. The vessel in the Xianxia continent already has a strong body after absorbing the dragon aura of the ley lines. Why is it still absorbing in the divine land? Yi Yun frowned slightly, unable to understand. This black energy could actually strengthen the vessel's physical body. Then what was this black energy? Could it be the energy from the guy sealed in the abyss? For a moment, many guesses flashed through Yi Yun's mind. He was glad that he made the right bet this time. He followed the dragon breeder to the black sky burial ground and discovered this shocking secret. Yi Yun withdrew the wisp of divine consciousness from the hidden dragon coffin and continued to project it into the depths of the black fog. He also wanted to see what kind of monster was sealed in the abyss. Was it an ancient beast, or an evil demon god? Although Yi Yun's primordial spirit was very strong, the black fog in the abyss had a strong effect on devouring and hindering his primordial spirit. As he continued to explore, his divine consciousness became weaker and weaker. Clang, clang, the loud sound of chains rang in the abyss again. Yi Yun kept increasing the strength of his divine consciousness, trying to see deeper into the abyss. The black mist surged. A huge black claw covered in scales suddenly reached out from the abyss, as if it wanted to grab the rock wall above the abyss so that the huge body at the bottom could escape. This is... Yi Yun's spiritual consciousness saw this black claw covered in scales, and his expression immediately turned solemn. This was because he could tell at a glance that the black-scaled claws were most likely the claws of a divine dragon. Could it be that there was really a divine dragon sealed here? Yi Yun secretly guessed. However, if this divine dragon could move in the depths of the abyss, why couldn't it roar, whoosh, that enormous black claw passed through Yi Yun's consciousness and probed towards the exit of the abyss. As soon as they arrived at the exit of the abyss, they saw countless runes flickering on the walls of the abyss. They lit up with a layer of silver light and fell down like a tide, forcibly suppressing the black-scaled claws. When the silver light fell, Yi Yun's spiritual consciousness was also cut off. Boom, boom, another furious crashing sound came from the depths of the abyss, and the earth started to shake again. Yi Yun's face was a little ugly. The terrifying suppressive power formed by those seals was indeed very strong. So far, he had never seen such a powerful seal. It was definitely not something those ultimate god realm dragon breeders could set up. They were at least divine kings. Thinking of this, Yi Yun also understood. The 7 dragon breeders in front of him were just 7 chess pieces guarding the seal. This was not the dragon breeders' lair. It was only a small stronghold. At this moment, Yi Yun was still 100 miles away from the abyss with Lu Yi standing beside him. He was also afraid that Lu Yi would be injured in the battle. Yi Yun's heart skipped a beat as he fumbled around his wrist. Suddenly, there was a red light lingering around his hand. He handed the bright red light to Lu Yi and said with a smile, "This armor is for you." This, Lu Yi's eyes widened. She was shocked to discover that there was a red light lingering around Yi Yun's hand. Within that red light, there was a bright red armor that was emitting a powerful aura. This aura was mysterious and ancient. There were all kinds of mysterious runes on the armor, giving off an unusually powerful feeling. Lu Yi recognized at a glance that this was a divine armor. And its quality was not low. At this moment, Yi Yun said with a smile, "This is a divine armor called the Red Tasseled Battle Armor. Refine it and wear it temporarily. This way, the black fog and the black sky burial ground will have a limited effect on you." "Big brother Yun, isn't this armor too precious?" Lu Yi was agitated. Her face flushed red as her delicate body trembled. Big brother Yun did not even have a single piece of armor on him, but he was giving this divine armor to her. How could she accept it? "I don't need the armor. You can keep it." Looking at Lu Yi's bashful expression, Yi Yun smiled gently and said, "This is originally a woman's armor. It's not suitable for me. Hurry up and wear it. Let me see if it looks good on you." "Really? Big brother Yun, this is a woman's armor?" Lu Yi was excited. She immediately stretched out her hands to receive the red tasseled battle armor. She projected a ray of magic power and began refining the armor. As a half-step hierarch realm expert, he was able to refine the divine tier armor very quickly. In a few breaths' time, she could absorb the armor into her body and wear it on the surface of her body. Lu Yi's mind moved, and the red tasseled battle armor disappeared from her hands and was draped over her body. As this set of armor was specially designed for women, it accentuated Lu Yi's devilish figure and made her extremely sexy and charming. The bright red battle armor was noble and mysterious, exuding a charming red luster. Every pattern on the red tasseled battle armor was filled with an ancient aura, as if showing that this battle armor's origin was absolutely extraordinary. So beautiful. Yi Yun's eyes lit up as he looked at the sexy Lu Yi. He couldn't help but exclaim. This set of female battle armor was skin-tight. Although it covered her entire face, only revealing Lu Yi's pair of beautiful watery eyes, it accentuated her devilish figure. It was enough to make one drool. Yi Yun looked at Lu Yi. He didn't know why, but he thought of his other confidants. He had a lot of female divine armor in his warehouse. If those confidants were still alive, Yi Yun wanted to give one to each of them. "Big brother Yun, this armor is really beautiful. As expected of the red tasseled battle armor. It's at least a high-grade divine armor." Lu Yi looked at the mysterious red light and touched her proud body. She was so excited that her voice trembled. "You're my girlfriend. I can't give you a high-grade divine armor. This is a supreme-grade divine armor." Yi Yun smiled with his hands behind his back. Supreme-grade divine armor? When Lu Yi heard these words, she immediately felt dizzy. She had originally thought that it was a high-grade divine armor. After all, it was extremely rare to have a divine armor in the divine land. Divine armor was divided into low-grade, middle-grade, high-grade, and supreme-grade. High-grade divine level armors were already extremely rare. Only legendary figures could possess such a treasure. As for supreme-grade divine armor, Lu Yi had never heard of it. Lu Yi was too excited. Now, she actually possessed a top-grade divine-grade armor. After refining this armor, her combat power would be comparable to the first level of the godly venerable realm. Even a cultivator at the first level of the godly venerable realm would be no match for her. The defense of this supreme-grade divine armor was extremely shocking. Even though Lu Yi had only just started refining it, she could feel the mysterious runes on the surface of the armor emitting a powerful defensive power. Big brother Yun, why do you have such a divine armor for women? Surrounded by immense happiness, Lu Yi thought of something and could not help but ask with a red face. Yi Yun was slightly taken aback, then he said with a smile, 100,000 years of cultivation is too boring. I remembered that you like to wear red clothes the most, so I refined this armor. Big brother Yun, you've changed so much in the past 100,000 years. I didn't expect you to be able to refine such a divine armor. Lu Yi stared at Yi Yun with a fanatical look on her face. Big brother Yun's talent was outstanding. Back in the Sunnan continent, he could suppress all the eternal realm cultivators. He could learn all the cultivation techniques and divine abilities in one go. But at that time, she didn't see Yi Yun specialize in refining weapons. Therefore, in Lu Yi's heart, Yi Yun didn't know how to refine weapons at all. She didn't expect Yi Yun to learn how to refine weapons in the past 100,000 years and even refine a supreme-grade divine armor. It was unbelievable. She didn't dare to imagine how Yi Yun did it and what kind of huge price he paid. Big brother Yun, why didn't you refine one for yourself? Lu Yi suddenly asked curiously. The materials used to refine a set of divine armor are too shocking. After refining 2 sets, I didn't refine any more. Yi Yun's eyes flashed with an awkward look, then he explained with a smile. How was he going to explain to Lu Yi that he had signed in for 100,000 years? This kind of thing couldn't be explained at all. He also couldn't say that, in his warehouse, there was already a mountain of god-tier armor. They were even less valuable than cabbages on the streets. However, Yi Yun did not intend to tell anyone about this. After all, it was too shocking. Some people were better off simply living in their own world. Lu Yi, that silly girl, was also very easy to fool. He just had to deal with her casually. Big brother Yun, I'll gather some materials in the future. When the time comes, try to refine one for yourself. Lu Yi said with a firm expression. Alright, it's rare for Yi to be so considerate. Yi Yun smiled awkwardly again. Unexpectedly. Lu Yi, that little girl, was really persistent. She actually wanted to collect materials so that he could refine a divine-level armor. He had the body of Zhu Long, so he didn't need any armor at all. Of course. Sometimes, in order to not expose his identity, it didn't matter if he wore armor. Wait for me here. I'm going to meet those dragon breeders. Yi Yun gently patted Lu Yi's shoulder and instructed her before disappearing. Brother Yun, be careful. Lu Yi replied worriedly. Since Yi Yun wasn't by her side, the blob of white light vanished as the black fog immediately surrounded them. Lu Yi injected her dermic powers into the armor. Immediately, a blob of light rose from the surface of the red-tasseled armor, blocking the black fog outside. This red-tasseled armor is really powerful. Seeing the terrifying black fog unable to advance any further, Lu Yi heaved a sigh of relief. At that moment, Yi Yun had already arrived above the chasm. He floated in the fog, his body emitting light as the fog retreated far away. Why are you guys hiding here? What's your goal? Yi Yun's gaze flickered, but he wasn't in a hurry to attack. Instead, he attempted to ask a question. Without a doubt. As pawns, these dragon breeders definitely had their memories sealed. Once he read their memories, they would immediately explode. Therefore, while the other 6 dragon breeders were treating the injured dragon breeder, Yi Yun wanted to probe to see if he could obtain any information. Sword cultivator from another realm, you sure have guts. You actually dared to come to the forbidden area of the Black Sky Burial Ground. Have you never thought of losing your life here? A cold voice suddenly came out of a black hidden dragon coffin. I didn't think of that. Yi Yun slowly drew his silver sword and pointed at the black hidden dragon coffin. He said nonchalantly, I have a sword that can go anywhere in the world. How arrogant. A roar came from the other black hidden dragon coffin. Boss, let's not treat old Seven first. Let's kill this punk first, the voice said. Kill him first. You six, kill him. I'll go and snatch the divine armor from that sword venerable. After the boss of the dragon breeders gave the order, he immediately drove the hidden dragon coffin towards Louis. Trying to escape? Yi Yan sneered and disappeared from where he stood in an instant. He was so fast that the other 6 hidden dragon coffins could not react in time. A ray of silver light flashed. Yi Yan's sword suddenly whipped towards the hidden dragon coffin that was moving through the black fog. Boom, the sword light struck the hidden dragon coffin, creating a deafening sound. The black hidden dragon coffin could no longer move forward and retreated towards the direction of the abyss. This sword cultivator is so powerful. Feeling the violent vibration from the hidden dragon coffin, the boss's expression changed and his heart was filled with shock. He was the one with the highest cultivation level among the 7 dragon breeders. He had already reached the peak of level 2 ultimate god realm. He was only half a step away from level 3 ultimate god realm. However, he was still repelled by the mysterious sword cultivator's sword when he was driving the hidden dragon coffin with all his might. That showed how terrifying the sword light was. Set up the formation. The black hidden dragon coffin returned to the sky above the abyss and immediately let out a roar. The other 6 hidden dragon coffins immediately rose into the sky and flew above the abyss, forming the shape of the Big Dipper. Rays of black light fell and the 7 dragon breeders appeared from the hidden dragon coffins. The 7 hidden dragon coffins floated above their heads. Yi Yan secretly nodded when he saw the 7 of them forming the Big Dipper coffin formation. The formation should be in its primary form. However, its power was more than 10 times stronger than the Big Dipper coffin formation set up by a single person. The corners of Yi Yan's mouth curled into a cold smile. He slowly placed the silver sword in front of his chest as a provocative look appeared in his eyes. Come on, let me see what you guys are capable of. He said calmly. Boss, his sword technique is extremely powerful. I tried my best but I couldn't break it. Old Seven quickly reminded Yi Yan when he saw the familiar swordsmanship again with his hands in front of his chest. The Big Dipper coffin formation set up by the 7 of us ultimate god realm can't break his sword technique? The eldest brother shook his head and sneered. He did not believe that a level 1 ultimate god sword cultivator could be so powerful. After all, the 7th brother was the weakest among the 7 of them. Now that the 7 of them had joined forces to set up a formation, how could he block it with just one sword technique? How was that possible? In the Divine Land, even a peerless genius from Sword Pavilion wouldn't be able to block it with just one move. Louis, who was 100 miles away, watched the battle nervously. She knew that it was Big Brother Yun who had given her another opportunity to observe. Using the dual sword technique against the 7 ultimate god realm dragon breeders. It was definitely an unimaginable battle. Yi Yan's expression was indifferent as he stood tall and straight with his sword in front of his chest. The power of heaven and earth was within his sword. Dual sword technique, life-state sword technique. Nothing in the world could break it. Kill this kid. One of the dragon breeders could no longer stand Yi Yan's indifference. How dare he act like this in front of 7 ultimate god realm dragon breeders? How dare he look down on them? Kill. The boss roared as his dermic power surged into his hand seals. The black hidden dragon coffins above their heads began to vibrate. Kill. The 6 of them roared. As the 7 of them changed their hand seals, the 7 hidden dragon coffins emitted a huge black light pillar that pierced into the distance. Each pillar of light was over 100 feet in size. It was as if it was the light of destruction, and it emitted a terrifying aura. Yi Yan nodded slightly. Each black light pillar was comparable to the strongest attack of the dragon breeders. There were a total of 7 light pillars. Due to the different cultivation levels of the 7, the power of each light pillar increased gradually. Yi Yan was indifferent. Louis, who was far away, was sweating profusely. There were 7 ultimate god realm dragon breeders and 5 second stage ultimate god realm dragon breeders. I hope Big Brother Yun is fine. Louis was anxious as she prayed. At the same time, she drew her sword and was ready to help Yi Yan if the situation turned bad. Whoosh, 7 terrifying black pillars of light rushed over and arrived in front of the silver sword in an instant. A strange force guided the 7 light pillars into the void within 30 feet of the silver longsword. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the 7 pillars of light strangely disappeared. What? How can this sword technique be so powerful? It can even block the attacks of the 7 of us? One of the dragon breeders widened his eyes in disbelief. I told you, this kid's sword technique is extremely strange. It seems like it can block all attacks. The 7th boss said in a deep voice with deep fear in his eyes. How can there be an unbreakable shield in this world? If it can't be broken, it can only be said that the spear is not sharp enough. Boss said indifferently, not minding it at all. As far as he knew, Yi Yun's sword technique only relied on some powerful divine ability to draw their attacks into another space. Although the swordsmanship was marvelous, it also had its flaws. Once the attack reached saturation and exceeded the range of the sword technique would collapse. When the swordsmanship collapsed, the swordsman would naturally die as well. Thinking of this, the hand seal on his hand emitted 6 rays of black light, and the remaining 6 hidden dragon coffins appeared above his head. When the other 6 saw this, they immediately summoned 6 hidden dragon coffins. In this way, 7 black coffins floated above each dragon breeder's head. This was the second transformation of the 7 stars coffin array. It was equivalent to increasing the attack power by tens of times on top of the original foundation. They had once used this attack to kill a Hierarch Realm level 5 cultivator. In the Hierarch Realm, there was a huge difference between each level. A Hierarch Realm level 3 cultivator could at least deal with 10 Hierarch Realm level 2 cultivators. However, these 7 dragon breeders relied on the second transformation of the 7 stars coffin array to kill a Hierarch Realm level 5 cultivator. One could imagine the power of this array. The 7 dragon breeders were able to guard the abyss of the Black Sky burial ground naturally because they had a powerful backup plan. For so many years, the Black Sky burial ground had been peaceful because of these dragon breeders. The 7 of you should have been guarding the abyss for quite some time. You should know what's hidden down there, right? Yi Yun's eyes flashed as he started probing again. You're about to die, and you still want to get useful information from us? What a joke. One of the dragon breeder laughed. The seal of the abyss isn't something a Hierarch Realm cultivator like you can touch. Another dragon breeder sneered. Then, he flipped his hand seal again and his magic power surged out, causing the 7 hidden dragon coffins above his head to vibrate. This time, we're going to kill him in one blow. The leader of the dragon breeders gritted his teeth and shouted fiercely. Now that the power of the array had multiplied by 10 times, even a Hierarch Realm level 5 cultivator would be defeated by it. He did not believe that a Hierarch Realm level 1 sword cultivator could withstand it with that sword technique. As long as the sword cultivator was killed, the sword sovereign would not be able to escape. That armor would be his. As for the red divine level armor, he had his eyes on it as soon as it appeared. Just now, he was observing Yi Yun and Lu Yi from afar and heard their conversation. After learning that this was a god-tier armor, his heart was in turmoil. Even in the divine land, this kind of armor was extremely rare. If he presented it to the higher-ups, he might be able to get an unimaginable reward. As far as he knew, one of the higher-ups was a female. She was just right for the red embellished armor. So many thoughts flashed through his mind. Following his shout, the 7 dragon breeders launched the second wave of attack. 49 black hidden dragon coffins shot out a total of 49 huge black light pillars this time. Each light pillar was extremely huge. The 49 light pillars covered the sky and the earth. They had already enveloped the area within a radius of 100 miles. Compared to Yi Yun's tiny body, he could not be compared to the huge light pillars. Whoosh, the 49 black light pillars whizzed and fell from the sky like an avalanche. When the black fog of the Black Sky burial ground encountered these black light pillars, everything within 100 miles was swept away. Yi Yun looked indifferent and was as steady as Mount Tai. The silver longsword was placed in front of his chest calmly. Brother Yun. Lu Yi, who was far away, saw the earth-shattering attack and could not hold back anymore. She shouted and prepared to come over to help. Suddenly, she heard a familiar man's gentle voice. Wait there. No matter what happens, don't come over. All right, Brother Yun. Lu Yi's body froze in midair. She exhaled slowly and felt much more relaxed. Brother Yun had a card up his sleeve. The 7 dragon breeders were no match for him at all. Whoosh whoosh, black pillars of light that covered the sky and earth suddenly fell from all directions, but they were still pulled by a mysterious and huge force and began to gather in different directions. At this moment, Yi Yun's body seemed to have many clones, facing different directions. The silver longsword formed a strange force and absorbed all the black light pillars in different directions. Absorbed again? What kind of swordsmanship is this? The 7 dragon breeders' eyes almost popped out as they looked at the terrifying scene in disbelief. Could this swordsmanship have already come into contact with some kind of law? Boom, boom, deep in the abyss, there was a huge collision sound. A huge black claw, which was surrounded by black mist, tried to break the seal again. The runes on the rock wall above the abyss lit up and formed a silver light that fell again. Originally, the huge black claw would be suppressed. But for some reason, there was a black ring-shaped light flickering in the palm of the black claw this time. Boom, the giant black claw slammed into the silver tide and smashed it into pieces. The mist tumbled. Poof, the huge black claw paused in midair for a while, then suddenly rose into the air and clawed into the rock wall above the abyss. The silver runes also began to shatter at this moment. Is this ferocious beast going to break free? Yi Yun raised his eyebrows and looked in the direction of the abyss. He also wanted to take a look. Was the true form of this ferocious beast a dragon, or was it something else? Anything that was suppressed here by the dragon raisers would definitely not be mediocre. After being suppressed for so many years, it still had a chance to break free. It could be seen how terrifying its strength was. A part of the silver runes shattered, causing the power of the seal to decrease sharply. The 7 dragon raisers were shocked when they saw this. They had guarded the abyss for so many years, and the seal had never been broken. Once it was broken. Even if the 7 dragon raisers joined forces, they were no match for that beast. Seal. The leader of the dragon raisers suddenly raised his hand, and a bright silver light shot out from his hand and landed on the rock wall. It was a silver sphere. Its surface was covered with all kinds of mysterious runes, and it released a mysterious silver light that fell down like the Milky Way. The silver light landed on the runes, and the broken runes were repaired. Whoosh, the large area of runes once again released a tide of silver light towards the huge black claw, trying to drive the huge black claw away from the rock wall. Boom, the silver light hit the giant black claw, and there was a loud bang. The giant black claw felt some pain from the impact, and it quickly retracted and left the rock wall. At this time, the runes around the rock wall shone brightly, and the silver light rose slowly, forming another tidal wave of attack. The black ring in the giant black claw's palm also shone brightly, but it was a terrifying black light. With the help of the terrifying black light, the giant black claw seemed to have endless power. It waved its claw and immediately shattered the tidal wave of silver light. Boom, after the tidal wave of silver light was shattered, countless silver water droplets fell in all directions. What? How can it be so strong? What is the black ring in the giant claw? The 7 dragon raisers were shocked and in disbelief. This was a seal jointly set up by the 3 divine kings. That beast could break the seal, so what was its cultivation level in its previous life? Seal. The dragon keeper's boss gave another order. The other 6 dragon breeders understood tacitly. On the surface of their 7 hidden dragon coffins, a silver 7-star array appeared. Chi-chi, streaks of silver light, like a sky full of silver arrows, fell on those silver runes from all directions. With the support of the silver light, the rune became stronger. As for the mysterious silver sphere, it was still emitting a silver light that continued to flow downwards. It seemed to be supporting the runes on the cliff. Seeing that the 7 dragon keepers were so busy that they seemed to have forgotten about him, Yi Yun's lips curled up into a sneer. I say, are you guys still going to fight or not? Sir, we have no enmity between us. Must we fight to the death? The dragon breeder boss turned around, narrowed his eyes, and said gloomily. The white-clothed sword cultivator in front of them was really difficult to deal with. At the crucial moment of the seal, they really did not want to attack anymore. If that fellow were to break free from the seal, then they would have committed a great sin. According to the judgment from above, the 7 of them would definitely end up dead. How can there be no enmity between us? Just now, you wanted to snatch that red tasseled armor. Yi Yan sneered with a mocking look in his eyes. The dragon breeder boss looked embarrassed when he heard that. Boss, we don't have to hide anymore. Let's use our strongest attack and kill him. A dragon keeper next to him said arrogantly. All right. The dragon breeder boss gritted his teeth and made up his mind. It was better to deal with the pain quickly than to prolong the pain. They had to eliminate the threat in front of them first so that they could protect the seal with peace of mind. Just when he thought of that. Boom, the huge black claw collided with the silver light tide again, producing a loud bang. The silver tide dispersed. It seemed that the attack had not repelled the huge black claw. The huge black claw suddenly grabbed at the runes on the cliff. It seemed that it knew that it could only break free if it destroyed the runes. Kill. The 7 dragon breeders had a tacit understanding and changed their hand seals at the same time. At this moment, the 7-star array formation on the surface of each black hidden dragon coffin emitted silver light. In the distant starry sky. Suddenly, the resplendent Big Dipper appeared and emitted silver light. It merged with the 7-star array formation. With the support of the Big Dipper, the power of the 7-star array formation was even more terrifying. Then, each of the black hidden dragon coffins shot out a huge black and silver light beam. The black and silver light pillar was mixed with an unimaginable destructive aura as it smashed toward the small figure in the distance. Interesting. Yi Yan was still calm as he muttered to himself. If the sky full of attacks landed on the ground, the black sky burial ground would probably be smashed into countless abysses. Lui, who was far away, clenched her sword tightly as she watched everything anxiously. She believed that Big Brother Yun could defeat the 7 dragon breeders before her. However, the attacks before her were too powerful and had exceeded her definition of an expert. Whoosh, 49 huge black and silver light pillars fell down. Yi Yan's body once again produced many illusory avatars that guided the black and white light pillars that attacked from different angles to the front of the silver sword. Then, an unbelievable scene happened again. Those terrifying attacks once again disappeared at an extremely fast speed, inch by inch. In just a few breaths' time. The terrifying attacks that filled the sky disappeared without a trace, not even causing a splash. When the 7 dragon breeders saw this scene, they shivered as though they had fallen into an ice cellar. The shock in their hearts had reached an unimaginable level. This sword technique was too terrifying. He was actually able to easily take on such a powerful attack. What kind of sword technique was this? Perhaps, the experts of sword firmament had never seen such a powerful sword technique. Boom! The huge black claw and the silver light pillar clashed violently again. The huge black claw shattered the silver light pillar and approached the silver runes on the surrounding rock walls. The 7 dragon breeders' faces were ashen. There was a wolf in front and a tiger behind. They were no longer able to defeat that terrifying sword cultivator. Now, the terrifying fellow sealed in the abyss seemed to have the ability to break the seal. It's my turn. Yi Yan smiled casually as the sword in his hand changed. From life to death. Sword of death. Chi, a silver sword beam cut through the boundless darkness. It was like a bolt of lightning that went straight for the 7-star coffin array. Yi Yan wanted to break the 7-star coffin formation of the dragon keepers to stop them from thinking about it. This sword was a sword of death. Nothing in the world could stop it. The 7-star coffin formation of 49 hidden dragon coffins could not stop it. What? He's going to attack us? The few dragon raisers were immediately alarmed and felt a sense of terror descending. The sword practitioner was able to withstand such a powerful attack. His offensive swordsmanship must be extremely powerful. Boss, attack him. Looking at the familiar sword light, Old 7 immediately shouted anxiously. He would never forget that the 7 holes on his 7 hidden dragon coffins had been pierced through by a single sword. The terrifying sword practitioner not only pierced through the 7 hidden dragon coffins, but also wounded him in the back. He had almost been split into 2. If he had not escaped quickly, he would have become a dead body. Therefore, he still had a lingering fear. The moment he saw the sword light, he felt the threat of death. Hearing Old Seven's reminder, the other dragon keepers were startled and quickly made hand seals. The hidden dragon coffins floating above their heads emitted black and silver light attacks. However, this time, the black and silver light beams were not as powerful as before. After all, they had just launched such a powerful attack and consumed a lot of energy. It was impossible for them to launch a second attack in a row. Boom, beams of silver and white light shot towards the silver sword light, but they were all shattered by the silver sword light. What kind of swordsmanship was that? How could it be so powerful? As the strongest of the 7 dragon breeders, the eyes of the leader suddenly bulged out. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared in disbelief at the sword light that was rapidly approaching. At this moment, even though he was the strongest, he did not have any intention to resist. It was as if he was waiting for death. The other 6 dragon breeders had the same thought at this moment. It seemed that no matter how they resisted, they could not destroy the sword light and could only wait for death. As the sword light approached, the 7 dragon keepers were surprised to find that the sword light was not attacking their bodies, but the 7-star coffin formation above their heads. Boom, Yiyan's shocking sword light chopped down on the 7-star coffin grand array, emitting an earth-shaking boom. The 7 stars coffin formation instantly collapsed. Huge cracks appeared on the surface of each black hidden dragon coffin after being struck by the Death Realm sword. It was as if another sword strike would completely shatter all 49 hidden dragon coffins. Yiyan also had a backup plan. These few dragon breeders were not puppets, so he could not kill them for the time being. Puff, puff, the 7 dragon razors were shaken and spurted out blood at the same time. These hidden dragon coffins were their natal items. Now that their natal items were damaged, they were also damaged. Where did this sword cultivator come from? He's simply too strong. Even if the 7 of us joined forces, we're still no match for him. One of the dragon breeders had a miserable look on his face. His body swayed left and right as he suddenly knelt on the ground. Lying on the ground, he kept vomiting blood. The shattering of his life-bound item was a fatal injury to him. Boss, we've failed our mission. We're too ashamed to see those lords again. One of the dragon breeders said with a pale face after spitting out another mouthful of blood. Sigh, that's right, the leader of the dragon breeders sighed. His Dao heart had crumbled, and he finally admitted that the terrifying sword cultivator had the strength to kill all 7 of them. Boom, at the entrance to the abyss. After the huge black claw smashed the silver light, it actually grabbed the silver rune. The silver rune wavered and flickered, as if it would shatter at any moment. The mysterious silver sphere in the air continued to pour down rays of light that resembled the Milky Way into the rune. It was constantly stabilizing the seal. A vicious glint flashed through the boss's eyes when he saw this. Gritting his teeth, he waved his hand and summoned the mysterious silver sphere back to his hand. Yiyan paused when he saw the old man's mysterious action. Did the mysterious silver sphere have other tricks up its sleeve? Could it be that there was an attack from a divine king? Just as Yiyan was pondering this, a voice suddenly rang out. Boss, what are you doing? One of the dragon breeders shouted, waving his arms in horror. What am I doing? Now that we've failed our mission, we're going to die anyway. Why don't we just let that guy out? A sinister smile appeared on the dragon keeper's face as he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Boss, if that guy gets out, we'll all die. Another dragon breeder shouted. Then we'll all die together, including this sword cultivator. Haha. The boss gritted his teeth and laughed viciously. He looked crazed. Boom, the black claw hit the silver rune, and the black halo in his palm shone brightly again, infusing the black claw with endless power. Whoosh, the giant black claw was raised again, and then it slammed down fiercely. Apart from the boss, the other 6 dragon breeders stared blankly at the scene. They didn't expect that after guarding the place for almost 100,000 years, they would have to release the sealed guy with their own hands. What a mockery, however, now that things had come to this, they had no other choice. The sword cultivator in white was too terrifying. They couldn't defeat him even if they tried their best. They could only hope that this terrifying guy could defeat and kill the sword cultivator in white. This way, even if they died, they would be able to die in peace. These guys are evil. But it's just a joke. Yiyan remained calm after hearing what the dragon breeders said. as if he didn't care about the crisis at all. He was more concerned about the secret in the dragon breeders' hearts. "Since you're going to die, why don't you tell me some secrets?" Yi Yan said indifferently as he hovered in the air and looked down at the 7 dragon breeders. "What secrets do you want to know?" The dragon keeper's face turned cold as he asked through gritted teeth. "Who are you?" Yi Yan asked. "I don't mind telling you. We're dragon breeders," the boss said. Yi Yan was delighted when he saw that these guys seemed to have changed their minds before they died. However, he didn't show it on his face. Yi Yan swung the sword in his hand and said, "Why haven't I seen dragon breeders hiding in coffins?" "That's because the world is ignorant. We dragon breeders have 4 great inheritances. We're coffin bearers." The leader of the dragon breeders puffed out his chest and said proudly. "I see." Yi Yan nodded as if he had a sudden realization. He then asked, "Which lineage do the dragon breeders in the divine land belong to?" "They're Longzhu's lineage," the boss said. After saying that, he seemed to feel that it was inappropriate, as if he had revealed too many secrets. He clenched his fists and waved them around. He shouted, "Do it. Even if you kill us first, you'll be killed by that terrifying guy. Including the entire Daluo region, no one will be able to survive." Yi Yan sighed when he saw the old man tense up again. It wasn't easy to get information out of him. "What's the guy sealed in the abyss? Is it a ferocious beast or a divine dragon?" Yi Yan didn't give up and asked the last question. "Ha ha ha." The 7 dragon breeders burst into laughter after hearing Yi Yan's question. Especially the eldest dragon breeder, he was rocking back and forth with an exaggerated expression on his face. Yi Yan frowned. Was there anything wrong with what he said? Thinking about it carefully, Yi Yan did not feel that there was anything wrong. Could it be because he had mentioned the mystical dragon? These dragon breeders had been dealing with dragons all their lives, so they definitely would not know how to seal a mystical dragon. "Are you done laughing?" Yi Yan gently tapped the bottom with his sword, and a powerful pressure suddenly swept out. The dragon breeders found it difficult to breathe, and their injuries worsened. They vomited blood again. They finally stopped laughing. The eldest dragon breeder looked up at Yi Yan with a hint of contempt in his eyes. He sneered, "Neither of the 2 things you said is true. As for what it is, you will know it sooner or later. You'll find out sooner or later. Don't hesitate now. Just give us a quick death, okay?" Neither of the 2, Yi Yan was taken aback for a moment, and a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. Could it be that this giant claw came from an evil demon god? That was also possible. Boom, in the abyss, the giant black claw fiercely slapped the silver runes. A large area of the runes began to shatter, and could no longer gather the silver light of suppression. Whoosh, the giant black claw was raised high, and the black ring in its palm blossomed with a dazzling black light, gathering an unimaginable vast power. With a rumble, it slapped the silver runes again. Rumble. A large area of the silver runes was shattered. The seal that had been suppressed for tens of thousands of years was finally completely shattered. The runes were shattered, and could no longer form a seal. It could no longer be stopped. After breaking all the seals, the giant black claw suddenly shrank back into the black mist. Then, there was no more sound. Yi Yan frowned slightly. Could it be that this guy was dealing with the iron chain on its feet? Just as he thought of this, he suddenly heard the sound of iron chains rattling in the depths of the abyss. Then, the black mist broke open, and a giant black claw rushed out. This time, without the obstruction of the seal, the black claw rushed high into the sky. After rushing out for a distance of 100 feet, it suddenly stopped in midair. Yi Yan looked at the strange scene in front of him and was stunned. High in the sky, a black claw clawed at the sky. The claw was fixed in midair, and there was no so-called huge body behind the claw. It was just a giant black claw. An extremely thick black chain with all kinds of runes on its surface firmly locked the back of the huge black claw. The 2 were inextricably linked. The black chain was extremely long. It extended all the way into the abyss, seemingly reaching all the way to the bottom of the abyss. Hiss, when Yi Yan saw this, he sucked in a breath of cold air. He finally understood why the 7 dragon breeders had suddenly burst into laughter. It was not because of the seal on the divine dragon. It was because the giant black claw that was sealed was the giant claw of a divine dragon. The terrifying aura of the giant black claw was terrifying. It had far surpassed the aura of a hierarch. It had reached the divine king realm. This? Could it be the claw of a super divine dragon? Yi Yun's heart skipped a beat. His deep eyes suddenly became strange. In ancient times, there were a total of 10 super divine dragons under Zhu Long. Each of the super divine dragons had a noble bloodline and their cultivation was at the high level of the divine king realm. His strength was unrivaled, and his innate divine abilities were all impressive. If the gods of the divine land wanted to conquer the hidden dragon continent, the 10 super divine dragons would be an insurmountable barrier. Unexpectedly, there was a change in the situation later. Zhu Long mysteriously disappeared, and the 10 super divine dragons had an internal conflict. The gods of the divine land took the opportunity to send out their troops and won in the chaos, eliminating the powerful dragon clan. Yi Yun squinted his eyes and looked at the giant black claw carefully. The giant black claw was covered with black scales. Thick black fog was released from the gaps between the scales. The black fog was emitting a strong aura of death. Yi Yun sighed. It had been too long. Not a single part of the black dragon claw was still alive. It had turned into a creature similar to the undead. Crash, after failing to break free from the black chain for the first time, the giant black claw suddenly turned around and fell into the abyss again. Before it fell completely, it rushed out from the abyss again. The black ring in the palm of the black dragon claw had become very weak. It seemed that it could not provide more energy to the dragon claw. Rumble, following a loud noise from the bottom of the abyss, the black dragon claw unexpectedly broke free from the chains. It dragged the chains and flew into the sky. Yi Yun nodded silently. After the seal of the abyss was broken, the power of the chains weakened. That was why the black dragon claw could break free. Ha ha ha, it finally broke free. Black Sky Dragon. You've just broken free from the seal and are so weak. Hurry and devour all the creatures in the Black Sky burial ground. The dragon breeder leader hugged the sky with both hands and shouted at the top of his lungs with a crazed expression. Black Sky Dragon, come and devour us. The other dragon breeders also went crazy at this moment. They knew that they were going to die today, so they had to drag Yi Yun down with them no matter what. No matter how strong this mysterious sword cultivator was, how could he be a match for the black dragon claw that had the strength of a divine king? With a single claw, everything vanished into thin air. Hearing the crazy words of those dragon cultivators, Yi Yun's expression also became excited. He already had a guess in his heart. Now, the dragon breeder's words coincided with his guess. The giant black dragon claw was the claw of one of the 10 super divine dragons, the Black Sky Dragon. The Black Sky Dragon was the only dark divine dragon among the 10 super divine dragons. It controlled the power of dark slaughter and had many mysterious and unfathomable abilities. The Black Sky Dragon was an extremely mysterious existence even among the dragon tribe in ancient times. It was born in the darkness, hid in the darkness, and fought in the darkness. It rarely walked the world. It was cold and ruthless, but it was tolerant and kept a low profile. It was one of the super divine dragons that all divine dragons feared the most. Other than Zhu Long, no other super divine dragon could get close to the Black Sky Dragon. Even ordinary divine dragons did not know where the dark celestial dragon and his subordinates lived in the hidden dragon mainland. It was a very mysterious force among the ancient dragon tribe. Yi Yun did not expect the claw of the Black Sky Dragon to be sealed in the divine land for so many years. Woo woo, the Black Sky Dragon's claw in the air suddenly let out an excited howl as if it had heard the dragon breeder's shouts. Although the howl was excited, Yi Yun felt endless sorrow in his heart when he heard it. After being sealed for millions of years, the remaining dragon claw of the Dark Sky Dragon, one of the 10 great super divine dragons, had been reduced to an undead creature. The supreme dignity of the dragon clan in the past seemed to have disappeared. Whoosh, after letting out an excited howl, the black dragon's claw suddenly descended from the air and grabbed at the 7 dragon breeders near the abyss. It wanted to devour the 7 dragon breeders. A beam of sword light suddenly broke through the air without any warning. Boom, the silver sword light landed heavily on the black dragon claw, creating a loud bang. The black dragon's claw was immediately repelled by a powerful force. I still have some use for these dragon breeders. You can't kill them. Yi Yin said indifferently and pointed at the black dragon's claw in the air with his sword. He made a grabbing motion with his hand, and the 7 dragon breeders and their hidden dragon coffins were immediately collected by Yi Yin. Wu, the black dragon's claw, did not expect anyone to stop it and let out an angry howl in the air. It was especially furious when it saw the 7 dragon breeders being taken away by the white-robed youth. The black dragon's claw emitted a terrifying divine king aura and clawed down again. This time, its target was Yi Yin. Lui, who was far away, could feel the powerful aura. Even with the red tasseled battle armor, she could not breathe. She did not have the strength to move. Is this a divine king dragon's claw? Lui thought in horror. On the other side, seeing the black sky dragon pouncing over again, Yi Yin kept his sword and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He threw a punch at the huge claw of the black sky dragon. Boom, the entire black sky burial ground trembled at this moment. Countless black fog rolled and escaped from the black sky burial ground. All the living beings in the Daluo domain were shivering. At this moment, Yi Yin displayed the terrifying strength of Zhu Long's body and punched the black sky dragon's claw into the air. It instantly turned into a small black dot. Since his rebirth, Yi Yin rarely used Zhu Long's physical strength to fight. However, this time, he directly used Zhu Long's terrifying physical strength to fight against the dark dragon's claw and send it flying with a punch. This claw had long turned into an undead creature. It was ferocious and unruly. Yi Yin had to teach it a lesson. His figure flashed, tore through the void, and appeared in midair. He grabbed the thick iron chain and pulled it hard. Crash, the dark dragon's claw was immediately pulled back. Boom, Yi Yin punched it again and smashed it in the direction of the abyss. In front of Yi Yin's vast power, the dark dragon's claw, which had the strength of an ultimate god, could not withstand a single blow. Crash, Yi Yin pulled the chain again and pulled the dark dragon's claw back. Woo, after being punched twice in a row, the dark dragon's claw was seriously injured and black blood flowed out of its scales. It let out a roar and clawed at Yi Yin again. Boom, Yi Yin punched out and blasted the dark dragon's claw away. As he pulled on the chains, he continued to throw punches, severely injuring the dark dragon claw. Even so, the dark dragon's claw was still unruly. It seemed that as long as it did not die, it would fight to the last moment. Yi Yin frowned, thinking that this guy was really difficult to deal with. Then, he pointed his finger and shouted, "Freeze!" The powerful soul fixation technique froze the dark dragon's claw in midair in an instant. The dark dragon's claw could not move and could only whimper in pain. Yi Yin shook his head and sighed again. After all, it was the claw of the dark dragon, which was ranked in the top 10 super divine dragons. After being sealed for millions of years, it was now reduced to such a state. He wondered if the dark dragon's original body was still alive at this moment. Yi Yin activated the firmament disillusionment eyes. The countless tiny runes in his eyes began to change. He began to attempt to read the memories of the dark dragon claw. Without any restrictions, Yi Yin easily seized the other party's memories. In front of him, suddenly, a huge image appeared. A black dragon that was several times larger than a mountain was roaring at the sky. It was in the midst of a fierce battle with a terrifying god that was still alive. This battle was fought until the heavens and earth darkened. The sun and moon lost their light, and it was exceptionally tragic. That black dragon was one of the 10 great super divine dragons, the Dark Sky Dragon. It fought against 3 divine king realm experts by itself. Although he wasn't at a disadvantage, he wasn't at an advantage either. The battle was in a deadlock. Suddenly, a god king took out a treasure box. He took out a blood-red broken sword and swung it at the Dark Sky Dragon. A streak of bloody light streaked across the night sky. The Dark Sky Dragon was unable to dodge, and one of its dragon claws was chopped off. The Dark Sky Dragon, whose claw had been cut off, let out a painful roar. Strangely, a layer of red hair suddenly grew out of the broken part of its body. The memory was suddenly broken. Apart from that, Yi Yin didn't gain anything else from the Dark Dragon Claw's body. This blood-red broken sword, Yi Yin's expression became grave. Just now, he caught a glimpse of the blood-red broken sword and found that there were 3 blood-red eyes on the blade. The three blood-red eyes were extremely strange, but they were closed and didn't open. Yi Yun had a strange feeling that if the blood-red eyes on the broken sword opened, something unexpected would happen. Yi Yun turned around and looked in the direction of the 10th ocean. At this moment, the scene that he experienced on the moon star surfaced in his mind. He had seen Zhu Long's shadow. At that time, Zhu Long had once said that there was a broken sword sealed on the moon star. Could it be the blood-red broken sword in the dark dragon claw's memory just now? After all, after this broken sword cut the dark sky dragon, a layer of strange bright red hair grew out of its wound. At the thought of this, Yi Yun's mood became heavy. The dark sky dragon had to suppress that strange energy and at the same time face the three divine kings. It was most likely doomed. Yi Yun shook his head and cast aside the distracting thoughts in his mind, and his gaze fell on the dark dragon claw again. There was no doubt that even though the dark dragon claw was seriously injured, it still had no intention of surrendering. With a thought, Yi Yun pulled the chain and pulled the dark dragon claw into the warehouse. His divine pet warehouse. Then, a wisp of Yi Yun's primordial spirit also entered the warehouse. Hey, what's this? When the dark dragon claw entered the black warehouse space, it immediately attracted the attention of several divine pets. It's actually a claw. Could it be that Master cut it off? A divine pet said with a smile. Wow, this big black claw is very strong. Its cultivation realm isn't low. Another divine pet said in shock. A figure flashed and Yi Yun appeared in front of the dark dragon claw. As soon as Yi Yun appeared, it immediately caused a sensation in the entire warehouse. Master, you haven't been here for a long time. Master, have you forgotten all of us? We're going to be bored to death here, Master, I beg you, please take us out of here as well. In the dark space, terrifying gazes suddenly lit up one after another. Huge figures began to move in an instant. I've been a little busy recently, so I didn't have time to come over. Looking at these cute and powerful divine pets, Yi Yun said with a smile. Master, what's the use of bringing this claw in? Is it for us to eat? A huge black shadow stared with bright eyes and said with a buzzing voice. It can't be for you to eat. I mainly want to find a place for it to be quiet. Yi Yun laughed. Master, leave it to me. I promise to take good care of it. A divine pet said immediately. Yi Yun shook his head and looked around. He said thoughtfully, I remember that there are some undead divine pets in our warehouse. Where are they now? So Master is looking for those half-dead fellows? They were driven to the innermost area by us. We gave them an area in that place and let them stay there steadily. A divine pet said with a smile. Why did you drive them so far away? Yi Yun asked with a smile. The smell on these guys is really bad. We have to drive them far away so that they won't affect us. That's right. We gave them a separate area. If they huddle together, they won't be able to smell each other's death. Haha. The divine pets were extremely excited and said in a rush. Yi Yun was speechless when he heard it. However, he could accept it. The divine pets in the warehouse were of different levels and strengths. It wasn't a bad thing to separate the areas. At least they didn't kill those undead divine pets. This showed that these cute divine pets still had a bottom line when doing things. Let's go, lead the way. Yi Yun looked at one of the divine pets and said with a smile. Yes, Master. This divine pet was very obedient. With a shake of its body, it immediately turned into a black shadow and flew into the distance. Yi Yun dragged the dark dragon claw and followed behind unhurriedly. The other divine pets yawned one after another and returned to their positions. Peace was restored. After all, they weren't interested in those undead divine pets. Especially when they smelled those auras, they felt uncomfortable. After flying for a while, they soon arrived at their destination. In the black space, there was mainly a layer of white death aura. Among the white death aura, there were also some black, green, and other colors of death aura. Divine pets of different sizes were lying in this death aura, as if they were sleeping. Yi Yun swept a glance and discovered that there were almost 10,000 of these undead's divine pets. He couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. The number of divine pets he had obtained in the past 100,000 years was really too many. He basically couldn't remember how many divine pets he had. He could only have a rough impression. Hey, hey! I said, get up quickly. Master is here. The divine pet that led the way came to the vicinity of the death aura and immediately roared loudly. This voice shook the surroundings. At this moment, the stagnant death aura suddenly boiled. At this moment, all the undead divine pets opened their eyes. In an instant, an even stronger death aura was emitted from their bodies. Yi Yun's nose twitched twice as he felt the unpleasant smell of this death aura. No wonder those divine pets chased them to this place and set aside a separate area. Master, you're finally here. A huge white bone dragon flew over from afar and lay at Yi Yun's feet, crying bitterly. Master, you're here. I've finally seen you. That's right. Master, I've finally seen you in person. All the undead divine pets were boiling as they flew out one after another. A large group of people were sprawled all over the place. Each and every one of them was extremely agitated and weeping bitterly. These undead divine pets came in all kinds of shapes and forms. Some of them were even carrying a coffin lid on their backs or had a piece of dead wood on their heads. They looked extremely strange. What's wrong? Aren't you happy that I'm here? Why do all of you look so sad? Yi Yun asked with a smile. Master, us undead pets have no status in this warehouse. We don't dare to go out at all, so we haven't seen you for so long. The white bone dragon said with a long face. I'll come here often in the future. Yi Yun seemed to have realized something after hearing the white bone dragon's complaints. He took a deep breath and comforted it with a smile. Master, can you take us out as well? The white bone dragon raised its head and looked at Yi Yun with a pitiful expression. Although its entire body was made of bones and did not have a physical body, Yi Yun could still see a certain expression in its empty eye sockets. It was a very strange feeling. Not now. This world is relatively fragile. Most of you are of a higher level. You can't come out. Yi Yun shook his head and firmly refused. Many of these divine pets in the warehouse were of a particularly high level. Moreover, their strength could not be divided by the cultivation realms of this world. For example, although the white bone dragon in front of him was still a child, it could easily win if it fought with the dark dragon claw. The starting point was different. In other words, the level of life was not on the same level. This is the claw of a dark sky dragon. It has been sealed for millions of years and has become an undead creature. I'll give it to you. Yi Yun suddenly pulled the iron chain on his hand and pulled the dark dragon claw over. Oh, Master, even the claw of this dark sky dragon has been cut off. Isn't it too miserable? The white bone dragon cried out in surprise when it saw the dark dragon claw. Yi Yun did not answer directly. Instead, he said to himself, just take good care of it. This little guy is a bit unruly and delirious, don't worry, Master. I'll definitely train it properly. The white bone dragon patted its chest and said. Master, if the bone dragon can't do it, what about us? We have so many undead divine pets. Are you afraid that we can't train a little dragon claw? The other divine pets also started to jeer. Yi Yun laughed. He suddenly remembered the black death aura in the dark graveyard. It would be a waste to leave it there. It would be better to let the divine pets here absorb it. There's a lot of death aura outside. Do any of you have the ability to absorb it? Yi Yun looked around and said. Master, I can. Me too. As soon as his voice fell, thousands of divine pets immediately jumped out. Yi Yun glanced at them and found that most of them were too high level to appear outside. He looked carefully and finally decided on a strange-looking divine pet. It was called the Een Soul Heaven-Swallowing Beast. It had an extremely powerful devouring ability and specialized in devouring all kinds of undead energy. After Yi Yun gave a few simple instructions, he took the Een Soul Heaven-Swallowing Beast and left the warehouse under the envious gazes of many divine pets. This Een Soul Heaven-Swallowing Beast was round like a ball. However, when it was about to attack, its entire body would be covered in spikes. These spikes were highly poisonous. They could be used for close combat and could also be separated from the body for long-range attacks. Brother Yun? At this moment, a red shadow flashed. Lu Yi flew to Yi Yun's side from afar. She found that Yi Yun was in a daze. She did not know why. As for the huge black dragon claw from before, she did not know where it went. "Oh, you're here?" Yi Yin came back to his senses and looked at Lu Yi with a smile. "Yes, yes," Lu Yi nodded. Before she could say anything, she was surprised to find a black light floating from Yi Yin's wrist. It turned into a black ball with a diameter of about 10 feet in the air. She originally thought that it was a black ball. However, upon closer inspection, she realized that it was a very strange beast. She had never seen it before. "Master, is this the place?" The Een Soul heaven-swallowing beast floated in the air and looked down at the black sky burial ground. It felt the dense aura of death and revealed an extremely excited expression. "Yes, this is the place." Yi Yin nodded lightly. "All right." The Een Soul heaven-swallowing beast shouted excitedly. Its round body suddenly swelled up. It grew from 10 feet in size to 100 feet in an instant. Whoosh, the Een Soul heaven-swallowing beast opened its mouth and took a deep breath. There seemed to be a mysterious power in its mouth. The black mist-like aura of death flowed into the Een Soul heaven-swallowing beast's mouth like a river. Its body also began to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye. 100 feet, 10,000 feet, 10,000 feet, finally, it expanded to 100,000 feet before stopping. At this moment, its huge body floated in the air. Its aura was extremely terrifying. The billowing black mist in the black sky burial ground was completely devoured by the Een Soul heaven-swallowing beast in just 15 minutes. This? Lu Yi looked at this scene in shock and disbelief. The black sky burial ground was so vast that it was filled with terrifying black fog everywhere. Even a half-step divine venerable cultivator like her was extremely afraid when she saw the black fog. However, this round and mysterious demonic beast in front of her had absorbed all the black fog in the black sky burial ground in the time it took to burn an incense stick. It was too shocking. It was beyond Lu Yi's imagination. She had never heard of a demonic beast with such a terrifying ability in the divine land for 100,000 years. "Big Brother Yun, what kind of demonic beast is this?" Lu Yi was extremely excited and shocked. She asked in a trembling voice. "This is the spirit heaven-swallowing beast," Yi Yin said with a smile. After that, he waved at the spirit heaven-swallowing beast in the air. "Come down quickly." "Yes, master." The spirit heaven-swallowing beast responded. Its huge body shook and began to shrink rapidly. It shrank back to its original size at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was no different from before. However, Yi Yin could see that the spirit heaven-swallowing beast was a little bloated. It would probably take a while to digest it when it returned. Or it would be robbed by the other undead mythical pets. It would have to spit out a part of it. "You did well. I'll let you out again in the future." Yi Yin touched the spirit heaven-swallowing beast's round body and encouraged it with a smile. "Thank you, master. Hee, I'm the first undead mythical pet to come out." The spirit heaven-swallowing beast rolled around in the air excitedly. Yi Yin smiled and immediately kept it in the warehouse. Lu Yi was still extremely shocked. It was the first time she had heard of the spirit heaven-swallowing beast. "Big Brother Yun, this spirit heaven-swallowing beast. Where did you get it?" Lu Yi swallowed her saliva and asked with difficulty. "I met a senior once. He gave it to me," Yi Yin said calmly. He believed that this reason would definitely convince the silly girl Lu Yi. As expected, Lu Yi nodded. A look of realization flashed across her face and she didn't continue asking. "Is that the hidden dragon coffin?" Yi Yun's eyes flashed. Suddenly, he discovered a black hidden dragon coffin lying on the ground in the distance. The middle-aged man in the hidden dragon coffin was from the Sunnan continent, one of the vessels of the dragon breeders. Now, the man's physical body was extremely strong, comparable to that of a high-level divine dragon. Come with me," Yi Yin said as he descended. It didn't take long for him to arrive before the black coffin. Lu Yi also descended to the side. "Big Brother Yun, could it be a dragon raiser in this coffin?" Lu Yi asked curiously. "No," Yi Yin smiled. He raised his hand and lifted the lid of the hidden dragon coffin. The middle-aged man's eyes were tightly shut in the coffin. He was still unconscious. How could this person's cultivation base be at life and death realm? After sensing the middle-aged man's cultivation, Lu Yi immediately exclaimed. She hadn't seen a life and death realm cultivator for many years. In the Daluo territory, true immortals were everywhere, and even the weakest were at eternal realm. It was rare to see a life and death realm cultivator. Tiny runes that resembled stars appeared in Yi Yun's bewitching eyes. A power that could change life and death landed on the middle-aged man's body. Yi Yun read his memories. Just as he had guessed, there was no restriction placed on this container. However, Yi Yun didn't get the information he wanted. The middle-aged man's memories were only those of when he was alive. They were the memories of the Xungnan continent before he entered the Divine Land. In other words, after he became a vessel, he fell into a coma and was transported to the Divine Land. Then, he should have been thrown into the sky above the abyss. He was constantly absorbing the energy of the dark sky dragon's dragon claw, making his physical body stronger. However, the energy of the dark sky dragon's claw was so strong that it couldn't be absorbed by a vessel. Therefore, Yi Yun guessed that there should be a few more vessels. They had already cultivated them in the abyss, but they were transferred to other places. The coffin bearers are only responsible for the creation of vessels. Could it be that the other two branches of the dragon breeders are responsible for the disposal of vessels? Yi Yun had such a conjecture in his heart. He thought about it and found it reasonable. However, things were not clear yet, and the confrontation with the dragon breeders was still going on. Yi Yun believed that sooner or later, he would reveal the secrets of the dragon breeders one by one. He waved his hand, and the coffin lid was closed again. Then, he put away the hidden dragon coffin. After dealing with all this, Yi Yun took Lu Yi to the depths of the abyss. After exploring for a while, they didn't find any useful clues. Therefore, Yi Yun tore the void, left the black sky burial ground, and returned to the Sword Cloud sect. As for the 7 dragon raisers, Yi Yun had only imprisoned them temporarily. He would see if he could get any useful information out of them in the future. After entering the bamboo building, Yi Yun took out a bag and handed it to Lu Yi with a smile. "Brother Yun, what's this? Why are you giving me something again?" Lu Yi asked shyly. "This is a spirit accumulation pill. You can consume it to aid your cultivation when you cultivate," Yi Yun said with a smile. "It's a spirit accumulation pill." Lu Yi was shocked and cried out in alarm. The spirit accumulation pill was an extremely precious elixir. Even in the Divine Land, it was extremely rare. Therefore, the price of the spirit accumulation pill was extremely high. It wasn't something that ordinary cultivators could afford. Lu Yi opened the bag and projected her divine perception. She was shocked again. The bag was densely packed with spirit accumulation pills. There were more than 10,000 of them. They were all divine-level spirit accumulation pills. The quality of these spirit accumulation pills was very high. They were even better than the mid-grade divine-level spirit accumulation pill that Lu Yi had consumed before. "Brother Yun, are these spirit accumulation pills all superior-grade divine level?" Lu Yi asked anxiously. Her face was flushed with excitement. "Supreme-grade divine level." Yi Yun smiled gently and rubbed Lu Yi's head. After hearing Yi Yun's words, this little girl was as shocked as a clay statue. "Supreme-grade divine level. Brother Yun, did you refine these too?" It took Lu Yi a while to come back to her senses. She looked at Yi Yun with a fanatical expression. "That senior gave them to me too." Yi Yun shrugged and said with a smile. This time, he couldn't overstep his authority and say that he had refined them. That would be too fake. It was better to attribute everything to that mysterious senior. "Brother Yun, this spirit accumulation pill is too precious. I'll just take 1/3. After all, you need it for cultivation too." Lu Yi pushed the bag to Yi Yun as her beautiful eyes welled up with tears. "Don't worry. I still have some. It's enough for me to cultivate." Yi Yun smiled and pushed the bag back. In the end, Lu Yi had no choice but to accept it. In the next 3 months, Yi Yun had been teaching Lu Yi the dual sword art. Although Lu Yi was a sword Dao genius, she had only just grasped the basics of the dual sword art after 3 months. Even so, Lui's sword Dao level had reached a height that she had never dared to imagine before. Why isn't your senior brother here yet? On this day, after sparring with Lui, Yi Yan put away his sword and said thoughtfully, "Don't worry." Lui blinked. "Brother Yun, are you talking about Ning Fengji?" "Yes, it should be him." Yi Yan nodded. "He must know that Brother Yun is here and doesn't dare to come." Lui said with a smile. "Since he doesn't dare to come, we'll knock on his door." Yi Yan smiled coldly as killing intent flashed across his eyes. "Brother Yun, the divine land is vast and boundless. Who knows where he is hiding?" Lui sighed. "Don't worry. I know where he is. Come with me." Yi Yan smiled with confidence. Suddenly, he grabbed Lui's tender hand. The Blackwater region was extremely far away from the Daluo region. It was separated by 3 or 4 dominions, which was billions of miles away. Miasma was everywhere, and swamps were everywhere. It was a paradise for demonic beasts. Due to the harsh environment and the numerous demonic beasts, the Blackwater region became a training ground for cultivators from the large sects nearby. Other than the cultivators from the sects, there were also some evil cultivators hidden in this place, as well as some extremely vicious people. The cultivators from the large sects who came here to train often had to form groups to avoid the harassment of those vicious people. At this moment, there was a sudden fluctuation in the space somewhere in the Blackwater region, and 2 figures suddenly appeared. This Blackwater region is indeed a remote place. Yi Yan scanned the surroundings and realized that there were swamps and miasma everywhere. All sorts of demonic beasts were hidden in the depths. He could not help but shake his head and smile. Lui's senior brother, Ning Fengji, was hidden in the cloud mist swamp of the Blackwater region. It was the vast black swamp that was shrouded in mist in front of him. Ning Fengji's original body should be in the Cloud Scar Grotto Heaven in the depths of the cloud mist swamp. That clone was not very clear about the location of the Cloud Scar Grotto Heaven. According to the vague memories of the clone, Ning Fengji seemed to be doing something very important in the Cloud Scar Grotto Heaven. Therefore, this clone was completely left to fend for himself. He had not cared about it for many years. Finding a grotto heaven was not a difficult task for Yi Yun. "Brother Yun, is this the cloud mist swamp?" Lui looked at the vast, black swamp in front of her, and her eyes suddenly revealed a trace of surprise. "Yes, what's wrong?" Yi Yun asked with a smile. "Brother Yun, it is said that in the depths of the cloud mist swamp of the Blackwater region, there is a type of immortal nectar. If a female cultivator applies the nectar on her body, her skin will become even more delicate." Lui stuck out her pink tongue and licked her red lips, her eyes shining as she spoke. "Haha. I thought you couldn't wait to find Ning Fengji to compete. I didn't expect you to be interested in the immortal nectar." Yi Yan scratched his head and said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Lui had already cultivated to the half-step hierarch realm, yet she was still so dedicated to her career. It was obvious that a woman's pursuit of beauty ran through her entire life. Lui blushed and said embarrassedly, "Big brother Yun, you don't know how precious this immortal juice dew is. You can't even buy it. For someone like me who has maintained my youth until I'm in my early 20s, if I apply this immortal juice dew, I can at least look 17 or 18 years younger. Don't you think I should be tempted? Search. Let's go look for it now. Since we're already here, it doesn't matter if we wait a little longer." Yi Yan laughed out loud. He stretched out his big hand and rubbed her tender little face. Then, he held her hand and flew inside. Once they reached the cloud mist swamp, there was no need to tear through the void. Although this place was huge, the distance of the spatial tear was too far. It was not suitable for searching for the Cloud Scar Cave and the immortal juice dew. The 2 figures quickly disappeared into the white fog. At the same time, in the depths of the Cloud Scar Cave, in a broken ancient formation, there were 5 figures with terrifying auras sitting cross-legged. In the middle of them, there was a black stone pillar. This black stone pillar was about 30 feet wide and several hundred feet long. It was completely black and its surface was densely covered with powerful sealing runes. If one were to look down from above, they would see a black dragon pattern on the top of this black stone pillar. It was vividly imprinted on the surface of the black stone pillar. The 5 figures with terrifying auras were all ultimate gods. They had set up a small restriction-breaking formation and were constantly refining the black stone pillar in the middle. At this moment, in a certain direction, a black-clothed young man opened his eyes. After looking at the black stone pillar, a hint of anxiety flashed in his eyes. Then, he closed his eyes again. His actions did not escape the attention of the other four ultimate gods. "Old Fifth, why are you so uneasy? What's the matter?" An old voice asked. The black-clothed young man opened his eyes again. His face was solemn as he said in a deep voice, "One of my clones died 3 months ago." "Who's so bold to attack your clones?" The old voice asked again. "I don't know. This cloud scar cave has formed a small world of its own. It made the connection between me and my clones very weak. I'm not sure about the specifics of the situation," the black-clothed young man said with a sigh. The connection between the clones and the original body was not limitless. The further the distance, the weaker the connection. He was currently in the depths of the cloud scar cave and was isolated by the small world. His connection with his clones was close to zero. Just 3 months ago. The black-clothed young man had sensed the sudden death of his clones and was extremely furious at that time. However, the 5 ultimate gods had a very important matter to attend to and could not leave for the time being. He had no choice but to swallow his anger. Originally, he thought that in another 1 or 2 months, the seal on the black stone pillar would be worn away. Who would have thought that after 3 whole months, the seal on the black stone pillar still hadn't been broken? This made him even more anxious and restless. He was often distracted and could not concentrate. "It's a pity that your clones died. I'm sure you spent a lot of effort on it. However, the black stone treasury will be opened soon. I believe there are many good things inside that can definitely make up for the loss of your clones." The old voice comforted him. "I hope so. Otherwise, it'll be a great loss this time," the black-clothed young man said with a sigh. "Old Fifth, you don't sound too happy, but don't forget that the Blackstone treasury was left behind by a god king. There must be countless treasures in there, so it definitely won't go to waste our efforts of so many years." Another old man added. "I understand, second brother." The black-clothed young man nodded silently and did not say anything else. The 5 ultimate gods were all independent cultivators. A few thousand years ago, they were birds of a feather and became sworn brothers. Then, the 5 of them settled down in the harsh environment of the Blackwater region. The reason why they did not dare to go to other places was that the 5 of them had their own enemies that they could not afford to offend. Therefore, they hid in the Blackwater region and occasionally did some robbing. Of course, their targets were the sect disciples who went out to train. Since 3,000 years ago, the 5 of them had accidentally discovered the Cloud Scar Grotto heaven, and they had completely moved into this small world. However, to their surprise, they accidentally opened an ancient formation in the depths of the Cloud Scar Grotto and found the black stone pillar. The black stone pillar was covered with seals and the words Blackstone Treasury were carved on the ground. Through various clues in the Cloud Scar Grotto, they concluded that it was a treasury left behind by a divine king expert. Therefore, the 5 of them were overjoyed and worked together to break the seal. After 3,000 years, they broke one seal after another. Only the last 3 seals were left. They were extremely powerful and difficult to break. The rune seal on the black stone pillar's treasury is really powerful. "Boss, when will the disciple of your divine king Tianhua arrive?" a middle-aged man asked. "Should be soon. I believe he should be on his way here now," the old voice said. Hearing the old man's words, the other 4 showed a hint of joy on their faces at the same time. Although there would be an extra person and they would get an extra share of the loot, they were still on the same side and had arrived late. Once the Blackstone treasury was opened, they would not get too many treasures. It was a situation that everyone could accept. Have you been to the Blackwater region before?" After flying for a while, Yiyan looked at the swamp in the distance and suddenly asked. "No, the divine land is too vast and there are countless territories. Although I'm considered a strong cultivator in the Daluo region, I'm not strong enough in other territories. So for so many years, I've been cultivating in the Sword Cloud sect." Lu Yi replied with a serious face. It's not bad for you to do this. Yi Yan smiled and gave an affirmative answer. Only by staying in a corner and cultivating diligently would one be able to live longer. If one really relied on one's talent and wandered around, it would be easy for one to fall. Fortunately, Lu Yi was focused on Sword Dao and did not think about anything else other than cultivation. She had always been in the Daluo region and that was why Yi Yan met her. Otherwise, Yi Yan did not know if he would be able to meet Lu Yi again in this lifetime. Bang, in the fog in the distance. Suddenly, there were sounds of fighting. Yi Yan looked in that direction. Through the white fog, he saw 5 to 6 true God Realm cultivators besieging a young man in green. That young man was also at the true God Realm. At this moment, he was surrounded and in a panic, he was in a dangerous situation. Yi Yan's eyes flickered. He could actually feel the bloodline of the divine dragon from the young man in green. Let's go over and take a look. Yi Yan flew over. Don't be stubborn. Hurry up and hand over the demonic beast's inner core. Maybe we can spare your life. Among the 5 to 6 people besieging him, a young man in his 30s had a ferocious expression as he shouted loudly. Dream on. The young man in green roared and waved out sword light one after another, engaging in a fierce battle with those people. After all, he was only one person. His strength was weak, and he was no match for these 6 people. After a few moves, he was injured. At this moment, a shocking aura descended from the sky. The cultivators from both sides who were in the midst of battle suddenly froze and began to tremble in fear. This horrifying aura was at least Divine Lord Realm too. Yi Yan stood in midair and looked at the green-robed youth. He smiled and asked, "What sect are you from?" "Senior, I'm just a loose cultivator," the green-robed young man said with a bitter smile. Yi Yan nodded gently. His pupils shrank slightly, and in an instant, he seized the memories in the young man's mind. The green-robed youth wasn't lying. Indeed, he didn't belong to a sect. This little guy came from a barbaric tribe in the Blackwater region. He had entered the Cloud Mist Swamp to hunt demonic beast cores and exchange them for cultivation resources. Yi Yan originally wanted to take in this green-clothed youth who possessed the divine dragon bloodline as his subordinate, but after careful consideration, he decided against it. In the divine land, the spiritual energy contained divinity. Cultivating here would yield twice the result with half the effort. In the future, when the Shunlong sect spread its branches and leaves in the Holy Land, it would not be too late to recruit these human practitioners with the bloodline of the divine dragon. Yi Yan wasn't surprised that there were humans with the bloodline of the divine dragon in the Holy Land. Perhaps it was in ancient times when the gods of the Holy Land and the dragon clan of the Hidden Dragon continent hadn't fought a war yet. They had intermarried and passed down the bloodline. Well, you can go now. Yi Yan looked at the green-robed youth and said with a smile. Senior, thank you for saving my life. The green-robed youth took a deep look as if he wanted to remember this appearance. Then, he bowed deeply to Yi Yan and turned to leave. Senior, can we leave too? The other True God Realm cultivators also asked with trepidation. You guys can leave too. Remember, don't lay a hand on him in the future. Yi Yan said lightly. We swear to the heavens that we won't lay a hand on that guy again. A man patted his chest and immediately swore to the heavenly Tao. The others followed suit. Yi Yan nodded. After these people had made their vows, he let them go. It was just a group of true God Realm practitioners. Killing or not, it didn't mean anything to him. In any case, Yi Yan had appeared in the Divine Land with a different appearance, so no one would know where he came from. After experiencing this small episode, Yi Zichen was very happy. Yi Yan and Lu Yi continued to fly towards the depths of the Cloud Mist Swamp in search of the Immortal Juice Dew. This so-called Immortal Juice Dew, through Lu Yi's description, Yi Yan was also clear about it. This was a rare 9-leaf jade grass. It liked humid environments. It absorbed the heaven and earth spiritual energy of the Cloud Mist Swamp and then secreted a fresh juice on the leaves. This fresh juice was the extremely precious Immortal Juice Dew. A 9-leaf jade grass had a total of 9 leaves. Each leaf, every 1,000 years, could only secrete 1 drop of Immortal Juice Dew. From this, it could be seen how rare the Immortal Juice Dew was. Therefore, many female cultivators would rub it on their faces after obtaining the Immortal Juice Dew, changing their appearance, becoming younger and more beautiful. Half a day passed. Yi Yun and Lu Yi came up empty-handed. Due to the two people's cultivation being too strong, many demonic beasts in this cloud mist swamp immediately hid far away when they sensed the two people's auras. Big brother Yun, why don't we forget about it? The immortal juice dew can only be chanced upon but not sought. Why don't we go find Ning Fengji first? Not finding the immortal juice dew, Lu Yi revealed a look of disappointment. No hurry. His main body is hidden in a grotto heaven in the depths of the cloud mist swamp. I don't know the exact coordinates either. It's just nice to search for the immortal juice dew while searching for the location of that grotto heaven. Yi Yun said with a smile. Killing two birds with one stone, why wouldn't he be happy to do it? Anyway, the cloud scar grotto heaven would not move. It was just that the entrance was hidden deeper. After another few hours, the two people entered an extremely deep part of the cloud mist swamp. Big brother Yun, quickly look ahead. That's the 9-leaf jade grass. When Lu Yi saw the 9-leaf jade grass, she suddenly became extremely excited. She raised her jade-like hand and pointed into the distance as she shouted. Yi Yun raised his head and saw a half-meter tall green grass growing in the swamp in the distance. It was hidden in the surrounding vegetation and was very inconspicuous. If not for Lu Yi's good eyesight, Yi Yun really wouldn't have noticed it. After all, he had never seen this 9-leaf jade grass before. There really is immortal juice dew on it. Yi Yun swept his gaze over and discovered that each of the 9 leaves had a drop of sparkling dew on it. This dew didn't have any special aura and felt very ordinary when it stopped on the leaves. The two of them immediately flew over. Lu Yi descended from midair and took out a small white jade bottle, preparing to collect the immortal juice dew. Lu Yi's small face was flushed red as her mood fluctuated. She gently stretched out her hand and said with a smile, Big brother Yun, I didn't expect our luck to be so good this time. It's so easy to find a 9-leaf jade grass with immortal juice dew. Yeah. Yi Yun smiled with a look of indifference. However, at this moment, he scanned the surroundings with his divine sense. At this moment, the expression on his face changed slightly. He saw a ball of fire quickly breaking through the air from the southeast direction. Eh? Immortal juice dew? Huh. I didn't expect my luck to be so good. This kind of thing can only be found by chance. If I get it, my harem will go crazy. The terrifying figure wrapped in a ball of flame instantly descended into the nearby void, and a powerful pressure swept out in all directions. The white mist evaporated in an instant. Even the water in the swamp was rapidly decreasing at this moment. Don't worry about him. Just continue to collect. Yi Yun smiled indifferently and looked at the uninvited guest. Okay. Lu Yi smiled brightly and immediately acted quickly. She collected all the immortal juice dew on the 9 leaves into the bottle. Hold on, I was the one who discovered it first. The figure wrapped in a ball of flame suddenly became furious and pounced on Lu Yi, trying to snatch the white jade bottle from her hand. Do you have any shame? Yi Yun appeared in front of Lu Yi in a flash and slapped out. The two palms collided in midair. Bang, the flaming figure was immediately sent flying by the attack. TSK, a first-level ultimate god. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. A voice sounded. The figure stopped in midair, and the flames on the terrifying figure's face suddenly disappeared, revealing the face of a middle-aged man. He stared at Yi Yun and kept sizing him up. Lu Yi looked at the middle-aged man carefully and suddenly frowned. She asked indifferently, Are you divine flame from the fire spirit realm? Oh, I didn't expect you to know me. Divine flame was slightly surprised. He turned his gaze and carefully sized up Lu Yi. Suddenly, a look of realization appeared on his face and he said loudly, I seem to have seen you at the 100 Territories conference. You should be the sword master of the Daluo territory, right? That's right. Lu Yi nodded and her face turned cold. Divine flame in front of her had reached the peak of the first-level ultimate god realm. He was considered a great figure in the nearby territories. He was very famous. His fire element divine powers were extremely shocking. It was said that he had never been defeated by anyone in the same realm. However, this guy's reputation wasn't very good. It was said that this supreme god Heavenly Flame had 3,000 beauties in his harem. Every night, debauched and tyrannical. Lu Yi naturally loathed such a person. Especially just now, he actually wanted to snatch her celestial juice dew. It could be seen how bad his character was. Hearing the conversation between Lu Yi and Hierarch Heavenly Flame, Yi Yin gently nodded as though he understood something. The two of them were the strongest combatants in their respective territories. They had once met at some sort of meeting, so they had left an impression on each other. However, they were merely acquaintances by chance. Since it's the sword reverend of the Great Luo region, then forget about the immortal juice dew. I'll take my leave. Seeming to have thought of something, Supreme Hierarch Heavenly Flame suddenly cupped his fists and said in a deep voice before turning to leave. Stop. A cold yell exploded like a clap of thunder. Hierarch Heavenly Fire, who had just turned around, stiffened as he immediately turned around. He looked at the white-clothed youth in front of him in surprise. Did I say you could leave? Yi Yin indifferently looked at Supreme Hierarch Heavenly Flame with an interested expression on his face. Snatching as he wished and leaving as he wished, how could there be such an easy thing in the world? Who are you? Looking at the white-clothed youth, Supreme Hierarch Heavenly Flame frowned and asked in a deep voice. Come, play with me. Yi Yin slowly pulled out a silver longsword and pointed it at Supreme Hierarch Heavenly Flame with a cold smile. White clothes, silver sword, an image rose in his heart. Supreme Hierarch Heavenly Flame suddenly understood and said loudly, so it's you, the mysterious sword cultivator from the outer domain. I didn't expect it to spread so quickly. Yi Yin turned around and looked at Lu Yi with a smile. Yeah, Lu Yi shrugged her shoulders as a helpless expression appeared on her beautiful face. In the past, how grand was the grand sacrificial ceremony of the Sword Cloud sect? Almost all the reputable forces in the Great Luo region had participated. Yi Yin had displayed his invincible might in the grand sacrificial ceremony and defeated Ning Fengji's clone. This kind of news would naturally spread to other territories. Although the realm of Fire Spirit and the Great Luo region were separated by a few territories, Supreme Hierarch Heavenly Flame still had his channels to know what had happened in the Great Luo region. However, they belonged to the 100 Territories Alliance and were considered one force. There was no deep hatred between them, only some kind of competitive relationship. Although the people in the world have described you as a god, are you sure you want to fight with me? Supreme Hierarch Heavenly Flame looked at the white-clothed youth in front of him and said with a gloomy face. Whoosh, the flames on his body suddenly burned fiercely and the swamp water on the ground instantly evaporated. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Yi Yin was slightly angry. He turned around and stabbed out with his sword. A sword light cut through the void. Before Supreme Hierarch Heavenly Flame could react, he suddenly realized that the cold sword tip had already landed between his eyebrows. What a terrifying move. Looking at the silver sword tip and feeling the terrifying sword essence it released, Supreme Hierarch Heavenly Flame broke out in a cold sweat. How could this sword move be so fast? Although the two of them were very close to each other and were only a few hundred feet away, it was impossible for a great cultivator at the peak of the first level of the ultimate god realm like him to have no chance to dodge. Kneel down. A gentle voice came from Yi Yin's mouth. However, it was like a clap of thunder in Supreme Hierarch Heavenly Flame's ears. His knees went soft and he knelt down in the void. At this moment, he finally understood how terrifying the white-clothed sword cultivator was. Although the two of them were in the same realm. If the white-clothed sword cultivator wanted to take his life, he was afraid that it would only take one sword move. It was very simple. Supreme Hierarch Heavenly Flame had experienced countless battles in his life, so he naturally had his own judgment. Therefore, he did not hesitate to compromise. The fact that the sword cultivator did not kill him meant that as long as he had a good attitude, he still had a chance to live. Yi Yin moved his sword away and used the sword to mercilessly slap Supreme Hierarch Heavenly Flame's face, making a series of slapping sounds. Supreme Hierarch Heavenly Flame did not dare to move. Although the power was not great, the deterrence it had on him was extremely great. He knew that if he counterattacked, his head would be separated from his body in the next moment. After all, no matter how fast his fire attribute super ability was, it would not be faster than a sword cultivator's sword. In this world, a sword cultivator's sword was widely acknowledged to be fast. Seeing that you have cultivated to the ultimate god realm, it is not easy. Today, I will make an exception and spare your life. Get lost. Yi Yun retracted his sword and raised his foot. Without any hesitation, he sent divine flame heaven flame flying. He did not use much strength in this kick as Yi Yun was afraid that he would kick Supreme Hierarch Heavenly Flame to death. This fella must have a motive for wanting to leave in a hurry. Just as Supreme Hierarch Heavenly Flame was slapping Supreme Hierarch Heavenly Flame with the sword, Yi Yun had secretly planted a mark in his body for tracking. Supreme Hierarch Heavenly Flame somersaulted a few times in the air before he regained control of his body. He was surprised to find that he was not injured and could not help but feel delighted. Thank you for showing mercy, young master. We will meet again if fate allows. Supreme Hierarch Heavenly Flame squeezed out a smile on his face. He cupped his fists and bowed to Yi Yun before he turned and left. Yi Yun stood in the void without moving. He looked in the direction where Supreme Hierarch Heavenly Flame had disappeared with a faint smile on his face. Yi Yun wanted to see. What kind of unspeakable secret did Supreme Hierarch Heavenly Flame have for leaving in such a hurry? I'm really lucky. I can't believe I'm still alive after encountering such a terrifying sword cultivator. After escaping to a certain place in the depths of the cloud mist swamp, Hierarch Heavenly Flame suddenly stopped. He first sighed, then shook his head and said with a complacent look on his face. The sword strike just now had almost scared his soul out. He had fought many cultivators of the same level in his life, and he had never been defeated. However, when he encountered the white-robed sword cultivator of the same level, he found that he was as weak as a thin piece of paper. He had no strength to fight back at all. Perhaps he could use his magic treasure to support himself for a while if he was further away. However, Hierarch Heavenly Flame speculated that no matter what means he used, he would not be a match for the mysterious white-robed sword cultivator. Is that guy from the sword pavilion? Hierarch Heavenly Flame stroked his chin. After thinking for a while, he could only guess that he was from the sword pavilion. In the entire divine land, only the cultivators from the sword pavilion were famous for their unfathomable swordsmanship. If the white-robed sword cultivator was from the sword pavilion, Hierarch Heavenly Flame felt that his failure was not shameful. After all, he was just a Hierarch Heavenly Flame from the small realm of fire spirit. No matter what, he could not be compared with the successor of the sword pavilion. The sword pavilion was a colossus whose strength was unimaginably terrifying. In the future, when I see cultivators of the same level who use swords, I really have to hide far away. Hierarch Heavenly Flame shook his head in frustration and began to observe his surroundings. After carefully comparing the space here, he took out a token and gently swiped it in the void above him. A gap suddenly appeared in the mist. It's really here. I didn't expect the Cloud Scar Grotto Heaven to be hidden in this place. Hierarch Heavenly Flame put away the token and smiled lightly. There was some hope in his eyes. In a flash, he disappeared through the gap. Entering through the gap was the entrance to the Cloud Scar Grotto Heaven. After entering the Grotto Heaven, he sped all the way. In a dozen breaths' time, he quickly arrived at the periphery of an ancient formation. This ancient formation had already been destroyed. In the center of the formation, there was a very eye-catching rectangular black stone. There were 5 Hierarch realm cultivators in different attire sitting cross-legged around him. At the center of the 5 of them, there was a small restriction-breaking formation that was operating. Upon seeing a familiar black-robed elder, Hierarch Heavenly Flame revealed a genial smile. He immediately flew over and bowed. Teacher, I'm here. Just in time. The seal of this Blackstone treasury requires the 6 of us to work together in order to break it open. The one who spoke was a black-robed old man. His face was thin and wrinkled, and his cultivation was at the 4th level of the Hierarch realm. He was the one with the highest cultivation among the 5, and also their leader. The other 4 Hierarch realm cultivators opened their eyes and looked at Hierarch Heavenly Flame before nodding slightly. Supremacy Heavenly Flame returned the greeting with cupped fists. According to the black-robed elder's instructions, he sat on a particular spot in the array formation. Did you encounter any trouble along the way? Did anyone follow you? The black-clothed old man was a little worried. He looked at Hierarch Heavenly Flame and asked seriously. Teacher, I met a terrifying guy in the cloud mist swamp. His cultivation is the same as mine, and his sword skills are exceptionally terrifying. He seems to be from the sword pavilion. Hierarch Heavenly Flame recalled Yi Yun's stunning sword attack, and he could not help but reveal a terrified expression. When they heard that it was someone from the sword pavilion, the 5 Hierarch realm cultivators shuddered in fear. If the people from the sword pavilion had their eyes on the Cloud Scar Grotto and successfully found the entrance, they really could not afford to offend them. The black-clothed old man sighed. He stared at Hierarch Heavenly Flame with bright eyes and asked again, "Did this sword cultivator from the sword pavilion leave any tracking marks on your body?" "Absolutely not. We only exchanged blows and did not take each other's lives. That sword cultivator from the sword pavilion is very easy to talk to," Hierarch Heavenly Flame said with a smile. "No, it's better for you to let me examine you." The black-clothed old man was still worried. He immediately released a powerful divine consciousness and scanned Hierarch Heavenly Flame's body. Hierarch Heavenly Flame had no choice but to accept his teacher's divine consciousness scan. After a thorough scan, the black-clothed old man was completely relieved. He nodded with a relaxed expression and said in a deep voice, "You don't have any tracking marks on your body." Hierarch Heavenly Flame nodded repeatedly. "It's great that the people from the sword pavilion are not involved." When Ning Fangji heard this, he let out a long sigh of relief. He felt relieved. He was most afraid that the Blackstone treasure vault would fall into the hands of others. He had already lost one of his clones. If the Blackstone treasure vault was robbed by others, he would really suffer a double loss. "Alright, let's begin. Let's try to break the seal on the Blackstone treasure vault within a month," the black-clothed old man said loudly. "Okay." When the others heard about the Blackstone treasure vault, they immediately became spirited. They formed hand seals with both hands and injected streams of magic power into the formation. Whoosh whoosh, the power of the formation's attack suddenly doubled as it frantically destroyed the seal on the Blackstone treasure vault. Outside the Cloud Scar Grotto, there was a fluctuation in the void. Yi Yun and Lu Yi appeared below the entrance of the Cloud Scar Grotto. "This should be the place." Hierarch Heavenly Flame disappeared here in the end, Yi Yun said softly with his hands behind his back. Following that, he began to survey his surroundings in search of a breakthrough. If his guess was correct, Hierarch Heavenly Flame had suddenly disappeared from this place. He must have entered a small world. The small world in the Cloud Mist Swamp should be the Cloud Scar Grotto. Yi Yun never expected that Hierarch Heavenly Flame would lead the way for him. It was truly a case of traveling far and wide in search of something, only to find it by chance. Yi Yun's bewitching eyes began to reveal countless tiny runes that resembled stars. The power of life and death was constantly changing. He began to search for the entrance to the Cloud Scar Grotto. In a few breaths' time, not only did Yi Yun find the Cloud Scar Grotto, but he also successfully opened an entrance. "Brother Yun, I never expected that the Cloud Scar Grotto would be hidden here." Lu Yi looked at the gap in midair and said in shock. "Come, let's go in." Yi Yun chuckled and pulled Lu Yi into the Cloud Scar Grotto. After entering the Cloud Scar Grotto, Yi Yun realized that it was no different from an ordinary small world. The only thing that puzzled him was that he could sense a trace of a divine dragon's aura in this small world. The aura was extremely faint. If not for the fact that he had Zhu Long's bloodline, ordinary divine dragons would not have been able to sense it. This caused Yi Yun's interest to grow even stronger. After entering the Cloud Scar Grotto, Yi Yun realized that the spiritual energy in this place wasn't very rich. It was even fainter than the outside world. There were barren mountains and unruly rivers. There was little vegetation. Everywhere was desolate and there was an ancient feeling. It was as though a tragic battle had once taken place in this place. After entering the Cloud Scar Grotto, Yi Yun once again felt the mark that he had planted on Hierarch Heavenly Flame. That mark was currently in an extremely deep place in the Cloud Scar Grotto. Yi Yun retracted his aura and flew into the depths with Lu Yi. He had concealed his aura and added an invisible seal. Yi Yun also wanted to know why Hierarch Tianhua had sneaked into Cloud Scar Grotto Heaven. Could it be related to Ning Fangji, who was hiding in the depths of Cloud Scar Grotto Heaven? After a few breaths of time, Yi Yun saw an ancient array in the distance, standing tall in his line of sight. In the middle of the formation, there was a long black stone that pierced the clouds. There were many runes on the black stone as if something was sealed inside. Around the black stone, Yiyan saw a total of 6 hierarch realm cultivators. One of them was a youth in black who looked very familiar. It was Lu Yi's senior brother, Ning Fengji. Brother Yun, what are these 6 hierarch realm cultivators doing here? Lu Yi asked curiously. This black stone pillar seems to be sealing something. Let's go closer and take a look. Yiyan smiled and pulled Lu Yi to fly for a short distance. At this moment, he and Lu Yi were floating above the black stone pillar, looking down from above. What is this? Yiyan saw a dragon pattern on the surface of the black stone pillar. A black dragon pattern was integrated into the black stone pillar. If one did not look carefully, it would be hard to notice. Yiyan was deep in thought. This black stone pillar might be related to the divine dragon aura that he had sensed when he entered Cloud Scar Grotto Heaven. So this Ning Fengji has been hiding in this place all along and mingling with a few ferocious villains? Lu Yi snorted coldly and looked at Ning Fengji below. A trace of disdain flashed in her eyes. She had heard of the others. They were all notorious figures in the divine land. They had a dark history and had criminal records. They were chased by some big sects and fled to Blackwater region. She did not expect Ning Fengji to enter this place and be with the 4 of them. She could imagine the extent to which Ning Fengji had fallen. Since none of them are good people, then let's get rid of these fellows along the way. It can be considered as upholding justice for the heavens. Yiyan didn't mind and said with a smile. Big brother Yun, I'll deal with Ning Fengji. Why don't I leave the rest of them to you? Lu Yi stuck out her pink tongue and smiled mischievously. She was still in the half-step hierarch realm. With the red tasseled battle armor, her combat strength would soar and she would definitely be able to defeat Ning Fengji. As for the others, Lu Yi was not worried that Yiyan could not handle it. After all, in the Black Sky Burial Ground, Yiyan was able to fight 7 dragon razors with ease. This showed how terrifying his strength was. Alright, you can also try the dual sword technique. After hearing Lu Yi's words, Yiyan smiled indifferently. Then, he removed the concealment restriction in front of him. I say, what are you guys doing here? Yiyan looked down from above and slowly drew out a silver sword as he spoke with an indifferent smile. The sudden voice exploded in the 6 ultimate gods' ears like a clap of thunder and almost scared them out of their wits. Who's there? The leading black-robed old man suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was like lightning as he looked into the void. At this moment, he saw a white-clothed sword cultivator and a red-clothed beauty floating in the air. Lu Yi, why are you here? At this moment, Ning Fengji also opened his eyes. After seeing Lu Yi, his expression changed drastically. Lu Yi was only in the half-step hierarch realm. If she could enter the Cloud Scar Grotto Heaven, the white-clothed sword cultivator beside her must be an incredible person. Why are you here? Hierarch Heavenly Flame looked at the void with a shocked expression. He never expected that the white-clothed sword cultivator who almost killed him with a single sword move would secretly enter the depths of the Cloud Scar Grotto Heaven. Heavenly Flame, you know him? The black-clothed old man asked sternly. Teacher, he's the sword pavilion cultivator I met in the Cloud Mist Swamp. Hierarch Heavenly Flame braced himself and said. So, he's from the sword pavilion? The black-clothed old man's expression suddenly turned cold and he was hesitant. When the others heard the 2 words sword pavilion, they were shocked and looked at the other places in the Cloud Scar Grotto Heaven. Phew, they could not help but breathe a sigh of relief when they found that no one else had entered the Cloud Scar Grotto Heaven. Big brother, he's alone. Why should we be afraid of him? A man stood up and said with a cold smile as he pulled out a sword without any fear. The black-clothed old man nodded and stared at Hierarch Heavenly Flame. Heavenly Flame, are you the one who brought him in? It's really not me. Teacher, I swear to God that I don't know him at all. Hierarch Heavenly Flame understood the meaning behind his teacher's words and immediately knelt on the ground with a crying face. Alright, get up. The black-clothed old man waved his hand expressionlessly. A wave of magic power swept out and helped Hierarch Heavenly Flame to his feet. At the same time, he slowly stood up. The others, including Ning Fengji, did the same. The black-clothed old man trusted this disciple of his. His disciple did not have the strength to get involved with the sword pavilion. The colossal sword pavilion would definitely not care about a small force like the fire spirit domain. Ning Fangji, I was the one who killed that clone of yours. The reason I'm here today is to have a fair fight with you. Lu Yi took a step forward with a long sword in her hand. The tip of the sword was slanted downward as she spoke with an expressionless face. You're just a half-step life and death realm expert. You want to fight with me? Lu Yi, do you still think you can get out of this Cloud Scar Grotto heaven? Ning Fangji sneered. In an instant, he soared into the sky and exuded the powerful aura of a first-level hierarch. Swoosh, a red light flashed across Lu Yi's body. Then, a set of bright red tasseled armor immediately appeared. Seeing Lu Yi suddenly put on a set of red armor, Ning Fangji was stunned for a moment. He was surprised to find that Lu Yi's aura was rapidly rising, reaching the hierarch realm first level in the blink of an eye. It was the same as his realm. Is this a god-tier armor? No wonder you have the confidence to have a fair fight with me. So this is what you're relying on. Ning Fangji took a deep breath and his face became much more solemn. Lu Yi could not be underestimated. However, since it was a fair fight, he was not afraid of her. He did not believe that Lu Yi could defeat him, a first-level hierarch realm cultivator, with just a divine-level hierarch realm armor. Strange. How can a small sword master of the Daluo domain have a divine-level armor? The black-clothed old man muttered to himself. His eyes fell on the red armor with a greedy look on his face. This red god-tier armor looked extraordinary. It was at least a mid-tier god-tier armor. If he could snatch it, even if he could not wear it, he could go to the largest auction house in the Divine Land and exchange it for a male armor of the same level. Even if he could not exchange it, he could wear it shamelessly. It could save his life at a critical moment. Hearing the black-clothed old man's words, Yi Yan curled his lips. So what if I have a divine-level armor? Old man, you have the highest cultivation realm among these people. Do you want to have a taste of my sword pavilion sword techniques? Yi Yan pointed his sword at the black-clothed old man and issued a challenge with a cold expression. Yi Yan did not bother to explain himself since these people had misunderstood him as someone from Sword Pavilion. Sword Pavilion? So be it. Anyway, these heinous people should not think about leaving alive today. That included Hierarch Tianhua. This guy was dissolute and had done many bad things. He could not be allowed to live. Master, this person's swordsmanship is very high. You have to be careful. Hierarch Tianhua's face was filled with fear as he secretly sent a message to the black-clothed old man. He's just a level 1 hierarch. Do you think he's a match for me? The black-clothed old man glanced at Hierarch Tianhua coldly. He wished he could slap him to death. This was simply boosting the enemy's prestige and lowering his own spirit. He was a level 4 hierarch realm cultivator. How could he be afraid of a level 1 hierarch realm cultivator? Even if his opponent was from Sword Pavilion, he had nothing to fear as there was only one person. They had the absolute advantage now. Whether it was in terms of numbers or individual combat strength. Master, you're right. I was just anxious. When I thought of the fact that he's the descendant of Sword Pavilion, I panicked. Hierarch Tianhua's face turned red as he said embarrassedly. Reflect on yourself. The black-clothed old man waved his sleeve and snorted coldly as he rose to the sky. In the void, he and Yi Yun were facing each other from afar. On the other side, Lu Yi and Ning Fangji had already started their battle. Boom, the two shocking sword lights collided with each other without any fancy moves, producing a violent sound. A huge shockwave spread out in all directions. The black-clothed old man frowned and waved his sleeve, causing the shockwave to disappear. When he saw that the two of them were evenly matched in the first round of battle, his desire for the red divine level armor grew stronger. This old man must get his hands on this god-tier armor. The black-clothed old man swore in his heart. You old geezer, what powerful abilities do you have? Hurry up and use them. Yi Yan placed his sword in front of his chest and said indifferently. Whoosh, just as he finished speaking, a layer of black flames half a meter high suddenly rose around the black-clothed old man. These raging black flames looked extremely strange. They continued to burn fiercely, emitting waves of terrifying fluctuations. This is the nether black flame, right? I didn't expect you to be a demonic Dao cultivator proficient in fire-type magic. Yiyan smiled faintly, not at all affected by the old man's aura. Humph. Sooner or later, you people from the Sword Pavilion will pay the price for your arrogance and blood. The black-clothed old man's face was cold and filled with disdain. After he finished speaking, his eyes burned with black flames. Go. He pushed his hands forward, and a dozen or so black fire snakes suddenly flew out in midair. These black fire snakes formed by the nether black flame were several dozen feet long. Their momentum was astonishing, and they brought with them surging heat as they fiercely pounced over. Haha. The fire snake is too small, don't tell me, you don't have a fire dragon? Yiyan looked at the black fire snakes with a look of disappointment on his face. He then let out a mocking and doubtful voice. One magic is enough to deal with a puny level 1 hierarch like you. The black-clothed old man sneered. Even a third-level hierarch realm cultivator would not be able to dodge the black nether serpent's divine ability. Moreover, the old man in front of him was only a level 1 hierarch sword cultivator. Yiyan was indifferent. His eyes were indifferent. He did not attack. Instead, he took a defensive stance and placed his sword in front of his chest, displaying the Life Realm sword. The reason why Yiyan did not want to kill the black-clothed old man so quickly was to create a good opportunity for Lui to duel with him. Otherwise, Ning Fangji would be scared to death if he killed the black-clothed old man with a single strike. He would not have the mood to duel with Lui. The Sword Pavilion Fellas will not be able to escape death this time. Hierarch Heavenly Flame raised his head and looked at the gigantic black fire snakes. They covered the sky and the earth with terrifying momentum. He could not help but reveal a proud expression. The Sword Pavilion's disciple was too arrogant. Although he had the sword bladder, he was really stupid. He entered the Cloud Scar Grotto alone and even dared to provoke the 6 ultimate gods. Wasn't he courting death? Just as Hierarch Heavenly Flame was feeling complacent, something that happened suddenly made his eyeballs almost fall out of their sockets. He was shocked to find that the black fire snakes that filled the sky were being led by a strange force towards the silver longsword. When they were about 10 meters away from the silver longsword, the black fire snakes actually began to disappear inch by inch. The attack of his teacher's divine ability was easily dispelled. What kind of sword skill was that? It was really terrifying. Hierarch Heavenly Flame could not help but shudder as a bad premonition arose in his heart. Even his teacher might not be able to break through such a powerful defensive sword skill. Teacher, let me help you. Hierarch Heavenly Flame did not hesitate to soar into the sky and stood beside the black-clothed old man. At this moment, the black-clothed old man was also looking at Yiyan in shock. The Sword Pavilion's sword skill was too powerful. There was a gap of 3 realms between them, but this white-robed sword cultivator had easily broken his divine ability. Seeing Hierarch Heavenly Flame's sudden appearance, the black-clothed old man suddenly revealed a rare smile. That disciple was not bad. They were in the depths of the Cloud Scar Grotto and there were no outsiders. Why would they care about justice? They would just gang up on him. Boom, in another direction. Another loud bang was heard. Lu Yi and Ning Fangji once again collided head-on. Both of them were sent flying. Lu Yi, you're just SOSO. Ning Fangji laughed out loud. Lu Yi was not much stronger than him after putting on the divine armor. At least he could remain undefeated. It's about time, Lu Yi muttered in her heart. Looking at Ning Fangji's arrogant smile, her face turned colder. She was just testing how strong she could be after putting on the red-tasseled battle armor of the divine tier. She had already figured it out after 2 consecutive exchanges. Next, she was going to perform the death sword of the binary sword technique. 1 hit, 1 kill. She would kill Ning Fangji. Lu Yi took a deep breath and shook her long sword. She suddenly disappeared and turned into a shocking sword light, instantly descending in front of Ning Fangji. Ning Fangji was still feeling proud when he suddenly saw the sword light descending. He was immediately shocked. Strangely, he was enveloped by the sword light and could not summon up any resistance. Puff, the sword pierced his forehead and the primordial spirit in his sea of consciousness was instantly destroyed. In that instant, Ning Fangji had fallen. What? Fifth brother died just like that? The three Hierarch realm cultivators who were watching the battle below were extremely shocked when they saw Ning Fangji suddenly die. They did not hesitate at all as they soared into the sky and charged towards Lu Yi. A white figure flashed. Yi Yan suddenly appeared in front of Lu Yi like a ghost. Leave these guys to me. Yi Yan smiled. In the next moment, the sword light rose and he disappeared. Chi, a shocking sword light crisscrossed in the void. The heads of the three Hierarch realm cultivators were forcefully blown apart by Yi Yan's sword. Even their primordial spirits died on the spot. The black-robed old man and Hierarch Tianhua could not help but shiver when they saw the scene. Even the depths of their souls were trembling. Was this sword pavilion sword cultivator really only at level 1 Hierarch realm? Why, he could kill level 2 and level 3 Hierarch realm cultivators as if they were dogs. Teacher, we're finished. Hierarch Tianhua's face was pale and he was terrified. In an instant, he lost all desire to live. His body was on the verge of collapse and he almost fell down. Hierarch Heavenly Flame was high and mighty in the realm of fire spirit. He had a harem of 3,000 beauties and lived an extravagant life. He had never thought that he would die in the Cloud Scar Cave today. The sword cultivator of the sword pavilion was too powerful. Killing people across the realm was as easy as chopping vegetables. His swordsmanship was so profound that it was difficult to describe it with words. In the blink of an eye, 3 Hierarch cultivators had died tragically under his sword. He recalled the first time he had fought with the sword cultivator of the sword pavilion in the cloud mist swamp. The feeling of the cold sword tip between his eyebrows seemed to resurface again. Hierarch Heavenly Flame shivered. Suddenly, his knees went soft and he knelt in the air. He looked at Yi Yan with a pleading face and said in a trembling voice, "Senior, please spare my life. I just entered the Cloud Scar Cave and didn't do anything." Seeing that Hierarch Heavenly Flame's will had collapsed, Yi Yan smiled. This guy had 3,000 beauties in his harem. He didn't want to die. If Hierarch Heavenly Flame died, what would happen to his women? Heavenly Flame, how can you beg for mercy at this time? Get up and kill the enemy with me. The black-clothed old man was so angry that his internal organs were burning. He suddenly reached out and grabbed Hierarch Heavenly Flame, then shook him a few times. Master, it's useless. We can't afford to offend the sword pavilion. Hierarch Heavenly Flame lost his fighting spirit and said with lifeless eyes. You better wake up. Even if you beg for mercy, will he let you go? The black-clothed old man said angrily. Master, I have no enmity with this senior. He spared my life in the cloud mist swamp. Hierarch Heavenly Flame said with a bitter smile. Is that so? The black-clothed old man's face darkened. He seemed to have thought of something. Sir, we don't want the Blackstone treasure vault anymore. We'll give it to you. How about letting us live? The black-clothed old man grabbed Hierarch Heavenly Flame with one hand as he looked at Yi Yan with bright and spirited eyes. Yi Yan smiled indifferently. You two are extremely evil and have done all kinds of bad things. Do you think I will spare you? After saying that, he held his sword with one hand and slowly took a few steps forward in the air. With every step he took, the black-robed elder and Hierarch Heavenly Flame felt their hearts thumping. It was as if a huge pressure had descended upon his body in an instant. Both of them were greatly alarmed. Don't say that I'm bullying the weak. You two puny Hierarch realm experts, if you don't take action now, you won't have the chance anymore. Yi Yan walked forward slowly and raised the sword in his hand. Yi Yan possessed Zhu Lan's body and possessed various powerful divine abilities. He also possessed an unimaginable amount of treasures. Yi Yan was fearless even when facing a divine king expert. That was why he said he was bullying the weak when dealing with two puny ultimate gods. Give them a chance to strike. At the same time, it also allowed Lu Yi, who was beside him, to see the Death Realm sword again to increase her understanding. After all, her binary sword art was only at the beginning. Senior, are you really not going to spare me? When Hierarch Heavenly Flame heard Yi Yan's words, he seemed to have woken up. His spirit was roused as he asked hurriedly. Yi Yan shook his head. Hierarch Heavenly Flame's face was instantly filled with disappointment. He knew that he had been implicated by his master this time. After letting out a sigh, Hierarch Heavenly Flame's body moved and he broke free from the black-robed elder's hand. His hands formed a seal in front of him and his body immediately burned with a blazing red flame. It was completely different in color from the black-robed elder's black flame. Heavenly fire, whether we can survive or not will depend on the good fortune of you and my disciple this time. The black-robed elder's face was solemn as he formed a seal with both of his hands. His aura became even stronger. Their handprints were exactly the same. It was their most powerful fire attribute, divine ability. Heavenly flame exterminating the world. The two of them shouted almost at the same time as they pushed Yi Yun with both of their hands. Two raging seas of fire, one red and one black, swept out from the seal. It was like a torrent that could destroy the world. It rolled out with unstoppable might. This fire attribute divine ability is so powerful. Hierarch Heavenly Flame is indeed quite capable. He is even stronger than Ning Fangji. Standing behind Yi Yun, Lu Yi's expression changed slightly as she looked at the apocalyptic flames that blotted out the sky. If she were to face Hierarch Heavenly Flame alone, she would probably only be able to fight to a draw. However, she had the red tasseled battle armor. The flames of destruction could not hurt her. If it was a protracted battle, she had a chance to defeat Hierarch Heavenly Flame. Facing the two huge flames that swept over the sky, Yi Yun suddenly disappeared from his spot. A sword light that could split the sky and earth suddenly appeared in the void. The sword light was sharp and invincible. The Death Realm sword was unstoppable. Chi, the two destructive red and black flames were instantly split into two. How is this possible? The black-clothed old man roared in shock. He was a Hierarch Realm level 4 expert. He had already displayed his strongest fire attribute divine ability. In addition to his disciple, the two of them were unable to withstand a single blow from the sword cultivator. One sword. It broke their divine ability. What made him even more terrified was that when the sword light descended upon him, he actually couldn't summon up the slightest bit of resistance. This was simply too bizarre. It was as though he was already a dead man at that moment. It's over. Seeing the familiar sword light descending, Hierarch Heavenly Flame closed his eyes. The sword cultivator was too terrifying. He and his master could not withstand such a sword technique. Puff, Hierarch Heavenly Flame's head suddenly exploded. Bright red blood and white brain matter spurted out. His primordial spirit instantly exploded as well. Hierarch Heavenly Flame had fallen. In the next moment, the head of the black-clothed old man, whose eyes were wide open, suddenly exploded as well. Blood and brain matter spurted out. His primordial spirit was shattered by the sword and he died on the spot. The Death Realm sword is too strong. If one's cultivation is not high enough or if their Dao heart is not firm enough, they will not be able to resist it at all. Lu Yi muttered to herself as her face flashed with enlightenment. At that moment, she had a deeper understanding of the binary sword technique. Go and collect the storage rings of these people. Yi Yun turned to look at Lu Yi and said with a smile. Yes, Brother Yun. Lu Yi nodded and started to get busy. Yi Yun descended from the sky and stood beside the black stone pillar. At that moment, he saw 4 words on the ground. Blackstone Treasure Vault. Yi Yun nodded silently. It was no wonder Ning Fangji and the rest had been guarding the depths of Cloud Scar Grotto Heaven. It was because of these 4 words. Perhaps they thought that after breaking the seal of the black stone, they would be able to enter a treasure vault and obtain countless treasures. A treasure vault that can attract so many ultimate gods is naturally of a high level. Could it be left behind by a divine king? Yi Yun muttered to himself. His eyes narrowed slightly as he started to size up the seal on the black stone pillar. In the depths of his eyes, countless tiny runes that resembled stars flickered. He activated the heaven illusion exterminating eye and a vast force of life and death instantly descended and began to destroy the seal. Bang, in a few breaths' time. With a soft sound, the seal on the black stone pillar shattered. Brother Yun, why is there another layer of seal? Lu Yi, who had collected all the loot, flew over and stood beside Yi Yun. She was shocked when she saw that there was another layer of seal on the surface of the black pillar. Looks like there's something special about the Blackstone treasure vault. Yi Yun nodded and smiled. After the first layer of seal was broken, there was a new layer of seal inside. It was much stronger and sturdier than the previous one. However, it wasn't a problem for Yi Yun. Perhaps it was because the celestial disillusionment I had taken a long time. Yi Yun activated the Sword of Death and slashed at the pillar. Boom, a vast amount of energy passed through the tip of the sword and landed on the black pillar, creating a loud bang. At that moment, the entire Cloud Scar grotto shook. The momentum was shocking, as if the grotto was about to collapse. Lu Yi, who was beside Yi Yun, was shocked. The power of Big Brother Yun's sword is too strong, Lu Yi said in her heart. Yi Yun only used one slash to break the sturdy layer of seal. However, when he looked inside, he saw that there was another layer of seal. He was slightly stunned. Ning Fangji and the rest should have broken quite a few layers of seal. Now that he had broken 2 layers of seal, he saw that there was another layer of seal. This layer of seal was much sturdier than the previous one. It looked like it was a seal set up by a Divine King realm expert. Ning Fangji and the rest were low-level ultimate gods. Hence, it was extremely difficult for them to break the seal. They could only rely on their spirit to wear down the seal slowly. Boom, Yi Yun swung his sword again, shattering the seal with brute force. As this layer of seal shattered, a black smoke suddenly floated out from the depths of the black stone pillar and quickly enveloped the entire black stone pillar. The black smoke continued to rise and float into the air, forming a huge black dragon. This huge black dragon was not like a real divine dragon, whose body could reach tens of thousands of zhang or even hundreds of thousands of zhang long. It was only a few 100 feet long. Even so, floating in the air above his head was still extremely shocking. It was actually a dragon. Yi Yun's face revealed a surprised expression. It seemed that the dragon pattern on the top of the black stone pillar wasn't a random attack. This black stone treasury had some sort of connection with the black dragon in front of him. However, this black dragon was not a true divine dragon. It was very weak. It was just an ancient will, far from the aura of a divine king. The divine dragon's cultivation level had dropped to the first level of the hierarch realm. Human, if you wish to inherit the Blackstone treasury, you must agree to a condition of mine. Otherwise, I will destroy the Blackstone treasury together with you. The black dragon floated in the air and stared at the 2 humans below with a burning gaze. There was no special emotion in its eyes. What conditions? Yi Yun smiled faintly, showing a particularly interested expression on his face. Although this black dragon was not large in size, its unique appearance still made Yi Yun think of a certain dragon race. That was the Dark Divine Dragon. The Dark Divine Dragon was a high-level divine dragon that was proficient in the power of darkness. It was under the jurisdiction of one of the 10 super divine dragons, the Dark Sky Dragon. He suddenly remembered, 3 months ago, he encountered the Dark Sky Dragon's claw in the Black Sky Burial Ground. This made Yi Yun have a guess. However, he needed to verify it further. This condition is extremely difficult to fulfill. If you have the guts to accept it, then please swear to the Heavenly Tao. Only then will I tell you the details. The Dark Divine Dragon said in a deep voice. Swear, Yi Yun was stunned again. He suddenly realized that the Dark Divine Dragons will probably have something extremely important to entrust the successor of the Blackstone Treasury to do. Brother Yun, the consequences of swearing to the Heavenly Tao are very serious. Lu Yi grabbed Yi Yun's hand and said anxiously. Who knew what the Dark Divine Dragon was thinking? What if Brother Yun swore to the Heavenly Tao and the Dark Divine Dragon's request was something Brother Yun could not fulfill? Wouldn't he suffer a backlash from the Heavenly Tao? It's all right. Yi Yun gently rubbed Lu Yi's lily-white hand and said with a smile. He had no fear of swearing to the Heavenly Tao. Even if he violated the oath, if the Heavenly Tao really wanted to find trouble with him, he didn't mind taking out something that the Heavenly Tao was afraid of. I can swear to the Heavenly Tao that no matter what your request is, I will agree to it without hesitation and do it. Yi Yun suddenly raised one hand with a solemn expression. Seeing that the human below really swore to the Heavenly Tao, the Dark Divine Dragon's eyes immediately turned sorrowful. I was right about you. I don't know why, but I feel a sense of closeness when I see you. The Dark Divine Dragon said in a low voice. It seems like we are fated. Yi Yun only smiled calmly. He had Zhu Long's bloodline. Even if he didn't release it, it would innately make divine dragons feel close to him. This wisp of the dark divine dragons will naturally couldn't escape this rule. I am the dark divine dragon, one of the 8 great dark dragon kings under Lord Dark Sky Dragon. I come from the dark Shumi realm of the hidden dragon continent. I followed Lord Dark Sky Dragon back. Then to hunt down the gods who invaded the Luna star. That's how I entered the divine land. The dark divine dragon said slowly, his tone filled with desolation from ancient times. Hearing this, the expression on Yi Yun's face changed from calm to solemn. It was just as he'd guessed. The dark divine dragon had followed the dark sky dragon into the divine land. The 8 great black dragon kings, could it be that all of them are divine kings? Yi Yun asked. That's right. To be a king in the dragon clan, one must be at the divine king realm. Before I fell, I was at the 2nd level of the divine king realm. The dark divine dragon said proudly. Then what is the cultivation of your lord? Yi Yun asked again. He also wanted to know what level the cultivation of Dark Sky Dragon, one of the 10 great super divine dragons, had reached. The dark divine dragon glanced at Yi Yun and hesitated for half a second before a look of trust appeared in his eyes again. He said in a deep voice, "There's no harm in telling you. Lord Dark Sky Dragon is at the peak of the 10th level of the divine king realm. His strength is unparalleled. Even the gods of the divine land who are half-step divine emperors are no match for him. What a high cultivation." Yi Yun muttered to himself. It seemed that the 10 great super divine dragons were all at this level. Zhu Long, the ancestor of dragons, was at least at the divine emperor realm. After entering the divine land, our dark dragon clan's army fought a great battle with the gods of the divine land. In this battle, Lord Dark Sky Dragon fought alone against 3 peak 10th level gods of the divine king realm. In the end, those despicable gods took out Zhu Long's sealed treasure and cut off Lord Dark Sky Dragon's arm. Lord Dark Sky Dragon fled and no one knows where he went. Our dark dragon clan's army was also defeated and killed by those gods one by one. The dark divine dragon's hoarse voice echoed slowly in the surrounding space. His eyes were filled with endless sorrow. It seems that the dark dragon tribe has suffered a great defeat in this battle. Yi Yun sighed softly. He had seen the earth-shattering battle from the dark dragon's claw. The mysterious blood-red broken sword that Zhu Long had sealed away was the culprit that led to the defeat of the dark dragon tribe's army. However, the fact that the godly king realm godly spirit could control the blood-red broken sword meant that they were familiar with it. This Cloud-Scar Grotto heaven seems to have been passed down from an even more ancient era. After I escaped here, I engaged in a great battle with the divine spirits. Although I managed to kill them in the end, I was severely injured. The dark divine dragon said again. Why didn't you return to the Xianxia continent? Yi Yun asked. Do you think we didn't want to? The dark divine dragon suddenly smiled bleakly and said helplessly, at that time, I led a group of my people to the entrance of the ancient path to heaven. We wanted to return to the hidden dragon continent to seek help from the other dragon tribes. But we didn't expect that on a sunny day, 7 big stars would suddenly appear in the sky, and a formation would descend, blocking the ancient heavenly road. We had no choice but to escape to the divine land again. Yi Yun's expression changed when he heard the dark divine dragon's words. 7 great stars, did they form a 7 stars formation? He asked hurriedly. Yes. The dark divine dragon said straightforwardly. Yi Yun frowned. He never thought that the 7 stars formation would appear again in the great battle of the ancient era. However, the 7 stars formation did not directly participate in the battle to kill the dark dragon tribe. It only sealed the entrance of the ancient path to heaven. In this way, the dark dragon tribe would never be able to return to the Xianxia continent in this lifetime. What awaited them was an endless pursuit by the divine spirits of the divine land. Back then, I was heavily injured and hid in the Cloud-Scar Grotto for 50,000 years. Later on, I secretly snuck out. When I reached the entrance of the ancient path to heaven, I discovered that the great formation was still there. Thus, I returned to the Cloud-Scar Grotto the same way I came. However, due to my heavy injuries, I eventually died. What you see is merely a trace of my will left behind in the seal before I died. The dark divine dragon sighed. The 7 stars formation no longer exists on the ancient path to the heavens. Yi Yun said softly. I've already guessed this. By the time the latecomers are able to break the black stone seal, the dark dragons we left behind on the divine land will have all perished. The dark divine dragon had a sad look on his face. What do you want? Yiyan asked. The Blackstone treasury is my life savings. It can allow you to go far on the path of cultivation. My request is for you to return to the Sunnan continent, enter the Shumi Dark Realm, and rescue my brother from prison. The black divine dragon's eyes were filled with emotion as it spoke. Your younger brother? Yiyan was stunned for a moment and asked casually. That's right. My younger brother once contradicted Lord Dark Heavenly Dragon and was imprisoned. At that time, the Dark Dragon clan was mobilized in full force to pursue the gods of Luna. I think there's no one left in the Shumi Dark Realm except for my brother in prison. The Dark Divine Dragon looked at Yiyan with a pleading look in his eyes. It's been so many years. Can he still be alive? Yiyan asked softly. My brother was already a half-step divine king before he was imprisoned. Dragons have a long lifespan and can live for a long time, so he should still be alive. The dark divine dragon's eyes shone brightly as he spoke with confidence. After saying that, it seemed to have thought of something and added, in the Blackstone treasury, there is the key to the seal of that prison. If you enter the Dark Summer world and find that my brother is no longer there, then your mission will be considered completed. I understand. Yiyan nodded gently. He was somewhat moved at this moment. As one of the 8 great dark dragon kings, the dark divine dragon had been an extremely glorious existence in his previous life. But for the sake of his younger brother, he still had this obsession before he died. Back then, in order to pursue the gods of Luna and retrieve the blood-red broken sword sealed by Zhu Long, the entire Dark Dragon clan had mobilized in full force. This was something that Yiyan did not expect. It seemed that the Dark Divine Dragon clan was very loyal to Zhu Long. At that time, even though Zhu Long was missing, they were willing to pay any price to retrieve the blood-red broken sword that the gods had taken away. However, the gods of Divine Land were too cunning. One of the divine kings used the blood-red broken sword to seriously injure the dark divine dragon, which led to the failure of this operation. I agree to your request. This Shumi Dark Realm. Where in the Hidden Dragon continent is it? Yiyan asked. In the middle of the Hidden Dragon continent, deep in the sky, there's a token in the Blackstone treasury that will allow you to enter. The dark divine dragon said. I see. Yiyan nodded. I'm just a wisp of will, and I'm about to dissipate. I'm very happy that you can inherit my Blackstone treasury. If my guess is right, you make me feel close to you. You should also have the bloodline of the divine dragon in your body, right? The dark divine dragon said. His voice was obviously not as loud as before. It seemed that the energy in this wisp of will was beginning to weaken. I do have the bloodline of the dragon clan in my body. Yiyan sighed. He looked at the dark divine dragon in the air and waved his hand gently. He knew that this wisp of will of the dark divine dragon, which had existed for millions of years, was about to dissipate. I'm so happy. The dark divine dragon's eyes suddenly revealed a look of joy. After saying this, his black body suddenly began to dissipate. The speed of dissipation was very fast. In the blink of an eye, the huge dragon body disappeared completely. This, Lui, who had witnessed everything from the side, could not suppress the shock in her heart. She had never thought that such a shocking secret would be hidden in the Cloud Scar Grotto heaven. Brother Yun, are you going back to the Sunnan continent? Lui's heart tightened as she recalled the dark divine dragon's instructions. Yes, I'm going back. Yiyan nodded gently, turned around, and looked at her with a smile. There were still all kinds of clues hidden in the Sunnan continent. The 3 juniors of the Shenlong sect had not fully matured yet. In addition to the dark divine dragon's instructions, he had to go back no matter what. Lui's face was pale as she said in horror, Brother Yun, the Sunnan continent has a terrifying curse. If you go back, your cultivation will stop at your current realm for the rest of your life. Don't worry, I have the bloodline of the dragon clan. That kind of curse is useless to me. Yiyan shrugged and smiled gently. Brother Yun, as a person of the Sunnan continent, I've been in the divine land for 100 years. If I return to the Cangnan continent, I will be cursed and my cultivation will not improve for the rest of my life. Therefore, I can't accompany you to the Cangnan continent. Lu Yi sighed. Back then, when she heard the news, it was like a bolt out of the blue. The people of the Divine Land were only limited to 100 years without being cursed. When she broke through to the true God realm, she lost the qualification to return to the Cangnan continent. You don't have to go. The spiritual chi of the Divine Land contains divinity. You can stay in the Daluo region and cultivate in seclusion. I might come to see you at any time. Yi Yan stretched out his hand and gently caressed her beautiful face. He did not tell Lu Yi the secret of the curse. This was because Yi Yan believed that Lu Yi was about to break through to the ultimate God realm. It would be better for her to stay in the Sword Cloud sect in the Daluo region to cultivate. For a half-step ultimate God realm expert who had cultivated for 100,000 years, cultivating in seclusion for 10 or 100 years was like a fleeting moment. It would pass in the blink of an eye. At that time, Yi Yan had already nurtured the 3 juniors of the Shenlong sect. At the same time, he had almost eliminated the masterminds behind the scenes in the Cangnan continent. After communicating with Lu Yi, Yi Yan turned around and sent a strand of his consciousness into the Blackstone treasure vault. He couldn't help but nod his head when he saw the various treasures inside. The Dark Divine Dragon had collected quite a lot. However, too much time had passed and some of the treasures had already decayed. Even so, the treasures in the Blackstone treasure vault were still impressive. Of course, these things didn't catch Yi Yan's eye. However, they could be kept in the Shenlong sect's treasure vault. Yi Yan waved his hand grandly and stored away this Blackstone treasure trove. Brother Yun, are we going back now? Lu Yi asked softly. There was a hint of reluctance in her beautiful watery eyes. However, Lu Yi had cultivated for 100,000 years and her Dao heart was firm. Soon, the hint of reluctance disappeared. Let's not rush. I feel that there's something strange in this Cloud Scar Grotto heaven. Let's explore it first. Yi Yan looked around and said thoughtfully. Although the corpses of the 6 Hierarch realm cultivators he killed before were still untouched, for some reason, Yi Yan found that the energy in the corpses of these Divine Monarch realm cultivators seemed to have decreased a little. Lu Yi felt a chill down her spine when she heard Yi Yan's words. It was as if there was a pair of invisible eyes in the Cloud Scar Grotto heaven that was watching her. Yi Yan walked to the side of Ultimate God Tianhua's corpse and sensed it carefully. After a while, he found that there was indeed a little bit of flesh and blood energy missing. One had to know, these people were all Ultimate God realm cultivators with strong physiques. Even if they were dead, their bodies still contained a lot of energy. If they were in the Cloud Scar Grotto heaven, they wouldn't rot for at least 10,000 years. However, under his watch, each of the corpses had lost a little bit of flesh and blood energy. Do you want to come out yourself or do you want me to drag you out? Yi Yan suddenly opened his mouth and said indifferently as he looked at the surrounding void. The surroundings were silent. There seemed to be no response to Yi Yan's words. Alright, then I'll drag you out. The corners of Yi Yan's mouth curled up, revealing a mysterious smile. He just so happened to have cultivated a peerless divine ability, which he could use under such circumstances. 1,000 threads. Yi Yan's hands formed a seal and he suddenly shouted. At this time, a silver ball of light suddenly lit up behind him. The ball of light was only 3 meters in size, and it was emitting a bright light. Chi, the silver ball of light kept spinning, and strands of hair-like silver filaments flew out. The number of silver threads that flew out was uncountable. Countless silver threads continued to extend and search in all directions of the Cloud Scar cave. What divine ability is this? Lu Yi's eyes widened as she stared at the silver threads that covered the sky. The shock in her heart was indescribable. Those silver threads gave her an extremely strange and terrifying feeling. It was as if her body would be cut open if she came into contact with them. Countless silver threads continued to extend into the depths of the Cloud Scar cave. Whether it was in the void, on the ground, mountains, rivers, or even the depths of the ground, there were silver threads everywhere. These silver threads seemed to have a life of their own as they continued to search for something. Yi Yan looked at everything and revealed a faint smile on his face. This 1,000 threads divine ability came from a certain universe. It was a divine ability that was created by a powerful existence. When this powerful existence used this divine ability, the entire universe was filled with silver filaments. No life form could hide in front of these silver filaments. Although each thread was as thin and soft as a strand of hair, they were extremely sharp, comparable to a divine weapon. These threads could cut and entangle. Once one was tracked, it would be difficult to escape. In that universe, anyone who mentioned thousand threads would feel a great sense of fear. Chi-Chi, the silver threads that covered the sky and the earth filled up every inch of space in the Cloud Scar Grotto. Suddenly, a ball of white light shot out from the ground. It continued to fly at high speed to avoid the pursuit of the silver threads. When Yin saw that strange thing fly out, he could not help but laugh coldly. He changed his hand seal slightly and all the silver threads in the other directions flew towards the strange thing. The ball of white light continued to dodge left and right in the air. It flew at high speed, but the countless silver threads were getting faster and faster. They were chasing after it relentlessly. After that, the entire space within the Cloud Scar Grotto was filled with thin silver threads. That ball of white light finally had nowhere to hide. Stop! Suddenly, a furious roar could be heard from within the ball of white light. This voice sounded a little childish. Yin was stunned. The silver threads suddenly stopped in midair and formed a circle, sealing off every direction of the ball of silver light. That ball of silver light also stopped at this moment. The light disappeared and turned into a young man in white clothes. Aren't you being a bully? You entered my Cloud Scar cave and took the Blackstone treasury. Now you want to kill me? The white-clothed young man stared coldly at Yin. His eyes were filled with rage. The aura on his body suddenly became incomparably powerful. From the 9th level of the Hierarch realm to the Divine King realm, a huge pressure came down on Lu Yi like countless mountains. Lu Yi groaned and her body shook. She could not withstand the pressure. A red light flashed and the red tasseled battle armor appeared. Lu Yi felt a little relieved. Yin did not feel anything. The aura of a Divine King realm expert was not a threat to him. Divine King realm? Who are you? Yi Tian squinted his eyes and asked coldly. In the Divine Land, those who could cultivate to the Divine King realm were all incredible figures. Could he be one of the masterminds? Since you know that I am a Divine King realm expert, why don't you surrender? The white-robed youth's expression was cold as he looked down from above with a look of superiority. So what if you are a Divine King realm expert? Seeing that the white-clothed young man dared to threaten him, Yin was enraged. The Thousand Threads divine ability was activated again. Countless silver threads pierced towards the white-clothed young man from all directions like countless sharp swords. The white-clothed young man's expression changed. He turned into a ball of light again and escaped in another direction. This guy, why does he only know how to escape? Yin looked at the white-clothed young man. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that this guy is bluffing? Thinking of this, Yin suddenly strengthened the thousand-thread god art. Countless silver threads were like a tide that blotted out the sky and earth. They blocked every path and surrounded the ball of white light. The encirclement became smaller. Faced with the silver threads that had no blind spots, the ball of white light could no longer find a way to break through. Phew, the endless silver threads wrapped around the ball of white light with an unstoppable force. The silver threads did not cut the young man. Instead, they surrounded the young man and formed a silver cocoon in the air. After the silver threads formed a large silver cocoon, the remaining silver threads receded like a receding tide, returning to the ball of silver light behind Yin. What a terrifying divine power. Lu Yi looked behind Yin in shock. She really wanted to reach out and touch the ball of silver light. Do you want to learn it, Yi? Yin asked in amusement when he saw Lu Yi's shocked expression. I think I'll pass. Brother Yin, I've been devoted to Sword Dao my entire life. The binary sword technique is enough for me to study for many years. Lu Yi shook her head and said with a smile. Yin nodded. Lu Yi's reply was within his expectations. Lu Yi had been devoted to the cultivation of Sword Dao for 100,000 years. She probably wouldn't be interested in a powerful divine power like Thousand Threads. Yi Yun grabbed with his hand, and the large silver cocoon suddenly landed in front of him from afar. Brother Yun, this godly king seems to be very afraid of your divine power. Lu Yi chuckled. He probably isn't a godly king. He's just pretending. Yi Yun shook his head with a smile. He said to the large silver cocoon, "What the hell are you? You can actually release the aura of a godly king. Hurry up and confess so that you don't suffer physical pain." There was silence from within the large silver cocoon. "You won't cry until you see the coffin." Yi Yun sneered. A silver thread suddenly flew out of the large silver cocoon and sliced towards the ball of light. "Senior, please stop." A pleading voice suddenly came from within the large silver cocoon. The silver thread that was about to slice through the ball of light suddenly stopped. "Reveal your true form." "Let me see, what exactly are you?" Yi Yun chuckled softly, a look of interest on his face. "All right, senior. I've already returned to my true form." Another voice came from within the large silver cocoon. Chi-chi, countless silver threads retreated back into the silver ball of light behind Yi Yun like a tide, and the entire silver cocoon disappeared in an instant. Floating in front of Yi Yun was a white silkworm more than a meter long. This white silkworm had many simple and unadorned patterns on its surface, giving off an ancient aura. "It's a white silkworm?" Lu Yi widened her beautiful eyes and said in shock. It was hard to believe that such a small white silkworm could release the lifelike presence of a divine king. She had lived in the divine land for nearly 100,000 years, but she had never heard of such a demonic beast. "Senior, I'm actually very weak. I was just trying to scare you." White Silkworm looked at Yi Yun in horror and smiled embarrassedly. "You look familiar to me." Yi Yun looked at the white silkworm and suddenly remembered that there was a white silkworm like this in his warehouse. However, that white silkworm's bloodline and level were far superior to the white silkworm in front of him. "What's your name again?" Yi Yun rubbed his chin and began to recall. There were so many divine pets in the warehouse that he couldn't remember some of their names. "Senior, you must be joking with me. How could you have seen me before?" the white silkworm said in horror. "I remember now." Yi Yun snapped his fingers and said with a laugh, "You're called the undead celestial silkworm, right?" "Senior, how did you know?" When the white silkworm heard Yi Yun call out its name, it suddenly panicked and its small eyes kept rolling. "You're very famous." Yi Yun seemed to have thought of something and suddenly grabbed the white silkworm with his big hand and sent it into the warehouse. At the same time, Yi Yun's wisp of primordial spirit also entered the warehouse. "Master, you're here. Who are you going to take out this time?" With the appearance of Yi Yun's aura, the divine pets in the entire warehouse were in an uproar again. "There's something I need to do this time. Hurry up and find the undead celestial silkworm," Yi Yun said with a smile as he looked at the pitch-black surroundings. Balls of light suddenly lit up one after another. "So Master is looking for that little bug. Wait a moment, I'll call it over," a divine pet said with a smile and disappeared in the blink of an eye. "What is this place?" The white silkworm was lying on the ground, not daring to move. At this moment, it felt that it was about to die. There were all kinds of terrifying demon beasts here, emitting all kinds of auras that made it suffocate. It was afraid that if it stayed here for another second, it would be scared to death. "Master, that little bug is here." The divine pet landed on the ground like a gust of wind and gently placed a white bug beside Yi Yun. "Hiss." Without waiting for Yi Yun to speak, the white silkworm sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at the white worm with a shocked expression. The white bug looked almost exactly the same as it. It was also the undead celestial silkworm. However, the noble aura and powerful bloodline emitted by this undead celestial silkworm far surpassed it. At this moment, it felt a deep suppression of its bloodline. At the same time, the memories of its race and its bloodline also awakened. This subordinate greets the undead silkworm emperor. The white silkworm suddenly quivered and lay on the ground like a human. Yi Yun saw this scene and couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. "Master, where did you get this clone of my clansman?" The undead celestial silkworm in Yi Yun's warehouse raised its chubby body and turned to look at Yi Yun and asked in surprise. "In a grotto heaven outside. I came across it by chance," Yi Yun said casually. Suddenly, he realized something and asked, Are you saying that this is only one of its clones? That's right, Master. This is just one of its clones. The undead celestial silkworm nodded. It seems that its main body is still in Cloud Scar Grotto Heaven. Yi Yin said casually. He didn't expect that he would make a mistake this time. He only caught a clone and didn't find the undead celestial silkworm's main body. Master, do you want me to go out and help you find its main body? The undead celestial silkworm asked. Its eyes immediately showed an eager expression. It couldn't wait to go out and get away from the terrifying monster beasts in the warehouse. You can't go out yet. Yi Yin shook his head and quickly refused. If he remembered correctly, the undead celestial silkworm in the warehouse was an immortal level monster beast. A monster beast of this level didn't exist in the world he came from. Once it appeared, it would cause a violent reaction from the heavenly Tao of this world and cause an unimaginable disaster. Lord Silkworm Emperor, so this senior is your master. The white silkworm lying on the ground suddenly raised its head and said in shock. Isn't that nonsense? The undead celestial silkworm lowered its head and cursed. Master, my clansman's bloodline is very thin. I don't know how many times it has died. The undead celestial silkworm looked at the white silkworm and suddenly sighed. Yi Yin nodded silently. Although the undead celestial silkworm in Cloud Scar Grotto Heaven was also an undead celestial silkworm, it was incomparable to the one in his warehouse. Its bloodline was very thin. It had already fallen out of the category of immortal level demon beasts. Therefore, this undead celestial silkworm was able to live in Cloud Scar Grotto Heaven. You mean, it has lived for a long time? Yi Yin's heart stirred as he looked at the undead celestial silkworm and asked. It should be. Master, please wait a moment. Let me see how many times it has died. The undead celestial silkworm suddenly moved to the white silkworm's side and placed its feeler on the white silkworm's feeler. When the two feelers touched, the undead celestial silkworm closed its eyes. The white silkworm didn't dare to move. Sigh, I'm so envious. Your undead celestial silkworm clan can be considered an eternal life form. Every time you reach the end of your life, as long as you consume a certain amount of energy, you can revive after death. A black divine pet with an indistinct silhouette suddenly let out an envious voice. What's there to be envious of? It's not the only eternal demon beast here. Another divine pet said disdainfully. Listening to the conversation of these divine pets, Yi Yin slowly recalled some memories. The undead celestial silkworm was known as an immortal level demon beast. It was also considered an eternal life form. It had a long life. Every time before death, as long as it consumed the energy stored in its body in advance and spun a cocoon, after a long period of incubation, it could live a new life. However, only the undead celestial silkworm with the most complete bloodline could retain the memories of its previous life. As for the other undead celestial silkworms, they would lose most of their memories. The thinner the bloodline, the more memories they would lose. Similarly, the fewer times they would die. Brothers, I'm not as strong as you think. The undead celestial silkworm suddenly opened its eyes and looked around with some fear as it said embarrassedly. Haha, there was a burst of laughter. It seemed that those terrifying demon beasts were very satisfied with the undead celestial silkworm's attitude. After all, it was much stronger than it. Each mountain was taller than the other. In this place, it was impossible for any divine pet to be so high profile. Master, this undying celestial silkworm has lived for about an epoch and has a total of 9 deaths. It has already used its 9th death. If it dies again, it won't have a chance to revive. The undead celestial silkworm said with a serious expression. Lived for an era? Yi Yun's heart skipped a beat. He was also very surprised. In the world of the divine land, being able to live for an era was an extremely long time. The lifespan of a divine dragon was even longer than that of a divine dragon. It had witnessed the rise and fall of this world for billions of years. Unfortunately, this undying celestial silkworm's bloodline was thin and it had died 9 times. Perhaps there wasn't much it could remember. Lord Silkworm Emperor, please save this lowly one's life. Hearing the undead god silkworm's words, the white silkworm suddenly thought of something. As if it was grabbing onto its last life-saving grass, it kept kowtowing on the ground. It had lived for a very long time, but due to its thin bloodline, it only had 9 chances to die. It had already used them up. Originally, it had given up all hope and wanted to live out this life peacefully. It hadn't expected to encounter the undead Silkworm Emperor of its own race. As long as the undead Silkworm Emperor gave it a drop of blood, it would have another chance to die. If it had the chance to follow the undead Silkworm Emperor and perform well, it would have more chances to die. After living for so long, although many of its memories had disappeared, it was good at seizing opportunities and didn't give up on this great opportunity. Master, should I save it? The undead celestial silkworm looked at Yi Yun and asked with a serious expression. If it can pledge allegiance to me, you can give it a chance. Yi Yun said with a smile. The reason he wanted to accept this undead celestial silkworm was because he realized that this little guy had lived for so long. Even if many of its memories had disappeared, it might still be able to remember some useful things. This was very important to Yi Yun. Perhaps this undead celestial silkworm would know the origin of 7 stars. Perhaps the undead celestial silkworm might even be able to provide some useful information about the blood-colored broken sword that Zhu Long had sealed. After hearing Yi Yun's words, the white silkworm immediately crawled to Yi Yun's feet as if it had found a new lifesaver. It cowed out and said loudly, "Thank you, Master. I'm willing to pledge allegiance to Master. I won't hesitate to go through water and tread on fire for you. Get up." Seeing that the white silkworm's attitude was acceptable, Yi Yun gently waved his hand, accepting the white silkworm's pledge of allegiance. Little guy, you'd better stay by Master's side in the future. If you make Master unhappy, I won't give you the chance to die. The undead celestial silkworm looked at the white silkworm and threatened rather fiercely. Lord Silkworm Emperor, don't worry. I'm also your subject. How could I do such a thing? The white silkworm hurriedly said with an aggrieved expression in its eyes. Even their undead Silkworm Emperor was this white-clothed master's mythical pet. How could it, an undead celestial silkworm with a thin bloodline, dare to be disloyal? Alright, let's go out first. Yi Yun waved his hand at the mythical pets in the warehouse. He took the white silkworm and instantly left the warehouse, appearing in Cloud Scar Grotto Heaven. Lu Yi waited quietly. She knew that Big Brother Yun had some secrets, but she wasn't curious. As Big Brother Yun's woman, Lu Yi knew what to do. Go and find your main body. Yi Yun threw the white silkworm into the air and said indifferently. Yes, Master. The undead celestial silkworm obediently replied before turning into a beam of light and disappearing in midair. The entire Cloud Scar Grotto Heaven suddenly fluctuated violently. Many white balls of light suddenly appeared in various places. This little guy has quite a lot of clones. Yi Yun said with a smile. The ability to create clones was also one of the innate abilities of the undead celestial silkworm. Among all the clones, one of them should be the main body. All the clones and the main body merged into one, turning into a gigantic white silkworm that was dozens of feet long. It whizzed over from afar and landed at Yi Yun's feet. A white light flashed. The gigantic body instantly shrunk to the size of 1 meter. Master, I'm here. All the clones and the main body have merged into one. Bring me out of this Cloud Scar Grotto Heaven in the future. The undead celestial silkworm said with a smile. Its voice was filled with yearning for the outside world. Yi Yun's expression changed slightly as he asked, how much of the memories of your previous life do you still remember? Master, I only remember that my first life's master was called Daoist Cloud Scar. He was the one who created Cloud Scar Grotto Heaven. From my first life to my 9th life, I seem to have been hiding here. If any life fell, I would absorb the energy of their flesh and blood. The undead celestial silkworm said honestly. Okay. Yi Yun nodded. He instantly activated the heavenly illusionary eye and scanned the undead celestial silkworm's memories. He found that the sea of consciousness was empty and almost barren. Although all the memories of the undead celestial silkworm have disappeared, there should be a part hidden in its bloodline. As the 9th life grows, some of its memories will gradually awaken. Yi Yun thought to himself. With this thought, he was no longer in a hurry. Now that there was an ancient demonic beast that had lived for an era, it was a huge gain for Yi Yun from this trip to the Divine Land. Master, these Hierarch Realm cultivators' corpses, don't you have any use for them? The undead celestial silkworm glanced at Yi Yun and said hesitantly. It's of no use. You can keep all the blood food. Yi Yun chuckled. This little guy's cultivation wasn't high. It was only at the Divine Lord realm, so it wasn't a match for the 6 Hierarch realm cultivators. Since its 9th rebirth, it had been guarding the 6 living people for a long time. It was probably starving. Therefore, after Yi Yun killed the 6 Hierarch realm cultivators, this little guy couldn't help but send out a clone to secretly absorb some of the energy in the flesh. Although it was very hidden, it was still discovered by Yi Yun. That was what led to the subsequent events. If the undead celestial silkworm wasn't in such a hurry, Yi Yun wouldn't have been able to discover it. Thank you, Master. The undead celestial silkworm shouted excitedly. It spat out a few silver threads that shot out in all directions, entangling the 6 corpses and pulling them back. Its upper body suddenly enlarged as it opened its mouth and swallowed all the corpses into its stomach. Yi Yun nodded silently. These 6 Hierarch realm cultivators' corpses were great nourishment for the undead celestial silkworm. It wouldn't lack energy for a long time. After swallowing, the undead celestial silkworm shrunk back to 1 meter in size and obediently laid beside Yi Yun. Lui clicked her tongue in wonder as she watched from the side. The origin of this undead celestial silkworm was very mysterious. Big Brother Yun didn't tell her and she didn't want to ask. This time, Big Brother Yun was about to leave the Divine Land and return to the Xianxia continent. Lui was determined to go into seclusion for 100 years to make a qualitative breakthrough in the dual sword technique. Let's go. Yi Yun grabbed Lui's hand and flew toward the entrance of Cloud Scar Grotto Heaven. The undead celestial silkworm followed closely behind. After leaving Cloud Scar Grotto Heaven, Yi Yun tore through the void and quickly returned to the Sword Cloud sect. Cultivate well. I will come back for you in less than 100 years. Yi Yun held Lui's hand and said affectionately. Brother Yun, don't worry. I'll work hard on my cultivation. Lui said with a firm expression. All right. Yi Yun smiled, feeling very relieved. As a sword fanatic, Lui had no distractions. Once she entered seclusion, 100 years would pass in the blink of an eye. Therefore, he didn't have to worry about her. In the bamboo house at the back of the mountain, Yi Yun accompanied Lui for half a day before they arrived at the 9th courtyard. Xiaolong, come out. Yi Yun stood at the door and called out softly. Coming, master. When the Netherblood Greenwood dragon heard Yi Yun's voice, it was overjoyed. It rushed out of the door and approached Yi Yun. When it saw the white silkworm floating beside Yi Yun, it was stunned. After sensing the other party's cultivation, the Netherblood Greenwood dragon's face turned green. It was another unfathomable demonic beast that was much more powerful than it was. This is the undying celestial silkworm and this is the Netherblood Greenwood dragon. You will be the demonic beasts of the Xianxia sect in the future. Yi Yun said softly as he introduced the 2 demonic beasts. Undying celestial silkworm. After hearing Master's words, the Netherblood Greenwood dragon was shocked. Just the name alone was enough to terrify him. Could it really be a terrifying divine beast that was eternal and immortal? After a few seconds of shock, hello, senior. The Netherblood Greenwood dragon smiled embarrassedly and greeted politely. You don't have to be so polite. The undying celestial silkworm also nodded politely. Alright, let's return to the Xianxia continent now. Yi Yun smiled and immediately tore open space, leaving the Sword Cloud sect with the 2 demonic beasts. After passing through the ancient path to heaven, Yi Yun returned to the Xianxia continent once again. He floated in the air above the ocean outside this huge island. Looking at the blue seawater and smelling the familiar scent, Yi Yun took a deep breath and felt an indescribable comfort in his heart. Although the Divine Land was very good and the spiritual energy contained divinity, the Xianxia continent was his hometown after all. Every time he came back, he would have a deep feeling in his heart. Master, there is no divinity in the spiritual energy of this world? The undying celestial silkworm said in shock. Yes, this is the Xianxia continent. The spiritual energy is like this. Yi Yun nodded and said. The undying celestial silkworm stopped talking. The 2 antennae on its head were constantly detecting something in the air. Master, there seems to be something strange about this place? The undying celestial silkworm suddenly said. What did you find? Yi Yan asked with interest. Although the bloodline of this undying celestial silkworm was very thin, it was still an immortal-level demonic beast ancestor. It had some innate divine abilities, so it couldn't be underestimated. The undying celestial silkworm said solemnly, I can't say for now. There seems to be a terrifying aura somewhere deep underground. Okay. Yi Yan nodded. The undying celestial silkworm's words were definitely not without reason. There must be some kind of possibility. Don't move first. Let me check your body first. Yi Yan suddenly said. Oh, the undying celestial silkworm immediately floated in the air and didn't dare to move. He had already submitted to this white-clothed old man from the bottom of his soul. Yi Yan's divine sense fell into the undying celestial silkworm's body. After carefully searching, he didn't find Zhu Long's curse. It seemed that Zhu Long's curse didn't affect the undying celestial silkworm. Yi Yan clicked his tongue in wonder and was somewhat puzzled. Could it be, Zhu Long only cursed the divine cultivators of the divine land? Was that why the undying celestial silkworm escaped? Or could it be that the undying celestial silkworm's bloodline didn't attract the attention of Zhu Long's curse? These were all possibilities. However, Yi Yan planned to make a trip to the Sumi Dark Realm for the time being. The Sumi Dark Realm was the world where the Dark Dragon clan lived in ancient times. It was hidden deep in the sky in the center of the Sunnan continent. It had never appeared in the human world. Yi Yan was also a little curious and wanted to see what it was like inside. At the same time, if the Dark Dragon clan's younger brother was still alive, he would rescue him from the prison. Yi Yan tore through the void again and came to the central area of the Sunnan continent. He stopped in the depths of the void and sensed the space around him, but didn't find the aura of a small world. Therefore, he took out a token and injected magic power into it. Yi Yan tried to find the Sumi Dark Realm in the void. However, the deep sky was empty. There wasn't even a shadow of the Sumi Dark Realm. Yi Yan wasn't discouraged. Because the current Sunnan continent was many times smaller than the hidden dragon continent of ancient times. Perhaps something had changed at the center. The Sumi Dark Realm's position had shifted. Yi Yan continuously tore through the void and kept looking for the Sumi Dark Realm in some of the positions he guessed. However, to his disappointment, he didn't find the Sumi Dark Realm. After searching for 100 times, Yi Yan finally decided to give up. It had been too long. He didn't know where the Sumi Dark Realm had drifted to. Or it was very likely that it had been destroyed in the flames of war. Yi Yan decided to put this matter aside for now and think about it later. He wanted to return to the Nether Immortal Dynasty and see how those little guys were doing. After all, he had stayed for more than 3 months on this trip to the Divine Land. It was the longest he had been away from the Sunnan continent. On the top of a towering mountain in the Nether Immortal Dynasty. The surrounding mountains were bitterly cold. The white clouds in the distance were accompanied by the multicolored light, changing unpredictably. At this moment, a black carriage was parked on top of a huge rock. 4 fluffy kittens of different colors were lying on the carriage. They were very cute. A strong big black horse was also lying on the rock with its eyes closed. It seemed to be cultivating. On the top of the carriage, there was also a small black bird standing there, looking around as if it was looking for something. Beside the carriage stood 3 boys and girls, standing in the wind with extraordinary temperament. These 3 people were the future mainstays of the Shenlong sect. Sect leader Luoli, senior sister Suwani and junior brother Jun Maxiao. 3 months had passed, and the cultivation of the 3 people had reached the 2nd level of the Nirvana realm. Jun Maxiao took the lead and was about to break through to the 3rd level of the Nirvana realm. Ancestor has been gone for more than 3 months. Why hasn't she come back yet? I wonder how she is doing. Luoli withdrew her gaze from the distance and lowered her head sadly. That's right. In the past, the great ancestor came back very quickly after going to the Divine Land. I don't know why he was delayed for so long this time. Could it be that he met some powerful god and got entangled with him? Suwani guessed. Jun Maxiao's face was slightly pale. He looked into the distance and muttered to himself, Senior sister, I have a bad feeling. I'm afraid ancestor will never come back. What nonsense are you talking about? Junior brother. Luoli raised her head and glared at him angrily. The divine land is full of immortals. There are too many powerful immortals. I'm afraid Ancestor has encountered some danger. Jun Maxiao's little face turned red and he said embarrassedly. Are you cursing Ancestor to die? Luoli suddenly put her hands on her hips and stared at Jun Maxiao fiercely. Senior sister, don't misunderstand. I don't have such thoughts. Jun Maxiao explained. Junior sister, don't scold little junior brother. He's still a child. Suwani advised gently from the side. Alas, I also know that junior brother won't have such thoughts. Luoli sighed. The big black horse suddenly yawned and opened its eyes. Looking at the three youths, it smiled and said, My three young masters, you don't have to worry about me. No one in this world can threaten me. After saying that, the big black horse's eyes flashed with pride. It was a divine pet in the warehouse, so it naturally had some understanding of its master's background. Not to mention anything else. For example, the terrifying godly pets in the warehouse. If an immortal level 1 was released, the rules of this world would not be able to withstand it. According to what he knew, the old master still had a lot of warehouses. His foundation was unimaginably deep. Therefore, the master's life would definitely not be in any danger. There must be a reason why he stayed in the divine land. Little horse, you're right. Let's wait a little longer. Luoli said with a smile. Jun Maxiao looked into the distance, clenched his fist, and said faintly, The underworld immortal ancient land has been opened for a few days, and the old ancestor has not returned. It seems that we're going to miss this opportunity. The underworld immortal ancient land is not a good place. It doesn't matter whether we go or not. At this time, the Sea of Jade heavenly dragon opened one of its eyes and said lazily while lying on the carriage. As the divine dragon with the highest cultivation in the entire Sunnan continent, it also sensed the underworld immortal ancient land and found that there was an aura that made it uncomfortable. It used a divine ability to invade a cultivator's sea of consciousness to understand the underworld immortal ancient land. Only then did it know that there were many strange creatures in this small world. Even if many cultivators went in to train, the chances of dying were very high. The underworld immortal ancient land is known as one of the 10 great immortal lands. There are naturally many good things inside. It would be a pity to miss it. Luoli did not agree with the Sea of Jade heavenly dragon's words. Instead, she felt that her junior brother Jun Maxiao's words were very reasonable. The Sea of Jade heavenly dragon curled its lips, then continued to hide its head under its furry belly and went back to sleep. As long as these three little fellows were not in any danger, its mission would be considered complete. Therefore, it had been doing its best to prevent Luoli and the others from entering the underworld immortal ancient land. Luoli is right. It seems that after not seeing each other for 3 months, you're all about to grow fur from staying in the carriage. The gentle voice of a man suddenly descended from the sky. Everyone, including the demon beasts, heard this voice and immediately became alert. They all stood up and looked at the sky. The old ancestor is back. Luoli shouted excitedly, her little face instantly flushed red. Suwani's beautiful little face was filled with a gentle smile. There was a fluctuation in the void, and a white-robed figure, who looked like a god in a painting, walked out. Old ancestor, you're finally back. Jun Maxiao was so excited that 2 lines of tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. He was crying and laughing at the same time. You're back. Yi Yun landed from mid-air, stretched out his hand, and gently rubbed the heads of the 3 juniors of the Shenlong sect. You're all doing well. You didn't fall behind in your cultivation. You've already reached the 2nd level of the Nirvana realm. Yi Yun praised. Old ancestor, this time you're back, you won't stay for a few days, right? Jun Maxiao did not bother to wipe his tears and asked worriedly. Don't worry, I won't be leaving for a while. Yi Yun laughed and looked at the 4 kittens in the carriage. Maobauer's cultivation had broken through to the 1st level of the Nirvana realm, and her progress was extremely fast. The big black cat was at the 5th level of the Fate realm. The Blood Chief demonic dragon did not change much. After all, it took a long time to break through to the next level of the Eternal realm. As for the Azure Sea heavenly dragon, it had no chance to break through in the Sunnan continent. The mystic bird did not change much either. Mu Qing, who was in the carriage, had also broken through to the 8th level of the Fate realm. The reason for her current breakthrough was that she had been stuck at the 7th level of the Fate realm for a long time. Now, it was only natural for her to break through. Wow, what a big silkworm baby. When Luoli regained her senses, she suddenly realized that there was a fat white silkworm floating behind the old ancestor. It was round and adorable, and under her excitement, she opened her mouth wide and let out a cry of surprise. Silkworm baby, a black line appeared on the immortal celestial silkworm's forehead. How old was it? How could it still be a baby? Yiyan laughed. A silkworm baby that had lived for an era? Luoli was really cute. He almost fainted when he saw her. Little silkworm, this little girl is the one I told you about. She's the current sect master of the Shenlong sect. Luoli Yiyan turned around and smiled faintly. What? This was the sect master of the Shenlong sect. The immortal celestial silkworm suddenly panicked. It immediately flew over and lay down at his feet. The immortal celestial silkworm greets the sect master. As it cowed out and bowed, it shouted loudly with a very respectful expression. The azure sea heavenly dragon on the carriage straightened its neck and stared at the fat white silkworm with great shock in its eyes. This inconspicuous white silkworm's cultivation level was higher than its own. The white silkworm had reached the 3rd level of the divine sovereign realm. The big black horse looked at the immortal celestial silkworm and suddenly rolled its eyes. It said in surprise, "Master, you let it out?" When Yiyan heard the big black horse's words, he naturally knew what was going on. He smiled meaningfully and said, "No, I encountered it in the divine land." "I see. You gave me a big scare." The big black horse revealed an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Haha. Yiyan laughed twice. "Master." At this moment, Mu Qing also ran out of the carriage and excitedly bowed to Yiyan. Yiyan nodded and motioned for Mu Qing to stand aside. "Undead silkworm, it sounds so strong. What's your cultivation? Why can't I sense it?" At this moment, the 3 juniors of the Shenlong sect surrounded the undead silkworm and kept sizing it up. Luoli even mustered up her courage and used her jade-like fingers to lightly poke at that round body. "I'm a monarch, sect master." After being poked twice by Luoli, the undead silkworm wanted to die. It was an undead silkworm with a noble bloodline after all. But it was treated as a silkworm and was extremely depressed. "Oh my god. You're also a monarch." Luoli abruptly jumped back as a shocked expression appeared on her face. Beside her, Suwani and Lord Grimm were also shocked to the point of being speechless. The big black cat, Mao Bauer, Blood Chief Demon Dragon, Mystic Bird, and others were also shocked. This large round white silkworm was actually a divine Lord Great Fae. It was really unbelievable. They had never heard of this demon beast's name before. Undead silkworm, it sounded very strong. "Ancestor, why are there so many demon beasts in the divine land? You went there and brought back a monarch demon beast. Our Shenlong sect is really getting stronger and stronger." Luoli took a deep breath, her face was still red as she looked at Yiyan and said with a smile. "Haha, that's right. The divine land is indeed not bad. You guys should cultivate quickly and break through to the true God realm as soon as possible. When the time comes, I'll bring you guys over to take a look." Yiyan said with a smile. "Old ancestor, don't worry. We'll definitely cultivate diligently and enter the true God realm at the fastest speed." Luoli immediately became serious. She straightened her body and said solemnly, "Ancestor, we will do our best." Jun Maxiao and Suwani also expressed their stance at this moment. "You don't have to be so serious. Just keep this to yourself. I know you won't slack off." Yiyan smiled. He was very satisfied with the performance of these 3 children. After all, the 3 of them had suffered for many years and had been on the run for their lives. Although his life was better now, he still didn't slack off. Ever since they left the Guyu dynasty, they had been diligently cultivating. "Hey, Netherblood Greenwood Dragon, hurry up and get over here." The Blood Chief Demon Dragon looked at the green-robed youth, rolled its eyes, and suddenly called out. The Netherblood Greenwood Dragon and the Blood Chief Demon Dragon had interacted before, so the 2 divine dragons were naturally very familiar with each other. Therefore, even though the Blood Chief Demon Dragon was now a little red cat, it could recognize the Blood Chief Demon Dragon from the tone of its voice. It flew to the carriage. "What are you doing? You're green. Hurry up and become a little green cat, okay?" The Blood Chief Demon Dragon said with a mischievous smile. Its words immediately reached the ears of everyone around. Yi Yun was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect the Blood Chief Demon Dragon to know how to answer first. The big black horse's lips twitched, revealing a mouthful of big white teeth, and laughed silently. The big black cat covered its mouth with its hand. It wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. After all, the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon's cultivation was much higher than its. This dragon also had a deadly poison. It was terrified from the bottom of its heart. Luo Li's attention immediately shifted from the undying celestial silkworm to the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon. She giggled and didn't say anything, waiting for the fifth green cat to appear. Suwani smiled, as if the image of 5 little kittens of different colors lying on the carriage had appeared in her mind. "Hee hee, this is fun." Jun Maxiao couldn't help but laugh. The Netherblood Greenwood Dragon felt that its surroundings had suddenly become a little strange, and its heart began to feel uneasy. "Why do you want to become a cat, Senior?" The Netherblood Greenwood Dragon asked with a sullen expression. "Because this is the rule of our Shenlong sect." "Who told you to be green?" "It just so happens to make up for this color." The Blood Chief Demon Dragon giggled. "Senior, you're right. Look at me, a mighty divine Lord Divine Dragon, haven't I become a little blue cat?" The Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon raised its blue cat and waved its furry claws in the air. It put on a ferocious look and then giggled. At this moment, it had also become the Blood Chief Demon Dragon's accomplice. After saying this, the Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon deliberately released its Divine Lord Divine Dragon aura. What, even a dignified Divine Lord Realm Divine Dragon, had turned into a blue kitten, sensing the powerful aura, the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon's heart was in turmoil. It was so shocked that it couldn't speak. It suddenly felt like it was dreaming, and it didn't know which world it was in. Yi Yun lightly tapped with his finger, and a ray of light fell into the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon's body. In an instant, it turned into a little green cat. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Nowadays, being colorful is also very beautiful, and it won't attract the attention of others. Yi Yun chuckled. At this moment, a total of 5 kittens, white, black, red, green, and blue, were lying there, looking very pleasing to the eye. However, only the little green cat looked a little dazed. Presumably, the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon still hadn't recovered from its shock. Seeing this scene, the undead celestial silkworm was suddenly scared out of its wits. "Master wouldn't also turn it into a cat, right? Master, do I need to change?" The undead celestial silkworm asked in a trembling voice. "You don't need to, you already have a white cat. However, you can shrink your body a bit and restrain your aura, so that it doesn't take up space." Yi Yun glanced at it and said, "Okay." The undead celestial silkworm was pleasantly surprised. It didn't expect that Master didn't turn it into a cat. It immediately flew onto the carriage and shrunk its body, only the size of a little finger. It was very inconspicuous among the 5 cats, and it was unusually low-key. Gulp. Looking at this little white bug, the mystic bird on the roof swallowed a mouthful of saliva. It really wanted to eat this little bug. Unfortunately, this senior's cultivation was at the Divine Lord realm, so it could only think about it. "Senior, I feel that your name is very awe-inspiring. Are you really immortal?" The big black cat was close to the undead celestial silkworm, so it gently lowered its head and asked in a low voice with a respectful expression. "I really wouldn't die before, but it's hard to say now." The undead celestial silkworm sighed and said. It was still in the assessment period, and it could only get a drop of the silkworm emperor's blood after the assessment. Yi Yun saw this scene from the side and couldn't help but smile. The immortality of the undead celestial silkworm was referring to whether it could be reborn once its lifespan was up. In fact, the undead celestial silkworm had many clones. As long as its lifespan wasn't up, even if most of its clones and main body were destroyed, as long as one clone was alive, then it wouldn't die. This doppelganger would continue to evolve and grow, slowly replacing the original body. Therefore, if the undead celestial silkworm really wanted to hide some of its clones, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to kill it. Could not die in the past. When the undead celestial silkworm said those words, all the monsters in the carriage fell into a state of shock. Even the dragon race, with their long lifespans, did not dare to say that they could not die. The blood chief monster dragon widened its eyes, feeling a little uncomfortable. Although it only had a thin bloodline of the blood chief monster dragon in its body, in its heart, only the blood chief monster dragon was a true immortal monster. A drop of blood could bring it back to life. Of all the monsters in the world, which one of them could do that? And it had lived for so long, from ancient times until now, it had never heard of a monster called the undead celestial silkworm. Never heard of it. Although the undead celestial silkworm had a high cultivation level, its words were unreliable and hard to believe. How could a mere undead celestial silkworm be stronger than the blood chief monster dragon, one of the 10 great super divine dragons? Absolutely impossible. The blood chief monster dragon was angry, but in front of its master, it still appeared to be more restrained. It raised its furry red paw and gently scratched the carriage twice. It then said slowly, "I'm sorry, but I'm sorry." "I say, big brother, aren't you bragging a little too much? Could not die in the past, how is that possible? Even our blood chief monster dragon race does not dare to brag like that. You can't call me big brother, I'm much older than you." The undead celestial silkworm glanced at the blood chief monster dragon and found that it was only in the eternal realm, so it could not help but twitch its mouth. Yian watched from the side with interest and did not interrupt the exchange between the monsters. Luoli and the others had the same thought in their hearts. They stood beside the old ancestor with smiles on their faces as they watched the battle between the demonic beasts. "What? You dare to say that you're older than me? I'm not convinced. Although my cultivation level is not high, in terms of qualifications, no one here can compare to me." The blood chief monster dragon widened its eyes and said angrily. "Senior is right. It has the bloodline of the blood chief monster dragon in its body and was only reborn now. From ancient times until now, millions of years have passed. Even though I am a divine lord realm divine dragon, compared to this senior, I am still an insignificant junior." The Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon added with a smile. In truth, it was a bit uncomfortable seeing the undying god silkworm boasting. After all, it and the blood chief demon dragon were both members of the dragon race, and they had known each other for a long time. Therefore, it naturally looked down on this undying divine silkworm that was putting on airs the moment it appeared. The big black cat swallowed a mouthful of saliva with some difficulty. It seemed like these two dragon race seniors wanted to fight the undying celestial silkworm. It was better for a kitten at the fate state to not get involved. Mao Bauer also kept her mouth shut. Its cultivation was even lower, so it didn't dare to say anything. In its eyes, even if the white silkworm beside it was only the size of a little finger, even if it was so unremarkable, it was still a true divine lord realm cultivator. It was a huge mountain that she would never be able to overcome in this lifetime. Ever since Mao Bauer joined the Shenlong sect, her knowledge and experience had skyrocketed. Not only did she come into contact with the great demon senior of the eternal realm, she even came into contact with the dragon senior of the immortal monarch realm. This was an eye-opener for her. She deeply felt that the path of cultivation was extremely long. If one didn't reach the true immortal realm, it couldn't be called cultivation. The undying celestial silkworm looked at the two kittens, one red and one blue, and seemed to doubt its words. It said slowly, "What kind of dragon is the blood chief demon dragon? I've never heard of it before." "What? You haven't even heard of the blood chief demon dragon, one of the 10 super divine dragons?" The blood chief demon dragon almost jumped up and said angrily. This was simply too unreasonable. In ancient times, how awe-inspiring were the 10 super divine dragons. Even the gods of the divine land had to take a detour when they saw the 10 super divine dragons. In the divine land, there shouldn't be many divine king realm cultivators who could pose a threat to the 10 super divine dragons. If the 10 super divine dragons hadn't had internal strife, how could the cunning gods of the divine land have had the opportunity to take advantage of them? "Brother, don't get agitated. I'm telling the truth. I really haven't heard of the blood chief demon dragon." The undying celestial silkworm sighed. Because its bloodline wasn't pure enough and it had been reborn 9 times, it had almost forgotten many things of the past. Perhaps it had heard of the Blood Chief Demon Dragon in a previous life. But it had long forgotten. It couldn't lie in front of its master, so it could only tell the truth. You're a Divine Lord Realm monster beast, but you've lived for so long, yet you don't even know the 10 super divine dragons of ancient times. I'm doubtful of your lifespan. The Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon narrowed its eyes and said faintly. There was an indescribable sense of mockery in its tone. The Divine Lord Realm Blue Kitten's tone was unfriendly. Although the undying celestial silkworm felt wronged, it didn't act up in front of Yi Yun. I've lived for a very long time, about an era. But because I've been reborn so many times, I don't remember anything now. The undying celestial silkworm sighed faintly. Yi Yun said from the side. I can prove this point. Little silkworm has indeed lived for an era. Many of its memories have disappeared with its rebirth. What? Lived for an era? All the monsters in the carriage fell into great shock. If the undying celestial silkworm said this, they would definitely make fun of it. Now that even the old master had testified, it meant that this chubby guy had indeed lived for an era. How terrifying. It's actually lived for so long. Luoli swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Her eyes were wide open and her face was filled with disbelief. She had only lived for a dozen years at most. Compared to this silkworm that had lived for an era, she simply couldn't compare. Hiss, the Blood Chief Demon Dragon came to its senses and sucked in a breath of cold air. What kind of mystical monster beast was it that had lived for an era? Why hadn't it heard of it before? The dragon race had a long lifespan, but they didn't have a history as long as an era. You're really a senior. This junior has offended you just now. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon lay on the ground and said very respectfully. Whether it was in terms of cultivation or experience, it had lost. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon was also convinced. Greetings, Senior Undying Celestial Silkworm. The Blue Ocean Heavenly Dragon also lay on the carriage and respectfully greeted it. Greetings, Senior. The big black cat and Maubauer saw this and hurriedly greeted it respectfully. Then, the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon and Mystic Bird did the same. Actually, you don't have to be so polite. Although you've lived for a long time, you've forgotten a lot of things in the past. It's like you've lived in vain. The undying celestial silkworm sighed and released a wave of magic power, gently pushing these monsters up. Alright, you all belong to the Shenlong sect. Just show some respect to little silkworm. You don't have to be so reserved when you get along in the future. Yi Yun said with a smile. I understand, Master. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon was the first to express its attitude. The other monsters also did the same. As expected of the descendant of an immortal-level monster. It's lived for so long, the envious big black horse pursed its lips and mumbled to itself. Miss, we are not far from the underworld immortal ancient land. In the sky above the Netherworld dynasty. A large immortal boat flashed across the sky. There were 20 to 30 people standing on the ferry boat. Most of them were young people, and there was a beautiful young girl in colorful clothes standing in the middle of the crowd. She was like a moon surrounded by stars. This time, I must find the divine vitality longevity fruit for the patriarch. The multicolor-clothed girl clenched her fists and said in a firm voice. Although she was young, her cultivation wasn't low, she had already reached the 9th level of the Fate Realm. Among the people beside her, there was only one life and death middle-aged man. Young miss, you'll definitely be able to find the divine origin longevity fruit and prolong the life of the old ancestor. The middle-aged man said. Uncle Lee, you're not a member of my Sioux clan, but this time, for the matter of the ancestor, you bet your entire family's life to accompany me to the nether immortal ancient land. I truly don't know how to thank you. The beautiful woman in colorful clothes turned around, looked at the middle-aged man, and said gratefully. Miss, please don't be so courteous. I am indebted to the ancestor. Even if I have to sacrifice my life to obtain the divine origin longevity fruit, it will be worth it. The middle-aged man said passionately. Sigh, the multicolor-clothed girl sighed. She didn't know what to say. The Nether Immortal Ancient Land was one of the top 10 immortal lands in the entire Tsungnan continent. Apart from the Eternal Realm cultivators, all other cultivators could enter this miniature world. However, if one's cultivation was too weak, they would be cannon fodder. Generally speaking, one needed to be at least at the Nirvana realm to enter. The three realms that qualified were Nirvana realm, Destiny realm, and Life and Death realm. However, the higher one's cultivation, the greater the risk one would encounter. It was unknown why, but the higher one's cultivation was, the greater the chance of being attacked by strange creatures after entering the nether immortal ancient land. Very few were able to walk out alive. Therefore, ordinary life and death cultivators would rarely enter the underworld immortal ancient land without special reasons. Most of them were at the Nirvana realm and the Fate realm. This time, she had brought many Nirvana realm and Heaven's Mandate realm cultivators with her, forming a powerful force. She was determined to obtain the Divine Origin Longevity Fruit. Their Su clan did not come from the Nether Immortal Dynasty, but from the neighboring Jiangchuan Dynasty. Compared to the Nether Immortal Dynasty, the Jiangchuan Dynasty was slightly weaker. However, the Jiangchuan Dynasty also had its own supreme sections. The two dynasties were at peace with each other and got along rather harmoniously. The immortal boat traveled at high speed. Suddenly, the multicolor-clothed girl noticed that there was a black horse carriage parked on top of a distant mountain peak. There were also a few people standing beside the horse carriage. She had no interest in those people. Instead, it was the row of cute kittens of different colors lying on the carriage that instantly attracted her attention. "What a cute kitten!" the multicolor-clothed girl exclaimed in admiration. Her eyes flashed with excitement. "Miss, do you want me to go down and ask for one for you?" a young man at the Fate State said with a smile. "Let's go down and take a look," the multicolor-clothed girl said with a smile. Then, she gave an order to the people around her. The immortal boat quickly flew towards the mountain peak. At the same time, Yiyan also discovered this immortal boat. When he saw the seven-colored mark on the forehead of the beautiful woman in colorful clothes, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. His eyes flashed with a look of reminiscence. Su Qi. Yiyan suddenly uttered this name. 100,000 years ago, as the sect master of the Shenlong sect, Yiyan had taken in a total of 4 disciples. His eldest disciple was called Su Qi. Su Qi was much older than Yiyan. Back then, the two of them had made a bet. He had lost to Yiyan, so he had become Yiyan's disciple. Before joining the Shenlong sect, Su Qi already had a family. The Su family had always been passed down to a single descendant, especially the 7-colored seal mystical ability of the Su family. It was not passed down to anyone who was not a direct descendant. Before he became a disciple, Su Qi was also an extremely glorious figure. With his powerful 7-colored seal mystical ability, he had defeated many famous experts. Later on, when he met Yiyan, he realized that there was always someone better. After being defeated, he was willing to acknowledge Yiyan as his master. Once one cultivated the 7-colored seal mystical ability and achieved some success, a 7-colored mark would appear on their forehead. It was like a small 7-colored seal imprinted on their forehead. It was very easy to recognize. Yiyan did not expect it either. 100,000 years later, he could still see the descendant of his chief disciple appear in front of him. The immortal boat stopped in midair. More than 10 figures descended from above. "Someone's here." The big black cat took a look and realized that the other party was not strong. It was not interested and lay lazily on the carriage. Except for Cat Bauer. The other kittens all had frighteningly high cultivation levels. Naturally, they were not interested in those small cultivators at the Destiny realm and the Life and Death realm. The kittens lay on the ground in boredom. Some even closed their eyes. After the girl in colorful clothes landed, she quickly scanned the scene. She realized that other than a black-robed beauty whose cultivation level was not bad, the others' cultivation levels were not high either. However, there was a white-robed youth who did not seem to have any cultivation level, but he gave off an unfathomable feeling. This made her feel a sense of vigilance in her heart. "May I ask who these kittens belong to?" The girl in colorful clothes walked forward and cupped her fists with a smile. Yiyan glanced at Luoli. Luoli immediately understood. As the sect master of the Shenlong sect, it was time for her to make an appearance. "They are mine," Luoli said generously. Miss, I also like the kittens in the carriage, especially the 3 red, green, and blue cats. I wonder if you can bear to part with them and transfer them to me. Don't worry, I'll pay whatever price you need. These words were spoken very politely, and did not display the supreme prestige of a great family. However, her words still caused a lot of people around her to be shocked. Even in her dreams, Luoli would never have thought that this girl in colorful clothes would come down with great fanfare just to buy the 3 kittens. She was dreaming, wasn't she? The blue cat was the azure sea heavenly dragon, a divine dragon at the divine lord realm. The red and green cats were divine dragons at the eternal realm. Not to mention that she was only at the fate realm. Even the wealth of all the eternal realm sects in the entire Sungnon continent could not be exchanged for them. Luoli swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. She didn't know what to say to this girl in colorful clothes. It was not wrong to like cats, but one should consider the occasion, right? What a terrifying force this was. Any random eternal realm sect could be annihilated with a single swipe of the little blue cat's paw. Lord Grimm and Suwani glanced at each other, a trace of a smile appearing on their lips. This little girl in Kai was indeed a bit cute. As for the kittens in the carriage, they were about to explode with anger. This weak team of cultivators dared to have ideas about them. Weren't they courting death? If not for Old Master's presence, the kittens that the 3 divine dragons had transformed into would have long transformed into their true forms and devoured this group of people. These 3 cats. Luoli coughed and was about to politely refuse. Suddenly, Yi Yan's expression changed and he said with a smile, "Are you going to the underworld immortal ancient land?" "Yes." The girl in colorful clothes nodded. 3 is impossible. We can only sell your little blue cat. Yi Yan smiled gently, staring at the colorful mark between the girl's eyebrows and suddenly said. Yi Yan's words. Immediately, all the disciples and monsters of the Shenlong sect were shocked. They were all dumbfounded. Old Ancestor wants to sell the Divine Lord Realm Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon to this girl? Luoli's heart was in turmoil. For a moment, she felt as if a sledgehammer had hit her head, and her brain was buzzing. Why did the Elder Ancestor do this? Luoli couldn't figure it out no matter how hard she tried. Jun Ma Xiao and Suwani didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but they didn't dare to make a sound. As for the other monsters, they all fell into a state of shock like clay sculptures. All of them were confused as if they were in a dream. Especially the Blue Sea Heavenly Dragon. It felt as if the end of the world had broken out in its heart, and it almost collapsed. Master, do you not want me anymore? Or do you have other plans? The girl in colorful clothes curiously looked at the people around her and found that their expressions were a little strange. For a moment, she couldn't figure it out. But hearing that the young man in white was willing to sell the cute blue kitten, she was very excited. Brother, what price do you want to sell it? The girl in colorful clothes asked with a smile. Yi Yan touched his eyebrows and said with a faint smile, this blue kitten is not a natural variant. It's not worth anything except for its cute appearance. Just give me 1,000 spirit stones. Only 1,000 spirit stones? The girl in colorful clothes was stunned. She didn't expect that this cute blue kitten would be so cheap. It was so cheap that she couldn't believe it. Ancestor, are you really going to sell the little blue kitten? Luoli was anxious. She ran to Yi Yan's side and asked in a low voice. Yi Yan nodded. Luoli lowered her head in frustration. She didn't know why Ancestor would make such a decision. Junior sister, Ancestor has a deep meaning. Don't think too much. Suwani whispered in her ear. Oh. Luoli softly agreed and didn't say anything else. However, her expression relaxed. It seemed that her senior sister's words had made her understand something important. Master, why do you want to transfer me out? Did I do something wrong? On the other side, the Jade Sea's heavenly dragon anxiously transmitted a message. I didn't do anything wrong. I just gave you a small mission. Yi Yan said with a smile. What mission? Master? Hearing that it was a mission, the Jade Sea heavenly dragon immediately perked up. Protect this little girl well. Don't let her encounter any danger in the underworld immortal ancient land. In addition, the Nether Immortal Ancient Land is a place where Eternal Realm experts can't enter, but God Realm experts and above are not restricted. You have to know your limits and don't let these little guys know your true strength. Yiyan sent a telepathic message. I understand, Master. The Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon hurriedly nodded, his heart leaping with joy. Finally, he didn't have to sleep every day out of boredom. Master gave it a task, which meant that he thought highly of it. Miss, 1,000 spirit stones is too cheap. Hurry up and buy it. A young man next to her persuaded. The girl in colorful clothes still felt a little unreal. She looked at Yiyan and asked again, is it really only 1,000 spirit stones? Yes. Yiyan laughed. Hurry up and give him the spirit stones. The girl in colorful clothes came to a sudden realization and immediately urged the young man next to her. She was afraid that the young man in white opposite her would change his mind. A young man in the Fate realm came over and paid Yiyan 1,000 spirit stones. At this moment, the Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon on the carriage stood up, shook its fur, and was about to jump over. Senior, you're really going? The big black cat clenched its teeth and sent a telepathic message in disbelief. Yes, how can I not listen to Master's words? Hee hee. The Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon sent a telepathic message, then jumped up from the carriage lightly and pounced on the girl in colorful clothes. Little blue cat, come here. The girl in colorful clothes opened her arms and rushed forward for a distance, hugging the Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon in her arms. She touched the fluffy blue cat's fur lovingly. Each strand was crystal clear, smooth, soft, and delicate to the touch. It was very comfortable. Meow. The Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon raised its head and meowed in order to make its act more realistic. This meow was soft and cute. After meowing, it laughed in its heart. A divine lord divine dragon actually wanted to play a role. Fortunately, it was Master's task. Otherwise, it would never do this even if it was beaten to death. So cute. The girl in colorful clothes hugged the blue cat and thanked Yiyan, then immediately rose into the air and returned to the ferry boat. The others followed closely behind. The ferry boat paused in midair for a moment, then broke through the air and left. Looking at the disappearing ferry boat, Yiyan's lips curled into a smile. Since he saw the descendant of his eldest disciple, he naturally couldn't stand by and watch. Although he hadn't entered the underworld immortal ancient land, he could feel the strange aura inside with just a glance. In addition, he had extracted the memories of some cultivators. He knew that there were many strange creatures inside. The higher one's cultivation, the easier it was to be attacked by those strange creatures. Even if this little girl was protected by a life and death cultivator, it was still a situation with a high risk of death. In the underworld immortal ancient land, many cultivators moved in groups. Not only did they have to face the attacks of strange creatures, but they also had to be on guard against the attacks of other human cultivators when they found the divine vitality longevity fruit. Yiyan glanced at Luoli and asked with a smile, you three have been cultivating for a long time. Do you want to go to the underworld immortal ancient land to train? Ancestor, we were waiting for you to say that. The Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon didn't let us in before, Luoli said excitedly. Haha, Yiyan laughed twice. The Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon's actions were naturally under his instructions. After all, before leaving the Tsungnan continent, Yiyan had told the Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon, who had the highest cultivation, to put safety first. The Shenlong sect only had 3 small seedlings, so they must be properly protected. It was best not to enter some dangerous small worlds first. That was because the Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon's cultivation was too high to reach those places. Yiyan looked around and said with a smile, this time, you 3 go as a group. Little Black Cat, Mao Bauer, Mu Qing, you all go. Mu Qing was surprised and happy when she heard that she would be part of the training this time. Wah, Master, don't worry, I will protect the sect Master. The big black cat jumped out of the carriage and hovered in the air, making a solemn vow. Although the underworld immortal ancient land is a training ground, you can't neglect your cultivation. This time, I went to the divine land and brought back some good things for you. Yiyan suddenly flicked his finger, and rays of light fell on Luoli, the big black cat, and the others. When the light dissipated, a spirit stone suddenly appeared in each of their hands. This spirit stone looked similar to an ordinary spirit stone, but it exuded an indescribable magical aura. This is the spirit stone of the divine land. It contains divinity, absorb it and see. Yi Yin smiled. What? The spirit stone of the divine land contained divinity. All the people and monsters around, except for the undead silkworm, were breathing rapidly and were extremely shocked. Whether it was Luo Li and the other two juniors from the Shunlong sect, or monsters like the big black cat and Mao Bao'er, they all had one thing in common: they were all born and raised in the Cangnan continent. In their hearts, spiritual stones contained rich spiritual energy. Apart from that, there was nothing else. However, they did not expect that the spiritual energy in the spiritual stones in the divine land contained divinity. What was divinity? With Yi Yun as their ancestor, they naturally knew what divinity represented. Since the spiritual stones in the divine land contained divinity, did it not mean that absorbing the spiritual energy in the spiritual stones would make their cultivation speed faster? It would make it easier to break through to the true immortal realm? At the thought of this, everyone's blood boiled and they were extremely excited. The true immortal realm, the realm they dreamed of. Wow! There's so much divinity in this spirit stone. The big black cat could not wait and sucked the spiritual stone in its hand. Its face suddenly became filled with surprise. Is this divinity? It's amazing. On the other side, after absorbing the spiritual stone, Mu Qing closed her eyes and her beautiful little face was filled with intoxication. It was the first time she felt the energy of divinity. It was indescribably wonderful. It seemed that her whole body had been sublimated. Absorbing such a spiritual stone was far more than an ordinary spiritual stone by 1,000 times. If this spiritual stone was used to assist in cultivation, the speed of cultivation would become very terrifying. Once the body began to accumulate divine origin force, it would be easier to break through the barriers of cultivation. In other words, it was as if there was a sharp knife of divinity in the body. It could pierce all the barriers between the fate realm, life and death realm, eternal realm, and true immortal realm. What a strong spiritual energy! After absorbing the spiritual stone in her hand, Luo Li's face showed that she was not satisfied. She said, "Ancestor, what a pity. Is there only one?" "Yes, Ancestor, do you have more?" Jun Maxiao also asked. "I have a lot. This time everyone will get 10 million spiritual stones." Yi Yin said casually. He had killed several divine sovereign cultivators on the divine land and obtained tens of billions of spirit stones. Especially that Wang Ting. He had a high net worth. The hierarch realm cultivators he killed in the Cloud Scar Grotto Heaven should have had more spiritual stones in their storage rings. However, at that time, Yi Yin had asked Lui to put it away and did not take it away. The spirit stones in his possession were enough for these juniors to cultivate. After all, the cultivation realms of these little fellows were relatively low, and their consumption of spirit stones was pitifully low. 10 million spirit stones was enough for them to cultivate for a long time. Yi Yin estimated that he would be able to cultivate to the eternal realm. What? 10 million spirit stones per person? When Yi Yin's words fell, everyone's expression changed greatly. They stopped breathing and fell into a great shock. Everyone was scared half to death by the master's words. Each person was given 10 million spirit stones. There were a total of 6 people who were preparing to go to the underworld immortal ancient land. That would be 60 million spirit stones. That was a huge amount. Old ancestor, did you make a fortune in the divine land? Luo Li was excited and her face was flushed. She mustered up the courage to ask. Haha, I made a small fortune. Cultivate well. If you don't have enough spirit stones in the future, I will continue to give you more. Yi Yin laughed and immediately 6 storage rings popped out from his hand. Everyone quickly took the storage rings and projected a wisp of divine consciousness into them. When they found that the rings were densely packed with spirit stones, they were so surprised and happy that they did not know what to say. With these spirit stones, I will definitely be able to break through to the eternal realm. Mao Bao'er clenched the ring tightly and said with a determined look. Can you be a little more promising? Mao Bao'er, you must at least break through to the true immortal realm. The big black cat glared at her. Big brother is right. I must cultivate to the true immortal realm. Mao Bao'er quickly nodded modestly. Let's also turn into human form. This way, we can follow the sect master to gain experience. The big black cat whispered to Mao Bao'er. Then, with a shake of his body, he returned to the appearance of a black-clothed youth. Maubauer also transformed into a white-clothed beauty. In the future, whether it is eating, sleeping, or going to the instance dungeon to gain experience, we must constantly absorb the spirit chi of the spirit stones at all times. Everyone should strive to break through to the next realm as soon as possible. Jun Maxiao held the ring in his hand and was excited. He could not help but laugh. Of course. The big black cat laughed. Looking at everyone, Yi Yin shook his head and chuckled. Jun Maxiao and the big black cat were not very good at hiding their inner emotions, so they immediately showed their excitement. As for the girls, except for Luoli who could not hold back, the others were relatively calm. After all, in front of the old ancestor, it was impossible for the few of them to behave like lunatics. There are many strange creatures in the immortal underworld ancient land. You have to move together and take care of each other. Don't be separated. Yi Yin looked at these juniors, raised his eyebrows, and said solemnly. Old ancestor, don't worry. We will not let you down during this experience. Jun Maxiao straightened his body and said with a determined face. Yi Yin thought for a moment and said, the immortal underworld ancient land will be open for a long time. Do what you can and do. The longest is not more than 3 months. Old ancestor, is there no time limit in the immortal underworld ancient land? Luoli asked curiously. There is no time limit. Sometimes, the opening of the immortal underworld ancient land can be open for up to 3 years. The entrance will never be closed. Yi Yin said with a smile. I see, Luoli nodded. The others were also thoughtful. They did not expect the immortal underworld ancient land to be such a strange place. All right, you can go now. Yi Yin waved his hand. Goodbye, old ancestor. Goodbye, old master. The 6 of them said goodbye to Yi Yin one by one, turned around, and flew in the direction of the immortal underworld ancient land. Watching the group of juniors disappear from his sight, Yi Yin sighed softly. It was not easy to be an old ancestor. For the safety of these 6 juniors, he deliberately left a trace of his primordial spirit in Luoli's mind. Old master, do you still have the spirit stones of the divine land? Suddenly, the big black horse's timid voice came from behind. Yi Yin turned around and looked at the few demonic beasts in front of him with a smile on his face. Now, only the big black horse, the blood chief demonic dragon, the black bird, and the dark blood greenwood dragon were left. The 4 eternal realm demonic beasts and the divine monarch realm immortal silkworm were left. The immortal silkworm had swallowed the corpses of the 6 ultimate gods. Naturally, it would not lack any energy for a long time. However, the 4 eternal realm demonic beasts had been progressing slowly. Naturally, they were very eager for the spirit stones of the divine land. Come here, Yi Yin waved his hand and said with a smile. There was hope, old master was going to give them the spirit stones. The 4 demonic beasts were excited and flew over. Yi Yin took out 4 storage rings and handed them to the 4 loyal demonic beasts. These spirit stones should be enough for you to cultivate to the true immortal realm. Thank you, old master. Thank you, old master. The demonic beasts were ecstatic and thanked him. The big black horse took the storage ring and looked inside with his divine sense. He was so shocked that he almost fainted. The storage ring was filled with spirit stones. Using his divine sense to count, he found that there were 500 million spirit stones. Old master, there are 500 million spirit stones in here? The big black horse asked with a trembling voice. Yes. Yi Yin nodded with a smile. Sect master, we'll reach the entrance of the immortal underworld ancient land in half an hour. There were 6 figures standing on a ferry boat. Mu Qing, who was dressed in black and looked valiant, stood at the front, looking into the distance and said with a smile. She was at the 8th level of the Fate realm, which was the highest cultivation among them. She was also the sect master of the Gendry sect, so it was easy for her to take out a small ferry boat to travel. While she was talking, she held a spirit stone in her hand and was constantly absorbing the divine spirit chi in the spirit stone. Not only Mu Qing, but the other 5 also held a spirit stone in their hands. This was a spirit stone from the divine land, which no one in the entire Sungnan continent had. Absorbing this kind of spirit stone could quickly improve their cultivation. Therefore, everyone was racing against time and absorbing the spirit stone at all times. We're finally there. Senior sister and junior brother have been to the immortal lands or secret realms to train. This time, it's finally my turn. Luoli said excitedly. Senior sister, the last time I went to the Heavenly Moon secret realm, I met a lot of monkeys. It was quite interesting. Jun Maxiao couldn't help but laugh when he thought of the various interesting things in the Heavenly Moon secret realm. That time, he and Lei Qinian formed a two-person team. The two of them cooperated very well and could be said to be flawless. A bloody storm was stirred up in the entire Heavenly Moon secret realm. Even if the three forces had thousands of people, they couldn't do anything to the two of them. It's a pity that the ancestor didn't let me go that time, Luoli sighed as a sad expression appeared on her face. Every time she heard junior brother talk about the monkeys in the Heavenly Moon secret realm, she felt as if there were many little monkeys jumping around in her heart, scratching her ears and cheeks. She couldn't wait to enter the Heavenly Moon secret realm. Senior sister, aren't we going together this time? Jun Maxiao smiled disapprovingly. That's true. Luoli smiled. Everyone chatted and laughed, and soon, they arrived at the entrance of the immortal underworld ancient land. The entrance of the immortal underworld ancient land was in a majestic valley. There stood a bronze gate that was dozens of feet tall. The door was left ajar. Black mist constantly drifted out from the crack in the door. The bronze door and the black fog gave off an extremely shocking and strange feeling. Fortunately, it was daytime. If it was nighttime, it would be terrifying to see a bronze gate emitting black mist. It was as if the gates of hell had suddenly appeared on the territory of the Nether Immortal Dynasty. Maybe, at any moment, many terrifying hell creatures would rush out of the gates of hell. 6 figures descended from the immortal boat. Mu Qing stretched out her hand and kept the immortal boat. Mu Qing, when you were in the Gendry sect, have you ever been to the Nether Immortal Ancient Land? Luoli looked at the bronze gate and raised her eyebrows as she asked in a low voice. Mu Qing said respectfully, Sect Master, I have never been here before. The Heavenly Sun Dynasty and the Nether Immortal Dynasty are like fire and water. Our celestial empire is under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Sun Dynasty, so we dare not enter the territory of the Nether Immortal Dynasty. As soon as she finished speaking, a large immortal boat was quickly approaching from the distance. Get out of the way. The large immortal boat flew closer and a roar came from it, indicating Luoli and the others to get out of the way. Seeing the other party coming menacingly, Luoli frowned, took a deep breath, and immediately motioned everyone to hide to the side. There were only 6 of them in this small team. Their strength was not very strong. Therefore, she did not want to take the initiative to have any conflict with others. She endured as much as she could. After all, the other party had a lot of people with high cultivation. A large number of Fate Realm cultivators were far stronger than them. On the immortal boat, a group of figures flashed and hundreds of people descended. Most of them were in the Fate Realm, and some were in the Nirvana Realm. The leader was a young man in a golden robe. He had a noble temperament and an unruly look in his eyes. His cultivation had reached the 8th level of the Fate Realm. Which force are you from? Do you want to go in and die with just a few people? The young man in the golden robe squinted at Luoli and the others. When he found that there were 2 more demon clan members, he could not help but curl his lips and sneer twice. Seeing the young man in the golden robe so arrogant, the first one to explode was not Luoli, but the big black cat next to her. Sect Master, do you want me to teach them a lesson? The big black cat gnashed its teeth. They are a bit strong, we better not have a conflict. Luoli thought for a while and said. In fact, she did not want to trouble the ancestor. Because the location of the entrance to the underworld immortal ancient land was not far from the ancestor. Presumably, their current predicament had fallen into the eyes of the ancestor. If there was a conflict, they would have to rely on the ancestor to deal with those guys on the other side. Luoli did not want to trouble the ancestor. He couldn't rely on the old ancestor for everything when he went out for training this time. Before entering the underworld immortal ancient land, they had to rely on the ancestor's help. If they really went in, who else could help them? You demon clan member, how dare you teach this young master a lesson? I think you guys are really looking for death, aren't you? The young man in the golden robe's expression changed. When he heard the words of the young man in black, a trace of anger flashed across his face and he said coldly. As soon as his voice fell, 7 or 8 Fate Realm cultivators immediately rushed out from behind him and pounced on Luoli and the others. Go! Luoli shouted and rushed toward the bronze gate. The others followed closely behind, and in the blink of an eye, they entered the bronze gate and disappeared. You guys ran pretty fast. The young man in the golden robe raised his eyebrows and laughed arrogantly twice. He stared at the bronze gate and frowned. Is this the entrance to the underworld immortal ancient land? It's really strange, young master, there are many strange creatures here. It's a very dangerous place. A young man next to him said. Wealth comes from danger. Let's go. After a few seconds of silence, the young man in the golden robe gritted his teeth and took the lead to rush toward the bronze gate. The other dozens of people followed him and entered the bronze gate one after another. In Luoli's mind, Yi Yun's wisp of vital spirit sensed Luoli's thoughts at the moment and did not know whether to laugh or cry. This child did not want to trouble him. In fact, it was not wrong. Jun Maxiao and Lei Qinian could deal with the 3 sects in the Heavenly Moon's secret realm. Yi Yun also hoped that the 6-person team led by Luoli could face the predicament with ease. He hoped that Luoli, the young sect master of the 298th generation of the Shenlong sect, could grow up as soon as possible. Life was not smooth sailing. In the face of pressure and adversity, appropriate compromise and knowing the way to advance and retreat could really grow up. After all, he, the ancestor, could not protect them for a lifetime. After entering the bronze gate, the 6 of them suddenly plunged into a world filled with black fog. The black fog was relatively light and the visibility was okay. However, the black fog had some kind of corrosive effect. It constantly penetrated through people's facial features and pores. Even if they used their Dharma power, they could not stop it at all. The fog is poisonous. Mu Qing suddenly exclaimed. Is it poisonous? Jun Maxiao said in surprise. He felt for a while and found that the fog did not have any effect on him. Sect Master, you go ahead and hide. I'll deal with these people first. The big black cat rolled its eyes and suddenly said. How can you fight against so many people alone? Luoli asked anxiously. Master gave me a pair of quick travel boots. It's enough to deal with them. Besides, the fog seems to have no effect on me. The big black cat said with a smile. Luoli immediately understood what was going on. The big black cat had an emperor weapon, quick travel boots. It had been completely refined and could run very fast. When he was in Joyo Underground Palace, he had swallowed a lot of longevity celestial grass. His body was extremely strong, so the black fog had no effect on him. Okay, we'll wait for you in front. After thinking it through, Luoli decisively left these words and immediately flew into the depths of the fog with the others. The big black cat had the boots of Nimbus, so she didn't have to worry. He stayed behind to block those people and also played a role as a buffer. Whoosh, Luoli and the others had just flown out when suddenly, countless black shadows the size of wash basins flew out from the black fog. Sect Master, this should be the Dark Crows. Mu Qing looked into the distance and felt her heart skip a beat. There were tens of thousands of dark crows flying over from all directions. Each of them was of the Nirvana realm and occasionally the Fate realm. Such a huge army of dark crows surrounded them in an instant. Senior sister, this underworld immortal ancient land is really not fun at all. At this time, Jun Maxiao cried out with a sad face. As soon as they arrived at the entrance, a huge force wanted to kill them. After entering the underworld immortal ancient land, they didn't run far before a huge number of dark crows flew over from all directions. The dark crows were a strange creature in the underworld immortal ancient land. They were completely different from the dark crows formed by normal Yin Qi in the outside world. The dark crows in the underworld immortal ancient land had blood-red eyes and black feathers mixed with eerie red feathers. Each dark crow exuded a special and strange aura. Kill them. Luoli gritted her teeth, drew out the revered golden dragon sword and rushed toward the dark crows. The rest of the group followed after him. When Yi Yun saw this scene, he was somewhat speechless. These 6 little guys were weak. After entering the underworld immortal ancient land, they had to face the difficulty of hell. Wasn't their luck too bad? Even he, the ancestor, couldn't stand it. At this time, he had to give these little guys a cheat. There was no other way. Yi Yun, the ancestor, had an invincible cheat. On the other hand, Yi Yun was the cheat for the 3 juniors of the Shenlong sect. With a thought from Yi Yun, the revered golden dragon sword in Luo Li's hand suddenly underwent some changes. This was originally a divine artifact, but Yi Yun had sealed it, so its power was not revealed. Now, Yi Yun had opened more than half of the seal on the supreme golden dragon sword, allowing it to recover to the emperor level. This way, the emperor's sword would be able to intimidate these strange crows and resolve the current crisis. Awoo! The supreme golden dragon sword suddenly emitted a golden light, and the golden dragon's soul inside the sword also let out an earth-shaking roar. Tens of thousands of ferocious dark crows were enveloped by the light of the revered golden dragon sword. They immediately screamed and fled in all directions. Eh? My supreme golden dragon sword is actually more powerful than before. Could it be that the old ancestor opened the seal? Luo Li said in shock. It must be. Jun Maxiao came over and found that the dark crows had fled. He immediately laughed. Let's go and wait for little black cat in front. Luo Li was still clear-headed. She waved her small hand and immediately flew forward. The others followed closely behind. The predicament of being besieged by the dark crows was easily resolved because of the unseal of the supreme golden dragon sword. On the other side, the big black cat turned around and faced the bronze gate with a hideous smile on his face. He didn't know where these guys came from, but they were all so arrogant. They were even more arrogant than Long Zun. How dare they yell at the sect master of the Shenlong sect? Today, he, the Lord Cat, would teach these arrogant guys a lesson. During this period of time, the big black cat had completely refined the boots of immortality. Even the sky illusory eye had touched the threshold and was stronger than before. He was at the 5th level of the fate state. He was confident that he could deal with those guys at the fate state. However, this time, the sect master, Luo Li, was in charge. The big black cat didn't deliberately show off before. Now that the sect master and the others were not here, he could go on a killing spree. Silhouettes flickered as hundreds of people flew in from the bronze gate. The golden-robed young man was among them. Whoosh, the sound of flapping wings came from the fog. The big black cat turned his head and saw countless black and red dark crows flying in his direction. These were the dark crows that had been driven away by Luo Li. Now, they were flying in his direction again. Haha, the heavens are helping me. The big black cat suddenly became excited. These dark crows came at the right time. He had the boots of immortality and was fast enough to avoid the attacks of the dark crows. However, the main target of these dark crows was not him, but the hundreds of practitioners in front of him. Damn it, why did we encounter so many dark crows when we came in? The golden-robed young man also found the traces of a large group of dark crows and couldn't help but curse. Who asked you to die? Even the dark crows in the ancient land of the underworld don't like you, so they came out to eat you first. Haha. The big black cat stood in the black fog with his hands behind his back and laughed loudly. He had put on the boots of immortality at some point in time. At this moment, the boots of immortality were emitting a faint light, which was not conspicuous in the black fog. A little monster at the 5th level of the fate state dares to be so arrogant. Kill him. The golden-robed young man waved his hand with a gloomy face. Immediately, a young man at the 8th level of the fate state flew out from behind him. The big black cat activated the boots of immortality and disappeared in an instant. Where did he go? The young man at the 8th level of the fate state had just rushed over when he found that his target had disappeared. Suddenly, he felt that someone seemed to be attacking him from behind. He turned around and punched out. Go to hell. The big black cat sneered. Relying on its high speed, it nimbly dodged the punch. Then, it raised its fist and smashed it heavily into the young man's back. Boom, the young man at the 8th level of the fate state screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying into the distance. The punch was too powerful. At this moment, his internal organs were all shattered. Whoosh, more than a dozen dark crows swooped over and landed on the young man's body. They stretched out their sharp beaks and pierced into his body. The essence of the young man's physical body quickly shriveled up under the raven's frenzied devouring. Puff, the dark crows flapped their wings and flew away. The young man's body fell from midair and hit the ground heavily. Seeing this scene in the distance, the golden-robed young man couldn't help but feel his blood rush to the top of his head. He didn't expect that the young man in black was so strong. "Men, come with me to kill him." The golden-robed young man roared and personally led more than 20 Fate State cultivators to charge at the big black cat with sharp swords in their hands. At the same time, the dark crows in the sky had formed a tidal wave of attacks. The hundreds of cultivators immediately fell into a bitter battle. The big black cat didn't want to fight at all. He instantly disappeared in midair and suddenly reappeared in another direction. Boom, with just one punch, he sent a cultivator at the first level of the Heaven's Mandate realm flying. After sending the Heaven's Mandate realm cultivator flying, the big black cat once again disappeared on the spot. He didn't give the others and the dark crows a chance to attack him. Just like that, the big black cat flashed around like a ghost, killing cultivators one after another. In the end, the dark crows took advantage of all the cultivators they killed. The dark crows, who had enjoyed the benefits, finally came to their senses and formed a tacit understanding with the big black cat. They no longer attacked him and kept attacking the human cultivators. This made the big black cat's fighting situation even more powerful. Boom, as a black light flashed everywhere, the hundreds of cultivators brought by the golden-robed young man quickly fell one by one. In just the time it took for an incense stick to burn, he was the only one left in the black fog. These people had also killed 2/3 of the dark crows. The remaining 1/3 of the dark crows seemed to have eaten their fill. They flapped their wings and flew back into the fog, disappearing. Now, only the big black cat and the golden-robed young man were left in the entire void. How is this possible? The golden-robed young man's Tao heart was on the verge of collapse. Looking at the demonic young man in black, his face was extremely distorted and he roared hysterically. "How dare you provoke the Shenlong sect? Then, this cat will send you all to hell." The big black cat's eyes were cold. He suddenly sneered and activated the quick-step boots again, rushing at the golden-robed young man. "I'm going to kill you." The golden-robed youth roared hysterically. He manipulated a sword light and rushed toward the big black cat. The big black cat used its amazing speed to dodge the attack. It rushed to the side of the golden-robed youth and punched him. The golden-robed youth hurriedly threw out a punch. Boom, the two people's fists collided in midair. A huge force suddenly shattered the golden-robed young man's fist. How can this demon's body be so strong? The golden-robed youth was scared out of his wits. No wonder all the cultivators in his family died in the hands of this black-robed demon. This guy's body was so strong that it was rare. No, I have to get out of here quickly. After being injured, the golden-robed youth immediately wanted to retreat. He turned around and fled. At this time, a layer of red flames burned on the surface of his body. He was unimaginably fast and flew out of the bronze gate in an instant. It was not the big black cat's style to cut the weeds without removing the roots. He certainly could not let this arrogant golden-robed youth escape from his hands. Whoosh, the big black cat activated the boots of immortality and chased after him. Its speed was almost as fast as the golden-robed youth's. The two flew out of the bronze gate one after the other. How can this guy be so fast? The golden-robed youth was shocked. He desperately burned his essence blood and ran for his life at all costs. The big black cat chased after him. Although he had the Emperor artifact, the divine running boots, his cultivation was only at the Heaven's Mandate realm, so he couldn't bring out the true speed of this Emperor artifact. The golden-robed youth desperately burned his essence blood and could only maintain the same distance between them. One in front and one behind, two rays of light chased after each other in midair. The golden-robed youth panicked and did not know where to go. But in the distance, he saw a black carriage on the top of a mountain. It stopped there very abruptly. Why is there a black carriage on this remote mountain top? The black-robed youth thought to himself. While he was thinking, he had already reached the top of the mountain. Next, He saw the big black horse pulling the carriage suddenly raise its head and open its mouth, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. "Come down, boy." The big black horse spoke in human language. Then a huge force acted on the golden-robed youth's body and he suddenly fell from midair. This was actually another great demon. The golden-robed youth was scared to death. He landed on a rock nearby and immediately knelt to the ground. "Senior, please be merciful. There are enemies chasing me from behind. Please let me live. If you are willing to help me, I am willing to give you all my life savings," the golden-robed young man said loudly. He held a storage ring in his hands and looked at the big black horse eagerly. "Boy, you to bribe me?" The big black horse let out a strange cry and snorted twice. Seeing that this great demon senior was unmoved, the golden-robed youth became anxious and took out an ancient yellow map from his bosom. He said loudly, "Senior, I will give you this map of the Dragon Cave." "Map of the Dragon Cave?" The big black horse's face twitched and it was suddenly interested. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon and the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon on the carriage heard the words Dragon Cave and could not help but look over. Inside the carriage, Yi Yun, who had his eyes closed, opened them at this moment. He looked at the ancient map. Seeing that the black light in the distance was getting closer and closer, the golden-robed youth became anxious and said quickly, "Senior, this map of the Dragon Cave was accidentally obtained by my ancestor 30,000 years ago. It is said that it was a treasure map left behind by a divine dragon in ancient times. However, my ancestors have been studying this map for generations and have not been able to find the location of the Dragon Cave. So many generations of your ancestors have not been able to find the use of this map. Boy, you want to use a lousy map to fool an old man like me?" The big black horse glanced at the map and did not find any clues. It could not help but sneer. The golden-robed youth hurriedly said, "Senior, although we have not found the Dragon Cave, we have found something. It seems that the ancient land of the underworld is similar to a place described on this map." "Is that so? The credibility of your words is really too low. How do I know if you're not making up a lie in order to survive?" The big black horse was unmoved and sneered. He did not believe the golden-robed youth's words at all. In ancient times, many divine dragons loved to collect treasures. This was an open secret. However, if there was a dragon who was willing to draw a map of the place where they hid their treasures and spread it to the outside world, the possibility of this was very low. "I don't believe it either." The red kitten on the carriage suddenly spoke. The golden-robed youth was stunned. He did not expect that the red kitten was a powerful demon beast whose cultivation could not be seen. "Where do you think you are going?" "Eat my fist." A black light suddenly fell from the sky. The big black cat raised its fist and smashed it heavily on the golden-robed youth's chest. "My life is over." The golden-robed youth could not move. He closed his eyes and waited for death. All of a sudden, the big black cat felt as if its fist had landed on a soft wall, and it was unable to advance any further. "Wait a moment." A voice that the big black cat was familiar with and an awe sounded. A white figure flashed and Yi Yun suddenly appeared. "Master." The big black cat hurriedly greeted him. Yi Yun nodded. He reached out his hand and took the yellowed ancient map from the golden-robed young man's hand. He looked at it thoughtfully. "Why did you run out?" The big black horse glared at the big black cat and asked angrily. "Grandpa Ma, this guy led over 100 people and wanted to kill us. In the end, he happened to run into a group of dark crows, which helped me greatly. I took advantage of the chaos and killed all of them. This brat is a fish that escaped the net," the big black cat said proudly. "Little Black, you're amazing. You killed all of them. Not bad." The big black horse chuckled and praised him. "Haha, Uncle Ma, don't praise me. Do you think I don't know what I'm capable of? Without Master's boots of swiftness, I couldn't have killed all of them." The big black cat scratched its head and said embarrassedly. "So you have the boots of swiftness?" The golden-robed youth's gaze fell on the big black cat's feet. Only then did he realize the real reason for his failure. The boots of swiftness was too fast. It was the fastest flying treasure he had ever seen in his life. It probably surpassed the emperor level, so what if I have it? Don't you know? Our people are all around you. The big black cat stared fiercely at the golden-robed youth. The golden-robed youth lowered his head. He originally wanted to call for reinforcements, but he didn't expect to be surrounded by others. He didn't know what kind of force this was. The demonic beasts around the carriage were probably very strong. The big black horse pulling the carriage, in his opinion, was at least at the high level of life and death realm. As for the white-robed youth, he was like a deity with an extraordinary temperament. He secretly guessed that this person had reached the eternal realm. I'm really unlucky. I thought it was an insignificant force, but I didn't expect it to be backed by an eternal realm expert. The golden-robed young man looked depressed. At this time, he even wanted to die. He was too arrogant before. This time, he really kicked an iron plate. The golden-robed young man's face was ashen, and a strong sense of death arose in his heart. He knew that this time, he could not escape from the disaster. Master, is this ancient dragon cave map real or fake? Blood Chief Demon Dragon asked in the carriage. It's hard to say. Yiyan looked at the ancient map with deep eyes, like a flickering flame. He suddenly glanced at the golden-robed young man and read his memory in an instant. The golden-robed young man did not lie. This ancient dragon cave map was indeed obtained by their ancestors. Although it had been passed down for many generations, they did not understand this ancient dragon cave map. However, one of their ancestors had once entered the nether immortal ancient land and discovered that there was a place here that was extremely similar to the place marked on the dragon cave ancient map. Although similar, they did not find the place where the treasure was hidden. The golden-robed young man's purpose this time was to find the divine vitality longevity fruit and explore the nether immortal ancient land again to see if he could find the treasure hidden by the dragon clan. But now, he was about to die. He had no choice but to use this ancient map of the dragon cave in exchange for his life. I'll spare your life. You can get lost. Yiyan suddenly said. The magic power acting on the golden-robed young man suddenly disappeared. It did not matter to Yiyan whether he killed a little Fate Realm cultivator or not. He would erase part of the golden-robed young man's memory, and even the memory of Luoli, the big black cat and others. There was no problem. In the golden-robed young man's memory, the reason he left the nether immortal ancient land was that he was attacked by a large number of dark crows, and all his subordinates were killed. Thank you for sparing my life, Senior. The golden-robed young man never thought that he would be able to escape from a hopeless situation. He hurriedly kowtowed to Yiyan 3 times. Then, he turned around and flew away. Master, the dragon cave map that this fellow provided, could it be that the location of the dragon clan's treasure is really within the nether immortal ancient land? The big black horse asked curiously. It's hard to say. It just so happens that the little black cat is here as well. When we get back later, take this map and take a look. Yiyan handed the map to the big black cat. Master, don't worry, I'll definitely complete the task you've given me. The big black cat said solemnly. Alright, you can go back now. Yiyan waved his hand. Before the big black cat could react, it suddenly felt the stars shift, and it appeared in front of the bronze gate of the underworld immortal ancient land. What a powerful space-tearing divine ability. When can I be as strong as my master? The big black cat laughed bitterly. It turned into a stream of light and entered the bronze gate. Yiyan returned to the carriage and closed his eyes. The map of the dragon cave appeared in his mind. This ancient map exuded an extremely ancient aura. Yiyan also noticed that there was a very small word unique to the dragon clan on the back of the map. It was the word dragon. The cultivators of the Xianxia continent did not recognize this word at all. They could only treat it as an ordinary picture. However, Yiyan recognized it. This meant that this dragon cave ancient map had indeed come from the hands of a certain divine dragon. But why would it draw a map? What was the secret? Could it be that this divine dragon wanted to leave its legacy behind? Yiyan was also a little curious, but he did not have any clues now. It just so happened that the juniors had all gone to the underworld immortal ancient land to train. He could let the big black cat try to find some clues. If this so-called dragon cave was in the underworld immortal ancient land, it would be great. If it was not, then it must be hidden somewhere in the Xianxia continent. He would have a chance to continue searching in the future. After thinking for a while and having a clue, Yi Yin closed his eyes and began to cultivate a new remarkable ability. Meanwhile, his spirit clone remained in Luo Li's mind. At this moment, Luo Li and the others had been flying in the black mist for a while. When they realized that there were no cultivators following them, they stopped in place and waited for the big black cat. Nine-tailed spirit cat, did something happen to him? Jun Maxiao looked behind him and asked worriedly. Probably not. He has the Emperor artifact, the divine running boots. Even if he can't beat them, he should have no problem escaping. I think he might have led them in another direction. Suwani muttered. He's here. Cat Bauer, who was holding the heavenly spirit mirror and observing the surroundings, suddenly saw a familiar figure and immediately cried out in surprise. Everyone was relieved. A black light broke through the mist and instantly descended in front of him. Sect Master, I'm back. The big black cat said excitedly with an extremely excited expression on his face. After going out for a round, the old master gave him a new mission. If he completed it well and found the so-called dragon cave, it would be a great achievement. Those people have been led to other places by you, right? Luo Li looked at the big black cat, and when she found that it was not injured, she heaved a sigh of relief. I almost annihilated them all, except for that kid in the golden robe. The big black cat said proudly. He didn't try to hide anything. Instead, he told her everything that had happened outside. After all, Luo Li was the current sect master of the Shenlong sect. He held the Dragon Cave ancient map and was looking for the so-called Dragon Cave in the underworld immortal ancient land. Naturally, he had to inform Luo Li. They were a small team and always acted as a team. This team naturally had to listen to the sect master's arrangements. So there is a Dragon Cave hidden in the underworld immortal ancient land? After listening to the big black cat's description, Luo Li took the Dragon Cave ancient map and looked at it for a while. Then, she handed it back to the big black cat. This map was very important. She would let the big black cat take care of it. Senior sister, we have to set off quickly. Jun Maxiao reminded from the side. Let's go. Luo Li waved her hand and the few of them flew forward again. After flying for an hour, they were very lucky and did not encounter any strange creatures. However, Mu Qing's expression was getting worse. Sect Master, the poison in this black mist is very strange. Mu Qing sighed. Yes, I also feel a little strange. At this time, Mao Bauer nodded and said. Her little face was covered with a faint layer of black mist. Strange, why am I not affected at all? The big black cat scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly. What should we do? Luo Li turned around and saw Mao Bauer and Mu Qing's darkened faces. She could not help but feel worried. Sect Master, you don't have to be too worried. The poison in this black mist is not fatal in a short time. It is said that in the underworld immortal ancient land, there is a super sect that has built many divine towers. Not only can they provide temporary protection, but they can also remove the poison in the body. Mu Qing thought for a while and said with a smile. Heavenly Mystery Tower, Luo Li froze for a moment. She didn't expect there to be such a magical place in the nether immortal ancient land. This super sect was very considerate. Which super sect is it? How can it be so powerful that it can build a heavenly mystery tower in the 10 major immortal lands? Jun Maxiao asked. Mu Qing thought for a moment and said faintly, it said that, it's the super sect, the heavenly mystery pavilion. Hiss, Jun Maxiao sucked in a breath of cold air. It turned out to be a super sect. How generous. To build so many heavenly mystery towers in this place for these cultivators to gain experience. Although the Shenlong sect was an eternal realm sect, it was 100,000 years ago. As a disciple of the 298th generation, Jun Maxiao hadn't experienced what an eternal realm sect was like. Along the way, he had seen many sects of different grades, and he already felt that these sects were very powerful. He could imagine how powerful a super sect would be. Why did the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion build a Heavenly Mystery Tower here? Suwani asked curiously. There are too many strange creatures in the nether immortal ancient land, and they can't kill them all. Every time it opens, many cultivators need to come in to kill these strange creatures. Of course, killing these strange creatures is very risky, but the rewards are also very high. They can obtain divine vitality longevity fruits that can increase one's lifespan. This is a life-saving treasure for the ancestors of many big sects and ancient families. Mu Qing said with a smile. I see. Everyone nodded, then stopped talking and continued to fly. Sect Master, the Heavenly Mystery Tower is in front. Mu Qing pointed in a direction in the distance, and a look of surprise suddenly appeared on her face. Everyone looked into the distance and saw a ball of silver light in the layers of black fog. It was faintly discernible, and the scene inside could not be seen clearly. But with imagination, they could guess that there was a silver heavenly mystery tower in the ball of light, which was constantly emitting light. Whoosh, the fog rolled, and suddenly, countless huge black shadows came whistling from all directions and surrounded them. Is the dark crow here? Xianxia was shocked. He immediately drew his sword and prepared to enter the battle. Luoli also raised the sword in her hand and smiled. Junior brother, don't be afraid of the dark crow. My supreme golden dragon sword can suppress the dark crow. Senior sister, the dragon soul inside your supreme golden dragon sword doesn't seem to be in good spirits. Xianxia suddenly covered his mouth and laughed. The supreme golden dragon sword in Luoli's hand did not emit a golden light at this moment. The dragon soul in the sword also seemed to be lazy. It seems that the dragon soul can't be used every time. Luoli wanted to cry but had no tears. Perhaps the old ancestor instructed the dragon soul to only help us at critical moments? We have to deal with the usual battles ourselves. Suwani suddenly said. I understand, senior sister. Luoli nodded her head after listening to her senior sister's advice. Her expression changed from a moment ago to one of determination and fighting spirit. Suwani nodded inwardly. Junior brother and junior sister were relatively young. Although they were not willing to admit defeat in a fight, they still retained some of their youthful temperament in normal times. Therefore, it was easier for them to be emotional. Everyone drew their weapons and prepared to fight. The big black cat suddenly shouted, this isn't the dark crow. It seems to be a group of moths. Could it be ghost moths? Mu Qing's heart skipped a beat and she hurriedly said. Just as she said this, the overwhelming number of ghost moths rushed over. These ghost moths were pitch black, but there were a few red fluffy hairs on their backs. Each of them was the size of a millstone, several times larger than the previous dark crow. These ghost moths each had a sharp mouth. As they flew, their bodies were constantly sprinkling a kind of powder, which blended into the fog. Everyone, be careful. It is said that the powder on these ghost moths will make people crazy once it comes into contact with their bodies. Mu Qing shouted loudly. She raised her sword and swung it down. A sharp sword light flew out and slashed at a ghost moth. That ghost moth was only at the first level of the fate state. It was cut in half by the ray of sword light and fell from the sky. The others also began to fight the ghost moths. However, there were too many ghost moths. There were at least thousands of them. After fighting for a while, they were still inevitably stained by the powder. The first one to become a little delirious was Mao Bauer, the one with the lowest cultivation level. Her body swayed, and the expression on her face became a little crazy. Fortunately, Mao Bauer's willpower was strong and she didn't really go crazy. Kitty, take Mao Bauer to the Fate Tower. Luoli shouted. The powder didn't affect her much, but there were too many ghost moths. It was impossible to kill all of them. It was better to go to the Fate Tower and hide for a while. Okay. The big black cat answered and immediately rushed over, grabbing Mao Bauer and disappearing on the spot. Luoli and the others also fought and retreated, flying toward the Fate Tower. When they got close to the Fate Tower, they had already killed thousands of ghost moths. At that moment, a faint silver light seeped through the fog. When the ghost moths saw the light, they flapped their wings and all disappeared into the fog. This Fate Tower is really a lifesaver. Mu Qing sighed, her small face showing an expression of having survived a disaster. Fortunately, her cultivation level was high and she had been suppressing the toxicity in the black fog and the powder on the ghost moths. The double toxicity had already put her on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, they had arrived in the Fate Tower's range in time. Although the silver light was faint, she felt a little better. Let's go quickly, Suwani saw that Mu Qing's face was a little dark. She hurried over to help Mu Qing and quickly flew toward the Fate Tower. A silver tower that was more than 100 feet tall entered everyone's sight. It emitted a silver light that spread in all directions very gently. At that moment, there were many cultivators around the Fate Tower. Everyone was sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed, as if they were removing the poison in their bodies. The big black cat and Mao Bauer were sitting in a certain position on the periphery. The few of them quickly flew over. Mu Qing was the first to land from midair and sat next to Mao Bauer. She began to meditate to remove the poison in her body. When the Fate Tower's energy entered her body, it combined with the dermic powers in her body and could remove the poison in her body. Seeing that Mu Qing's complexion was starting to fade, Luo Li heaved a sigh of relief, and her expression became relaxed. "Senior sister, how do you feel?" Luo Li turned and asked. "The powder had a little effect, but when we reached the Fate Tower, the effect is gradually fading." Suwani felt her body and said softly. Luo Li nodded. They were siblings. The three of them looked at each other, and a tacit expression appeared in their eyes. This was because the old ancestor had used Zhu Long's blood essence to change their physiques. Now, each of them had Zhu Long's menstrual blood concentration that had reached about 10%. Therefore, they could resist the poison spread by the strange creatures. "How are you?" Luo Li looked at the big black cat and asked with concern. "The ghost moth's powder has an effect on me, but it's relatively mild." The big black cat felt its body's condition and replied. "That's good." Luo Li nodded and immediately felt relieved. Now, she finally understood what the ancestor had told her. The ancient Netherland was indeed extremely dangerous. No matter how high one's cultivation was, even if a life-and-death realm expert entered, it would be difficult to resist the attacks of those strange creatures. Inside the Nether Immortal Ancient Land. If a peerless almighty stood at the highest point of the Nether Immortal Ancient Land and looked down, he would be able to see 108 balls of silver light through the thick black fog. Each ball of light was faintly discernible in the black fog, like a bright lamp guiding the way. They meandered all the way into the depths of the Nether Immortal Ancient Land. There was a total of 108 heavenly mystery towers. It was like a continuous silver dragon running through the entire Nether Immortal Ancient Land. According to legend, the 108 heavenly mystery towers were built by the super sect, the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion. At the entrance of the Nether Immortal Ancient Land, the Heavenly Mystery Tower was only a few hundred feet tall. The neighboring Heavenly Mystery Towers were arranged more closely together. The 108 Heavenly Mystery Towers were arranged more sparsely as one went deeper into the Nether Immortal Ancient Land. However, the height of the Heavenly Mystery Towers was getting higher and higher. At the deepest part of the Nether Immortal Ancient Land, the Heavenly Mystery Tower had already reached a height of 10,000 feet. It was like a torch blooming with a blazing silver light, illuminating this part of the world. However, the surrounding black fog was many times thicker than at the entrance. The silver light and the black fog constantly intertwined in midair, producing sizzling sounds from time to time. There were also many cultivators surrounding the third Heavenly Mystery Tower. There were about 200 to 300 people. There were many cultivators entering and exiting the Nether Immortal Ancient Land. Some cultivators had just entered and were still in the stage of exploring the depths. As for some cultivator groups, they had no choice but to retreat from the depths of the forest due to their heavy losses. Therefore, under the third Heavenly Mystery Tower, there were people who were advancing and people who were retreating. A young girl in colorful clothes, leading 20 to 30 people, sat cross-legged under the Heavenly Mystery Tower, constantly expelling the poison in their bodies. A cute blue kitten was lying quietly beside the young girl in colorful clothes. How boring. The aura of this damned place is really uncomfortable. The blue kitten yawned and said in its heart, feeling very bored. This blue kitten was the Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon that Yi Yun had given to the young girl in colorful clothes. Along the way, the Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon did not make a move. They were just some strange creatures and were not really fatal. Therefore, there was no need for a divine monarch realm dragon to make a move. The Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon had already made a plan. This time, it only needed to follow its master's instructions and protect the girl in colorful clothes. But, he couldn't show off too much. He had to keep a low profile and try his best not to let others discover his existence. After all, its cultivation was too high. It was like a tiger entering an ant's nest. Once a battle broke out, it would be on a completely different level. Deep in its heart, the Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon looked down on the underworld immortal ancient land. It raised its head and glanced at the girl in colorful clothes. It discovered that under the effects of the Heaven's Mystery Tower, the girl's beautiful little face had already returned to normal. It could not help but nod to itself. This Heavenly Mystery Pagoda was not bad. Without the Heaven's Mystery Tower, even low-level eternal cultivators would find it difficult to enter this place. After a while, the multicolor-clothed girl stood up, bent down, and hugged the blue kitten in her arms. "Little cat, you are truly strange. You are actually unaffected by the poison mist." The girl in colorful clothes curiously touched the blue kitten's fur and said in surprise. Meow. The Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon suddenly let out a cry, its gem-like cat eyes gleaming with pride. It was a divine dragon of the Lord God realm. To put it bluntly, with one slap, the underworld immortal ancient land would be gone. So cute. The girl in colorful clothes gently stroked the blue kitten's head and said with a smile, "Perhaps you are a natural variant and are not afraid of these poisons. That's a good thing for me." Meow. The Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon let out another cry, its eyes filled with dissatisfaction. If it was not for the master who asked it to carry out this mission, it would not have suffered like this. Okay, I got it. What a weird kitten." Seeing the kitten throwing a tantrum, the girl in colorful clothes gently stroked its head, smiled, and comforted it. The Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon did not bother to interact with her anymore. It buried its head under its belly and began to sleep. As long as this girl was not in any danger, it did not want to raise its head again. "Young mistress, this is the third Heaven's Mystery Tower. We are still far from the target. Let's continue our journey." A young man walked over and said. "All right, let's continue." The girl in colorful clothes nodded. The others followed. They were about to leave this Heaven's Mystery Tower and continue their journey. Suddenly, from the black mist deep within the underworld immortal ancient land, a cry could be heard. It did not sound like the cry of a beast. Instead, it sounded like the cry of a human. Hearing this cry, the faces of all the cultivators below the Heaven's Mystery Tower changed. "Uncle Sway is here." No one knew who shouted, but everyone stopped in their tracks in an instant. They stood there motionless, and their faces turned pale. Some people immediately stood up from their sitting positions. Their bodies stiffened, and they did not dare to move. Uncle Sway, the most mysterious humanoid creature in the underworld immortal ancient land. His background was unknown, but he was terrifyingly strong. No one could withstand a single attack from Uncle Sway. Uncle Sway was cruel. Once he fought with him, it would be a fight to the death. Once he was killed by Uncle Sway would eat his corpse. The underworld immortal ancient land's Uncle Sway was a terrifying existence that would make all cultivators pale. "Young miss, why is this Uncle Sway patrolling the third Heaven's Mystery Tower?" A Heaven's Mandate Realm young man looked at the black mist in the distance. His expression turned fearful. "I don't know either. Normally, Uncle Sway would only appear after the 30th Heaven's Mystery Tower. He would rarely appear at the entrance. Now that he's here, I don't know why." The girl in colorful clothes let out a sigh. This group of people also stood motionlessly in the same spot. Patrolling was Uncle Sway's style. He liked to come into close contact with every cultivator. If he found something wrong or was dissatisfied with them, Uncle Sway would kill them. Uncle Sway might be cruel, but as long as you stood still obediently, nothing would happen. Therefore, even though everyone felt fearful, they did not lose their composure. The black mist churned. A tall black figure suddenly strode out from the black mist. This was a strange person with black fur all over his body. Among the black fur, there was a lot of red fur. He looked extremely creepy. Because his face was covered in red and black fur, his facial features could no longer be seen clearly. Only a pair of sinister and crazy eyes could be seen. He. Looking at the cultivators below the Heaven's Mystery Tower, Uncle Sway suddenly let out a sinister and creepy sneer. He strode over. With every step he took, the entire ground would rumble. It could be seen how powerful Uncle Sway's body was. The girl in colorful clothes and her group were the closest to Uncle Sway. Therefore, they were the first to be patrolled by him. Uncle Sway strode over. He first arrived in front of a Heaven's Mandate Realm Level 1 young man. He moved his nose closer and sniffed in front of the young man. That young man's face was pale. His body trembled slightly and he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. After sniffing, he didn't seem to notice anything. Uncle Sway didn't seem to notice anything special. He turned around and walked to the second young man. The second young man was relatively calm. He quickly passed Uncle Sway's inspection. One after another, Uncle Sway arrived in front of the girl in colorful clothes. Looks like Uncle Sway is really as the rumors say. As long as you don't move, he won't attack human cultivators. The multicolor-clothed girl thought to herself. She hugged the blue kitten. Her beautiful face was slightly pale. She didn't move, waiting for Uncle Sway's inspection. Uncle Sway walked in front of the multicolor-clothed girl. But for some reason, he hesitated. Looking at the multicolor-clothed girl, his strange and eerie eyes suddenly revealed a hint of madness. Hee hee. Uncle Sway laughed twice. His laughter was eerie, scaring the surrounding people until their faces turned pale again. The multicolor-clothed girl held her breath and tried her best to open her eyes wide. She knew that Uncle Sway didn't like people closing their eyes when he was inspecting them. It gave people the feeling that there was something wrong. If one opened their eyes, the chances of passing would be higher. The Sea of Jade Heavenly Dragon was sleeping with its head hidden in its furry belly when it suddenly felt Uncle Sway's arrival. This guy's cultivation isn't low. He's actually reached the true God realm. The Sea of Jade Heavenly Dragon released a trace of divine sense and felt Uncle Sway's body. It couldn't help but be shocked. There was actually a true God in the underworld immortal ancient land. It was really too rare. Didn't Master say that there wasn't even a true God in this place? Why was there one hidden in the underworld immortal ancient land, however? The Sea of Jade Heavenly Dragon quickly discovered that Uncle Sway's aura was unstable. It was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. Moreover, his cultivation seemed to be intentionally hidden. If it wasn't for the fact that it had reached the God Monarch realm, it would probably be difficult to discover Uncle Sway's true cultivation. The Sea of Jade Heavenly Dragon made up its mind. If Uncle Sway had any ill intentions, it would directly slap him to death. Uncle Sway's gaze had always been on the blue kitten. The madness in his eyes became stronger and stronger. It was unknown what he felt, but he suddenly shouted loudly. He turned around and charged into the surrounding black fog, disappearing. He's finally gone. The multicolor-clothed girl let out a long sigh with lingering fear. Her expression also became relaxed. She didn't know why Uncle Sway didn't inspect her and instead suddenly went crazy. However, in the legends, Uncle Sway himself was a madman. Within the nether immortal ancient land, many crazy deeds of Uncle Sway were spread around. Miss, this Uncle Sway has gone crazy again. It can be considered a good thing. Otherwise, I'm really afraid that he would do something scary. A young man said with a wry smile. Let's go. The multicolor-clothed girl smiled and immediately left the Heaven's Mystery Pagoda with her subordinates. The Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon yawned, not taking Uncle Sway's matter to heart as he continued to sleep. Below the first Heavenly Mystery Tower, Mu Qing and Mao Bauer held the spirit stones in their hands and absorbed the spirit qi while dispelling the poison in their bodies. In just the time it took for an incense stick to burn, their bodies had returned to normal. After opening her eyes, Mu Qing's face revealed a trace of shock. Sect Master, the divinity contained in this spirit stone seems to have some kind of restraining effect on poison. Mu Qing was pleasantly surprised. She sent a sound transmission to Luoli. Because there were many cultivators around, she naturally didn't dare to reveal the secret of the spirit stones. Fortunately, these spirit stones looked extremely ordinary and were no different from the spirit stones in Songnan continent. However, the spirit qi inside was filled with the profound mysteries of divinity. Is that so? If that's the case, if you absorb more spirit stones, the more divinity you'll accumulate in your bodies. Then, you'll be able to restrain the poison of these strange creatures in the underworld immortal ancient land. Luoli replied in pleasant surprise. Yes, sect master. Mu Qing said with a smile. Then, she communicated with Mao Bauer. The two of them unanimously decided to speed up the absorption of the spirit stones. Therefore, the two of them held a spirit stone in each hand and quickly absorbed it. Senior sister, let's continue, Jun Maxiao said eagerly. He had just entered the underworld immortal ancient land and hadn't obtained anything. This made him feel a little frustrated. After all, after entering the Heavenly Moon's secret realm, Jun Maxiao had obtained a lot of Heavenly Moon osmanthus fruits. He naturally wanted to obtain more divine vitality longevity fruits on this trip to the underworld immortal ancient land. Longevity fruits had different grades. The lowest could increase one's lifespan by 100 years, while the highest could increase one's lifespan by 3,000 years. Generally speaking, an eternal realm cultivator in the Tsangnan continent could only live for 10,000 years at most. If one could eat the highest grade divine vitality longevity fruit, one's lifespan would increase by 3,000 years. One could imagine how important was the divine vitality longevity fruit. However, a 3,000-year divine vitality longevity fruit was naturally extremely rare. Every time the underworld immortal ancient land opened, it was considered good if there were 2 or 3 of these fruits. Some of the lower-grade divine vitality longevity fruits appeared more often. Divine vitality longevity fruits were often born in the depths of the mountains in the underworld immortal ancient land. There were many strange creatures around. It was naturally very difficult to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. Let's go, Luo Li said. The few of them immediately left the Heavenly Mystery Tower. Not long after leaving the Heavenly Mystery Tower, they were attacked by a group of ghost moths. However, there weren't many ghost moths this time. After killing for a while, the ghost moths all dispersed. The group continued forward. When they reached the second Heavenly Mystery Tower, the 6 of them stopped for a while before continuing on their way. Just like that, they continued to kill those strange creatures along the way and continued to advance into the depths of the underworld immortal ancient land. Because the mountain range at the entrance had already been swept by other cultivators, Luo Li and the others didn't find any divine vitality longevity fruits. According to Mu Qing's guess, they had to advance to the vicinity of at least 20 Heavenly Mystery Towers to have a chance of finding divine vitality longevity fruits. After all, they had entered relatively late. If they wanted to obtain divine vitality longevity fruits now, they naturally had to speed up. This small team of 6 rushed to the 9th Heavenly Mystery Tower in one go on the first day before stopping to rest. How infuriating. We killed so many ghost moths and dark crows along the way, but we didn't see a single divine vitality longevity fruit. The big black cat complained indignantly. Don't be too anxious. The ancestor gave us 3 months to act. This is only the first day. Suwani smiled. That's true. Haste makes waste. The big black cat scratched its head and smiled embarrassedly. He glanced at Mao Bauer and realized that this little cat had already started to absorb the spirit stones left and right. Mao Bauer, you didn't even call me when you were absorbing spirit stones. The big black cat scolded angrily. It sat down beside Mao Bauer and took out 2 spirit stones to absorb as well. Spirit stones contained divinity and were of great help to their cultivation growth. Therefore, even if they rested in the Heavenly Mystery Tower for a night, their cultivation was still improving rapidly. Do I still need to remind you? Mao Bauer opened her eyes and looked at the big black cat bitterly. The big black cat's face darkened and it ignored her. The others were also preparing to absorb spirit stones when they suddenly heard a roar coming from the fog. It's Uncle Sui. One of the cultivators abruptly stood up. His body stiffened, and his face revealed a look of horror. Following that cultivator's shout, all the cultivators below the Heaven's Mystery Tower immediately stood up nervously. Uncle Sui had descended for a routine inspection. If they didn't stand up, they might incur Uncle Sui's wrath. What's Uncle Sui? The big black cat looked at all the cultivators around it and suddenly stood up. It felt out of place sitting cross-legged on the ground. It looked at Mu Qing and hurriedly asked. Uncle Sui is the strongest strange creature in the underworld immortal ancient land. Mu Qing's expression turned cold, and she hurriedly told them everything she knew about Uncle Sui. When the big black cat heard that even life and death realm cultivators couldn't last a single move from Uncle Sui, its expression changed greatly, and it also stood up abruptly. The others also hurriedly stood up and stared at the fog with nervous expressions. This Uncle Sway could be said to be the strongest strange creature in the underworld immortal ancient land. He was so strong that they couldn't fight against him. Fortunately, this Uncle Sway still had a certain level of intelligence, and wasn't someone who would go on a killing spree. Their cultivation wasn't high either, so as long as they stood there obediently, they wouldn't attract Uncle Sway's killing intent. It's really strange, we just arrived at the 9th Heaven's Mystery Tower. Why is Uncle Sway here? A middle-aged man in the distance frowned and muttered to himself. A cultivator beside him shook his head and said, "Who knows? But I heard from a friend that Uncle Sway appeared at the 3rd Heaven's Mystery Tower today. Now, it doesn't seem strange for Uncle Sway to appear at the 9th Heaven's Mystery Tower again." Everyone nodded in agreement. The strange Uncle Sway couldn't be described with common sense. It was said that ever since the underworld immortal ancient land appeared, Uncle Sway had already existed. No one knew how long he had lived for. In the underworld immortal ancient land, the strongest strange humanoid creature. Fortunately, Uncle Sway didn't kill the innocent, and was completely different from those strange creatures like the dark crows and ghost moths. Boom boom, loud footsteps came from afar, each step causing earth-shattering tremors on the ground. This sound seemed to have landed in people's hearts, causing them to feel uneasy. Whoosh, the fog suddenly churned. A burly giant with black and red fur all over his body suddenly walked out and entered the silver light of the Heavenly Mystery Tower. The silver light from the Heavenly Mystery Pagoda landed on his body like a tidal wave, but it had no effect at all. It didn't have any effect at all. After Uncle Sway appeared, all the cultivators below the Heaven's Mystery Tower became even more nervous. It was also the first time these cultivators had seen Uncle Sway, and when they recalled the terrifying and bloody legends of Uncle Sway, they naturally trembled in fear. Uncle Sway stood on the ground as he surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly, a look of understanding flashed through his crazy and strange eyes. He strode towards a certain direction. "Sect Master, Uncle Sway seems to be heading straight for us," Mu Qing whispered. She was so nervous that her palms were sweating. "Yes." Luo Li's small face turned cold. She narrowed her eyes as she looked at the huge figure. What exactly did this Uncle Sway intend to do by heading straight for their team? Could it be that he wanted to attack the 6 of them? If this Uncle Sway made a move, Luo Li didn't have the confidence to deal with him. After all, according to the legends, even life and death realm cultivators couldn't withstand a single move from Uncle Sway. It could be seen that Uncle Sway's strength had already reached the eternal realm. "Everyone, be careful. Don't provoke this Uncle Sway. Follow Mu Qing's instructions and don't move," Suwani whispered. At this time, without the protection of the old ancestor, they could only rely on themselves. Fortunately, this Uncle Sway had his own rules. As long as they didn't move, nothing would happen. Uncle Sway walked in front of Luo Li. His gaze first glanced at Luo Li before looking at Jun Maxiao and Suwani. At the same time, in Luo Li's mind, Yi Yun's wisp of primordial spirit was also staring indifferently at this burly Uncle Sway who was covered in black and red fur. This Uncle Sway's figure was over 10 feet tall, far exceeding an ordinary person's body. The black and red fur on his body exuded a strange aura. Could it be that this Uncle Sway's previous life was also a human? Now, his entire body is covered in red and black fur. It's somewhat similar to the strange red fur formed by Moonstar's blood-colored broken sword. Yi Yun's eyes flickered as a thought flashed through his mind. However, these few juniors were still in the midst of training. As long as this Uncle Sway didn't make a move, he naturally wouldn't make a move against him. Therefore, Yi Yun didn't take any action. It seems like those little fellows have attracted Uncle Sway's attention. A young man in the distance cast a sidelong glance with a gloating expression on his face. As soon as Uncle Sway entered this place, he went straight for those fellows. His target was very clear. It seemed like it had nothing to do with them. "I hope Uncle Sway only makes a move against those few people and doesn't come to our side." In another direction, a middle-aged man prayed in his heart. His thoughts were naturally the thoughts of all the other cultivators. They didn't dare to face Uncle Sway directly. After all, when Uncle Sway carefully scanned everyone in front of him, it was a very frightening feeling, as if they had walked through the gates of hell. You. After staring at Luoli and the others for dozens of seconds, Uncle Sway's hairy lips suddenly moved twice, and he said a few words mechanically. These few words were extremely hoarse and unclear. If one didn't listen carefully, it would be very difficult to tell. When Uncle Sway spoke, Mu Qing's eyes widened. According to the legends, Uncle Sway never spoke. Why did this Uncle Sway suddenly speak? Our Shenlong sect master is still the most respected. Could this Uncle Sway have specially come to pay a visit to the sect master? The big black cat blinked as a strange thought surfaced in its mind. Luoli, Jun Maxiao, and the others looked at each other. After taking a deep breath, Luoli's heart calmed down instead. She asked softly, Uncle Sway, our cultivation isn't high, so we shouldn't have broken any rules, right? Uncle Sway shook his head. His gaze landed on Luoli, and his gaze became extremely complicated. His originally eerie, strange, and fanatical gaze suddenly became absent-minded. I will bring you to a place. Uncle Sway opened his mouth again, and said a few words mechanically. Bring us to a place. This group of 6 was instantly shocked. Not only did the most terrifying Uncle Sway in the legends of the immortal underworld ancient land not make things difficult for them, he even spoke to bring them to a place. This matter was simply too strange. All the cultivators around the Heavenly Mystery Tower fell into great shock when they heard Uncle Sway's words. Was this Uncle Sway crazy? Why would he bring these people to a place? Where was that place? Why would he bring these 6 people there? I know, this Uncle Sway probably wants to eat them. A young man said softly. If he wants to eat them, just eat them. Where is he bringing them to? What kind of logic is this? Another young man at the side mocked. Maybe this Uncle Sway wants to bring them back for others to eat. After all, it's very fresh if he brings them back and eats them directly. That young man smiled disapprovingly. Although the conversation between the two of them was very soft, many people around them heard it. Uncle Sway suddenly raised his head and looked in their direction. He gently lifted a finger and pointed in their direction. Puff, the 2 young men instantly trembled and exploded into 2 clouds of blood mist. Dead? Uncle Sway killed them? Seeing the 2 youths turn into 2 clouds of blood mist, the surrounding cultivators all looked at each other with dazed expressions. They suddenly felt an indescribable sense of terror descend upon their bodies. Too terrifying, Uncle Sway was worthy of being the strongest humanoid creature in the ancient land of the Nether Immortal. With a light tap of his finger, 2 Heaven's Mandate cultivators exploded into 2 clouds of blood mist without any warning. Uncle Sway looked down upon the world, and was indeed unstoppable. No wonder life and death cultivators didn't dare to rashly step into the ancient land of the Nether Immortal. If they encountered Uncle Sway and he went berserk, then they would have died for nothing. Cultivators who could cultivate to the life and death realm had experienced countless hardships. Therefore, life and death cultivators naturally cherished their lives. Those 2 fellows were really courting death. Speaking nonsense, they sent themselves to hell. Serves them right. The big black cat glanced at the 2 clouds of blood mist and the corners of its mouth curled up. It snorted coldly in its heart. Sooner or later, one would have to pay the price for talking too much. Even if this Uncle Sway was delirious and seemed to have gone mad, they absolutely couldn't say anything unpleasant in front of him. Otherwise, it would cause Uncle Sway to go on a killing spree. Senior sister, Uncle Sway wants to take us to a place. What should we do? Luoli was slightly flustered. She turned to look at Suwani and sent a voice transmission. Suwani pondered for a moment and revealed a worried expression. She sent a voice transmission. Uncle Sway is temperamental. If we directly refuse, I'm afraid it will anger him and he will attack us. But if Uncle Sway takes us to an even more terrifying place, will he eat us again? Luoli's face turned pale and her lips trembled. She sent another voice transmission to Suwani. Immediately after, she suddenly thought of a problem. They were siblings and possessed Zhu Long's bloodline. Their bodies were incomparably powerful, and it was very likely that they would attract the covetous of strange creatures. Perhaps Uncle Sway wanted to find a place where there was no one and eat the 3 of them. Haha, I've scared this little girl. In Luoli's mind, Yiyan saw Luoli's panicked look and couldn't help but smile. Not only Luoli, but the other 5 little fellows were also scared to death at this moment. The strength of this Uncle Sway had already reached the level of a ceiling in the nether immortal ancient land. He was not an opponent that these 6 little fellows could deal with. Yi Yun was also curious about Uncle Sway's suggestion. Uncle Sway didn't go on a killing spree. Instead, he lured these little fellows to a place. What exactly were his intentions? Could it be that there's still some sort of secret hidden in the depths of the ancient nether grounds? Yi Yun was ready to make a move at any moment. No matter what choice Luo Li made, as long as this Uncle Sway dared to kill them, he would immediately suppress him. Then, he would investigate the background of this Uncle Sway. Uncle Sway stared straight at Luo Li. He suddenly opened his mouth and said in a hoarse and mechanical voice, "I will bring you to a place, how about it?" Hearing Uncle Sway say such words again, the shock in the hearts of Luo Li and the others was really indescribable. Although Uncle Sway's voice was hoarse and filled with a sinister and strange aura, his 2 consecutive sentences didn't have any overbearing intention. Regarding this point, not only did the heartless big black cat understand, even the youngest Jun Ma Xiao also understood another layer of meaning. That was, this seemingly terrifying Uncle Sway didn't seem to have any ill intentions. The few of them looked at each other and glanced at each other. Everyone had a tacit understanding. This Uncle Sway really wanted to bring them to a certain place and didn't have any ill intentions. There was no motive for this. This was really too strange. This was the first time they had entered the nether immortal ancient land and didn't have any interactions with Uncle Sway. Why did Uncle Sway look at them differently? Sect Master, according to my understanding, this Uncle Sway has never invited anyone since the nether immortal ancient land started. Mu Qing was still somewhat worried and carefully sent a voice transmission. The reason why she did this was to let Luo Li think about it. After all, one must always be on guard against others. Who knew what this crazy Uncle Sway was up to? I know what you mean, but if we don't agree now, once we anger Uncle Sway, we will all die. Luo Li sighed and sent a voice transmission. At this moment, after careful consideration, Luo Li had already made up her mind to agree to Uncle Sway's request. Although she was young, as the 298th sect master of the Shenlong sect, she couldn't take the risk. Once she rejected Uncle Sway, no one knew how serious the consequences would be. Once they all died, how could they be worthy of the old ancestors' hard work in nurturing them? Uncle Sway, I agree. Luo Li took a deep breath and tried her best to speak in a calm tone. Right now, she was also very anxious. But there was no other way. As the sect master, the pressure on her body was extremely great. Luo Li didn't know what kind of unpredictable consequences this choice would have. Where would Uncle Sway bring them to? Okay, Uncle Sway's mechanical and hoarse voice rang out again. A trace of relief and pleasant surprise flashed through his ghastly and terrifying eyes. He didn't say anything else. He turned around, waved his arm, and entered the black fog. Let's go. Luo Li gritted her teeth and was the first to follow. Jun Ma Xiao and Su Wani followed closely behind. The big black cat took a deep breath and revealed a solemn expression. She looked at Mu Qing and said softly, Mu Qing, we have to protect the sect master. I understand. If anything happens, even if I die in battle, I will definitely not let the sect master get hurt. Mu Qing said in a resounding voice. I will also protect the sect master. The cat raised the heavenly spirit mirror and looked as if she was facing death calmly. Let's go. The big black cat roared and immediately turned into a beam of light and chased after them. Mu Qing and the cat also quickly flew over. Sect master, I will be in front. If anything happens, I will be able to react immediately. The big black cat flew in front of Luo Li in the blink of an eye and turned around to whisper to her. All right. Luo Li nodded. At this moment, she didn't hesitate. The big black cat was the fastest among the 6 of them. Even if Luo Li used the divine dragon movement technique, she still couldn't catch up to the big black cat. Therefore, the big black cat could still detect any abnormalities in time. Everyone entered the black fog anxiously and followed closely behind Uncle Sway. Uncle Sway seemed to know that the 6 fellows behind him didn't have high cultivation, so he controlled his footsteps and didn't advance quickly. Whoosh, in the distance, a large group of black ghost moths suddenly chased after them. Uncle Sway abruptly turned around and roared at those ghost moths. All of the ghost moths immediately dispersed. The 6 of them clicked their tongues in wonder. It seemed that this Uncle Sway didn't want to harm them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chased those ghost moths away. Even so, everyone was still on tenterhooks. They followed behind Uncle Sway and continuously entered the depths of the fog. After a few hours, Uncle Sway's footsteps still didn't stop. However, along the way, groups of strange creatures tried to attack them, but they were all scared away by Uncle Sway. Sect Master, we have already passed the 20th Heaven's Mystery Tower. Mu Qing turned around and glanced at the faintly discernible silver light in the black fog. Then, she secretly transmitted a message to Luoli, below the 3rd Heavenly Mystery Tower. After Uncle Sway disappeared for a long time, everyone heaved a sigh of relief and regained their freedom. Most of them didn't walk towards the black fog. Instead, they sat cross-legged on the ground. Everyone couldn't help but look at each other. They could see the surprise and shock in each other's eyes. Uncle Sway spoke for the first time. Not only did he speak, he even took those 6 people away. Could it be that it was really some cultivator's guest? Uncle Sway liked to eat fresh blood, so he took those young people away. Everyone was bored out of their minds and began to discuss. For a moment, the surroundings of the 3rd Heavenly Mystery Tower became abnormally lively. Following Uncle Sway, the journey was surprisingly smooth. Those strange creatures all retreated. The 6 of them didn't waste any effort. Along the way, they had already passed the 20th Heavenly Mystery Tower. Uncle Sway's footsteps didn't stop. He was still walking towards the depths of the fog. No one knew where he was leading the 6 of them. Eldest senior sister, why do I keep having a feeling of fear and trepidation? Jun Maxiao looked at the rolling black fog with a trace of fear on his face as he whispered to Suwani. The black fog here is denser and more poisonous. I think it can give birth to even more terrifying strange creatures. Although Uncle Sway is here, we still have to be more careful. Suwani said with a solemn expression. From the beginning to the end, although Uncle Sway didn't attack them and even chased away many strange creatures along the way, who could understand Uncle Sway's thoughts, in the nether immortal ancient land, the deeper they went, the thicker the black fog and the stronger the poison. Therefore, the height of the Heavenly Mystery Tower also increased as they went deeper. This meant that the power of the Heavenly Mystery Tower was getting stronger. If it wasn't strong, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens for the cultivators who entered to quickly get rid of the poison in their bodies. They hurriedly passed by the 21st Heavenly Mystery Tower again. However, because they were far away, they could only see a ball of silver light flickering in the black fog. It was precisely because of this that the cultivators around the Heavenly Mystery Tower didn't see them. This also prevented the world from being shocked. After crossing over another mountain ridge, Uncle Sway's speed increased slightly, entering a valley. He suddenly turned around, circling around a huge rock, and then suddenly stopped moving. Luoli and the others quickly followed. This is? The 6 of them widened their eyes and stared blankly at the valley in front of them. There was a half-meter tall green tree growing there. This green tree had sparse leaves and only a lone emerald green fruit. This is the Divine Origin Longevity Fruit. Mu Qing suddenly exclaimed in surprise. As the saintess of the Gendry sect, she was naturally knowledgeable, so she immediately recognized this Xinyuan Longevity Fruit. So this is the Divine Origin Longevity Fruit. Luoli's expression immediately became strange. Could it be that Uncle Sway had led them all the way here to find the Divine Origin Longevity Fruit? What kind of show was this? Was he waiting for them to eat the Divine Origin Longevity Fruit, and then Uncle Sway would eat them? Luoli immediately became uneasy. She looked in the direction of her senior sister and blinked, but didn't act rashly. The big black cat at the very front also came to a halt as it stared blankly at the Divine Origin Longevity Fruit. From that small emerald fruit, it could sense an exuberant life essence. It was just like the longevity immortal grass. However, Uncle Sway's back was facing him, so the big black cat didn't dare to act rashly. He was also afraid that he would accidentally anger Uncle Sway and be slapped to death. If they were outside, the big black cat naturally wouldn't be afraid of anyone. Outside, there was a carriage full of great demons, each of them extremely powerful and fearless. But now that they were in the underworld immortal ancient land, no one could help Now, they could only rely on the 6 of them to save themselves. Uncle Sway suddenly turned around. His eerie eyes suddenly revealed a hint of pleasant surprise. "For you." A mechanical and hoarse voice rang out. "For us? Did he really bring us all the way here to give us the divine origin longevity fruit? How could there be such a good thing in the world?" The 6 of them were all stunned. Everyone looked at each other with shock on their faces. Looking at each other in dismay, no one dared to act rashly. They were afraid that this was a trap set by Uncle Sway. Seeing that the 6 people before him didn't move at all, Uncle Sway pointed to the small green tree. The hint was obvious: go pick the divine origin longevity fruit. "Sect Master, it seems that we can't not pick the divine origin longevity fruit. Why don't you let me go?" The big black cat swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty and volunteered. He had the arch artifact divine travel boots and a fate realm cultivation. Under such circumstances, he couldn't shirk his responsibility. "That's fine. Be careful." Luoli nodded and didn't forget to remind him. The big black cat hummed in response and slowly walked towards the little green tree. This small green tree was naturally the divine origin longevity tree. Ordinary divine origin longevity trees would bear 1 divine origin longevity fruit. But there were also those who bore 2 or 3. The highest number was 3. Therefore, each divine origin longevity fruit was extremely precious. The big black cat naturally had to pass by Uncle Sway to reach the small green tree. Feeling the terrifying aura from Uncle Sway, the big black cat became more and more frightened. He was also afraid that Uncle Sway, this lunatic, would suddenly attack him. If an eternal realm strange creature attacked him, he wouldn't be able to escape even with the divine travel boots. In order to distract himself, the big black cat secretly sent a voice transmission to Mu Qing. "Mu Qing, look at this divine origin longevity fruit. How old is it? It should be 500 years old." Mu Qing narrowed her eyes and told him her judgment. The big black cat nodded. At this moment, Uncle Sway was less than a meter in front of him. The big black cat's heart beat wildly. He held his breath and quietly walked over. Uncle Sway didn't attack him. When the big black cat walked to the small divine origin longevity tree, Uncle Sway didn't attack. He just stood there like a huge statue. The big black cat sighed in relief. It seemed that he was worried too much. Uncle Sway led them all the way here. There was really no need to attack them now. The big black cat stretched out his hand and grabbed the divine origin longevity fruit. The 5 people behind him held their breaths and stared nervously at the big black cat's actions. "Pa!" The big black cat grabbed the divine vitality longevity fruit and pulled it down from the tree with a light tug. The big black cat stared at Uncle Sway vigilantly. When he saw that Uncle Sway didn't move, he couldn't help but sigh in relief. He slowly walked back the way he came. When he walked in front of Luoli, Uncle Sway still didn't move. Everyone sighed in relief. It seemed Uncle Sway didn't have any evil intentions. But why did Uncle Sway bring them here to search for the divine origin longevity fruit? "Sect Master, this is for you." The big black cat raised his hands and passed the divine origin longevity fruit to Luoli. Luoli took the divine origin longevity fruit and sniffed it. Instantly, she felt an indescribable cool and comfortable feeling in her organs. "Good." Uncle Sway's hoarse voice sounded. He suddenly said something strange. "Good, what good?" The big black cat jumped in fright and turned to look at Uncle Sway. "Pa!" A large furry hand suddenly patted the big black cat's shoulder. A huge force almost caused his legs to give way, causing him to fall to the ground. The big black cat was instantly scared out of his wits. Uncle Sway just said good and then prepared to kill him. If that was really the case, then wouldn't his death be too unjust? However, the big black cat regained his senses in the blink of an eye. Other than a slight soreness in his shoulder, there didn't seem to be anything wrong with his body. "Very good." Uncle Sway's tall body stood in front of the big black cat. He looked down from above, his furry hand resting on the big black cat's shoulder as he spoke in a mechanical and hoarse voice. The other 5 people were also trembling in fear. No idea, what did this Uncle Sway mean by suddenly pressing down on the big black cat's shoulder and saying good twice in a row? What was good about it? What was very good about it? Everyone started to have doubts in their hearts. However, thinking back to that slap, Uncle Sway didn't kill the big black cat, even though he could have killed it. It was obvious that Uncle Sway was being merciful and only patted it lightly. Luoli was also shocked. She raised her head in shock and looked at the tall Uncle Sway, not knowing what to say. Mother **Cur, what's going on? Uncle Sway's hand kept on my shoulder, I didn't dare to move at all. The big black cat's face was filled with dejection. He didn't dare to move his body, nor did he dare to say a word. He could only grumble in his heart. The other people's faces were also pale as they looked up at Uncle Sway. They didn't know what other strange tricks Uncle Sway had up his sleeves. Also, come with me. Uncle Sway looked at Luoli with a hint of joy in his dark and eerie eyes. It was as though what he was doing now was something that he liked to do from the bottom of his heart. However, he didn't know why either. This kind of pure emotion suppressed his originally crazy and chaotic consciousness. When Yin saw this, he was also slightly shocked. This Uncle Sway, why did he continuously express his goodwill for no reason? Could it be because of the Zhu-Long bloodline that Luoli and the other two possessed? However, Uncle Sway did not have the slightest bit of Divine Dragon's bloodline. Logically speaking, he should not have any interactions with Luoli and the other two little fellows. But now, it had happened in such an inconceivable manner. Yin was getting more and more interested in this Uncle Sway. Although he was interested, Yin did not want to show himself. He decided to bide his time. Let Uncle Sway and the other juniors have a bit of fun first. In any case, the training time was still short. It had only been a day. He had originally set a time limit of 3 months for these juniors. Time was long. Let them train and cultivate at the same time. Uncle Sway, we naturally still need the Divine Origin Longevity Fruit. Can you still bring us to find it? Luoli was both excited and shocked as she spoke. She also did not expect that the most ferocious humanoid creature in the underworld immortal ancient land would actually take care of these juniors. It simply made Luoli feel flattered. Could it be that the old ancestor made a move? He made Uncle Sway obediently listen to the old ancestor's orders and then help us in the underworld immortal ancient land? Such a thought suddenly appeared in Luoli's mind. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that it was extremely reliable. Otherwise, why would such a ferocious Uncle Sway help them so generously? He did not care about any rewards at all. It was really inconceivable. When Yin sensed Luoli's thoughts, he was so angry that he almost did not show himself. Why did she attribute all the good things to him, the old ancestor? This was a training. Yin did not want to show himself at all, nor did he want to use too much cheats and make this training lose its meaning. But now, Luoli, this little girl, actually thought that Uncle Sway was his chess piece. Yin's eyes flashed slightly, and he wiped away Luoli's thoughts. Luoli was in a daze, not knowing what had just happened. She scratched her head, not knowing what to do. Follow me. After Uncle Sway said this, he turned and left. Originally we were the last to arrive, but now, in just a short while, we directly killed our way to the 22nd Heavens Mystery Tower. Now, we even easily obtained a Divine Vitality Longevity Fruit, TSK. Our luck is really heaven-defying. The big black cat laughed loudly, his expression somewhat forgetful. Let's go quickly. Luoli knew the big black cat's nature well. She glared at him and was the first to follow in Uncle Sway's direction. The others hurriedly moved, and followed closely behind. The big black cat smiled embarrassedly, and then his figure flashed, turning into a black light, and charged in front of Luoli. Although Uncle Sway was not in any danger now, he still had to protect the sect master. After passing through the 23rd Heavens Mystery Tower, Uncle Sway stopped in a valley, and used his finger to point ahead. As expected, there was also a Divine Vitality Longevity tree in that place. Everyone was instantly overjoyed. Because this Divine Vitality Longevity tree actually bore 2 Divine Vitality Longevity fruits. What kind of good luck did we run into? Uncle Sway actually led us all the way, and continuously found Divine Vitality Longevity fruits. Jun Maxiao rubbed his hands, his little face shining with excitement. Sect Master, didn't they say that there were strange creatures around the Divine Vitality Longevity tree? Why didn't we discover any on our way here? Mao Bauer raised the heavenly spirit mirror, observing continuously, and said softly what she said. Instantly, the other 5 people were stunned. That's right. Why was there not a single strange creature beside these divine vitality longevity trees? This was too strange. It was obviously illogical. They ran away. Uncle Sway suddenly turned around and said hoarsely. So that's why everyone was enlightened. It seemed that Uncle Sway had acted in advance and chased away all those strange creatures. This allowed them to take advantage of the situation and obtain the divine vitality longevity fruits without bloodshed. This time, it was still the big black cat who walked forward, plucked the 2 divine vitality longevity fruits, and then returned to give them to Luoli. Good. Uncle Sway suddenly said again. This time, he didn't pat the big black cat's shoulder, but stood on the spot without moving. The big black cat was given a fright, but a thought flashed through its mind. It instantly understood what Uncle Sway meant when he said good. It turned out that his action of plucking the divine vitality longevity fruits and handing them to Sect Master Luoli had received Uncle Sway's approval. It seemed that this Uncle Sway wasn't stupid. He was actually able to recognize that Sect Master Luoli's identity was different from the others. After Luoli happily received the 2 divine vitality longevity fruits, Uncle Sway actually spoke again and asked them to follow. Luoli agreed. The 6 of them followed Uncle Sway and arrived at the mountain range near the 24th Heavens Mystery Tower. In this place, they obtained another 2 divine vitality longevity fruits. These 2 divine vitality longevity fruits had reached 700 years of lifespan. Sect Master, it seems that with Uncle Sway's help, we will be able to sweep through the entire nether immortal ancient land for divine vitality longevity fruits. The big black cat laughed, and his eyes were arrogant. This training was too easy, wasn't it? It was as if they had the help of the gods. Everyone laughed as well. Hearing everyone's laughter, the joy in Uncle Sway's sinister eyes deepened. Suddenly, the red and black fur on his body started to grow crazily, and his expression changed greatly, and he roared towards the sky in extreme pain. Uncle Sway had gone mad. Everyone was uneasy, and they unconsciously took a few steps back. Whoosh! Uncle Sway suddenly turned around, and his eyes emitted a strange red light. He stared fixedly at the 6 people in front of him, and his expression became increasingly malevolent and terrifying. The powerful aura around his body surged like a surging tide. Everyone, be careful. Uncle Sway's condition isn't right, Suwani said with a serious expression. Everyone nodded and got into a defensive posture. Although they weren't Uncle Sway's match, if Uncle Sway made a move, they definitely couldn't sit and wait for death. Mu Qing slowly moved and stood at the front with the big black cat. Her small face was pale and revealed an expression of facing death calmly. Boom! Boom! Uncle Sway walked over with large strides, and the fear in everyone's heart grew even stronger. Uncle Sway's crazy gaze seemed to want to destroy all life in this world. Yi Yan looked at all of this indifferently. This Uncle Sway's mental state wasn't very good and was currently in a crazy state. Once Uncle Sway made a move, he would directly suppress him. He would make Uncle Sway disappear forever. When he was only 3 meters away from the big black cat, Uncle Sway suddenly stopped. His gaze passed through the big black cat and Mu Qing and finally landed on Luoli. From Luoli, he looked at Jun Maxiao and Suwani. Uncle Sway's gaze was absent-minded. At this moment, it seemed that his chaotic willpower was slightly controlled. He kept trembling and the aura on his body fluctuated between strong and weak, giving off an extremely unstable feeling. Everyone looked at Uncle Sway's chaotic state and felt shock and fear in their hearts. No one knew when Uncle Sway would suddenly make a move. The difference between them and Uncle Sway was simply too great. Even if the big black cat had the arch artifact divine running boots, it wouldn't be able to escape. At this moment, everyone was on the verge of despair. Roar! Uncle Sway suddenly roared towards the sky and shook his head violently. He turned around and plunged into the black fog and disappeared. Seeing Uncle Sway suddenly disappear, everyone felt as if they had just woken up from a dream. They still felt that everything in front of them was somewhat unreal. Uncle Sway really left? The big black cat muttered to itself. Suddenly, it thought of something and immediately looked towards Mao Bauer. In the black fog, divine senses couldn't extend too far. However, Malbauer's heavenly spirit realm could extend her divine senses further. Uncle Sway left? The big black cat asked. Uncle Sway has left, there's no trace of him in the surroundings. Malbauer said in a deep voice, her voice filled with surprise. Whoosh, everyone heaved a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. This terrifying Uncle Sway was finally gone. He had almost lost control just now. Everyone also took a turn in front of the gates of hell, and luckily came back. This Uncle Sway seems to be quite smart. He didn't go crazy at the crucial moment. The big black cat wiped the sweat off its forehead and said in annoyance. Yeah, there's such a powerful humanoid creature in the underworld immortal ancient land. It's really abnormal. Jun Maxiao also said angrily. Everyone nodded in agreement. Actually, this Uncle Sway is not bad. At least he brought us to 3 divine origin longevity trees and gave us 5 divine origin longevity fruits. Luoli said with a smile. Sect leader is right, but Uncle Sway has already run away, and I'm afraid he won't be able to come back. We'll have to find the divine origin longevity fruits ourselves. The big black cat sighed. He originally thought that under Uncle Sway's lead, they could sweep through the entire underworld immortal ancient land. Who would have thought that Uncle Sway's mental state would be unstable, and he would suddenly go crazy and run away? This destroyed his beautiful dream. After rushing for so long, Mu Qing and Malbauer's bodies have accumulated quite a bit of poison from the poisonous fog. Let's quickly find a Heaven's Mystery Tower to remove the poison before continuing. Luoli looked at Malbauer behind her and saw that this lady's face was dark. She knew that something was wrong and hurriedly said. Everyone nodded in agreement. Malbauer held the Heaven Spirit mirror in her hand and kept looking at the movements above. Suddenly, her expression changed. So many Uncle Sway. Malbauer screamed. What, so many Uncle Sway? Everyone was scared half to death by Malbauer's words. One Uncle Sway was enough to scare them to death. How could there be so many Uncle Sway? With a flash of light, Mu Qing suddenly appeared beside Malbauer and looked at the Heaven Spirit mirror. She saw that in the Heaven Spirit mirror, many tall, long-haired humanoid creatures were slowly surrounding them. These are not Uncle Sway. Mu Qing said with certainty. Then what are they? The big black cat also moved to Malbauer's side and carefully looked at the Heaven Spirit mirror. These are all red-haired monsters, which are humanoid creatures. It is said that after the 20th Heaven's Mystery Tower, these red-haired monsters began to appear. Mu Qing said with a serious expression. So it's a group of red-haired monsters. They look like Uncle Sway. The big black cat heaved a sigh of relief and felt much more relaxed. As long as it wasn't Uncle Sway. Luoli asked, what are the strength of these red-haired monsters? Most of them are Nirvana realm, but there are also many Fate realm. Sect Master, we have to be careful. If we want to return to the Heaven's Mystery Tower, we have to fight our way out. Mu Qing suddenly said. Okay. Luoli pulled out her golden dragon sword, her face filled with coldness. Jun Maxiao and Suwani's expressions turned serious as they prepared for battle. The big black cat didn't exaggerate this time. Instead, it took out a black shield. This was a treasure that the big black horse gave it. Back then in the 9 Nether Underground Palace, relying on this black shield had helped him solve a lot of problems. I remember a legend. I don't know if it's true or not, but these red-haired monsters are said to be transformed from those dead cultivators. Mu Qing suddenly said. What, they were all dead cultivators? Everyone was shocked again. The claws and fangs of these red-haired monsters contain some kind of strange poison. Once it touches the body, even if it's just a scratch, the poison will enter the body. If we don't find the Heaven's Mystery Tower within a day, the poison will never be removed and the person will go crazy. Mu Qing said again. These red-haired monsters are really scary. Little black cat, take care of Malbauer. Luoli hurriedly instructed. The big black cat chuckled. Sect Master, don't worry. Malbauer and I cooperated quite well when we were in the Abyss Underground Palace. They're here. Malbauer screamed again. Black fog rolled over. Huge, burly black figures appeared around them. When the black figures came closer, their true appearance could be seen clearly. Each red-haired monster was about the same height as Uncle Sway. Their bodies were covered with long red hair, and there were a few black hairs among the long hair. His eyes were dark red in color. In the fog, their eyes shone with a blood-red light, giving people a very strange feeling. Their sharp claws and fangs shone with a red luster. They seemed to contain some kind of poison that Mu Qing had mentioned. Kill. Luo Li took a deep breath, turned into a divine dragon shadow, and rushed up first. Her opponent was a red-haired monster at the 5th level of the Nirvana realm. Next to the red-haired monster was a Fate State red-haired monster. Whoosh, Mu Qing became one with her sword and went straight for the Fate realm red-haired monster. The rest of the people also surrounded Luo Li and charged towards the red-furred monster. If they wanted to break out, they had to concentrate on one point. The red-haired monsters were tall and their red fur was as hard as diamond. Their defense was extremely high. Although they didn't know any magic, they relied on their infinite strength and agility, far surpassing the crows and ghost moths that they had encountered before. Although the red-haired monsters were powerful, there weren't many of them. There were only 100 of them. The swords in the hands of Luo Li, Jun Maxiao, and Su Wani's hands were all extraordinary. It was relatively easy for them to kill these red-haired monsters. However, these red-haired monsters had tenacious vitality. Even if one of their arms was cut off, it didn't affect them at all. Instead, it stimulated their ferocity and made their combat strength stronger. The big black cat turned into a black light, holding a black shield and constantly wandering around to support the group. After all, some of the red-haired monsters in the Fate realm would launch unexpected attacks. On the other hand, there were 4 Rebirth realm cultivators in their group. It was still difficult for them to resist the red-haired monsters in the Fate realm. Fortunately, Luo Li and the other 2 used the Divine Dragon movement technique and constantly moved around in the void. Those red-haired monsters in the Fate realm couldn't kill them in one blow. The 6 people's cooperation was almost seamless. From time to time, Mao Bauer would use the Heavenly Spirit Mirror to shoot out rays of light, ejecting some red-haired monsters. Even some of the red-haired monsters in the Fate realm were hit by the Heavenly Spirit Mirror. Their movements would suddenly become sluggish, creating an opportunity for the big black cat to attack. Mu Qing had the highest cultivation level among everyone. At this moment, she played an important role. However, the grade of the sword in her hand wasn't high. It hadn't reached the Emperor rank, so it was still a bit difficult for her to kill those red-haired monsters in the Fate realm. Everyone opened a gap and retreated as they fought, quickly flying toward the 22nd Heavenly Mystery Tower. The number of red-haired monsters was decreasing. When they approached the Heavenly Mystery Tower, there were only 30 or 40 red-haired monsters left. Everyone flew into the silver light and received the protection of the Heavenly Mystery Tower. Those red-haired monsters roared around for a while, then resentfully left. Fortunately, everyone is fine and wasn't scratched by those red-haired monsters. The big black cat stood in the silver light and looked at everyone. It sighed with lingering fear. During the battle with the red-furred monster just now, he had been on high alert. They were afraid that someone would be scratched or bitten by the red-haired monster. Therefore, he desperately activated the boots of lightning and constantly wandered around the battlefield to provide support at any time. This was extremely taxing on the big black cat's mana. The big black cat put away its shield and hurriedly took out 2 spirit stones. It held them in its hands and absorbed them with all its might. Quickly find a place to expel the poison from your body. Luo Li glanced in the direction of the Heavenly Mystery Tower and said in a deep voice. There were quite a number of cultivators surrounding the Heavenly Mystery Tower. There were at least 2,000 to 3,000 cultivators there, encircling the entire Heavenly Mystery Tower. From this, it could be seen that the number of cultivators surrounding the 22nd Heavenly Mystery Tower was astonishing. However, this was not hard to imagine. The Nether Immortal Ancient Land had been opened for a few days. Most of the people who were training had already entered the area after the 20th Heavenly Mystery Tower. There were also some even more powerful forces, perhaps the Supreme Sex had already advanced to an even more profound level. As for the 22nd Heavenly Mystery Tower, the forces gathered there were clearly weaker. The cultivators of different forces who entered the Nether Immortal Ancient Land naturally had different goals. The stronger ones wanted to find divine vitality longevity fruits that were more than 1,000 years old. As for those that were a few hundred years old, the supreme sex would give them to the weaker forces. After all, the strange creatures in the nether immortal ancient land were endless. Even the supreme sex could not kill them all. They still had to rely on everyone's concerted efforts to kill more of the strange creatures and complete the training mission every time the nether immortal ancient land opened. The strange creatures in the nether immortal ancient land would not be closed unless they killed a certain number of them. If it was not closed, those strange creatures would escape from the entrance of the nether immortal ancient land and bring disaster to the entire dynasty. There had been such a precedent in history. Because there were too many cultivators, everyone could only find a place to rest and sit down cross-legged in the periphery. On the other hand, Luoli didn't feel much of a problem. Although the poisonous fog was dense, the poison within it didn't have any effect on her. Jun Maxiao and Suwani were the same. After the three of them sat down, they immediately took out spirit stones and quickly absorbed them. The big black cat sensed its body and found that it was not poisoned, so it absorbed the spirit stones with peace of mind. Only Mu Qing and Mao Bao had a layer of black qi on their faces. The two of them held spirit stones in their hands and absorbed the spirit qi in the spirit stones while constantly dispelling the poison in their bodies. Today, they were only poisoned by one kind of poison, so it was relatively easy to get rid of it. The two of them were recovering quickly. In the fog in the distance, the red-haired monster's roars could be heard. It seemed to be fighting with some cultivators. The sound was getting closer and closer, and finally reached the vicinity of the silver light of the Heavenly Mystery Tower. The black fog tumbled. More than 20 figures came out in a sorry state and entered the area of the silver light. Among the 20 people, there were a total of 5 Fate Realm cultivators. One of the Fate Realm cultivators was an enchanting beauty in a white dress. She had a devilish figure and exquisite facial features. She was charming and moving. "We're finally safe. These red-haired monsters are so annoying," the enchanting beauty said with a frown. "Let's quickly find a place to get rid of the poison. We're all poisoned, so getting rid of the poison is more important." A young man at the 8th level of the Fate Realm said with a frown. The enchanting beauty nodded. The group of people quickly walked in the direction of the Heavenly Mystery Tower. Because there were too many cultivators, they could only find a place to stay in the periphery. There are quite a lot of demons this time. A middle-aged man opened his eyes and looked at the group of people. He said lightly and closed his eyes again. The enchanting beauty walked in front. After walking for a while, she inadvertently raised her head and saw a young man in black sitting not far in front of her. Next to the young man in black, there was a young girl in pink. Seeing the two familiar faces, the enchanting beauty's face darkened. She whispered to herself, "You two demon cats, you colluded with each other in the Abyss Underground Palace, and now you're here. 7th Princess, you know them?" The young man at the 8th level of the Fate Realm frowned slightly and asked in a slightly hoarse voice. "That young man in black is the 9-tailed spirit cat, and the young girl next to him is the heavenly spirit cat," the enchanting beauty said lightly. "So it's them." There was a trace of anger in the young man's eyes. He clenched his fists and said coldly, "I heard that the 9-tailed spirit cat was in the limelight in the Abyss Underground Palace. Many people couldn't do anything to it. Since we've met today, I'll avenge you, 7th Princess." "Thank you, young Master Lan Qing." The enchanting beauty smiled with a charming smile on her face. "That's right. She was the 9-tailed fox who fought with the big black cat in the Abyss Underground Palace. 9-tailed spiritual cat, long time no see." The 9-tailed demon fox walked a few steps forward with her hands behind her back. Her face was cold as she mocked, "I didn't expect a despicable guy like you to appear in the immortal underworld ancient land." 9-tailed demon fox, hearing the familiar voice, the big black cat immediately knew who it was. He also didn't expect to meet the 9-tailed demon fox in the immortal underworld ancient land. Mao Bauer also opened her eyes at this moment. She was no stranger to the 9-tailed demon fox. Mao Bauer looked slightly flustered. The 9-tailed demon fox's team had a total of 5 Fate Realm cultivators and more than 20 Nirvana Realm cultivators. In terms of strength and numbers, they were much stronger than their team. The big black cat opened one eye and said with a nasal voice, "I was wondering who it was." "So it's the nine-tailed demon fox. Did you miss me after we parted in the abysmal underground palace? Haha, wasn't I ruthless enough last time? You actually chased me to the immortal underworld ancient land. Do you want me to beat you again?" At this point, the big black cat could not help but chuckle coldly. The nine-tailed demon fox's sexy buttocks were swollen because of his beating. The big black cat wasn't a person who had tender feelings for the fairer sex. Before he reached the true immortal realm, any woman was like a floating cloud in his eyes. Just as the big black cat was talking, Luo Li, Mu Qing, and the others all opened their eyes and looked at the team opposite them. "You met her in the abysmal underground palace?" Luo Li asked through voice transmission. "Yes, sect master. We took a lot of the longevity immortal grass from her. This little girl still bears a grudge." The big black cat smiled and sent a voice transmission to Luo Li. Luo Li nodded. She looked at Jun Maxiao and Su Wani, and the three of them instantly understood. They had all taken the longevity immortal grass in the abysmal underground palace. Naturally, the biggest contributor was the big black cat. The big black cat had offended the nine-tailed demon fox in the abysmal underground palace. If there was a conflict later, there would inevitably be a fierce battle, so they had to be prepared early. Hearing the big black cat's words, the nine-tailed demon fox's beautiful little face immediately turned red. It seemed that at this moment, her buttocks again. A demon fox. That time, the abominable nine-tailed spirit cat had really beaten her up badly. She would never forget it. She couldn't wait to catch this nine-tailed spirit cat and whip it for 100 years to vent the anger in her heart. "Nine-tailed spirit cat, don't even think about escaping this time. See how this princess will deal with you." Demon Fox's spiritual cat. The young men at the Fate State walked toward the black cat as if they had a tacit understanding. A battle was about to break out. The big black cat's nose twitched, as if it had smelled something. It suddenly laughed with a mocking tone. "If I'm not mistaken, you're from the Azure Wolf clan, right? How can the Azure Wolf clan be the fighters of a small nine-tailed demon fox? Have you been bewitched by the coquettish fox? Why are you talking so much nonsense?" The leader of the group, a young man at the 8th level of the Fate State, looked angry. He stretched out his hand and tried to grab the big black cat. Whoosh, a sword aura suddenly shot out from the side and slashed at that arm. The young man was startled by the sharpness of the sword aura. He quickly withdrew his hand and dodged the attack. Mu Qing suddenly stood up, pointed her sword at the young man at the 8th level of the Fate State, and said indifferently, "Don't even think about winning with numbers." "Who are you? Are you with the nine-tailed demon fox?" The young man sized Mu Qing up and asked coldly. Mu Qing nodded. "Nine-tailed demon fox. You've only known how to hide behind women all your life. Can't you grow up a little?" The nine-tailed demon fox sneered. "You be *tch, I'm going to teach you a lesson today." The big black cat was infuriated. It instantly activated the swift boots and rushed toward the nine-tailed demon fox. The nine-tailed demon fox disappeared in an instant and reappeared in another direction. She seemed to have been prepared for the extreme speed of the nine-tailed demon fox. "Go and support the 7th princess." The young man at the 8th level of the Fate State quickly issued an order. Then, he unsheathed his sword and rushed toward Mu Qing. In his eyes, the black-clothed woman at the 8th level of the Fate State was a tricky person. He had to pin her down first. The rest of them were all at the Fate State. The weakest of them was at the 5th level of the Fate State, the same level as the cat. For against one, they could easily take down the nine-tailed demon fox. They instantly engaged in a chaotic battle. Boom, boom, sword light sword, like streams of Milky Way flowing to the ground in the void. Perhaps it was because of the Heaven's Mystery Tower. As soon as the aftermath of the battle between the Fate State cultivators entered the silver light, it would be greatly weakened and would not affect others. The big black cat relied on the Emperor artifact, the Divine Boots, and held a black shield to fight the Fate State monster race cultivators. These people were from the Azure Wolf clan, a very famous monster race. They were powerful and dominated a region. In terms of strength, they were comparable to a high-grade sect. The Azure Wolf clan was good at speed and had the innate talent of the wind attribute. The nine-tailed demon fox was good at all kinds of illusions and was extremely agile. In addition, she was 2 levels higher than the big black cat. So, for a while, the big black cat had yet to decide the winner. On the other side, Mu Qing and the young man were locked in a fierce battle. Senior sister, these are all fate state cultivators. It seems that we don't need to take action. Jun Maxiao looked at the battle that was about to break out and smiled bitterly. Luo Li nodded her head with a serious expression. At this moment, the cultivators below the Heaven's Mystery Tower were very interested in the battle that had suddenly broken out. They all began to talk about it. 5 against 2. This is a battle with a great disparity in strength. There is no suspense. A human cultivator analyzed the battle situation and said with a smile. That's hard to say. This team of 6 must be strong to be able to reach the 22nd Heaven's Mystery Tower. There were also people who disagreed. They seemed to have a certain level of confidence in this team of 6. Senior sister, why don't we use the Sky Disillusionment Eyes at the same time to help Mu Qing and the little black cat? Luo Li stared at the battle on the battlefield, and a thought suddenly flashed through her mind as she came up with a brilliant idea. She immediately sent a message to Jun Maxiao and Su Wani. Okay. I've been practicing the Sky Disillusionment Eyes for a while and have touched the threshold a little. Dealing with these fate state cultivators should have a certain impact on their battle. Jun Maxiao rubbed his hands and said excitedly. I'll deal with the guy at the 8th level of the fate state. Junior brother, you deal with the 9-tailed demon fox. Senior sister, you deal with the young man at the 6th level of the fate state. Okay, let's get ready. Luo Li began to allocate the slots. After that, she waved her hand gently and gave the order. The 3 of them narrowed their eyes. Tiny star-like runes flickered vaguely in their eyes. A shape-shifting life force shot out in an extremely subtle manner. The young man at the 8th level of the fate state who was fighting with Mu Qing suddenly looked absent-minded and his body stopped moving. Mu Qing seized this opportunity and slashed her sword at the young man's chest. The young man came to his senses in an instant. His body moved slightly to the side and he dodged the sword that was sure to kill him. Even though he dodged the fatal part of his chest, his shoulder was still cut open, leaving a huge bloody groove. Fortunately, the physique of the monster race was strong. Half of his shoulder was not cut off. On the other side, a young man at the 6th level of the fate state stopped moving. The big black cat seized this opportunity and slapped him away with its shield. The 9-tailed demon fox was also affected by the Sky Disillusionment Eyes and stopped moving for a moment. Bitch, get down. The big black cat descended from the sky and smashed the 9-tailed demon fox with its shield. Boom, the 9-tailed demon fox's sexy body fell from the sky like a meteor and smashed into the ground. Poof, the 9-tailed fox fell like a meteor and smashed a big hole in the ground. She lay in the middle of the hole and spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, her mind was in a daze. Before she could react, a black light descended and forcefully used a knee to press against her delicate back. Slap, the big black cat revealed a ferocious expression. Without any mercy, it slapped heavily on the sexy perky buttocks of the 9-tailed demon fox. This slap immediately woke the 9-tailed fox up. The various memories of the 9 Nether Underground Palace seemed to surface in his mind again. It was the 9-tailed cat. This despicable guy sneaked up on me and started to spank my butt again. The 9-tailed fox wanted to cry. There were so many people around. It was too embarrassing for her to be hit in front of so many people. Back in the Abyss Underground Palace, not many people saw her being hit by the 9-tailed cat. So, they could accept it. But now, there were thousands of cultivators around the Heaven's Mystery Tower. They had all seen this. She was too ashamed to face them. The fate state young men of the pale green wolf tribe were dumbfounded when they saw the 9-tailed fox being captured and hit by the 9-tailed cat. Slap. Slap, before the pale green wolf tribe could react, the big black cat slapped the 9-tailed fox twice in a row and said fiercely, "You little fox, don't let me see you again. I'll hit you every time I see you. 9-tailed cat, kill me if you dare." The 9-tailed fox's eyes were brimming with tears. She was angry and annoyed. She roared furiously. You think I don't dare? The big black cat sneered and raised the black shield in its hand, ready to smash down. At that moment, several sword lights shot over. The young men of the pale green wolf tribe finally reacted. They surrounded the big black cat, trying to save the nine-tailed fox. The sword light shot out from all directions, extremely fierce and sharp. Even if the big black cat used its shield to block, it could not block it completely. With no other choice, the big black cat grabbed the nine-tailed fox's skirt with one hand and pulled her up into the air. The sword light missed. The young men roared and charged at the big black cat again. At the other side, the injured young man at the 8th level of the Fate State was fighting Mu Qing again. Even though he was injured, the Azure Wolf race had always been tough. He didn't care about this small injury at all. Instead, he fought even harder. Little black cat, what kind of weird fetish is this? Luoli pursed her lips. She didn't know what to say about the big black cat's behavior. Senior sister, this nine-tailed demon fox is too arrogant. Little black cat teaching her a lesson is nothing much. Jun Maxiao said disapprovingly. Up until now, we have not suffered any losses in this battle. Suwani suddenly said. Senior sister, this heavenly illusionary eye consumes a lot of magic power. Unfortunately, we can't use it continuously. Luoli sighed. They were only at the Nirvana realm. It was already very difficult for them to use the heavenly illusionary eye. After only using it once, they consumed a lot of their magic power. So the three of them took out spirit stones almost at the same time and began to absorb them quickly. You Azure Wolf race, if you don't go back, I'll smash this coquettish fox to death with my shield. The big black cat shouted angrily when it saw the young men of the Azure Wolf clan chasing after it. Those guys were at a higher level than him and were good at wind magic. They were very fast and difficult to deal with. Put down the 7th princess. We can talk. A young man said sternly. I don't believe you. The big black cat sneered and kept fighting with the young men of the Fate State with the black shield. He hadn't used the heavenly illusionary eye yet. After all, it was his trump card. He couldn't expose it until the last moment. After all, there were many human cultivators around. If he showed too much power, he might attract the attention of the human cultivators. They might gang up on him. After all, the human cultivators didn't have a good relationship with the demon cultivators. In the Nether Immortal Ancient Land, it was a competitive relationship. But under normal circumstances, the two sides wouldn't easily fight. However, if their team of 6 displayed too much strength, it might attract the attention of a certain human force and cause them to make a move. It had to be said that the big black cat's mind was very meticulous. I finally see the Heaven's Mystery Tower. A man's deep voice suddenly came from the black fog in the distance. Then, rays of golden light broke through the black fog and broke into the silver light of the Heaven's Mystery Tower. The rays of golden light stopped in the air and emitted a terrifying aura. It's the great golden winged rocks. A human cultivator looked up and couldn't help but change his expression. He didn't expect that the opening of the Nether Immortal Ancient Land would attract the great golden winged rocks. The great golden winged rocks were very powerful and their speed was unparalleled. No force dared to fight with the great golden winged rocks. With a flash of golden light, the leader of the Fate State great golden winged rocks turned into a man in a golden robe. His eyes were sharp and full of sharpness as he looked down. Nine-tailed spirit cat? When he saw the familiar black light, he immediately blurted out. The golden-robed man's expression suddenly became very interesting. Back in the Abyss Underground Palace, he had fought with the nine-tailed spirit cat several times. Every time, he was at a disadvantage. Especially when he finally got the longevity immortal grass, but it was inexplicably snatched away in the end. He suspected that the nine-tailed spirit cat was the culprit. When all the monsters in the Abyss Underground Palace came out, the great golden-winged rocks wanted to find trouble with the nine-tailed spirit cat. At that time, he joined forces with the nine-tailed fox, revered dragon, and the others to capture the nine-tailed spirit cat, but it was rescued by an unknown expert. This trip to the Abyss Underground Palace had become a thorn in his heart. The great golden-winged rock swore that if he saw the nine-tailed spirit cat in the future, he would definitely catch the cunning boy and beat him up. It's the great golden-winged rocks? The big black cat, who was in the middle of fighting, looked up and suddenly changed his expression. When it rains, it pours. The nine-tailed fox's team was already troublesome enough, but now there was a team of great golden-winged rocks. This team of great golden-winged rocks was made up of great golden-winged rocks. There were more than a dozen of them. There were about 3 Fate State cultivators, and the rest were Nirvana State cultivators. What should I do? The big black cat was a little flustered. It would be easier if he was alone, but if he couldn't beat them, he could just run. However, they were a whole team now. He couldn't just leave the sect master and the others behind, right? While he was hesitating, suddenly, he felt his hand slip. The nine-tailed fox, who had woken up, took advantage of the moment to twist her body and escape like a fish. Oh no, the hostages ran away? The big black cat's expression changed. He was extremely vexed. The nine-tailed fox was extremely cunning. Once the golden-winged great rock arrived, these two forces would probably work together to deal with him. What should he do? Countless thoughts flashed through the big black cat's mind. Now, it would be best if he attracted the firepower of the nine-tailed fox and the golden-winged great rock and led them away as soon as possible. In this way, the sect master and the others would not have any problems. Sect master, the golden-winged great rock clan and I have some grudges in the abysmal underground palace. I will lead them away first and come back to find you later. The nine-tailed fox hurriedly sent a telepathic message to Luoli. Luoli did not have time to reply. The big black cat suddenly turned into a black light and unexpectedly rushed towards the golden-winged great rock in midair. Old man, I haven't seen you for a long time. I miss you so much. The big black cat raised his black shield and smashed it fiercely. You dare to sneak attack me? Nine-tailed fox, you really can't change your habit. The golden-winged great rock was furious. He suddenly stretched out his arm and turned it into a golden claw, grabbing at the black shield. Boom, the golden claw grabbed the shield. A huge force came and the big black cat flew backwards. Then, he turned into a black light and circled behind the golden-winged great rock. He suddenly grabbed a Nirvana realm golden-winged great rock. Golden-winged great rock, if you dare to attack me, I will kill your clan members. The big black cat chuckled and suddenly disappeared into the air again. A black light suddenly descended beside the Nirvana realm warriors of the Ashen Wolf clan. The big black cat once again grabbed another Ashen Wolf clan warrior with its paw. Then, he fled into the area of the black fog. Don't come, or I will kill them. The big black cat entered the black fog, leaving behind an arrogant laugh. This happened so quickly that neither side of the demon race could react in time. By the time he reacted, the big black cat had already disappeared into the fog. Golden-winged rock, how about we work together to capture this nine-tailed spirit cat? The nine-tailed fox floated in the air and looked at the golden-winged rock. All right. The golden-winged rock nodded with a gloomy face. This nine-tailed spirit cat had captured one of his clansmen. Naturally, he would not let it go. Those in the Fate State, follow me. After the golden-winged rock said this, it transformed into its original form again and chased after the fog. Young Master Lan Qing, let's go after the nine-tailed spirit cat first. Don't worry about the others for now. The nine-tailed fox landed and cooperated with the young man at the 8th level of the Fate State to force Mu Qing back with one move. Alright. Young Master Lan Qing of the Azure Wolf race also transformed into his true form. It turned into a huge green wolf. It was over 30 meters long and exuded a terrifying aura, giving off an unusually fierce feeling. Wait for me to come back. I'll fight you again. Young Master Lan Qing glared at Mu Qing fiercely and immediately turned around. The nine-tailed fox stood on his back. A gust of wind suddenly blew, and the huge green wolf also disappeared. Its speed was so fast that it was shocking. The other Fate State clansmen of the Azure Wolf race didn't follow. Instead, they protected their clansmen. The Nirvana Realm clansmen of the Golden-Winged Rock race also landed in the air and blended into the Azure Wolf race's team. The surrounding human cultivators looked at each other in dismay. They didn't know what to say in the face of these sudden changes. That nine-tailed spirit cat was really a talent. She could handle so many experts with ease and capture 2 of them, drawing away a large amount of firepower. Instead, the other Nirvana Realm cultivators and his team were safe. So far, the two clansmen didn't know that the nine-tailed spirit cat belonged to the same team. There were actually 3 Nirvana Realm human cultivators in this small team. Mu Qing put away her sword and took a deep breath. She didn't act rashly for a while. She looked around and took in many people's expressions. She had a rough idea of what was going on. The two clansmen on the other side didn't realize that the sect master and the other two were in cahoots with the big black cat. They only thought that she was on the same team as the big black cat and Mao Bauer. This was a good thing. She slowly sat down cross-legged and took out a spirit stone to continue absorbing. The toxins in her body were mostly removed. Mao Bauer was still a little short. Mao Bauer, who had the lowest cultivation level, didn't act rashly. She also saw the subtle difference in the current situation. So, she obediently took out a spirit stone to absorb and remove the toxins in her body at the same time. Mao Bauer speculated that the big black cat was faster than the boots of divine travel. If they lured the big demons away and rushed back, the 6 of them would be able to catch the 2 demons in one fell swoop. Senior sister, should we make a move now? Mu Qing can deal with the few Fate Realm cultivators. We'll be responsible for killing the Nirvana Realm cultivators. Jun Maxiao's eyes were a little excited and he transmitted his voice eagerly. Don't be anxious. Let's wait for little black cat to come back first. Luo Li transmitted her voice softly. The situation was very delicate now. It wasn't the right time to make a move. Alright then, let's cultivate properly here. Jun Maxiao nodded and continued to absorb the spirit stones. He was only one step away from the 3rd level of the Nirvana Realm. He believed that if he absorbed more spirit stones today, he would be able to break through to the 3rd level of the Nirvana Realm. In Luo Li's mind, Yi Yan saw that the big black cat had calmed the storm in this way. He couldn't help but smile. The big black cat, this clown, shouldn't have any problems with the Emperor artifact, the boots of divine travel. Moreover, his physical body was strong. He had absorbed a lot of dragon qi in the hidden dragon coffin. He had a strong resistance against the poison in the underworld immortal ancient land. Boom, a series of loud footsteps came from the depths of the black fog. Uncle Sui is here again? Yi Yan was slightly startled. That fella had already gone crazy. He didn't know where he ran off to. Now that he was back, could it be that he had regained his consciousness? The loud footsteps instantly gave the cultivators around the Heaven's Mystery Tower a fright. Could it be that Uncle Sui is here? One of the cultivators said, trembling with fear. Whoosh, almost all of the cultivators stood up at the same time. Their faces were pale as they looked in a certain direction in the fog. Uncle Sui had descended for a routine inspection. They had to treat him seriously. Even life and death realm cultivators couldn't withstand a single move from Uncle Sui. These Heaven's Mandate and Nirvana Realm cultivators didn't dare to provoke Uncle Sui. Jun Maxiao and Luo Li also stood up. Uncle Sui is here again. Could it be that he's looking for us? Jun Maxiao muttered to himself. Whoosh, the black fog suddenly rolled in all directions. A huge figure stepped into the silver light of the Heaven's Mystery Tower. When they saw the face of this huge figure, Jun Maxiao, Luo Li, and the others were all shocked. Although the original Uncle Sui's face couldn't be seen clearly, they could tell that he was a man. However, this Uncle Sui in front of them was wearing a red dress. She was wearing a red dress. Although she was tall and sturdy, she had strong feminine features. Her body was uneven and her curves were turbulent. There were 2 Uncle Sui, one male and one female. Their appearances were completely different. The only thing that was the same was, the 2 Uncle Sui were covered in long red and black hair. Why were there 2 Uncle Sui? Luo Li's eyes widened as she couldn't believe what she was seeing. She turned to look at Mu Qing. Mu Qing knew quite a lot about the underworld immortal ancient land. Perhaps she knew the inside story. Sect Master, I'm not sure either. Mu Qing let out a wry smile and shook her head, sending a voice transmission. The situation before her was completely out of her knowledge. Luo Li was speechless. Even Mu Qing didn't know. It seemed like this Uncle Sui was not the same person as the previous one. Why were there two Uncle Sui in the underworld immortal ancient land, and they were separated into a man and a woman? Luo Li's ears twitched. She hoped that the cultivators of the underworld immortal dynasty would reveal the origin of this female Uncle Sui. However, she was disappointed. These cultivators kept quiet out of fear. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly, let alone utter a single word. Luo Li didn't dare to move either. She could only watch as Uncle Sui walked in her direction. Senior sister, is this Uncle Sui target us again? Is he going to take us to look for the divine vitality longevity fruit again? Jun Maxiao's expression suddenly relaxed. He secretly sent a voice transmission to Luo Li. Don't talk nonsense. Stay calm. Don't provoke this female Uncle Sui. Luo Li's face tensed up. She quickly sent a voice transmission to Jun Maxiao. Jun Maxiao's heart skipped a beat. He immediately shut his mouth and stopped talking. At this moment, Uncle Sui had already arrived in front of everyone. The cultivators around the Heavenly Mystery Tower and a few demons couldn't help but shudder when they sensed Uncle Sui's powerful aura. However, there was also a cultivator who had a suspicious look in his eyes. It seemed like this female Uncle Sui had reminded him of something. Uncle Sui, are they a couple? Yiyan looked at this female Uncle Sui and found it funny. The various fortuitous encounters in this nether immortal ancient land had really refreshed his understanding. It was really becoming more and more interesting. Yiyan, on the other hand, hoped that he would be able to discover more secrets in the nether immortal ancient land. Even the location of the treasures on the map of the Dragon Cave could be discovered by the big black cat. In this way, he wouldn't have wasted this trip to the ancient nether grounds. Yiyan glanced at the female Uncle Sui, but he didn't find any clues. However, he was already prepared to suppress them. If this female Uncle Sui suddenly attacked, he naturally wouldn't let her off. There's more. The female Uncle Sui stopped about 3 meters away from Luo Li. After staring at Luo Li for several dozen seconds, she suddenly opened her mouth and spoke in a mechanical and hoarse voice. There's more? Luo Li and the others were shocked. Could it be that this female Uncle Sui was hinting that they should follow the female Uncle Sui to search for the divine origin longevity fruit? It would appear that this female Uncle Sui and that male Uncle Sui should be together. The same thought popped up in the minds of the five almost at the same time. Luo Li gathered her courage and took 2 steps forward. She asked probingly, there's more? The female Uncle Sui didn't say anything. She simply nodded in a daze. Luo Li's beautiful little face instantly brimmed with a pleasantly surprised expression. This was great news. This Uncle Sui was simply their savior. A male Uncle Sui had left, but a female Uncle Sui had returned. The 2 Uncle Sui had taken great care of them. Come. The female Uncle Sui let out a short but forceful voice. She then turned around and walked toward the black mist. Luo Li turned around and gave a signal to the few people behind her. Everyone tacitly understood and followed Uncle Sui. Uncle Sui and his team of 5 entered the black fog one after another, disappearing without a trace. When the cultivators below the Heavenly Mystery Tower saw this scene, they couldn't help but look at each other. They were so shocked that they couldn't speak. These cultivators were relatively strong, so their progress in the ancient land of the underworld was relatively fast. Therefore, none of them had seen Uncle Sui take away a group of people at the 3rd Heavenly Mystery Tower yesterday. Therefore, when they saw this female Uncle Sui appear and take away a few people for the first time, they were still shocked. Not only did Uncle Sui speak, she even took these 5 people with her. What was going on? Following Uncle Sui's departure, the terrifying aura also disappeared. Many people heaved a sigh of relief. Their bodies felt much more relaxed. Didn't they say that Uncle Sui was a male? Why did a female Uncle Sui suddenly appear? A black-cloaked cultivator mustered up his courage and said loudly. You don't know about this, right? Someone at the side sneered. If you know, why don't you tell us? That black-cloaked cultivator said. This was originally a secret that was only spread among the supreme stage sections. However, Uncle Sui actually spoke for the first time after the opening of the ancient land of the underworld. It seems like this secret should be made public. That cultivator said in a deep voice. Sir, which sect are you from? Someone at the side asked. I'm from the solitary sword gate of the Jiangchuan dynasty. That cultivator glanced around indifferently and continued, I'm afraid that the 3 supreme stage sects of your underworld immortal dynasty have already gone past the 30th heavenly mystery tower. It seems like only an outsider like me can reveal this secret. So it's the solitary sword gate of the Jiangchuan dynasty. That's a supreme stage sect. The surrounding cultivators all sucked in a breath of cold air. Their gazes towards that cultivator became even more fervent. The solitary sword gate of the Jiangchuan dynasty was also very powerful. It was comparable to any supreme stage sect of the underworld immortal dynasty. Tens of thousands of years ago, when the ancient land of the underworld immortal dynasty opened a few times consecutively, people saw a few different uncle sway, one in the form of a man, one in the form of a woman, one in the form of a child, and one in the form of an old man. The 4 main forms only appeared near the 40th heavenly mystery tower in the ancient land of the underworld immortal dynasty. Only some disciples of the supreme stage sects saw them, although there were so many uncle sway's forms, almost all of the later uncle sway appeared in the form of a man. However, every time the ancient land of the underworld immortal dynasty opens, the probability of a male uncle sway appearing is very low. Therefore, many people's impression of the uncle sway is only that he is a man. The cultivator said indifferently. Hiss, all the surrounding cultivators' expressions changed drastically. They all gasped. There were 4 uncle sway, this was too terrifying. No wonder even eternal stage cultivators didn't dare to enter the ancient land of the underworld immortal dynasty. It was probably related to these 4 uncle sway. No one can say for sure whether there are 4 uncle sway or not. However, this time a female uncle sway appeared. This is not a good sign. Everyone should be more careful. The cultivator said in a low voice. Thank you, sir. Everyone apologized. At the same time, a layer of haze covered their hearts. You're welcome. The cultivator took a few steps forward and waved his hand. Immediately, more than 20 cultivators followed. Almost all of them were in the Heaven's Mandate realm. We came late this time. If we didn't hurry, I'm afraid the good things would have been taken away by those supreme stage sections. The cultivator said with a wry smile. His figure flashed and he took the lead to rush into the fog. The others followed closely. Behind. The cultivator flew in the fog for half an incense stick's worth of time, but he didn't encounter any strange creatures. He couldn't help but feel a little strange. Recalling the mysterious female uncle sway, he looked at the black fog in the distance and muttered to himself in an extremely low voice, this time, after the 5 little guys were taken away by the uncle sway, I'm afraid they won't be able to come back. A swift black light, like a bolt of black lightning, escaped quickly under the cover of the thick black fog. Behind the black light. Following closely behind were several golden rays of light and a green ray of light. The one escaping was naturally the big black cat. The ones chasing after it were the golden roc, the 9-tailed fox, and the azure wolf tribe's young master Lan Qing. Although the big black cat had the emperor artifact, the divine running boots, the great demons behind it were all good at flying. Hence, it could not widen the distance. It could only gradually widen the distance between it and them as it continued to escape. Now, it was a competition of patience. The big black cat wanted to shake them off completely before it could return to the 22nd Heaven's Mystery Tower to meet up with the sect master and the others. The big black cat had great strength, a strong physical body, and a divine elixir. Hence, it was not worried about not being able to escape. Right now, it only wanted to shake off the pursuers behind it as soon as possible. The big black cat was more cautious. It did not escape in the direction of the 23rd Heaven's Mystery Tower. Instead, it flew towards the entrance. It hoped to meet the azure heavenly dragon. As long as it met the senior of the dragon tribe, its predicament would be easily solved. No matter where the 9-tailed spirit cat escapes to, this time, we must catch it. Standing on the head of the gigantic azure wolf, the 9-tailed fox said with a gloomy face. This time, she was spanked by the 9-tailed spirit cat and was seen by so many people. It was simply too embarrassing. She believed that it would not take long for the news to spread to the ears of her sisters. This time, in order to extend the life of their patriarch, the 7 princesses of the 9-tailed fox tribe were all mobilized. Each princess found a strong demon to form 7 teams and started a competition. Whichever princess obtained more divine vitality longevity fruits of better quality would be rewarded handsomely by the patriarch. She had only been here for a short time and had not ventured deep into the underworld immortal ancient land. Suddenly, such a scandal occurred. If her 6 sisters knew about it, they would not be able to raise their heads in front of the patriarch. Hence, the 9-tailed fox was determined to catch the 9-tailed spirit cat no matter what. She would go to the vicinity of the Heaven's Mystery Tower and humiliate the 9-tailed spirit cat in front of everyone. It would be best to castrate him. He wanted to make this hateful fellow unable to raise his head for the rest of his life. That pair of boots on the 9-tailed spirit cat's feet is pretty good, 7th princess. While flying at high speed, young Master Lanqing sent a voice transmission. Not bad indeed. This despicable fellow is relying on this pair of Godspeed boots to survive. The 9-tailed fox said gloomily. If we catch him, 7th princess, please help me find a way to obtain this pair of boots. Young Master Lanqing said, rather tempted. I understand. I will negotiate with the golden-winged roc when the time comes. The 9-tailed fox nodded. The big black cat fled all the way. Occasionally, it would encounter some strange creatures, but it didn't dare to charge head-on. It could only take a detour. In this way, the distance between it and its pursuers was not far. They flew for 4 to 6 hours. The big black cat had probably flown close to the 14th Heaven's Mystery Tower, but he still hadn't seen the Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon. He couldn't help but feel anxious. In the boundless black fog, it was quite difficult to find such a small team. Boom boom, suddenly, the sound of battle rang out ahead. Streaks of dazzling sword light were faintly discernible in the fog. Black shadows the size of millstones gathered in the black fog ahead like dark clouds. The big black cat's expression suddenly changed. It actually sensed the aura of a life and death cultivator in the fog ahead. The big black cat's heart skipped a beat. It remembered that there was a life and death cultivator beside the multicolor cloaked girl. Whether it's true or not, we'll know once we rush over. The big black cat gritted its teeth and flew toward the scene of the battle without hesitation. When it arrived at the scene of the battle, many ghost moths immediately pounced on it. The big black cat raised its black shield and sent the ghost moths flying one by one. As a result, it slowed down even more, allowing the pursuers to close the distance between it and itself. Haha, 9-tailed spirit cat, let's see where you'll run to this time. The golden-winged roc laughed loudly and flapped its wings violently, increasing its speed. After sending a few ghost moths flying, the big black cat saw a small group of people fighting with a group of ghost moths in front. When it saw the little blue cat in the multicolor-clothed girl's arms, the big black cat's face instantly broke into an excited smile. Senior, save me. There are a few shameless guys chasing me from behind. The big black cat seemed to have seen its savior and suddenly sent a telepathic message. Little Blackie, why did you leave the sect master behind? When the Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon heard the big black cat's voice, it suddenly raised its head and saw a black light flying over. However, the sect master and the others were nowhere to be seen. It was instantly enraged. Is this little black cat afraid of death? How could it abandon the sect master and the others and still have the cheek to ask me for help? Senior, I've lured the enemies here. The sect master and the others are now in the 22nd Heaven's Mystery Tower. They're very safe. The big black cat hurriedly explained. So that's how it is. The Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon was enlightened and finally understood. He glanced at the pursuers and found that they were just some Fate Realm monsters. He couldn't help but curl his lips. They were really too weak. If it killed them with one slap, it would be an insult to a divine Lord Dragon. Wouldn't that be bullying? However, the big black cat was one of its own after all. It couldn't just leave it in the lurch. When it saw the large number of ghost moths around it, there were at least 10,000 of them, the Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon had an idea. It was going to catch them all in one fell swoop. The Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon looked at the girl in the multicolor cloth who was hugging it and realized that the girl was staring at the battle around her and didn't notice it at all. Therefore, it gently waved its little blue furry paw and slapped outside. Instantly, a gust of wind rolled up. This gust of wind came very suddenly. However, there was something strange about this gust of wind. None of the people in their small group were affected by it. On the contrary, the ghost moths were blown away without a trace. At the same time, the golden-winged roc, the nine-tailed fox, and the few guys from the azure wolf tribe who were chasing the big black cat were also blown away by this gust of wind. Seeing this, the big black cat couldn't help but be overjoyed. "Senior, thank you for your help. Please send me to the vicinity of the 22nd Heavens Mystery Tower." He chuckled, bowed in the air, and transmitted his voice. "Alright, let's hurry back and find the sect master and the others." The Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon flicked its paw and another gust of wind rolled up. The big black cat disappeared in an instant. This gust of wind came so suddenly. It actually blew away all the ghost moths and the Fate Realm monsters behind them. The Life and Death Realm cultivator of the Sioux family stood in the fog and released his divine sense. He constantly looked around with a shocked expression on his face. That sudden gust of wind blew the golden-winged roc, nine-tailed fox, and the azure wolf tribe into disarray. The nine-tailed fox also left young Master Lan Qing's body and was swept into the depths of the underworld ancient land by the gust of wind. "What gust of wind is this?" The nine-tailed fox was horrified. She couldn't move in the gust of wind. She had never seen such a terrifying gust of wind. A Fate Realm monster like her couldn't resist it at all. The power of this gust of wind was unimaginably strong. She couldn't see the outside world clearly. She only felt that everything around her was moving quickly, as if she had fallen into a drifting dream. The nine-tailed fox was glad that although the wind was strong, it was not fatal. She wasn't torn apart by the gust. This strange gust of wind only pushed her further away. The Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon didn't kill these puny Fate Realm monsters because it felt that they didn't deserve its status. It was a divine lord divine dragon. Its realm was too high. If it were to kill those Fate State monsters, it would be trampling on its own dignity. Therefore, it was merciful. The gust of wind that it casually raised only blew away the ghost moths and the demon clan. The further the better. There are so many strange things in this underworld ancient land. The nine-tailed fox thought to herself. Just as she thought of this, the gust of wind weakened and her body fell from the sky. What a strange gust of wind. Strange, why is there a woman in the wind? In the fog below, there was a small group of several dozen people moving forward. A young man looked up and suddenly exclaimed in surprise. "That's the seventh princess." Another young man said loudly. "What? My sister?" An enchanting beautiful girl in red also raised her head. When she saw the appearance of the figure descending from mid-air, her expression changed greatly. She hurriedly flew into the air and released magic power from her hands, firmly holding the beauty in white. "Sister, weren't you with the Azure Wolf tribe? Why were you swept here by the wind?" the red-clothed beauty asked. The nine-tailed fox steadied herself. When she saw that it was her sixth sister who had caught her, her face turned red. "Second sister, I met that hateful nine-tailed spirit cat again." The nine-tailed fox angrily recounted what had just happened. "Seventh sister, follow us. There are too many strange creatures in this nether immortal ancient land. If you return alone, I'm afraid you'll be in danger of dying," the red-clothed beauty said with a solemn expression. Usually, she had a good relationship with seventh sister, so she was willing to lend a hand. "Alright, sixth sister." The nine-tailed fox also knew how high the risk of returning alone was, so she agreed. Two people descended from the sky and entered the center of the group. This group of demons that had paused for a while continued their journey. Currently, they were in the vicinity of the 29th Heavenly Mystery Tower. What's going on? Sect leader and the others are gone. When the big black cat returned to the 22nd Heavens Mystery Tower, it realized that there were other cultivators sitting in its original position. The sect master and the other four were no longer in this area. What happened? Could it be that the sect master and the others were in danger? At the thought of the possible danger, the big black cat broke out in cold sweat. "Nine-tailed spirit cat, why are you back?" The few Fate Realm youths of the Azure Wolf tribe immediately stood up, drew their swords, and glared at it. "Can't I come back?" the big black cat sneered. It exerted force and killed the two Nirvana Realm hostages in its hands. The sect master was missing. The big black cat was angry and vexed. It vented all its anger on the two hostages. It was a pity that these two demons had become sacrificial lambs for no reason. Kill him. Seeing their tribesmen killed, the golden-winged rock tribe and the azure wolf tribe were enraged. In an instant, they all pounced on the big black cat. The big black cat was angry. It took out its black shield and activated the Emperor artifact Divine Boots. It turned into a ray of black light and began to wander around the battlefield. Boom! Boom! Those Nirvana realm beasts were no match for it. It killed one of the beasts with its shield. In the end, only the 4 Fate Realm youths of the Azure Wolf tribe were left. I'm going to kill you and avenge the sect master and the others. The big black cat's eyes were bloodshot as if it had gone crazy. The black shield emitted a black light and smashed toward a young man at the Fate State. The youth was about to stop it, when he suddenly stopped. At that moment, the big black cat activated the Heaven's Disillusionment Eyes. Boom! The black shield smashed into the young man's body and sent him flying. Even though the Azure Wolf tribe had a strong physical body, the shield still seriously injured him and made him vomit blood. After taking care of one of the opponents, there were only 3 Fate Realm youths left. None of you will live today. The big black cat roared and dashed over again. The remaining 3 youths gathered together and transformed into their true forms the size of hills. They reached out their sharp claws and grabbed at the big black cat. Have these beasts really gone crazy? The surrounding cultivators all exclaimed in satisfaction. However, they were all human cultivators. Naturally, they wouldn't care about the beast's dirty deeds. A small purple rune suddenly lit up in the big black cat's eyes. The Heaven's Disillusionment Eyes were activated again. A huge green wolf paused for a moment as it was struck by the black shield. It howled in pain and fell from the sky. Go to hell. In a spurt of energy, the big black cat smashed 2 more azure wolves to the ground. After taking care of the 2 beasts in one go, the big black cat's magic power was severely overdrawn. It was mainly because it had used the Heaven's Disillusionment Eyes repeatedly. It was a bit too much for it. It quickly stuffed a pill into its mouth. Because it was worried about its sect master's safety, the big black cat took a deep breath and cupped its fists. It said politely, "Fellow Taoists, may I know where my companions went?" They were all taken away by Uncle Sway. A kind-hearted cultivator reminded. Taken away by Uncle Sway, the big black cat's heart pounded. It had a bad feeling when it thought of Uncle Sway, who often went crazy. Which direction did they go? The big black cat asked again. The kind-hearted cultivator pointed in a direction. The big black cat looked carefully and found that it was the depths of the nether immortal ancient land. The sect master and the others were following Uncle Sway. They should be heading in the direction of the 23rd Heaven's Mystery Tower. Whoosh! The big black cat thanked the cultivator and immediately activated the swift boots. It tore through the sky without hesitation and disappeared into the black fog in the blink of an eye. That gale just now, even an Eternal Realm cultivator wouldn't be able to achieve such power. Could it be the Blue Sea Heavenly Dragon? In Luo Li's mind, Yiyan suddenly opened his eyes and looked in a certain direction. His gaze pierced through the ages. Yiyan saw the little blue cat in the arms of the girl in colorful clothes. Did you do it? Yiyan asked with his divine thought. Upon hearing his old master's voice ringing out in his mind, the Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon shuddered and hurriedly replied, "Yes, old master. The little black cat met with some danger and happened to run into me. I helped him to resolve it." Yiyan nodded. This was the same as his speculation. What is that? The Life and Death Realm cultivator in the Su family team looked at the churning fog and his expression changed drastically. Eh? Master, why is there a bone dragon in the nether immortal ancient land? The Blue Sea Heavenly Dragon's eyes flickered as it looked at the black fog in the distance. It saw a huge bone dragon covered in red hair swimming over slowly. Bone dragon? Yiyan's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately looked towards the black fog in the distance. It was a bone dragon with a body of 10,000 feet long. Its originally white bones were covered with strange red hair. This made the bone dragon look even more sinister and terrifying. Its huge body swam in the black fog. It seemed slow, but it was actually very fast. Soon, it swam to the vicinity of this small team. After the life and death realm cultivator felt the powerful aura of the bone dragon, he was so scared that he did not dare to move. What is its cultivation level? Has it reached the eternal realm? How can there be such a terrifying and strange creature in the underworld immortal ancient land? He muttered to himself. His body seemed to be fixed, and he could not move. Everyone else, at this moment, could not stand still and fell to the ground. Only the girl in colorful clothes, who was holding the blue sea heavenly dragon, stood still. All the pressure disappeared into thin air when it came to her. The huge bone dragon did not approach. It swam a few times in the surrounding fog. When it did not sense anything strange, it turned around and swam back. Soon, it disappeared. Master, why is there a bone dragon in this place? Could it be that a divine dragon had fallen here before? The blue sea heavenly dragon asked quietly. Maybe. You just need to protect this little girl. Don't worry about other things for the time being. Yi Yan ordered, and his divine sense began to follow the red-haired bone dragon. He wanted to see where this bone dragon would swim to in the end. The appearance of this bone dragon might be related to the dragon cave, such a guess emerged in Yi Yan's heart. This bone dragon swam very fast. It flew high in the sky, and no one noticed it. It broke through the clouds and fog, and soon reached a lake in the mountain range near the 43rd Heaven's Mystery Tower. Some black boats were floating above the lake. Yi Yan's eyes flashed. He glanced at these boats and could not help but smile. The underworld immortal ancient land was really strange. These boats were also strange creatures. They were also alive. Flying above the lake, the bone dragon suddenly fell, and its huge body entered the depths of the lake. Yi Yan's spiritual consciousness also followed. After the bone dragon fell to the bottom of the lake, its body curled up as if it had fallen into a state of deep sleep. Yi Yan looked around, but didn't find anything. He compared the terrain around the mountain range, but didn't find anything similar to the ancient map of the Dragon Cave. His previous guesses about the Dragon Cave seemed to have come to an end here. After leaving the lake, Yi Yan's spiritual consciousness returned to Luo Li's mind. Although this red-furred bone dragon was strange, it did not interfere with the training of the cultivators in the nether immortal ancient land, so Yi Yan did not attack it. The juniors of the Shenlong sect had only been practicing for 2 days, so it was better to let them continue practicing first. Yi Yan could also practice for a while. Meanwhile, Luo Li and the others followed the female Uncle Sui into the depths of the mountain range and obtained several divine vitality longevity fruits. This made them extremely excited. This female Uncle Sui and the male Uncle Sui's performance was almost the same. They were both very good to them, as if they were nobles, allowing them to obtain the divine vitality longevity fruits so easily. If it were anyone else, it would be difficult to obtain the divine vitality longevity fruits. After all, there were a large number of strange creatures gathered beside each divine vitality longevity tree. They had to kill those creatures to obtain the divine vitality longevity fruits. A black light broke through the sky. Sect Master, so you are here. It was so easy to find you. The big black cat landed on the ground and looked at Luo Li and the others with red eyes and an excited expression. He had finally reunited with the main group. It was really not easy. Along the way, he went deeper and deeper without stopping. Finally, he was lucky enough to find the sect leader and the others. Uncle Sui brought us to pick the divine vitality longevity fruits. At that time, there was no way to contact you. Looking at the travel-worn big black cat, Luo Li said apologetically. Little black cat, how did you get rid of those people so quickly? Jun Maxiao asked with a smile. I ran all the way to the exit, hoping to see if I could meet Senior Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon, but my luck was extremely good and I really did meet him. The big black cat scratched its head and chuckled. I see. Jun Maxiao came to a sudden realization and laughed loudly. Everyone was well aware of the Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon's true cultivation level. In the ancient land of the underworld, it was an invincible existence. Any strange creature, any powerful force, would be unable to withstand a single blow from this dragon senior. Let's go. The taciturn Uncle Sui suddenly spoke in an extremely hoarse voice. She didn't stop and continued to walk quickly toward the mountain range. Everyone's expression froze, and they hurriedly followed. After taking a few steps, the big black cat realized that this Uncle Sui was completely different from the one before. Mu-Ching, why is this Uncle Sui a woman? The big black cat secretly sent a voice transmission to Mu-Ching. Mu-Ching didn't know how to explain, so she could only truthfully tell the big black cat everything that had happened before. Hermaphrodite? Or is it husband and wife? The big black cat smacked its lips and recalled Mu-Ching's words. It felt that this Uncle Sui was shrouded in a mysterious aura. Big brother, didn't the sect leader ask you to look for the dragon cave? You didn't forget, right? Mao Bao suddenly sent a voice transmission to remind Big Black Cat. Oh, right. The big black cat slapped its head and took out the yellowed map of the dragon cave. It compared the surrounding terrain and quickly followed the group. Although the big black cat tried its best to compare the terrain, it still couldn't find anything similar to the map of the dragon cave. However, it wasn't discouraged. The ancient land of the underworld was so vast, and it had only walked a small part of it. After walking for a while, according to its current calculations, they were already near the 29th Heaven's Mystery Tower. Boom, boom, a series of rumbling sounds came from the black fog ahead. It seemed that there was an intense battle ahead. Uncle Sui paused for a moment and looked in that direction. After a second, as if it had received some confirmation, it continued to walk in the direction of the battle. Everyone followed closely behind. They gradually approached the scene of the battle. Everyone saw countless huge red-furred monsters engaged in an intense battle with a team of about 100 people. Not far from where the two sides were fighting, there was a small green tree. Its entire body was emitting a green light, adding a touch of vitality to the strange black fog. On the small tree branch, there were 3 divine vitality longevity fruits. Each divine vitality longevity fruit was much larger than the one Luoli had obtained before. These divine vitality longevity fruits are at least 1,000 years old. Mu-Ching said in shock. No wonder the battle is so intense. There are 3,000-year-old divine vitality longevity fruits, which adds up to 3,000 years old. The big black cat licked its lips and said excitedly. Roar. Uncle Sui suddenly roared towards the sky. With a furious roar, he released a powerful aura from his body. The red-furred monsters and the powerful sect force that were fighting suddenly stopped. Everyone felt a huge sense of fear descending. When the red-furred monsters saw Uncle Sui, their eyes were filled with fear. When the cultivators saw Uncle Sui in female attire appear, they were all shocked and seemed to have thought of something. Uncle Sui ignored all of this. She walked with heavy steps and walked through the crowd as if there was no one around her. She walked toward the small green tree. End of chapter 474. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.